Brandy Shelly received her acceptance letter to Hogwarts, and the peculiar incidents that frequently befell her were finally elucidated. It turned out they were the work of magic. In Diagon Alley, within Madam Malkin's robes for all occasions, an ephemeral glimpse of a soft golden hue lingered in her heart, perhaps a case of love at first sight, or perhaps destiny itself. Otherwise, how could a mere glance leave such an indelible impression? Her cheeks flushed slightly, her heartbeats synchronized in a rhythm of two. It was the treacherous sun of that late summer in 1991 that betrayed her fluttering emotions. As darkness enveloped her in a shroud of mist, should you find yourself lost and unable to discern your path, I would willingly transform into a guiding light, a moonbeam solely for you. Chapter 1. A serendipitous encounter in Diagon Alley. On the third day after receiving the acceptance letter from Hogwarts, I found myself gently stroking the words on the parchment, still unable to fathom that I was, indeed, a witch. Endowed with magic. That morning, the sycamores lining Voldemort Road swayed in the wind as they always did, and a brown owl flapped its wings past my window. A letter sealed with dark red wax fortuitously landed upon my desk, within arm's reach. Lifting the envelope, my gaze slowly traversed its surface. London, Sheffington County, Voldemort Road, number 12, Brandy Shelly. Flipping the letter over, I beheld the emblem of Hogwarts, a shield composed of 4 distinct designs, proudly emblazoned in the center of the envelope. My fingertips glided over the dark red wax, its weightiness intertwined with delicate textures, while the aroma of ink wafted from the unfolding letter, enticing me to smile and muse. It feels delightful. The words sprang to life upon the page. Dear Miss Shelly, this was my acceptance letter to Hogwarts. I, Brandy Shelly, had been granted admission. Magic, a wondrous force I had only ever read about in fairy tales, was something I had long dreamed of possessing. Memories flooded back, each a telltale sign. The books at my side would inexplicably levitate, and on evenings when I dreaded reaching for the light switch, the lamp would extinguish itself in a most peculiar manner. I had presumed these to be mere coincidences. Now learning they were the result of magic stirred a whirlwind of emotions within me. Excitement, joy, anxiety, a complex tapestry of feelings enveloped my heart. Mom! Clutching the letter in my hands, I dashed downstairs, but the living room was empty, and the kitchen yielded no sign of her. I hurried to the backyard, calling out gaily, Mom! Look! What is it, dear? Look, my acceptance letter. Hogwarts. Mom took the letter, scrutinizing it with great enthusiasm, her eyes brimming with pride and joy. She gazed down at me, unable to conceal her elation. Brandy, you are indeed my daughter. I always knew you would become a student at Hogwarts. Mom, you know about Hogwarts? Yet you've never mentioned it before? A myriad of questions swirled in my mind as she embraced my shoulders and settled into a rocking chair in the backyard, recounting her tale. My mother, whose maiden name was Parkinson, hailed from a pure-blood family within the wizarding world. In her youth she fortuitously saved my father, a muggle, and as love blossomed between them, despite my father's awareness of her magical heritage, they ventured into the sanctity of marriage. As for my mother's family, they were naturally opposed to such a union. When she spoke of this, a flicker of resigned melancholy danced in her eyes, leading her to share fond memories of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Mother expressed her nostalgia for her days at Hogwarts. In my recollections she appeared calm, serene and gracious, with occasional bursts of youthful curiosity and vivacity. The wistfulness in her expression ignited my yearning for that enigmatic school of magic. That I believe your father in heaven would be overjoyed to know you have been accepted to Hogwarts. Yes, he would, I nodded with a smile, feeling a pang of sadness at my mother's occasional despondency since my father's untimely passing when I was 9. Before bedtime my mother knocked softly at my door, her face illuminated by a smile as she entered my room. Brandy, you might like to look at this book. I think it would pique your interest. My eyes swept across the gilded title, Hogwarts, a history, as I accepted the thick tome from her. Thank you, Mom. Good night. Rest well, my dear. Good night, Mom. As I illuminated my bedside reading lamp and opened the brown cover, the pages had already begun to yellow, yet the text remained clear and legible, the paper pristine. My mother must have cherished those school days dearly, preserving them with such care. The contents were utterly captivating, filled with intriguing tales of the unique academy, courses that sounded exhilarating, and the forbidden forest I longed to explore. As my eyes grew heavy, I cast a glance at the oak clock atop my bedside table. It was already 3 in the morning. Forcing myself to close the thick pages, I nestled into bed. According to the instructions in the acceptance letter, new little witches and wizards were required to procure the items listed on the supply list. The car traversed the bustling, vibrant Charing Cross, as my mother guided me to the legendary Diagon Alley. The cacophony of the leaky cauldron, the shifting bricks, all left me utterly awestruck. Stepping into the towering white edifice of Gringotts, goblins with sharp teeth and elongated ears ushered us into a small cart, weaving through the labyrinthine corridors. Oh, it felt akin to a roller coaster in an amusement park, though devoid of the thrilling sensation of weightlessness. Instead, it offered a gratifying velocity. Vault 121, Mrs. Sherry, Miss Sherry, please watch your step as you disembark. The goblin accepted the golden key from my mother, and the ancient bronze doors of the vault swung open to reveal gleaming piles of galleons stacked against the walls, the currency of the wizarding world that we had never been in want of money. My grandfather and father's names had graced the front pages of newspapers, undoubtedly establishing us as affluent figures in London. However, our family had always embraced a low-profile existence, with only sporadic news articles emerging, typically concerning business matters. Following my father's passing, our ancestral home stood vacant, and my mother and I resided in the suburbs, further distancing us from public scrutiny. Madam Malkin's robe shop. Lily, it's been ages. The pleasantly plump witch approached with a beaming smile, her affectionate tone suggesting a long-standing acquaintance with my mother. Indeed. It has been over a decade since they last met, and your business continues to flourish. Who could rival you? Your wealth could easily purchase 10 Diagon Alleys. Clad in a deep purple robe, she radiated a warm hospitality, suddenly casting her gaze upon me, her eyes glimmering with approval. Is this your daughter? Hello, Madam Malkin. I am Brandy, I replied with poise, a gentle smile gracing my lips, exuding confidence. Brandy, what a lovely name. Truly the most beautiful little witch I have ever seen. Madam Malkin's eyes sparkled with delight as she pressed her hands to her heart, nodding with laughter. Though she was merely exchanging pleasantries, her words were sincere. Having witnessed countless customers, Madam Malkin possessed an acute eye for beauty. Brandy was indeed a vision, and it was merely a matter of time before her youthful charm blossomed into stunning elegance. Raised by my mother to appreciate aesthetics, I recognized that my own appearance was not lacking, and receiving compliments was a common occurrence. Madam Malkin's words were heartfelt. After all, what girl does not relish being deemed beautiful? My affection for her grew exponentially. As she took my measurements, I wandered aimlessly, absorbing the shop's decor. My gaze landed on a dark green wizarding ensemble, exquisitely tailored, with a flowing skirt and structured fabric forming an elegant Cuban collar. Miss, if you fancy it, do try it on. Indeed, I quite like it. In the fitting room, as I bent down to fasten a light copper button at my waist, a vibrant, enthusiastic voice reached my ears. Welcome, Mrs. Malfoy. Good afternoon, Madam Malkin. I require 3 plain robes for my son. The fabric must be soft. Not a problem. I presume this is the young Master Malfoy? Quite the handsome lad. Securing my belt, I gracefully stepped out of the fitting room, and upon raising my eyes, beheld an elegantly poised noblewoman beside whom stood none other than the young Malfoy. Perhaps due to her praise, the corner of his mouth quirked upward slightly, and I noticed a faint blush creeping to his ears. Was he shy? Little did anyone know, the late summer sun filtered through the shop window, casting a light that might not have been a blush, but rather a betraying glow of infatuation. Upon seeing me in the dress, Madam Malkin gasped in astonishment. Merlin's beard. This gown has been so unpopular that I thought it would gather dust on the shelf. Yet you wear it so beautifully. Gazing into the fitting mirror, I acknowledged the lovely color that complemented my fair skin. However, my eyes subtly darted toward Malfoy. He was clad in a fitted black suit, his light blonde hair slicked back as if styled with gel. I couldn't help but stifle a laugh. It seemed he was a young master attempting to appear grown-up. His overly fair skin, gray-blue eyes sparkling with life, and a prominent nose held a certain charm without a hint of harshness. At that moment, he stood with one hand in his pocket, exuding an aloofness that was not at all off-putting, but rather conveyed a unique elegance. His gray-blue gaze was fixed upon me, as if assessing the reflection of myself in the mirror. With a slight smirk, I gradually turned, lifting the dark green skirt with my fingertips, gently stating, Madam, it feels a bit large. Do not fret, my dear. Madam Malkin waved her wand and incanted Clothe-a-Repo. A soft glow cascaded down like scattered starlight, and the ill-fitting garment transformed into a perfect fit. Astonished, I turned to face the mirror. My softly curled black hair cascaded over my shoulders, and my alabaster neck harmonized perfectly with the ensemble. Quite stunning. If I had a daughter of such beauty, I too would indulge her. The elegant Mrs. Malfoy nodded slightly, exchanging knowing glances with my mother. Meanwhile, the young Malfoy seemed to be observing me. Whether it was the enchantment of Madam Malkin that had captivated him or merely a fleeting moment, I caught his gaze. He was rather adorable. Was he concerned I might notice? Draco, come here. Would this fabric work for your robes? Mrs. Malfoy smiled tenderly at him, revealing a doted-upon young master. Draco Malfoy, I shall remember your name, I thought. Of course, mother, he replied, his voice melodious, akin to a record, tinged with youthful innocence. Having paid 200 sickles and grasped the brown paper bag containing the robes, I prepared to depart when Madam Malkin's voice rang out behind me. We welcome your next visit. Goodbye. I turned back with a dignified smile, my gaze lingering on that hint of blonde until it vanished from my sight. My dear daughter, what is it? What captures your attention? Nothing in particular. I was contemplating Madam Malkin's spell. It appears that particular incantation is not found in standard magical spells. That moment was truly remarkable. Brandy, since I began attending school. Madam Malkin's robe shop has existed in Diagon Alley, thriving on her unique craftsmanship. Even witches must possess the skill to earn a living. So, it is Madam Malkin's exclusive magic. I understand now, thank you, Mother. Experiencing such wondrous events only deepened my yearning for magic. The more I learned, the more unknowns emerged, fueling my anticipation to uncover more secrets of the arcane. Before me stood Ollivander's wand shop, dwarfed and dilapidated compared to the other establishments lining the street. The elderly proprietor, with his tousled white hair, sat at the counter. He must be Mr. Garrick Ollivander, the renowned wand maker. Miss, are you here to purchase a wand? Yes, Mr. Ollivander. My mother has informed me that your wands are unparalleled. Too kind, Mr. Ollivander replied with a kind smile, his bright eyes scrutinizing me with keen interest. The magical measuring tape fluttered around me, and he intuitively turned to select from the tall shelves. This one will suit you perfectly, miss, he proclaimed, presenting a long wooden box and withdrawing a wand. Cedarwood, do give it a try. Taking the wand from his hands, I waved it, and as I listened to Mr. Ollivander's words, I gently swished the wand. Suddenly, with a loud crack, the vase on the table shattered, water splashing everywhere, and glass shards mingled with the spilled liquid scattered across the floor. We all stared at each other in shock. I apologize, sir. I will compensate you, I said. My eyes filled with remorse as I nodded slightly to Mr. Ollivander. No matter, no harm done, he murmured, calmly waving his hand and turning back to rummage through his supplies. This one, it's definitely the right choice. Once more I took the wand. My index finger glided over the ivory white shaft, gripping the handle, and with a gentle wave, a soft breeze brushed my cheek. The shattered vase restored itself, and the wilting roses within bloomed vibrantly once more, a delicate fragrance enveloping the small shop. This is your wand, miss. Mr. Ollivander appeared even more excited than I was. Thank you, Mr. Ollivander, I said, playfully winking my left eye while holding the wand. I suppose I need not compensate you for your vase. Indeed, miss. Mr. Ollivander nodded kindly, and I must thank you for reviving my flowers. My little shop feels so much more alive now. 7 galleons. Far more reasonable than I had anticipated. Mr. Ollivander is truly a man of integrity. After bidding him polite farewell, I exited the shop, thoroughly satisfied. The last item remaining on my list was a cauldron, and upon acquiring it, I would be fully prepared. My mother and I continued to meander leisurely through Diagon Alley, marveling at the array of fascinating sights that constantly unfolded before me. The cooing of an owl reached my ears, and upon glancing up, I spotted a snow-white owl perched on a branch, its bright yellow eyes twinkling mischievously as it turned this way and that, utterly adorable. It fixed its gaze upon me motionless. Suddenly, tilting its snowy white head, it stared intently, cooing softly. Mama, this owl is simply adorable. It wishes for me to take it home. If you like it, we shall purchase it. You can bring it to Hogwarts, and it will be perfect for sending letters to me. You must take good care of it, Mama. I truly love you. Rest assured, I will definitely look after it well. Upon returning to number 12, Waldegrave Road, while my mother busied herself with dinner preparations, I settled into a wicker chair in the backyard with the owl. I shall name you Knox, what do you think? No, that's not right. You are a boy, so Knox it is. Do you like it? The owl affectionately pecked at my palm, seemingly approving of its new name. As night fell, the reading lamp beside my bed cast a warm glow, illuminating the pages of a spellbook before me. Grasping my brand new sycamore wand, I softly whispered the incantation, Lumos, and a flickering light appeared at the wand's tip. Gazing at the glow, I recalled the spell Mrs. Malkin had cast on her dress, which also shimmered with a hint of light. A fleeting image of soft gold suddenly surfaced in my mind. Draco Malfoy. Why was I thinking of him? I must admit, his slate blue eyes are quite captivating, and his charmingly handsome face is undeniably endearing. Why do I find myself thinking about him more and more? Confounded. I gently patted my slightly flushed cheeks. It's time for sleep. I must be overly tired to entertain such thoughts. Yet, as the light extinguished, Draco's impression remained vividly etched in my mind, preventing me from finding slumber. Could it be that I have feelings for him? All right, I concede that Draco is undeniably handsome. Could this be love at first sight, or merely infatuation? No, how could that be? As the day is thought of, so the night is dreamt, they say, and indeed, Draco Malfoy appeared in my dreams, smiling as he greeted me. Upon awakening, I pulled the soft blanket over my head, bewildered. Do I truly like him? After all, I had only seen him once, and that fleeting glance. A delectable breakfast adorned the dining table as I cut into my meal, hesitating momentarily before summoning the courage to ask my mother how she and Dad had met, and how they had fallen in love. My mother's smile was radiant, her face glowing with contentment as she recounted how my young father had driven out one evening. The darkness of suburban London was particularly oppressive back then. His car struck a roadside stone and broke down, leaving him injured. My mother happened to pass by and rescued him. Thus their acquaintance blossomed, leading to frequent meetings and, eventually, love culminating in their union. In truth, I liked your father the moment I laid eyes on him. Otherwise, how would I have used Muggle methods to help him and take him to the doctor? My mother's eyes sparkled with sweetness. Later, after marrying your father, he confessed that from the moment he awakened from his stupor, the first thing he saw was me, and he fell in love at first sight. But Mama, I don't understand. Was it because Dad is handsome and you are beautiful? No, my dear, it is not merely about appearances. What matters is the feeling you get at first sight. When I saw your father, there was a unique sensation, one I had never experienced before. I still felt somewhat perplexed. How could I, having only encountered Draco once, with no interaction whatsoever, interpret my fondness for him as love? Or even what my mother might call love? Perhaps it is merely a mild affection for now. Chapter 2. The Sorting Ceremony. The pages of the calendar at the table began to thin, the day of departure for school drawing ever closer. I had envisioned the splendor of Hogwarts countless times in my mind. Would it be a perpetual spring, bursting with blooms, or would it resemble the relentless rain of London? I dismissed my mother's explanations, for discovering it myself would be far more engaging, whether the experience was delightful or disheartening. The surprises I uncovered would be truly mine. At King's Cross Station, a throng of people surged around me, and the sound of train whistles filled the air. Usually I found it cacophonous, but today, the whistles sounded particularly melodious. Clutching my ticket for Platform 9, I paused between Platforms 9 and 10, searching for the station. My mother approached, pointing to a nearby wall. Brandy, do you see that pillar? You must walk through it. A small girl with a cloud of curly brown hair pushed a luggage cart towards us, her parents trailing behind. Upon reaching the pillar, she scrutinized it closely, then turned her gaze towards me, her large eyes twinkling, exuding an enchanting charm. She glanced at my owl and, as if understanding something, smiled and asked, "Hello, are you also heading to Hogwarts?" "Yes, I am a new student," I replied, instantly warmed by her enthusiasm. She made an excellent first impression. "I am also a new student. I am Hermione Granger," she exclaimed, extending her hand joyfully. "At last. I've met someone to share this journey with." I was too timid to ask anyone along the way. "I am Brandy Shelly," I said, returning her handshake warmly. "We can walk together, Hermione." After bidding farewell to our respective parents, Hermione and I ran side by side toward the solid wall. A twinge of fear gripped me, for before me loomed an unyielding barrier. With my eyes half closed and gripping the cart's handle tightly, I dashed forward, and suddenly, I was through. The scene before me bore both resemblances and discrepancies to my imaginings. The Hogwarts Express, numbered 5927, stood at the platform, resplendent in its deep crimson hue, reminiscent of a vintage Muggle train, wreathed in a cloud of white steam. Hermione and I joyfully boarded the train, searching for an empty compartment, and we were soon joined by the Brown siblings Lena and Whit, who were also seeking seats. We had just enough room for them. With a resounding whistle, the steam enveloped us as the train began to move, the scenery outside gradually receding. Children are naturally exuberant. It wasn't long before everyone was chatting animatedly. Did you know? Harry Potter is among this year's new students. To be in the same year as Harry Potter is truly a stroke of luck. It would be even better if we were sorted into the same house. The Brown siblings exchanged excited high fives, their youthful faces alight with uncontainable joy. Harry Potter, his name struck a chord, yet I knew nothing of what they spoke of. Sensing my confusion, Hermione kindly educated me. While the Brown siblings eagerly recounted their admiration for Harry, their exaggerated tones often straying far from reality, Hermione, ever the pragmatist, remained the most reliable source. "Children, would you like to purchase some snacks?" A cart brimming with peculiar treats rolled by, its colorful assortment irresistibly enticing to young ones. "Hermione, would you like some?" "Oh, my father doesn't really want me to eat snacks, he is a dentist." Observing Hermione's slightly disappointed demeanor, I rose to select some goodies, my eyes scanning the vibrant cart. For chocolate frogs, please." I smiled as I accepted the deep blue pentagonal box from the witch behind the counter. "One for each of us. As a token of our first meeting." "Thank you, Shelly." "Thank you, Brandy." I tore open the dark blue box, revealing a frog-shaped chocolate nestled within. As I extracted the card beneath it, I gasped, Albus Dumbledore. It's the headmaster. My heart swelled with joy at my first draw. Albus Dumbledore, the current headmaster of Hogwarts, is widely regarded as the greatest wizard of our time. The image depicted an elderly man adorned with half-moon spectacles, his long silver hair cascading down his chest, a matching beard framing his kind visage, clad in a deep brown wizard's robe. How warm and gentle he appeared. I imagined Hogwarts would surely embody the same warmth. Have any of you seen a toad? I accidentally lost mine. A boy with tousled black hair inquired at our compartment, his round face etched with worry, beads of sweat glistening on his brow. I'm terribly sorry, but we haven't seen your toad. Oh my Trevor. The boy furrowed his brow, shaking his head despondently, a deep sigh escaping his lips. Hermione and I exchanged knowing glances, silently deciding to lend a hand. We can help you look. It surely hasn't wandered far. It must be on the train. Thank you, I am Neville Longbottom. I truly appreciate your help. The boy wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, revealing a sincere smile. Longbottom, let us split up to search. You should return to the original carriage and examine it closely, checking if it might be hiding in a corner or beneath a seat. Hermione and I promptly set off in different directions. She ventured towards the front carriage while I made my way to the rear. If you find it, Brandy, let us inform each other. As I walked down the train, I diligently inquired in each compartment, yet the students inside claimed they had seen nothing. I continued my search until I paused at a familiar compartment, where a gleaming golden figure caught my eye. Draco Malfoy was engaged in conversation with some boys beside him. Exuding an air of confidence, the focal point of the crowd, he smiled with self-satisfaction. And indeed, that smile mirrored the one from my dreams. I thought, Draco Malfoy, I find myself rather fond of you. Confronting my own feelings, I accepted that I had a particular affection for Draco Malfoy. Liking someone was hardly a matter of shame, and I embraced my heart with ease. I gently rapped on the compartment door, donning a polite smile. Excuse me for the interruption, but have you seen a toad? It belongs to Neville Longbottom. Draco regarded me calmly, his silence imbued with an unspoken emotion that made me shy away. After all, one tends to feel bashful in the presence of someone they admire, does one not? A somewhat stocky boy responded first. We haven't seen any toad around here. All right. Thank you, I replied, my eyes curving into a gentle smile, my voice soft. You're welcome, beautiful lady, he said with a goofy grin, eager to introduce himself, tugging at the collar of the boy beside him. This is Goyle. Crabbe then turned his gaze towards Draco. That's enough, Crabbe, Draco snapped, shooting him a disapproving look, interrupting his unfinished thought, as if he resented being introduced. There are no toads here, he stated, lifting his chin slightly, his eyes narrowing as he curled his lips into a faint smirk. Miss, please check elsewhere. His tone rose, a testament to his upbringing as a Malfoy. Thank you, Mr. Goyle, Mr. Crabbe, and you as well, I acknowledged, a soft smile playing on my lips. Draco Malfoy, he enunciated, deliberately emphasizing the surname. Thank you, Mr. Malfoy, I replied, my eyes curving like a crescent moon, as I gracefully departed. At last, at the end of the carriage, I discovered a lively toad, undoubtedly Neville's Trevor. I unfurled a pristine handkerchief in my palm and knelt down gently. Trevor, come here. To my surprise, the mischievous Trevor obediently leaped into my hand. I cooed softly. No more running around. Do you know how anxious your young master is? As I tenderly spoke to the toad while making my way back, I was blissfully unaware of the gaze that Draco cast upon me as I passed his compartment. Upon handing the toad to a flustered Neville, he expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Truly a humble soul. When I returned, Hermione had just rejoined our compartment, eager to share her news. Brandy, guess whom I encountered? Harry Potter. Harry Potter, wow. Does he really have a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead? Before I could respond, the Brown siblings looked at Hermione with wide eyes, eagerly awaiting her answer. Indeed. The scar is lightning-shaped, right on his forehead. The train raced northward, and we engaged in lively discussion, time slipping away unnoticed. Suddenly the whistle blew, and a booming voice echoed through the carriage. Attention, first years. We have arrived at Hogsmeade Station. Please prepare to disembark. The once quiet carriage erupted into a flurry of excitement, and as I flowed with the crowd onto the platform, I curiously surveyed my surroundings. The sky had darkened, and a tall, stout figure holding a lantern stood out amidst the bustling throng, calling out, first years, follow me closely, and do not get separated. Leading the way was Draco, who had immediately taken the forefront of the first-year group, confidently striding ahead, his long black robes billowing slightly as he moved. I wished to avoid being constantly aware of him, yet his pale golden hair stood out starkly against the night, making him hard to ignore. 4 of us shared a small boat, the lights reflecting upon the lake's surface, while a gentle breeze stirred the waters, creating ripples that distorted the reflections. The entire lake shimmered like a tapestry of stars. Before us loomed a brilliantly lit castle, its warm yellow lights illuminating the walls and adding an air of mystery. Hogwarts, I exclaimed, glancing at Hermione, and we exchanged excited smiles. Indeed, we had arrived at Hogwarts. As we entered the castle and approached the entrance to the Great Hall, we were greeted by a witch wearing a pointed hat. Welcome to Hogwarts. Her stern countenance and sharp gaze, magnified by her square glasses, swept over the new students. And I thought to myself, she must be Professor Minerva McGonagall. Professor McGonagall began to address us regarding the sorting ceremony, and I eagerly anticipated which house I would belong to, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, or Slytherin. When Slytherin rolled off her tongue, I noticed the corner of Draco's mouth curl upward, a look of determined satisfaction on his face. Trevor! Neville exclaimed suddenly, as his toad leapt from his arms, eliciting a chorus of laughter. Professor McGonagall instructed us to wait, turning to enter the Great Hall, while Neville returned to the throng of first years. With a friendly reminder in mind, I leaned towards him and softly said, "Take care of Trevor. There will be many students in the hall, so make sure he doesn't escape again. It won't be easy to find him." "Thank you, Shelley," he replied gratefully. "You're welcome," I said, smiling at the somewhat earnest Neville. A peculiar gaze seemed to be cast our way. Upon looking around, I found Draco observing Neville with an expression of disdain, and upon catching my eye, he coldly turned away. "Harry Potter has come to Hogwarts," Draco proclaimed, arrogantly leaning against the marble staircase, looking down upon the scene before him. He brushed off his sleeves with a flourish and approached the bespectacled dark-haired boy. "I am Malfoy, Draco Malfoy." He emphasized the name once more, clearly proud of his family lineage. What an arrogant fellow he was, even in self-introduction. I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. "Draco, you are indeed rather endearing. Do you find my name amusing?" I jumped, startled, thinking he had caught me laughing at him. But it was actually the red-haired boy beside Harry. Draco shot him a scornful glare. "Red hair, hand-me-down robes. You must belong to the Weasley family." His tone dripped with contempt. If such blatant mockery could garner favor, it would be utterly ridiculous. "Draco, can you not see that Harry Potter and this Weasley are quite friendly? If you genuinely wish to make friends, I could offer you some guidance to avoid such embarrassing remarks." "Potter, you will soon discover that some wizarding families are born superior," Draco sneered, casting a dismissive glance at Weasley. "No one wishes to befriend the unrefined," he declared, extending his right hand toward Harry Potter with a sense of entitlement. "I can assist you." What a dreadful exchange. It seemed that being a Malfoy had instilled in him a sense of superiority, one that would hinder his ability to forge friendships. Harry Potter was certainly not one to be commanded like Draco's lackeys. As I expected, Harry firmly rejected him. Professor McGonagall led the first years, lined up in 2 rows, into the Great Hall, and Hermione animatedly described the beautiful night sky and floating candles that adorned the ceiling. Indeed, I have also read about this in Hogwarts, a history. Upon first encountering Albus Dumbledore, the kindly old gentleman, I found him to be quite different from the description on the card, resembling more of a mischievous old rascal. Once the headmaster concluded his address, Professor McGonagall placed the renowned and tattered sorting hat at the front of the hall. As it began to sing its peculiar song, many first-year students displayed surprise. The hat could actually speak, its unique folds forming both eyes and a mouth. When a studentess' name was called, they stepped forward, and McGonagall slowly unfurled a piece of parchment, her resonant voice seemingly capable of penetrating the entire hall. Watching students don the sorting hat, and subsequently enter their respective houses heightened my anticipation for my own house, while my anxiety became increasingly palpable. Hermione anxiously grasped my wrist, whispering to me, "Hermione Granger." As she murmured reassurances to remain calm, she nervously clutched her clothing and approached the high stool, sitting down slowly. It was evident that she cared deeply. When the sorting hat was placed upon her head, she gazed up with focused eyes until the hat proclaimed, "Ah, excellent, Gryffindor." Amidst a chorus of cheers, Hermione joyfully sprinted to join the Gryffindor table. Draco Malfoy. The moment the sorting hat barely brushed his meticulously styled hair, it audibly declared, "Slytherin." Draco's face lit up with satisfaction, a smirk gracing his lips, embodying a touch of pride. The essence of the Malfoy lineage was unmistakable, and the sorting hat showed no hesitation whatsoever. I must admit, Draco's smile was quite captivating, causing my heart to race, perhaps not solely due to him, but rather because my own sorting was approaching. "Yet, Draco, you're a little rascal. What am I to do with my fondness for a charming rogue?" Harry Potter and Ron Weasley were sorted into Gryffindor, and Hermione waved at me, mouthing words of encouragement to remain calm. I responded with a soft smile and playfully winked at her. Brandy Shelly. After taking a deep breath, I sat upright on the stool. The moment the hat adorned my head, its voice resonated within my mind. All right, let me think. You are exceedingly clever, eager for glory, courageous, passionate, and possess clear ambitions. The Sorting Hat hesitated. Slytherin would suit you, but so would Gryffindor. I calmly gazed ahead, spotting Draco among the Slytherin seats, conversing quietly with his peers, his light blonde hair easily discernible amidst the sea of dark hues. Do you wish to be in Slytherin? No, Gryffindor. I firmly asserted my choice. All right, Gryffindor. The vibrant crimson erupted in enthusiastic cheers, accompanied by jubilant gestures. With Gryffindor's fiery spirit invigorating me, I confidently approached the Gryffindor table. Hermione had intentionally saved a seat for me. I knew it, Brandy. You are undoubtedly a member of Gryffindor. Oh, the Sorting Hat is not as certain as you are. How did you discern that? I overheard Weasley remark. I heard Granger say you helped Longbottom find toads. I think that is quite kind of you. How could you possibly belong to Slytherin? It was evident that Weasley held a disdain for Slytherin. I recalled him mentioning to Potter that all dark wizards hailed from that house, an unfortunate bias. Before arriving at Hogwarts, I had perused numerous tomes on magic. Compared to potions and spells, I found a greater affinity for the intriguing history of magic. Slytherin House, known for its exclusion of Muggle-born wizards, primarily comprises pureblood families and a handful of half-bloods. Most among them are the elite of the wizarding world, making significant contributions to magical society. Moreover, Slytherin has secured the House Cup for 6 consecutive years, underscoring their excellence. However, it is true that Slytherin is less welcoming of half-bloods and Muggleborns, which explains the indelible stereotypes surrounding them. Weasley praised my kindness, and I chuckled at his compliment, for I do not consider myself kind. I merely endeavor to do what I believe is right, and besides, I am drawn to the charming rogues of Slytherin. My choice of Gryffindor was influenced partly by my mixed heritage, rendering Slytherin unsuitable for me. Moreover, it was because of you. Draco. What could capture the attention of a young scion more than being an impressive rival? Chapter 3. The Contradictory Tsundere. Headmaster Dumbledore announced the commencement of the feast, and an array of sumptuous delicacies magically filled our gleaming golden plates. Oh, not quite. I forgot. It's not merely like magic. It is magic. The air was suffused with the tantalizing aromas of the feast, accompanied by merry laughter as we began to familiarize ourselves with one another. Hello, I am Brandy Shelly. Delighted to be your classmate. I raised a goblet filled with pumpkin juice, offering a gentle smile, my warm gaze sweeping across each new Gryffindor. Hermione immediately set down her cutlery, raising her goblet in response, while Ron Weasley, seated opposite us, was heartily devouring a roasted chicken leg, prompting Hermione to cast him a disapproving glance. Oh, hello there, Ron exclaimed, struggling to swallow, hastily wiping his oily hands with a napkin before clumsily lifting his goblet. His antics drew laughter from us all, further enhancing the camaraderie among us, who had previously been strangers. My father is a Muggle, and my mother is a witch. I was uncertain if I possessed magic until I received my acceptance letter, at which point my mother revealed the truth about magic. Upon hearing my introduction, Seamus Finnegan seemed elated, eagerly leaning forward. Me too. My mum's a witch, and my dad's a Muggle. He was quite taken aback when he found out. Sherry, was your dad shocked when he learned? My father, he has passed away, so I'm sorry. Didn't he know? Finnegan's voice trailed off, filled with regret, while Hermione's bright eyes shifted toward me, reflecting a hint of concern. I certainly understood that Finnegan did not intend any harm. After all, we were all meeting for the first time. Who could know my family situation? It's all right. Although my father is no longer with me, he loved me dearly, and I know he would be proud of my acceptance into Hogwarts. As I spoke, I inadvertently noticed Harry's expression, which appeared somewhat forlorn. I had forgotten that his parents were gone. Our parents love us all, whether they are with us or not, and they would be proud of us. Indeed. Hermione and Ron chimed in, sensing my underlying sentiments, and gradually, Harry's smile returned. Following the feast, Prefect Percy Weasley led us to the Gryffindor common room, the whispers of the first years echoing in my ears, their curious eyes scanning their surroundings with anticipation. When the spiraling staircase came into view, we were all left agape, utterly captivated. If this were a Muggle contraption, it would be a marvel of ingenuity. Magic is truly enchanting. Ascending the marble steps, we were greeted by portraits that animatedly welcomed us with cheerful greetings of welcome to Hogwarts. As we traversed a corridor, Percy Weasley halted before a grand oil painting, where a plump lady in a pink gown lifted her right hand, resting it upon her pastel skirt, and slowly uttered, "Password. Dragon dung." The entrance swung open, revealing the common room's cozy layout. The circular space was adorned with a magnificent crimson tapestry at the center of the wall, while portraits of distinguished wizards encircled the circular walls, undoubtedly all hailing from Gryffindor House. In front of the fireplace were plush crimson sofas, the warm orange glow illuminating the soft armchairs. The rich scarlet and gold hues intertwined harmoniously, embodying Gryffindor's vibrancy and fervor, igniting a sense of warmth that blossomed within me. Ascending the spiral staircase and entering the dormitory, our suitcases lay neatly at the foot of each bed, adorned with 4 elegant canopy posts that emanated an air of antiquity, scattered around the room. Humming a cheerful tune, I made my way to the washroom, washing away the dust and fatigue of the day. As I sank into the soft embrace of my bed, gazing at the deep crimson flannel drapes, everything felt surreal, akin to a dream. The silvery moonlight poured through the glass window, casting a tranquil and mysterious glow over the dormitory. Nestled within the tower, a slight turn of my head allowed me to glimpse the moon outside. Perhaps Draco was awake too, sharing the same view of the luminous crescent. It was only later that I learned the Slytherin common room lay beneath the lake, invisible to the moonlight, accompanied only by the gentle lapping of water as I drifted into slumber. "Brandy, Brandy," Hermione softly called. "What's wrong, Hermione?" "I can't sleep, and wanted to see if you were awake." "I can't sleep either. Let us have a chat," Hermione suggested. "Sure," I replied, slowly propping myself up, pulling back the duvet, and patting the soft pillow beside me. "Come here, Hermione." With agility, Hermione slipped into her slippers and tiptoed over, diving into the warmth of the covers. We reclined comfortably against the headboard, engaging in idle conversation. "At dinner, I noticed you frequently glanced over at Slytherin at Malfoy. Do you fancy him?" "Clever girl, my witty and charming Hermione, indeed." I smiled softly, adjusting the plush duvet around me. "You guessed it right, Brandy. I never would have imagined you could be attracted to someone like Malfoy. His attitude towards Weasley is atrocious. He seems quite intolerable," Hermione expressed, a look of concern crossing her face as she pursed her lips in confusion. "I'm not sure why. It's inexplicable. Affection is far more complex and mysterious than magic. Perhaps it's his looks that draw me? How amusing. Brandy, if only I had a brother. I would certainly introduce him to you. You're so beautiful. Wouldn't he want to let someone else have you? You want me to become a Granger? Well, if you put it that way, I truly wish for that. Hermione, I'm uncertain about the love that our elders speak of, but one thing I know for sure is that I currently have strong feelings for Draco. Love is magical. You can overlook his minor flaws." I had read modern magical history and had a vague understanding of the fragmented knowledge within the wizarding world. You can see Malfoy's disdain for Weasley. He even looks down on purebloods, let alone you. Brandy, your mother is a witch. You understand this world better than I do. It must be challenging for you. I certainly know it's difficult, but I want to try. Even if I fail, I won't regret it in the future. Besides, we are still so young. The future is full of uncertainties. How will we know unless we try? Brandy, you are truly brave. I fear I could not do the same. Bravery is the spirit of every Gryffindor student, is it not? Slytherin often misses out on their true loves, while Gryffindor boldly charges towards those they adore, even if they happen to be Slytherins. Draco, I will gradually make you aware of my presence. On the first day of classes at Hogwarts, Harry and Ron rushed into the classroom, late and flustered, unable to meet Professor McGonagall's piercing gaze as they scurried between desks, earning a stern reprimand from the serious professor. My quill scratched against the parchment as I attentively listened to Professor McGonagall's eloquent lecture, occasionally lowering my gaze in contemplation. Upon grasping one of the more intricate concepts, Hermione and I exchanged knowing smiles. With my wand, I gently traced circles over a matchstick on the desk, and the gleaming silver needle danced before my eyes. Observing that Hermione and I were the only 2 students successfully casting spells in the classroom, Professor McGonagall bestowed upon us a rare smile. Glances from around the room occasionally landed upon my profile, and I caught a glimpse of striking golden hair. I smiled confidently, knowing I was no less capable than anyone else, nor was Hermione. What could blood status possibly signify? As for Professor Snape's potions class, mixing various peculiar ingredients with magic to create wondrous potions intrigued me immensely. However, Snape's brooding demeanor instilled a certain trepidation in the first-year students. I had never encountered a professor quite like him. Yet rather than fear, I held a deep admiration for his mastery in potion-making. When Harry failed to answer one of Snape's questions, Gryffindor lost 5 points on their first potions lesson. Even though I knew the answer, I refrained from signaling him with my eyes. After all, Hermione's eager hand-raising earned her a disdainful glare from Professor Snape. Even if she answered correctly to him, it was merely an act of self-importance. Why should I seek discomfort? Did I want to exacerbate the situation further? From then on, my guiding principle in potions class was to remain inconspicuous. Snape's attitude towards Gryffindor was evidently unfavorable. What could be more important than self-preservation? Harry Potter, the legendary boy who lived. I presumed that Professor Snape held high expectations for him. Thus his stringent demands were intended to encourage his growth and progress. During flying lessons, students from wizarding families chattered excitedly about Quidditch. Although I had yet to witness the grandeur of a match, I had read about it in books. Perhaps due to my lack of first-hand experience, I held no particular anticipation. However, the prospect of flying was exhilarating, and I longed to soar through the skies, feeling the breeze brush past my ears. As I observed the brooms lined up neatly on the grass, Hermione nervously grasped my hand. I had to admit that books were of little use at this moment. Don't worry, you have a solid theoretical foundation. It's merely a matter of practice. I reassured her with a comforting smile, taking her hand as we hurried along. Coincidentally, we passed the Slytherin team, who had gathered around their brooms with an air of camaraderie. What's so difficult? It's just riding a broom, Draco boasted, crossing his arms and proudly recounting his flying exploits to Crabbe and Goyle, glancing around until we walked past. Suddenly he called out, "Watch closely. Why are you still waiting?" Madam Hooch rushed from a distance, urging us, "Hurry, stand beside your brooms swiftly." Up. With a resounding command, Harry's broom obediently leapt into his hand, followed by Draco, who appeared somewhat smug, a faint blush gracing his fair complexion. Up, up, up. Hermione was desperately calling for her broom in various tones, but it remained stubbornly rooted to the ground, revealing a rare look of frustration on her face. Up, up, I shouted resolutely, and the broom lying on the grass soared straight into my right hand. Just as I was about to share my joy with Hermione, I noticed her still struggling with her immovable broom, and I thought it best not to provoke her further. One by one, the brooms began to fly into our hands, and Madam Hooch earnestly instructed us on how to handle the brooms, explaining the necessary movements. I committed her demonstrations to memory. Just as we were preparing to mount our brooms, Neville suddenly soared into the air, panicking and shouting, "Ah!" His broom was completely out of control, darting chaotically through the air. At such heights, should he fall, he could very well break an arm or a leg, and I couldn't help but feel concerned for him. Casting a glance towards Draco, I noticed his disdain for Neville's predicament. Well, if that was the case, I ought to do something. With a serious expression, I shouted into the air, "Neville, think of Madam Hooch's words. Hold on to the broomstick tightly, squeeze your legs together, and go down." The method was entirely correct. Unfortunately, Neville was utterly unable to control it. The speed of the broom was akin to an arrow shot from a bow. Even an experienced flyer would struggle. The broom suddenly collided with the wall, shocking the students present, and I felt a wave of anxiety for Neville. Please, let nothing go amiss. Consumed by concern for Neville's safety, I failed to notice Draco's displeasure, his gaze fixated on my anxious expression for Neville, lips pressed tightly together. As Neville's robe snagged on the statue adorning the wall, we collectively exhaled in relief, only to be startled as the fabric suddenly tore, causing Neville to plummet to the ground, clutching his arm in pain. Madam Hooch promptly assisted Neville, whisking him off to the hospital wing, while cautioning us against flying on our brooms in her absence. Draco's eyes glinted with derision as he disdainfully regarded the direction in which Neville had departed, retrieving the transparent orb that had tumbled onto the grass, mockingly suggesting Neville's foolishness. Harry, visibly irked by Draco's taunts, furrowed his brow and approached Draco, intent on reclaiming Neville's ball, only to be met with the proud young lord's obstinate refusal. "Malfoy," I emerged from the throng of chattering students, maintaining a composed smile, and spoke calmly, "This is Neville's memory orb. I presume it holds no value for someone as astute as you, given it is intended for those who frequently forget." Young Malfoy, who relished flattery, seemed to respond to my words. "Indeed, I am no bumbling Longbottom," Draco declared with an air of superiority, lifting his chin confidently as he extended his hand. I too spread my palm, prepared to receive the memory orb. However, Draco appeared to concoct a mischievous scheme. Withdrawing his hand, he slyly smirked, "I think I shall hide it, and let him search for it himself." Clutching the memory orb, Draco swiftly mounted his broom and soared into the sky, with an irate Harry hot on his heels, though their exchange remained inaudible. Glancing upward, I witnessed Draco hurl the orb with force. Harry, racing on his broom, intercepted it mid-flight. Descending from the heights, Draco nonchalantly tossed his broom to Goyle, awkwardly extending his hand towards me. Here, Longbottom's orb. Yet he had not discarded Neville's memory orb. Draco had merely played a prank on Harry. Thanks. Do not mention it. I simply wished to prevent Potter from appearing saintly. With that he turned, positioning himself between Goyle and Crabbe, arms crossed, silent. Despite his seemingly buoyant strides, he exuded an air of haughty defiance. Harry's remarkable catch elicited immense delight from Professor McGonagall, who in her fervent endorsement, secured Harry's place as the youngest seeker in Gryffindor's Quidditch team. Ron jestingly remarked, "We owe this to Malfoy. Without him, Harry wouldn't have become the youngest seeker in Quidditch history." In Charms class, Professor Flitwick stood atop a towering stack of books, brandishing his wand, instructing us on the levitation charm, Wingardium Leviosa. Do not forget the wrist motion, first a swish, then a flick. Wingardium Leviosa. As expected of Hermione, a pristine feather gracefully ascended into the air. Ron scowled at the levitating feather, sulking as he flicked his wand. Wingardium Leviosa. Seamus confidently cast his spell, resulting in a resounding explosion that startled us all, leaving Professor Flitwick's eyes wider than ever. One must admit, Seamus had an uncanny ability to create chaos, perhaps a unique talent in its own right. Reciting the incantation, I lifted my wand, performing the motion with grace, and the feather floated upwards, gently hovering beneath the ceiling. Well done, Brandy. Thank you, Hermione. You are far more skilled than I. Excellent. Both Sherry and Granger successfully executed the levitation charm. Gryffindor earns 10 points. Thank you, Professor. We exchanged smiles, lightly high-fiving, keeping our celebration discreet. You have some soot on your face, Hermione pointed out, indicating my right cheek. It must be from the ashes of Seamus's burnt feather, I replied with a smile, attempting to brush the soot away. Allow me to assist you. Hermione gently turned my face, carefully wiping the residue away. My gaze inadvertently drifted to Draco, whose pale blue eyes were fixed upon me unwavering. I maintained my composure, pretending not to notice. Draco, truly, only an exceptional individual could capture your attention. I sensed my efforts were not in vain, extending beyond the levitation charm. On the eve of Halloween, flickering candlelight illuminated the floating orange pumpkins in the Great Hall, creating a vibrant festive atmosphere, filled with an array of delectable treats and aromatic dishes, as we reveled in a feast of laughter and joy. Where has Hermione gone? She disappeared after class. I thought she was with you. I inquired of Harry and Ron, who were equally baffled. I heard from Pettigrew that Hermione was hiding in the restroom, crying all afternoon. Neville leaned over to whisper, "Crying? Hermione?" Instinctively, I glanced at Ron. What happened? Did you upset her? I recalled the unusual expressions exchanged between them during Charms class. I merely mentioned how she had trouble making friends, and that no one liked her. You imbecile! I exclaimed, momentarily at a loss for words. Do you not realize how hurtful that is? I must go find her. Think of how to apologize. Ron's face was a canvas of guilt, his expression flustered. Go ahead and feel guilty then, I huffed, glaring at him as I exited the Great Hall, heading toward the girls' restroom, only to find no sign of Hermione. I shook my head in disappointment. She's not here, not on this floor. As I emerged from the restroom, a cacophony of voices erupted around me. What had transpired? A throng of students surged past, led by the Slytherin prefect towards their common room. There's a troll in the dungeons. Slytherins, stay close. Do not get separated. A troll in the dungeons? This was dire. Hermione was unaware. What if she encountered danger? Without hesitation, I turned to flee when suddenly, a warm hand grasped my wrist, pulling me towards the wall. I looked up in shock. Draco. Draco gazed at me, astonished. Malfoy, what are you doing here? Are you out of your mind? There's a troll in the dungeons. Why are you heading that way? The concern reflected in his azure gaze momentarily clouded my thoughts. Yet I couldn't abandon Hermione. Do you believe you can defeat a troll? What if it harms you? You cannot save her. Draco's words jolted me back to reality. I lacked the strength to confront a troll, and could potentially endanger myself while trying to save Hermione. But I had no intention of confronting the troll. I was simply anxious for Hermione's safety. My rationality had always prevailed. Since Draco harbored such beliefs, I decided to play along, meeting his gaze with an expression softened by warmth. Thank you. However, I cannot disregard Hermione. I remain worried about her. Noticing my melancholy demeanor, Draco pressed his lips together, his expression softening. The professors have already gone. They can easily handle the troll. You need not fret. His voice was unexpectedly gentle, offering solace. Thank you, Malfoy. I replied gratefully, meeting his gaze, his long lashes framing eyes that sparkled with a gentle clarity. A faint blush crept to Draco's ears. I merely Did not wish to witness a wizard meet such a pathetic end, Draco stammered, his words trailing off. Say what you will, but I must express my gratitude, I remarked, regarding his clear eyes with a soft smile, a blend of appreciation and affection dancing in the curve of my expression. Draco accompanied me as I made my way back, walking alongside until I ascended the marble steps. He averted his gaze, muttering softly, if you were to suddenly run back and meet your demise, all my efforts would be in vain. I departed, watching his retreating figure, a warm sensation blossoming within me, an inexplicable feeling surging from my heart. As his silhouette vanished, I reached the staircase, observing him ascend the steps below, that faint golden hue deepening in my heart. Concerned for Hermione, I refrained from returning to the dormitory for rest, opting instead to wait for her on the sofa in the common room. The crackling firewood in the hearth burned warmly, casting a gentle glow upon my profile. After some time, Hermione and the others entered the common room, their disheveled robes coated in dust and dirt, suggesting a rather complicated and grim situation. Upon returning to the dormitory, Hermione recounted the events that transpired in the washroom. It was Ron who bravely defeated the troll with the levitation charm, displaying remarkable courage. Her smile when mentioning Ron was not merely simple. Her eyes sparkled with a star-like brilliance. Professor Quirrell, the Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor, always seemed to fixate on Harry during lessons, and my instincts warned me that it could not bode well. His gaze was peculiar. From whispers among the students, I learned that Professor Quirrell had fainted in the Great Hall during the troll attack. As the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, he seemed alarmingly fragile. The sudden panic among the students was certainly tied to him. If even a professor could be rendered unconscious by fear, what could the students possibly feel? It was truly suspicious. Yet, all of this remained mere conjecture, lacking any evidence. I could not directly approach the headmaster to voice my concerns about Professor Quirrell, for he was the one who had appointed him. I discreetly warned Harry to exercise caution. Chapter 4, Blossoming Affections. The cold winds of November swept across the Scottish Highlands, heralding the Quidditch opening match between Gryffindor and Slytherin, marking Harry's first appearance on the field. The air was filled with raucous cheers and laughter. Even the biting cold could not dampen the enthusiasm of the spectators. Go Gryffindor! Victory for Gryffindor! Slytherin shall prevail! Go Slytherin! The competition was fiercely intense, as players on broomsticks darted across the sky, colliding fiercely with the quaffle, raising my anxiety. Gryffindor scores. I waved my dark red flag, cheering exuberantly, hooray Gryffindor! Instinctively, I glanced towards the Slytherin stands, where Draco's sullen expression caught my eye. When Gryffindor scored again, Draco's brows knitted in frustration as he sighed, raising his hands to shield his forehead. I could not help but smile, finding his disgruntled demeanor quite endearing. Go Gryffindor! Slytherin relentlessly pursued, scoring 2 goals in quick succession. And Draco joyfully waved his flag. No matter how proud or aloof he pretended to be, he was still just a child, his true nature irremovable. Harry and Slytherin's seeker, Terence Higgs, chased the golden snitch, the dark green and dark red shadows racing across the field. Go Harry! Go Harry! I shouted excitedly, my scarlet and gold scarf fluttering with my movements, the cold wind ruffling my bangs and brushing against my slightly flushed cheeks. Perhaps my cheers were too loud, as Draco, unwilling to be outdone, rallied his followers to compete with me. Go Slytherin! Go Gryffindor! The students in the stands began to shout in a competitive frenzy. As if the louder voice would claim victory, I devised a plan, whispering to Hermione and relaying quiet messages to those around us. We understood each other perfectly. Go! The Slytherin students shouted, their voices ringing in our ears. Gryffindor! We responded in perfect unison, decisively cutting them off. Regardless of what they shouted, whether it was encouragement for Slytherin or otherwise, we seamlessly interjected with Gryffindor. Seeing our dark red sea of enthusiasm, Draco scrunched his nose in exasperation. After a brief bout of noise, the spectators gradually surrendered to the game's excitement, focusing solely on their own cheers. The autumn sun illuminated the scene, mingling with the crisp mountain air, as Hermione and I leaned against each other, fully absorbed in the intricate match. My heart racing for Harry as he soared through the air. Look, there's the golden snitch. That brilliant golden glimmer hovered near the goalpost. I pointed and Hermione squinted, following my finger, then turned back to me astonished. You can see it? Is that difficult? Not just Hermione, but students around us cast curious glances in my direction. Seeing the golden snitch was one thing, but spotting it so swiftly and accurately was another. Finally, Harry fulfilled everyone's expectations and caught the snitch, or rather, he devoured it. The sharp whistle echoed across the field as Madam Hooch declared Gryffindor. Victory! The roar of cheers and applause drowned out Lee Jordan's commentary, while Draco sulked, pouting in discontent and striking the railing in frustration. No. With Christmas approaching, Professor Flitwick, filled with anticipation, adorned the cold fir tree he had dragged into the great hall, its lush branches adorned with delicate stars, as we, preparing to head home for the holidays, packed our belongings, contemplating how to joyfully spend this delightful time. King's Cross Station in London buzzed with life. My bag merely contained holiday assignments in a brown leather class bag, and I had no need to carry heavy luggage, helping Hermione with her bags. I noted how heavy her books were. Exiting the bustling station, my mother waved excitedly. "Hi Brandy, over here. How was it? Did you enjoy life at Hogwarts?" "It was wonderful." Opening the passenger door, Nox in his metal cage flapped his wings at me. I extended my hand to gently smooth his snowy feathers. "Oh, you came to fetch me too. You should let Nox stay at home after delivering the letters. No more exhausting flights back to Hogwarts. I know you must miss him. So bring him along to greet you." As much as I missed Nox, my greatest longing was for my mother. "You're so sweet. I miss you too." The car navigated through the busy streets, turning onto the tranquil walled road, where the sycamores lining the asphalt stretched their ivory branches toward the azure sky. Stepping into the house, a house elf with green eyes greeted us with utmost respect. Its bat-like ears perked up, arms crossed over its chest. "Madam, Miss, welcome home." A house elf? I stared in astonishment at the creature before me, struggling to believe it. "Mother, is this ours?" "Indeed, its name is Dobby." "Hello Dobby. You know who I am, don't you?" I smiled gently, extending my hand. Perhaps taken aback by my gesture, Dobby hesitated, slowly extending its slender hand in surprise. "Dobby knows, you are Miss Brandy." Dobby quickly endeared itself to both my mother and me. It was charming and diligent, able to keep my mother company while I was away, alleviating her loneliness. On Christmas morning, a blanket of pristine snow enveloped walled road in pure beauty, as snowflakes gently fell upon my windowsill, the warm indoor atmosphere brimming with festive cheer. I joyfully dashed down the stairs in my pajamas, leaping into my mother's warm embrace, sweetly exclaiming, "Merry Christmas! Dear Brandy, Merry Christmas!" Dobby was diligently hanging shiny stars and crescent decorations on the Christmas tree. I beamed at it, my smile radiant as the spring breeze. "Merry Christmas, Dobby." Dobby blinked in surprise, its head lowered in bashfulness, its voice brimming with joy. "Miss Brandy, Merry Christmas." Together, Dobby, my mother, and I built snowmen in the garden, crafted exquisite Christmas wreaths to adorn the doors and windows, and prepared a sumptuous Christmas dinner in the kitchen. Nestled languorously upon the sofa, I gazed through the window at the snowman in the courtyard, its heartwarming smile radiating pure joy amidst the snowy landscape. Resting my chin in my hand, my thoughts drifted to Draco. Who might he be spending Christmas with? Surely it would be with his parents. When shall we celebrate Christmas together? Perhaps even build snowmen side by side? My mother emerged with a cake adorned with strawberries. "Lonely, I couldn't celebrate your birthday with you this year, but I shall make it up to you during Christmas. Please don't think it too late." "Thank you, Mother," I replied. In truth, I had forgotten myself. December 11th had slipped by unnoticed amidst the bustle of school life. Curiously, why does my school record state that I was born in 1979 when my birthday is clearly in 1980? The splendid moments always seem to fly by too swiftly. I embraced my mother at the station, bidding her farewell as I boarded the express train back to the Hogwarts I longed for. As the ice melted and life began anew, Hogwarts blossomed with the essence of spring. The Scottish Highlands resembled a masterful oil painting, each delicate stroke rendering varying shades of springtime. The school year drew closer to its end, and in preparation for the upcoming final exams, we often gathered in the Great Hall to review our studies. Hermione, overly concerned with her grades, made me worry for her mental well-being. For me, understanding was paramount. Ron's grasp of potions was evidently insufficient, and Hermione, naturally anxious for his performance, diligently assisted him in reviewing the material. "What are the 3 most essential ingredients for the forgetfulness potion?" she queried. Ron, helplessly opening his mouth, faltered as he struggled to respond. Just then, Neville clumsily hopped over to us, resembling a limping rabbit. "The leglocker curse, it must be Malfoy," Ron huffed, turning to Harry with indignation. "He always bullies Neville." Seamus volunteered to help Neville break the curse, but Neville hurriedly shook his head in refusal. "No, I'm afraid you'll burn my knees." Better to have legs locked than none at all. Hermione and the others chuckled, and I stifled my laughter as I waved my wand, easily dispelling the curse binding Neville. "Thank you, Brandy," Neville exclaimed, stretching his liberated legs, though visibly unsteady from his prolonged confinement. It was a mere trifle, no need for gratitude. Hermione, Harry, and Ron huddled closely together, engrossed in a discussion I was not privy to. As they packed their belongings and hastily exited the hall, Neville timidly seated himself across from me, his voice tinged with a plea. Brandy, your grades are always commendable. Could you possibly assist me with my revision? Of course. I replied with enthusiasm. What harm could there be in helping a friend? Neville's struggle lay within potions. As we opened the textbook and reviewed Professor Snape's key points, I recognized that Neville was not as muddled as he seemed. Rather, he was paralyzed by fear of Snape, which led to his failures in potion-making. He needed to conquer his trepidation towards the professor. The ceiling darkened as evening approached, signaling dinner time. As we organized our books and exercises into our bags, I reminded Neville. That's your quill. Don't forget it. Oh, thank you. I truly forgot, he said, sheepishly scratching the back of his head. Perhaps the memory charm was merely for decoration. Draco swaggered into the great hall, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle, the Slytherin robes he wore accentuating his presence. Longbottom. You needn't hop about like a foolish rabbit any longer, he sneered. Malfoy you. Neville appeared visibly intimidated by Draco, reluctant to retort. I shifted my gaze from the timid Neville to the arrogant Draco before me. Malfoy, do you know when to employ the leglocker curse? I suggest you revise basic charms, beginner level thoroughly. If it appears on your final exam, I hope you managed to write the correct answer instead of what to do to your classmates. Draco pursed his lips, his stormy blue-gray eyes burning with indignation. Did you help him break the curse? Malfoy, you can torment your classmates, but I cannot assist them? Upon receiving my response, Draco turned away in silence. Though he did not stray far. The dinner bell rang, and he took his seat at the Slytherin table, a considerable distance from me. Draco, while I have affection for you, I shall not indulge you. The night deepened, and Hermione had yet to make an appearance. She had been spending excessive time in the library preparing for finals, but it was growing late. Dressed in my pajamas and donning my robe, I decided to search for Hermione, sensing she was concealing something from me. What if I could assist her? Stealthily making my way to the first floor of the castle, I spotted Draco, cloaked in shadows, wondering what he might be doing at this hour. Professor McGonagall was also present. What was happening? I cautiously approached, overhearing Professor McGonagall reprimanding Hermione and the others, with Draco standing smugly beside them, a smirk on his lips as McGonagall punished Harry. Seizing the rare opportunity, I edged closer, my dark shadow wavering under the light. Professor McGonagall's keen eyes caught sight of me in the corner. Who goes there? I apologize, Professor McGonagall, I said, stepping forward in my woolen cloak. I was concerned that Hermione had not returned and wished to wait for her in the entrance hall. Surely, your concern for your classmates is commendable, she replied sternly, though her expression remained unyielding. However, like them, you have also violated school regulations. To ensure such behavior does not recur, all 5 of you shall serve detention. The smile on Draco's face instantly froze, his charming visage contorted into a frown. Experiencing the bitter taste of his own mischief, wasn't he it? The night thickened, shadows enveloping the castle as Mr. Filch grumbled, leading us towards Hagrid's hut, instructing us to accompany him into the Forbidden Forest. Draco's face was one of disbelief. Students were strictly forbidden from entering the forest, especially with werewolves lurking within. The once untouchable Draco Malfoy appeared both timid and endearing in that moment, the usual bravado replaced by palpable reluctance. Harry and Brandy, you stick together, while I take Hermione and Ron. Stay safe. All right, then I shall bring Fong. Draco insisted, perhaps believing that having one more person, no, one more dog, would bolster his courage. When he heard Hagrid mention Fong's cowardice, he reluctantly accepted the leash Hagrid offered him. If my father finds out, there will be quite the spectacle, he grumbled, hands on his hips. I truly wish to meet your father, Draco, I mused, grasping the leash attached to Fong and lifting the lantern high as we ventured forward. My father is a school governor. You will meet him, Draco huffed, snatching the lantern from my hands, positioning it between us, seemingly indifferent to poor Harry, who still struggled with his vision. The rugged path led deeper into the forbidden forest, the evening breeze rustling the leaves ominously as the radiant moonlight filtered through the canopy above. Draco's silhouette appeared soft and gentle in the moonlight, and as I discreetly turned my head, our gazes collided in the vast night sky. Embarrassed, we averted our eyes, my heart fluttering. Was he indeed watching me? We walked side by side along the winding forest path, and it was evident that Draco was quite anxious, muttering nervously as he illuminated the increasingly darkened trail with the lantern, his endearing demeanor dispelling my fears. The deeper we ventured, the gloomier it grew. The jagged shadows of the trees appeared foreboding, and we were unaware of what lurked in the darkness. The chilling night breeze enveloped us, and we instinctively drew closer together. Focused on our surroundings, oblivious to the diminishing space between us. Fong whimpered in fear, and we were not yet prepared for the chaos that ensued, as he suddenly bolted. Proving Hagrid's words true, he was indeed quite the coward. The leash was fastened to my wrist, and the exuberant Yaya tugged at me as it dashed aimlessly about, stopping intermittently. Yaya, stop! I commanded sharply. Ah, that was Draco's voice. Indeed, they were in peril. Yaya, halt! I ordered, swiftly drawing my wand and casting a silver beam of light towards Yaya's form, calming it down instantly, allowing me to regain my composure and come to a standstill. The flickering lights drew nearer, a figure holding a lantern frantically weaving through the woods, running without direction. Draco! I called out, illuminating the tip of my wand with lumos. Upon hearing my voice, Draco hurried towards me, breathless and panicked. There's a monster. It's draining unicorn blood. Potter is in danger. We must find Hagrid. Draco grasped my hand tightly as we sprinted toward Hagrid. They're over there. Hagrid hastily followed us to locate Harry. Draco pulled me along swiftly, the lantern in his hand shaking violently, the path beneath our feet shrouded in darkness. Almost stumbling, he turned to me, Brandy, watch out for the roots. When we finally arrived, the monster had already vanished. It was the centaurs of the Forbidden Forest who had saved Harry. I felt my tensed nerves finally relax, my heart settling at last. As our eyes inadvertently met, a spark of realization passed between Draco and me, an electric sensation coursing from our fingertips throughout our bodies, compelling us to release our clasped hands in a flurry of confusion. Had the night not concealed us, one might have easily observed the flush upon Draco's face and the awkwardness of his expression. In the dormitory, Hermione regarded me with an oddly amused smile. I saw everything. Brandy. In the heat of the moment, holding hands had merely been a means of escape, and I felt my ears grow warm as I hurried to explain. Hermione. I didn't say we were holding hands, she teased, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. Hermione, your face is so red, she quipped, inching closer to me. Seriously, who initiated the hand-holding? Draco Malfoy. While Brandy, ignoring Hermione's playful jibes, I shyly drew the curtains and nestled into my blankets, my heart racing as I recalled Draco's warm grasp. The stifling heat of summer enveloped the castle. I diligently answered my end-of-term exam, breezing through each subject with surprising ease, confident that my results would be commendable. In the dead of night, feeling parched, I lazily yawned and descended the spiral staircase. The moment I stepped into the common room, the vibrant blue hidden behind an armchair jolted me awake. To my astonishment, it was Neville, lying stiffly on the carpet, his eyes widening in a desperate plea upon seeing me. Was he petrified? I raised my wand, gently tracing circles towards him, and his rigid form instantly returned to normal. Neville groaned as he sat up, rubbing his head. It was Hermione. I found myself somewhat bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation. Before I could voice my confusion, Professor McGonagall entered the common room, her sharp gaze landing on me. Sheila, why are you not resting? I was thirsty and came for some water, I replied, raising the glass in my hand to gesture towards her. You broke the spell on Longbottom? Professor McGonagall's eyes gleamed with approval. After all, casting spells was one thing, but mastering the counterspells was quite another. It was no wonder she had rushed to assist Longbottom after learning of Harry's escapades. The following day, I finally grasped their actions. Yet I felt a twinge of sadness as Hermione had abandoned me, her reasoning being a fear of dragging me into trouble with the school, as she considered me her best friend. The emerald green and silver representing Slytherin adorned the Great Hall, banners depicting the formidable Slytherin serpent proudly hanging above the 4 house tables, a testament to Slytherin's unparalleled glory. Another year had passed. The golden spoon gently tapped against the goblet, a crisp sound resonating throughout the hall as Dumbledore slowly rose. To my knowledge, we were to commence the awarding ceremony for the House Cup. I casually surveyed the Slytherin banners encircling the hall. Their students gazed intently at Dumbledore, holding their breath in silence, their seemingly calm exterior betraying the bubbling currents of anticipation beneath. Confidence that was palpable. 4th place, Gryffindor, 312 points. The Gryffindor table fell into a hushed gloom, their spirits dampened, while Professor McGonagall maintained a stern expression, and Harry, Hermione, and Ron dared not lift their heads. It's all right. It's not your fault. Remember, what you did was right. There's no need for guilt. I raised my hand in a calm gesture, offering a sincere smile, my soothing voice resonating warmly. The House Cup is thanks to the contributions made by the students of Gryffindor. Well done, Gryffindor. Give yourselves a round of applause. Scattered applause emerged, the Gryffindor students lifting their spirits, opting for encouraging claps instead of dismay. Dumbledore nodded approvingly in my direction, and Professor McGonagall's expression softened. Third place, Hufflepuff. 352 points. Second place, Ravenclaw. 426 points. Draco smirked, slightly tilting his head, his gray-blue eyes locking onto my gaze, as if to flaunt his impending victory. First place, Slytherin. 472 points. As the word settled, a wave of exuberant applause erupted from the Slytherin table, mingled with ecstatic cheers, engulfing the hall in jubilation. I lifted my eyes, scanning the sea of black and green robes, and amidst the expanse of the long table, I could easily spot that striking shade of pale gold. Instinctively, I joined in the applause, standing out among the Gryffindor table, and my gaze inadvertently met Draco's, our eyes locking in a serene exchange devoid of provocation, mockery, or excess sentiment, merely a pure moment of mutual respect. My applause was a tribute to Slytherin as a worthy opponent. Gryffindor and Slytherin, both students of Hogwarts, had never been enemies. Competition was natural, but pathological hostility was intolerable. Indeed, Slytherin is remarkable. Dumbledore's tone shifted. However, several recent events must also be accounted for. Dumbledore recounted the courageous deeds of Harry, Ron, and Hermione, awarding them each 50 points, bringing their total to tie with Slytherin. I felt immense pride for them. For Gryffindor, facing adversaries requires tremendous courage, but standing firm before friends demands an equal measure of valor. Thus, I shall reward Mr. Neville Longbottom with 10 points. Neville's face turned pale with surprise, bashfully scratching his head. I clapped once more. Well done, Neville. Gryffindor surpassed Slytherin to seize the house cup. Students clad in dark red robes erupted into jubilant cheers, their black pointed hats soaring into the air. Something felt amiss. Draco's eyes burned with intense anger, not at the loss of the house cup, but seemingly due to Neville's commendation. The lengthy summer break was delightful. My mother took me on a vacation to Hawaii, where the silver sands and the symphony of crashing waves and salty breezes created a natural rhythm. Surfing and diving beneath the azure skies was sheer bliss. Upon returning to London at the end of July, with still ample time before the return to school, I found the holiday assignments trivial. I spent my free time practicing spells and reading about magical history, bored to tears with nothing to occupy my time. I eagerly awaited the return to school, longing to attend classes with Hermione and the others, and to see Draco again. Brandy, you have a letter. It was Hermione. I joyfully accepted the letter from my mother, swiftly tearing open the plain envelope and unfurling the parchment to read word by word. Hermione, is this about the good friend you mentioned? Indeed, despite Hermione's muggle origins, her magical prowess is nothing short of extraordinary. She graciously invited me to her home, conveniently located not far from Sheffieldington. May I go? Of course. Mother's voice was exceedingly gentle as she nodded in approval. Her muggle background reminded me of a dear friend from the past, who was also remarkably gifted. You belong to Ravenclaw. Does that aunt of yours as well? No. She was a student of Gryffindor, Mother replied with a tone that grew somewhat somber, a hint of sadness flickering in her eyes. But let us not dwell on the past. Since you've decided to visit her, you should contact Hermione soon. She handed me a piece of stationery bearing Hermione's home phone number. I leisurely dialed the digits, the soothing strains of music accompanying my anticipation as I waited for Hermione to answer. Hello. The moment I heard her voice, I knew it was Hermione. It's me, Brandy. We exchanged delightful anecdotes from the days we had not seen each other, and agreed to meet at 10 o'clock the following morning. As I hung up, I eagerly looked forward to the arrival of tomorrow. The alarm clock roused me on time, and the morning mist enveloped the courtyard. Before the sun had risen, the dewdrops glistened as they rolled freely. I gathered a handful of fresh jasmine, skillfully crafting them into a bouquet. After changing into appropriate attire and taking the flowers along with a gift, I stepped out of the house, brimming with anticipation. Brandy, remember to be polite. Mother smiled and waved, always reminding me, even though her daughter consistently displayed impeccable manners. The distance from Manchester to London was not insignificant. Yet I had not anticipated it would feel so far. Bored, I gazed out the window at the passing scenery, occasionally engaging in light conversation with Uncle Leon, the driver. We arrived at Hermione's home at 9:52, thankfully not late. I rang the doorbell, and as expected, it was Hermione who answered. Brandy, it's been ages. She greeted me with an enthusiastic embrace, which I reciprocated warmly. It's so good to see you, Hermione. The clinic had been inundated with dental patients lately, and her father would not return until nightfall. Her mother had come home at noon to prepare lunch, and asked me to help bake the cake, a task I was not particularly skilled at. Hermione's expression conveyed her frustration as she shrugged helplessly, adding that they were unable to use magic. Don't worry, I can assist you, I replied. Really? Thank you, Brandy. You're truly my savior. Hermione grasped my hands excitedly, leading me into the kitchen with eager anticipation. I busied myself adeptly, while Hermione watched intently, occasionally handing me various tools with eyes full of admiration. Brandy, compared to you, I feel utterly clumsy. Hermione, you are the top student in our year. Clumsiness is hardly an adjective that suits you. Well, I am indeed proficient in spells and magic, but my culinary skills are utterly lacking, I said with a slight smile, thinking of Hermione, the brilliant young witch who commanded her magic, yet felt powerless in the kitchen. I heard the sound of keys turning in the lock. It was Hermione's mother, who bent down to change into her slippers. I immediately stood, offering a polite smile. Hello, Mrs. Granger, I'm Brandy, a good friend of Hermione's. Hello, Brandy. I sincerely apologize, children. I returned rather late. There were just so many patients. That is quite all right, Mrs. Granger. I've been enjoying my time with Hermione. Oh, sweethearts, you must be famished. I shall prepare lunch right away. Watching Mrs. Granger hurry into the kitchen, Hermione and I exchanged amused glances. As the last rays of the setting sun dissipated, the sky darkened, and Hermione's father returned home, draped in a light-colored suit. Hello, Mr. Granger, I'm Brandy. Pleasure to meet you. Hermione often speaks highly of you, Mr. Granger nodded, smiling warmly. I discreetly glanced at Hermione, my smile broadening in delight. You have an excellent set of teeth. Mr. Granger blurted out. What? I responded, somewhat perplexed. Looking at him in confusion. Father, your professional habit is showing again, Hermione teased. Apologies, Brandy, Mr. Granger said, slightly embarrassed. That is quite all right, Mr. Granger. It's probably because I've never been fond of sweets, I reassured him. Dinner was delightful, and the table radiated warmth and harmony. The Granger couple's calm demeanor undoubtedly contributed to raising such an exceptional daughter like Hermione. She hoped I might stay overnight, which I was more than willing to do. But I needed to inform my mother first. It would be inconsiderate to leave her worrying. Chapter 5. A new professor, is that it? After freshening up, Hermione and I nestled on the sofa, engaging in conversation. Ron and I have both written to Harry, but there hasn't been a whisper of a reply. Harry must be in trouble, Hermione speculated. While we were unaware of the reason behind Harry's silence, it certainly did not bode well. Hermione knew Harry's address, and I proposed we visit him in person to uncover the truth. Surrey County, Little Whinging, for Privet Drive. I meticulously compared the ink on the note, nodding confidently. Yes, that's south the place. I rang the doorbell, and the door was opened by a woman clad in a blue and white blouse. She eyed us with suspicion. What can I do for you, lovely girls? We're looking for Harry Potter. We're his friends. Ooh. Her smile vanished instantly, replaced by impatience. We don't have anyone named Harry here. Mrs. Dursley, we are quite certain you are Harry's aunt, I replied, meeting her gaze with a calm smile. My eyes twinkling with shrewdness. And surely you understand what it means for Harry to have friends who are his classmates? In that moment, Petunia Dursley's complexion drained of color as she contemplated the implications of refusing us entry, forcing a strained smile. All right, dears, come in. Seeing her feigned friendliness made me uncomfortable. I couldn't fathom how Harry endured living there. Harry, dear, your friends are here to see you. Come down quickly. If her tone had not been so grating and her expression so rigid, I might have believed her sincerity, but the situation was far from genuine. Harry emerged from the living room clad in an ill-fitting plaid shirt, staring at Hermione and me with disbelief. What are you doing here? His voice was laced with joy. Avoiding Aunt Petunia, Harry quietly confided that he had inadvertently ruined Uncle Vernon's business deal, a lucrative opportunity he had longed for, resulting in him being confined to his room, forbidden from stepping outside. It was unfathomable that this was Harry's living situation. We had to devise a plan, or he might not even make it to school. Learning from Harry that Mr. Dursley was in the drilling business, I thought it wise to appeal to their interests. Just as I was formulating a strategy, the rotund figure of Vernon Dursley stomped into the living room, breathless as he removed his coat. Following him was a boy resembling a pudgy penguin, certainly not nearly as endearing, who I presumed to be Dudley Dursley, the one who frequently tormented Harry. While I disdained their casual bullying of Harry, my priority was to get him out of there, and I could muster the patience to endure them for that. Hello, Mr. Dursley. I greeted him politely, maintaining a gentle smile as I nodded. And you are? He asked, looking quizzically at Petunia. Upon learning I was Harry's friend, his face darkened, as though he were ready to chase us away with a wooden stick. He clearly held no fondness for me, and I had no desire to linger. Cutting to the chase, I stated, Harry has expressed immense remorse for inadvertently causing you to lose that business deal, and I would like to assist you in finding a more profitable business opportunity. Vernon Dursley rolled his eyes in disdain, clearly unconvinced that I could offer him any benefit. I forgot to introduce myself, I said, observing his indifferent demeanor. My name is Brandy Shelly. Upon hearing my surname, the demeanor of Mr. Dudley visibly shifted. His furrowed brow gradually relaxed as he regarded me with a mixture of disbelief and a hint of reverence. The surname Shelley is exceedingly rare throughout London, and when my great-grandparents first arrived in England, they sought to adapt to the local culture without forsaking their roots. Thus, they ingeniously amalgamated the Eastern nomenclature into the surname Shelley. Indeed, it is the Shelley you are contemplating, which should prove advantageous for you, Mr. Dudley. Oh dear, Miss Shelley, do have a seat. Mr. Vernon Dudley hastily changed his tone, urgently summoning Mrs. Petunia Dudley to prepare coffee for me. The Shelley Enterprises were to employ their construction machinery for a pipeline project in East London, and as the negotiator for this business, I presented my proposal while Mr. Dudley nodded earnestly in agreement. Though Mr. Dudley may be somewhat superficial, the reputation of their company in London is indeed commendable, and their business acumen is not to be underestimated. I have never engaged in ventures that would lead to a loss. Mr. Dudley quickly expressed his gratitude, excitedly rubbing his hands together as he respectfully offered me the coffee. Thank you, I replied, my gaze lingering not a moment on the cup, my eyelids gently lifting to meet Mr. Dudley's eyes directly. So Harry, Miss Shelley, you ist, exclaimed Mr. Dudley. We are delighted that Harry can call you a friend. Just as I was about to instruct Harry to gather his belongings, an unwelcome gaze fell upon me. Dudley was staring at me, causing a wave of discomfort to wash over me. I have never hesitated to accept compliments from others, nor do I shy away from the admiration of others. However, I refuse to endure such lewd and malicious scrutiny. Merlin, might there be an unexpected surge of magic? I fervently prayed within my heart. Suddenly, Dudley screamed, covering his eyes. Oh dear, Merlin has manifested. Dudley, what is wrong? Mr. and Mrs. Dudley flurried around him, preoccupied with their son's distress, oblivious to our presence. Mr. Dudley, we shall not impose any further. With Harry's belongings already packed, Hermione and I assisted in carrying his leather suitcase and Hedwig's wire cage as we swiftly departed from number 4, Privet Drive. I had no desire to ever step foot in that house again. It was, without a doubt, the most insufferable abode of muggles I had ever encountered. Before our departure, Hermione had already corresponded with Ron. As Ron and his twin brother arrived in their flying car, we fortuitously stepped into the courtyard, where they would take Harry to the burrow, leaving Hermione and me at ease. Brandy, Hermione said, her face displaying concern as she leaned close to whisper in my ear. You cannot use magic to punish Dudley. We are not permitted to use magic outside of school, especially in front of muggles. I gently patted Hermione's shoulder, reassuring her. Do not fret. The Ministry of Magic monitors students through addresses and wands. I neither wielded my wand nor am I in my own home. The magical energy expended is nearly undetectable, and they shall never trace it back to me. I focused intently in my mind, punish him, this is Merlin's doing. I playfully winked at Hermione, who gazed at me with a mixture of exasperation and amusement. Before long, the day of return to school was approaching. An owl alighted on the windowsill, delivering letters from Hogwarts, detailing the extensive list of books for the new academic year. I wondered which professor had the time to compile such a list. Diagon Alley was as bustling as ever, throngs of people milling about the shops. Flourish and Blots was particularly lively, with reports that Gilderoy Lockhart was signing books, drawing hundreds of adoring fans who crowded the store to near suffocation. I merely exchanged hurried greetings with Hermione, before being engulfed by the fervent admirers of Gilderoy Lockhart, trapped in the midst of the throng. Helplessly standing in the center of the bookstore, a wizard in a sky-blue robe stood before me, passionately delivering a speech while the witches surrounding him wore expressions of rapt admiration. To my astonishment, even Hermione gazed up at him with adoration. I scrutinized Lockhart with a furrowed brow. His flamboyant demeanor was not only exaggerated, but also contrived. Was this wizard truly as brave and valiant as the legends suggested? What distinguished him? He was hardly more handsome than the stars of the Muggle world, let alone in comparison to Draco. Draco, the figure standing above, arms resting on the wooden railing, was none other than Draco himself. After a summer apart, his face had matured slightly, his nose remained elegantly defined, and in Muggle terms, he was undeniably handsome. Draco's expression towards Lockhart was one of utter disdain. It appeared we shared a mutual distaste for his antics. Descending the steps with purpose, Draco swiftly extracted a book bearing Lockhart's signature from a pile at the edge of the stairs, decisively tearing out the title page, and crumpling it into a ball before discarding it carelessly. Did he truly loathe him that much? His resentful gaze pierced through the cacophony of the crowd, and I found myself puzzled. Was he truly angry? Perhaps he mistook my prolonged examination of Lockhart for admiration akin to that of the frenzied fans. Observing Draco discreetly, I noted his frosty demeanor as he crossed his arms, casting a scornful glance at the incessantly chattering Lockhart. It seemed my assumptions were correct. Draco, how could you think such a thing? I mused silently, for my eyes were solely upon you. Since our first encounter in Diagon Alley, you have captivated my attention, yet you remain blissfully unaware. Let the misunderstanding remain. Proud young lord. Calmly, I turned away, suppressing a smile as I navigated through the boisterous crowd, rejoining Hermione near the Weasley family, casually sharing tales of our summer adventures. In a moment of exuberance, Hermione affectionately linked her arm with mine, laughing heartily. Draco approached with a furrowed brow, shoving Ron aside as he stood before us, displeased. The illustrious Harry Potter, even a simple bookstore visit makes the front page. Ginny glared at him, admonishing him to leave Harry alone. Look, Potter, you've found yourself a girlfriend, Draco remarked, a smug grin forming on his lips as he disdainfully surveyed Harry and Ginny, his gaze momentarily lingering on me, glinting with an inscrutable meaning. Enough, Draco, be cordial. A tall figure emerged behind him, a wizard with light golden hair, his countenance stern as he admonished Draco, placing a silver serpent-headed cane upon his shoulder. Handsome and aloof, with his chin slightly elevated, he exuded an air of noble elegance, unmistakably the head of the Malfoy family, Lucius Malfoy, from whom Draco's arrogance likely stemmed. At the sound of his words, Draco quietly took 2 steps to the right, positioning himself beside me. Lucius Malfoy. He introduced himself to Harry in a remarkably calm tone, his smile tinged with condescension, his cold, lowered gaze appraising Harry without restraint. A verbal sparring ensued between them as if no one else were present, with Lucius Malfoy deriding Harry for daring to utter Voldemort's name. Hermione stepped forward to defend Harry, but Mr. Malfoy's gaze shifted to her parents, his gray eyes filled with mockery and disdain. They are all muggles, are they not? Lucius Malfoy redirected his attack towards the Weasleys, describing Ron with phrases like red hair and tattered robes, mirroring Draco's initial reaction upon encountering Ron. The Malfoy family's arrogance and prejudice extended even to fellow purebloods, as they scorned Mr. Weasley, accusing him of bringing shame upon wizards. I may have feelings for Draco, but that does not mean I will remain silent in the face of his father's malicious words. Mr. Malfoy, I am curious to learn how you define the phrase bringing shame upon wizards, I inquired, raising my chin with poise, a gentle smile gracing my lips as I addressed Mr. Malfoy, exhibiting a decorum that matched the pride of the Malfoy lineage. Miss Brandy Shelly? Lucius Malfoy's gaze settled upon me, his words soft yet laced with a serpentine pressure. Does Mr. Malfoy recognize me? Although Lucius Malfoy is a member of the Board of Governors, I have never encountered him at Hogwarts. Of course, Draco has mentioned you, and your academic performance is commendable. Based on the final grades, Hermione ranks first, I am second, and Draco is third. The manner in which Mr. Malfoy has taken notice of me is indeed peculiar, yet it is, at the very least, a testament to my considerable excellence. If living modestly brings shame to wizards, then in Mr. Malfoy's eyes, are the 4 founders of Hogwarts not also a source of disgrace to the wizarding community? Compared to the comforts of contemporary wizard life, the era of those 4 great wizards could indeed be considered austere. Mr. Malfoy squinted slightly, his gaze sharp, a wizard reduced to mingling with muggles. If associating with muggles is a mark of decline, Mr. Malfoy, I believe the Malfoy family's enterprises seem to engage quite a bit with the muggle world, including the likes of Sherry. Have you not sunk low enough to bring shame upon wizards yourself? He did not respond, his expression darkening and tightening, his lips quivering slightly. Draco, we have gathered all the books. Lucius Malfoy's disdainful gaze swept across the bookstore, indicating that it was time to leave this chaotic place to avoid any contamination. Mr. Malfoy stowed away his serpent-headed cane and turned to depart, with Draco flinging his body around, coldly tossing us a parting remark, "See you at school." Draco smirked, triumphantly provoking Harry with a grin, subtly raising an eyebrow at me, his arrogant smile morphing into a discreet smirk. Hermione joyfully clasped my arm, exclaiming, "That was splendid. Brandy, you left Mr. Malfoy speechless. Brave and clever, Brandy, I wish I could kiss you." "No, you were truly courageous when you stood up for Harry." Mr. Weasley nodded and smiled at us. "You were all very brave. Having friends like you is a blessing for Ron. And I am equally delighted that you are all friends of the Weasleys." Hermione and I departed Diagon Alley together, and she curiously tugged at my sleeve, whispering, "Brandy, does the Malfoy family really conduct business with yours?" Of course, it is impossible for wizards and muggles to sever all ties, especially for prosperous wizards who rely on trade to sustain themselves. You, with your love for reading, surely understand that, don't you? But why does the Malfoy family harbor such disdain for muggles? Perhaps they see themselves as superior, but such notions are merely self-delusions. No one is inherently noble or inferior. Hermione's eyes reflected a deep-seated melancholy. Lucius Malfoy's derisive remarks about the Grangers in the bookstore must have weighed heavily on her heart. Hermione, I know you care about the prejudices others hold against you because of your Muggle heritage, but isn't the first wizard also of Muggle descent? Have you read on the origin of species? Humanity has evolved from ancient apes. There is no such thing as noble blood, pure blood, half-blood. Muggle. What difference does it make aside from the ability to wield magic? Muggles lead lives that are no less remarkable than those of wizards. They, too, are exceptional and continually strive for their ideals. Muggle technology is flourishing, producing innovations that rival magic, while wizards gradually find themselves out of sync with Muggle society, falling into a state of disconnection. Have you studied the history of ancient wizards? Back then, it was widely believed that wizards of Muggle lineage possess greater talents. The notion of pure blood superiority is but a fabrication. Do you know what the once accepted symbol of pure blood was? A disdain for pigs and pig farmers, which is, of course, utterly absurd, and later proven entirely erroneous by the wizarding community. I believe that the ideology of pure blood superiority is akin to the Nazi racial superiority propaganda during World War II, merely a dictator's attempt to protect their own interests, inciting wizards to profit from the notion of pure blood superiority. Ultimately, the thoughts of wizards and muggles share the same roots. Listening to you has truly enlightened me. Hermione extended her arms and embraced me tightly. Thank you, Brandy. No need for thanks, Hermione. To me, you are no different from any other wizard, and with your remarkable grades, you are indeed the top of your class, the brilliant witch Hermione Granger. If I ever encounter an ignorant fool again. I slowly disengaged from Hermione's embrace and swung a fist into the air. You should teach him a lesson. Are you sure? Hermione looked at me with uncertainty, pursing her lips. There is no need to waste words on a villain. Whatever his nature, I shall reflect his expression back at him. If he enjoys gossiping, I shall use my fist to knock out his teeth, and let us see if he dares to utter another word. All right. I will follow your lead. Hermione nodded in agreement, her eyes resolute as she mimicked my gesture of swinging a fist forward. The Hogwarts Express glided into the deep blue night and came to a halt at Hogsmeade Station. Instead of crossing the lake in a small boat, we boarded horse-drawn carriages that needed no horses. The start of term feast was, as always, a lavish affair, with golden platters brimming with an array of delectable dishes before us. The difference now was that we had stepped into the threshold of our second year. Ron's sister, Ginny Weasley, was sorted into Gryffindor and ran joyfully toward us, eagerly searching for the familiar face she had anticipated. Where are Ron and Harry? George and Fred shrugged, tilting their heads and spreading their hands. We don't know. Perhaps they jumped off the train midway? Ha. Our family has always been in a state of disarray. They might have missed the train, Ginny said softly, a shy blush creeping to her cheeks at the mention of Harry, spreading all the way to her ears. But there's no need to worry. Mum and Dad should be bringing them. Herbology, second greenhouse. A rough long table was neatly arranged with pots of vibrant green mandrakes. Hermione eagerly raised her hand to answer Professor Sprout's questions, and I thought to myself, just as I said, our Hermione is a unique genius. Excellent, 10 points to Gryffindor. Professor Sprout clapped her hands over her earmuffs, repeatedly emphasizing that they must be worn snugly. She rarely exhibited such seriousness, focusing intently on ensuring that the students in the greenhouse donned their earmuffs properly as she directed us to repot the young mandrakes. The moment I pulled a mandrake from its pot, its piercing scream pierced through my eardrums. I swiftly grasped its green stem and hurriedly placed it back into its pot, covering it with a thick layer of soil. Beneath the long table, Parvati Patil subtly tugged at my sleeve, whispering, Draco Malfoy has been watching you the whole time. His gaze hasn't shifted since the beginning. Following Parvati's cue, I glanced up to see Draco tugging vigorously at a mandrake, teasing it with his finger, only to be bitten in return. Seeing his pained expression, I couldn't help but stifle a laugh and lowered my head, chuckling discreetly. Draco, red-faced and indignant, yanked his finger free, glaring at the mandrake with disdain as he angrily tossed it back into its pot, begrudgingly adding more soil. Once he had successfully repotted that mandrake, Draco let out a sigh of relief, and somehow, he caught my gaze, immediately switching to a composed demeanor, nonchalantly lifting his chin as he meticulously extracted the next green seedling. Well done, everyone, Professor Sprout's voice echoed through the second greenhouse. Just as we were attentively listening to her lecture, Draco shot me an innocent look, raising his bitten finger and pouting his lips. Was he indicating that he was hurt? Young Master Malfoy, how did you manage to injure yourself? I observed his finger, slightly furrowing my brow as I raised my right hand toward Professor Sprout. Sherry. What's the matter? Holding my left index finger carefully, I gazed up at her with a semblance of distress. Professor, I accidentally got bitten by a mandrake. How could that happen? Sherry, be careful. Come with me to my office, I'll get you some potion. Classmates, our lesson for today concludes here. Please exit in an orderly fashion without crowding. Following Professor Sprout out of the greenhouse, an unusual gaze occasionally settled upon my back, and I was acutely aware of its origin. The professor handed me a petite vial of potion, her concern evident as she remarked, Brandy, I must attend to the Hufflepuff students. Apply the potion to your wound. It will be fine in a quarter of an hour. Thank you very much, Professor. Exiting the office and making my way towards the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, I noticed Hermione thoughtfully saved a seat for me. As I passed Draco, I discreetly retrieved the vial from my pocket, placing it on the corner of his desk before quietly taking a seat beside Hermione, unnoticed by anyone. A furtive glance back revealed Draco clutching the vial, slipping it into his robe pocket without hesitation. Seated in the front row, I felt the penetrating stares emanating from behind, as though my back might be pierced by their intensity. The new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor was none other than Gilderoy Lockhart, the flamboyant wizard who had been signing books at Flourish and Blots. He animatedly recounted his achievements, and I skeptically flipped through the autobiographies he had designated as course material, hoping he would deliver the lesson as well as he claimed. Alas, my hopes were dashed as I encountered absurd test questions, all centered on him. What is Lockhart's favorite color? His aspirations? Skimming the parchment, I could answer the fifth question, not out of admiration, but because he had boasted of winning the Wizarding Weekly's Most Charming Smile award 5 times before the class. I had a good memory. The rest? Pure nonsense. A complete waste of 30 minutes. TSK. Lockhart clicked his tongue in disappointment, clearly dissatisfied. I am quite let down by your performances. Only Miss Brandy Shelly could answer my favorite color, which is lavender. Professor Lockhart cast an approving glance my way, his self-satisfied smile causing an involuntary shiver to run down my spine. I managed a forced smile, laughing awkwardly. Chapter 6. Quietly blooming. The gaze behind me sharpened, tinged with a hint of anger. I swear, I merely filled it out randomly. The potion I gave to Draco was lavender, and that color simply sprang to mind. Who could have anticipated that Professor Lockhart would actually like it? I thought he preferred gold. Suddenly, a swarm of Cornish pixies in deep blue burst forth from their metal cage, rendering Gilderoy Lockhart utterly defenseless. They wreaked havoc, tearing apart books, splattering ink, and tugging at hair, transforming the classroom into utter chaos. The students could no longer tolerate such mischievous creatures and fled the classroom. Harry raised his book and struck one of the pixies that was yanking Hermione's hair, while I swiftly grabbed my wand, casting a spell to repel the troublesome little fiends. In an instant, my left hand was gripped tightly. Draco had appeared from nowhere, pulling me along as he hastily exited the classroom. Malfoy, where are you taking me? Draco did not respond, his footsteps hurried and relentless, leading me down the corridor until we reached the end. His face was etched with irritation as he frowned. Are you still enjoying that arrogant professor's antics? Lavender, humph. What boy would like that? Draco muttered discontentedly, casting a fierce glare in the direction of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Noticing my silence, his tone softened slightly, still laced with mild reproach. Are you upset about your idol? Upset? Who are you referring to? You're the one with a temper, you little snake. Why would you think Professor Lockhart is my idol? The air was thick with Draco's sarcastic intonation, isn't it? You answered his favorite color. I wrote it randomly. I thought of the lavender potion I gave you and jotted it down without a second thought. How was I to know it was his favorite? As soon as I finished speaking, Draco eagerly pulled out the potion. Upon seeing that it was indeed lavender, his furrowed brow gradually relaxed, and his tense expression softened. He gripped the vial tightly, staring at me with a mix of skepticism. Draco, you don't believe me? I gently called his name, gazing into his eyes, my voice soft and earnest. Draco, I refuse to believe you are unmoved. Clearing his throat, Draco awkwardly turned away, hastily avoiding my gaze. I believe you. A faint pink hue crept from the roots of Draco's ears to the tips, and regardless of his thoughts, I turned to leave, my cheeks blooming with a smile as radiant as summer flowers. Draco, I find myself liking you more and more. Suddenly, I recalled that when Draco held my hand, his right hand bore no scars, and the potion I had given him remained unused. So, all right, Draco, if you dare deceive me, then I'll make you wait longer for my affections. The relentless rain battered Hogwarts castle, and finally, the weekend brought clear skies. Students gathered in the courtyard, basking in the long-awaited sunshine. I emerged from the library with borrowed books, leisurely strolling through the ancient corridors when I heard a cacophony. Raising my eyes, I saw a throng of students from Slytherin and Gryffindor's Quidditch teams gathered on the grass, including Ron and Hermione. Among them, the striking figure clad in Slytherin Quidditch robes, with a flowing green silhouette, was none other than Draco. He towered over Hermione, speaking harshly, "No one invited you to voice your opinion, you filthy mudblood." Draco Malfoy. I gasped in shock and anger, dropping the books in my arms and storming towards Hermione, fully aware of the venomous slur he was about to unleash. Brandy. Hermione, bewildered, embraced me, for otherwise, I might have seized my Firebolt 2001 and given Draco a sound thrashing. Draco, in my heart I see you as somewhat mischievous, playfully naughty, with a sharp tongue but ultimately not malicious. That night in the Forbidden Forest, when we rushed to find Hagrid and save Harry, I knew you possessed a kind heart. Yet, you must understand that once certain words are spoken, they bear irrevocable consequences. Mudblood, a term that denotes a filthy, lowly bloodline, is an egregious insult, a form of mental bullying that wounds the spirit as deeply as physical blows. What kind of education have you received? Perhaps you harbor no ill intent, merely seeking to assert yourself in a moment of bravado, but the harm inflicted by words can be as grave as any physical assault. The scars of the mind are far more daunting. I should make you understand this to prevent you from hurting others, lest you ultimately harm yourself, something I cannot bear to witness. Draco's expression tightened as he silently regarded me, his face betraying a hint of frustration. The Firebolt 2001 was clenched tightly in his hand, knuckles whitening from the pressure. Hesitating, he parted his lips slightly. I offered him no glance, coldly turning back to Hermione with a faint smile, though my eyes revealed a deep-seated seriousness. Let us go. Ignoring Draco's furrowed brow and imploring gaze, I resolutely took Hermione's hand and left, with Ron hastily gathering the books I had discarded as he hurried to catch up. Draco, don't blame me. I saw your expression, and it pained me. Yet, I must make you comprehend that certain actions may cost you dearly. The tranquil atmosphere was abruptly shattered as the serene castle erupted into noise, caused by Mr. Filch's cat, suspended upside down on the wall, rigid and lifeless. Headmaster Dumbledore slowly strolled into the circle of onlookers, his presence instantly quelling the restless commotion. After a brief examination of the stiff cat, he concluded that Mrs. Norris was not dead, she had merely been petrified. Whispers of suspicion lingered in my ears as students across the room exchanged furtive glances. Draco stood in the most conspicuous position, his gaze intentionally or unintentionally directed towards me. I deliberately averted my eyes from his, calmly following the Gryffindor students back to the common room. Discussions about the heir of Salazar Slytherin flooded the atmosphere, thick clouds of doubt enveloping Hogwarts Castle, as students in the corridors murmured incessantly, "Who thinks that wizards of Muggle descent are all worthless?" Ron's voice boomed, and as Draco strode past, Ron deliberately shouted towards his retreating figure, insinuating his involvement in the matter. It was evident that Draco was in a foul mood. His expression was impassive as he hastened forward, Crabbe and Goyle trailing behind, breathless and hurried. As night fell, the Gryffindor tower was engulfed in silence. Hermione had already drifted into slumber, and I lay quietly, staring at the ceiling, my mind consumed by thoughts of Draco. I turned restlessly, gazing out at the dark blue night sky, lost in contemplation. Changing Draco's prejudice against Muggles seemed an insurmountable task. After all, he was a Malfoy, raised with the belief that purebloods were noble while Muggles were beneath contempt. However, I held on to the hope that he could learn not to harm others with his bloodline rhetoric. I sensed that this little rascal possessed an undiscovered kindness within him, waiting to be revealed. As the winds of November swept into the Scottish Highlands, the Slytherin-Gryffindor Quidditch match commenced, though I chose not to attend. Leaning quietly against a plush armchair, my fingers lightly traced the yellowed pages of a book, the crackling sounds of the burning wood resonating in the corners of the common room. The cheers and shouts from the Quidditch pitch occasionally reached my ears, causing my thoughts to drift. Though I longed to witness Draco's debut as a seeker, I was unwilling to easily relinquish my anger. Goyle and Crabbe would undoubtedly cheer for him with fervor. My presence was hardly essential, and he likely wouldn't care whether I was in the stands. Harry Potter has broken a bone. Students returning from the Quidditch pitch engaged in fervent discussions about the match's events. My heart sank suddenly, and I anxiously closed the book in my hands. He was injured. How could he put me through such worry? To be injured in the very first Quidditch match was a disgrace. What good was the Nimbus 2001 if it only flew faster than the Nimbus 2000? It had only resulted in his injury. I hurried towards the hospital wing, my hurried footsteps echoing as I traversed the corridors and ascended the stairs. Madame Pomfrey appeared in my line of sight, carrying potions as she made her way to the infirmary, and I silently followed her. Upon arriving at the infirmary door, my gaze fell upon Draco lying in a bed, with Crabbe and Goyle by his side, while Flint and Pusey from the Slytherin Quidditch team stood quietly at the foot of the bed. Draco lay there with his eyes tightly shut. A look of pain etched across his face as he clutched his arm, appearing gravely injured. Madame Pomfrey briskly approached Draco's bedside, casting a weary glance at him. "Stop pretending. Mr. Malfoy, you can leave now." Even though I felt sympathy for Draco after his fall from the broom, the scene of him being so mercilessly exposed was rather amusing. I couldn't help but stifle a laugh, lightly covering my mouth. Afraid of laughing aloud again, I pressed my lips together, and once my amusement subsided, I entered the infirmary, silently observing Draco. My eyes reflected a hint of reproach and concern, and he seemed to sense my emotions, gazing back at me with a pitiful expression. "All right. I see you like that," I murmured, feigning anger as I approached his side. In an instant, Draco's frown transformed into a smile, his gray-blue eyes twinkling with mischief. Seeing his playful expression made me regret speaking to him. "How bad is the injury?" My gaze fixed on the arm he was clutching, and even upon hearing Madame Pomfrey declare him unscathed, my heart remained heavy with worry. Draco was fully aware that his pretense had been unraveled, and the embarrassment of being exposed before me was palpable. Realizing that lying there was no longer acceptable, Draco swiftly sat up, moving his arms freely. "I'm fine. No problem at all." "Oh, who was the one moaning in pain just now?" Before Draco could eagerly defend himself, I turned to check on Harry, who lay quietly in his bed after having taken Skeelgrow, with Hermione and Ron keeping him company. Their gazes occasionally met across Harry, only to shyly avert as their hands twisted awkwardly. Learning that Harry was not in danger, and merely needed to rest for the night eased my mind, but given the situation with Hermione and Ron, I felt I should not linger. The Slytherin students had already departed the infirmary, and when I turned around, I found Draco loitering at the entrance, seemingly waiting for me. Stealing a glance at him without speaking, I gradually walked forward, the sound of hurried footsteps behind me indicating that he was indeed following. "Brandy." Hearing Draco call my name, I did not halt my pace, and the footsteps behind me continued unabated. Pausing on the outdoor bridge, I gazed at the scenery of Hogwarts, the dark green hills and the azure sky, with Draco standing beside me. "Isn't it beautiful, Draco?" "Yes, truly magnificent." I slightly turned my body, facing him, and he was looking directly at me, his eyes shimmering like brilliant stars, radiating a gentle warmth. Thus, when he spoke of beauty, it was not merely the landscape he referred to. "Brandy, I know you're upset with me because of what happened that day, but I was just frustrated. You know. I understand. I know you didn't mean it maliciously, which is why I tried to prevent you from saying those things. I didn't want you to express them. What concerns me is you. If it were someone insignificant, I could easily disregard it, but I don't want you to feel uneasy in the future. Draco, do you grasp my intentions?" "I comprehend, Brandy. Can you forgive me? Let us see how you behave moving forward, Draco." Slowly, I reached into the pocket of my robe and retrieved a piece of candy, placing it in his palm. As I exited the bridge, I cast a furtive glance back, finding Draco staring in astonishment at the candy in his hand, a bright smile blooming on his cheeks. Observing his expression, I couldn't help but mutter, "Silly," as I struggled to suppress a smile. A crowd of students gathered around the notice board, and in a flash, the news of Gilderoy Lockhart's establishment of a dueling club became common knowledge. As for his sudden whim, I guessed it was an attempt to regain some dignity after his disastrous reputation during the Cornish pixie incident. Regardless of his motives, it was certainly beneficial for students to receive training in magical self-defense. Since his appointment as the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, he had either boasted of his past exploits or had students compose poems lauding his achievements. Now he finally fulfilled his responsibilities as a professor by doing something meaningful. However, my approval of Lockhart might have lingered a bit longer, had he not been sent flying by Professor Snape's Expelliarmus spell. "The demonstration concludes here," Lockhart announced, feigning nonchalance, eager to brush off his earlier embarrassment. "Now I will divide you into pairs." The boy standing before me introduced himself as Blaise Zabini, and beyond Draco, I had never paid much attention to the male students of Slytherin. Calmly, I withdrew my wand from my robe. "In light of your beauty, I shall go easy on you." He smirked, an air of arrogance enveloping him as he assessed me with an amused gaze. "Thank you." A faint, cold smile graced my lips as I elegantly bowed towards him. In an instant, with a decisive flick of my wand, I sliced through the air and proclaimed, "Expelliarmus." A dazzling red light surged forth, causing Blaise Zabini to stagger, hurtling backward and crashing heavily against the wall before sliding down in a disheveled heap on the floor. My apologies, I concede, I retorted with a disdainful smile. Do I need your permission? A sharp intake of breath echoed in my ears, and astonished gazes fell upon me, including Draco's, though in his eyes rather than shock, there was an inexplicable softness as he scrutinized the slowly rising blaze, his gentleness morphing into something else entirely. I nonchalantly brushed off my pristine robes, despite the disarming charm being a topic for the latter half of the school year. Professor Snape's wand movements and incantation intonations had already served as ample reference for me, albeit my execution had been overly forceful, amplifying the charm's potency. Glancing towards the distance, I observed Hermione tugging at Millicent's shoulder, the latter pinning her head down. Their wands lay forgotten on the floor. Noticing this, I promptly cast a spell to separate them, pulling back the irate Hermione and tenderly smoothing her hair. Hermione, do remember you are a witch. The dueling platform was thronged with students eager for spectacle, with Harry and Draco facing off in the center. Draco seemed brimming with confidence about defeating Harry, a provocative smile adorning his face as he raised an eyebrow at me. The spells unleashed, flickering ominously before them. Both stumbled and fell upon the dueling stage in a rather undignified manner. Serpensortia, Draco shouted, raising his right hand high, the tip of his wand aimed forward, conjuring a black serpent that materialized upon the dueling platform. Merlin, a snake. My greatest fear. The cold-blooded creature's slit-like pupils radiated a chilling, sinister aggression, its scales glistening ominously. The snake coiled, its head held high, neck expanding, and it began to slither toward my direction, flicking its bright red tongue, sending a shiver down my spine, and causing my entire body to tremble in fear. I immediately clutched Hermione's arm, burying my face deeply into her shoulder to evade the deadly gaze of the serpent, gripping my wand tightly, ready to retaliate should it dare to attack. Professor Lockhart's incantation rang in my ears, leading me to believe the crisis had passed. Tentatively, I lifted my gaze, only to find the black snake descending from above, landing squarely in front of me. Thank you, Professor Lockhart. Fortunately, the serpent paused momentarily before slithering away towards the other students, intent on launching an assault. To everyone's astonishment, Harry uttered strange tones, seemingly conversing with the snake, which now remained still, its flat body expanded, head raised, tongue flicking. Professor Snape's expression turned grave, his brow furrowing as he waved his wand, and the black serpent transformed into a wisp of smoke, dissipating into thin air. The students present regarded Harry with shifting expressions. He had spoken in the legendary Parseltongue, leading to rumors swirling around Hogwarts that Harry Potter was the heir of Slytherin. He had not commanded the serpent to attack, but rather intervened to save Justin Finch-Fletchley. It was Harry's influence that had prevented the serpent from striking me. Despite my explanations, disbelief prevailed, as they countered with my half-blood status, insisting I posed no threat, while Muggle-born Justin remained in peril. Ron and Hermione trusted Harry. What could it signify to communicate with snakes? The boy who lived, who had vanquished Voldemort and defeated Quirrell. How could he possibly harm a fellow student? In the Great Hall, a low-flying niffler swooped over the dining tables, flapping its wings as it landed gracefully before me, carrying a parcel. Excellent, niffler. I gently stroked its head, tearing off a piece of toast to feed it. It was a letter from my mother. As I opened the envelope, familiar handwriting unfolded before me. Happy birthday, my precious daughter. Inside the parcel lay a beautifully crafted chocolate cake adorned with a happy birthday candle. Brandy, it's your birthday today. How did I not know? Your birthday, Brandy. Why didn't you tell us? This is worth celebrating. Then let us celebrate together. Amidst the well wishes from everyone, I lit the candles, slowly closed my eyes, and clasped my hands together. Recent events at Hogwarts had been tumultuous, and I intertwined my fingers, silently wishing for the safety of Hogwarts, hoping for our togetherness. The bell marking the end of class rang, scattering the evening's hues. Hermione grabbed her bag and hurried towards the library, while I leisurely strolled down the corridor, idly flipping through the book in my hands. Ahem. Came Draco's voice as he awkwardly approached me. Happy birthday. His unexpected blessing caught me off guard. I stared at him, momentarily dumbfounded. Draco impatiently lifted his chin. What? Those foolish Gryffindors can say it, but I cannot? Of course you can, I replied, a bright smile breaking across my face, my eyes reflecting warmth as I looked at Draco. Thank you. Draco awkwardly raised my hand through the fabric of my robe, revealing a small, deep green velvet gift box nestled in my palm. A gift for you, but you can only open it at home, remember? Before I could utter a word, he hurriedly turned and left. Back in the dormitory, I examined the gift box, gently lifting the velvet lid. A pearl hairpin gleamed before me, the rounded pearls intricately set between silver clasps, each one plump and, under the light, emanating a soft luster. Draco certainly had an eye for beauty. I adorned my hair with it. The immaculate pearls complemented my dark, satin-like curls, and seemed to harmonize beautifully with the deep green dress I wore. Before I knew it, Christmas approached, and my mother's letter revealed she needed to travel to Paris to visit my ill grandmother, also attending to business at the bank. Thus, I would remain at school. Learning that Draco would also stay for Christmas alleviated some of my disappointment. The faculty and students who remained celebrated the holiday together, indulging in a lavish Christmas feast, the hall's ceiling adorned with falling snowflakes, and the long dining table laden with a variety of delectable dishes. Crab and Goyle had a particular fondness for dessert, devouring small cakes with unabashed enthusiasm that made me chuckle. I couldn't help but wonder if they were refugees. While Draco looked on in disdain, Hermione and the others had mysteriously disappeared to do who knows what. I wouldn't pry, as it was basic courtesy, yet I anticipated the surprises they would bring. After the dinner concluded, I was reluctant to return to the dormitory early. The astronomy tower beckoned, a splendid vantage point to admire the snowy nightscape of Hogwarts, conjuring images of ethereal beauty in my mind. Leaning over the railing, I gazed upon the night-draped Hogwarts, warm yellow lights illuminating the flurries of white snowflakes, and I whispered softly, "Draco, Merry Christmas." "Merry Christmas, Brandy." The voice behind me startled me. It was Draco. What was he doing at the astronomy tower? Had he heard my words? With my secret inadvertently revealed, I felt a blush rise to my cheeks, shyly averting my gaze. Tilting my face slightly upward towards the night sky, the snowlight softly illuminating my profile, highlighting my alabaster skin, I extended my right hand, allowing the pristine snowflakes to gently land in my open palm, gradually melting into cool droplets of water. We remained silent, Draco and I, quietly watching the snowflakes diminish until the silver sky above lay bare. The ticking of the clock was particularly pronounced in the stillness, and I softly remarked, "It's quite late, Draco. You should rest." "Brandy, you too. Many students have been attacked recently. You must be cautious." "I shall, and you must as well. Take care of yourself, Draco." "I shall safeguard myself, as well as protect you." Draco's voice was unusually soft, yet I could still discern the subtlety within. "Thank you," I replied, unable to suppress a gentle smile as I spoke tenderly to him. "Good night, Draco." "Good night, Brandy," he murmured, quietly accompanying me until I entered the Gryffindor common room, at which point he departed. I feigned ignorance. How could I unravel the delicate thoughts of a boy? "Draco, are you aware of how conspicuous gold is?" "Thank you, Draco. I truly have noticed your transformation. The student's circumstances grow increasingly perilous." And upon learning that Hermione has also been attacked, I hurried to the hospital wing. Hermione lay petrified, as rigid as a statue, her stiff right arm extended forward, unmoving. "Hermione," I whispered, my heart aching as I grasped her hand, the cold and unyielding sensation spreading from my palm to my heart. Noticing the gaps at her fingertips, a wave of uncertainty washed over me. She should have been holding something. Learning that Harry and Ron had visited her alleviated some of my doubts. Surely, they must have discovered clues. No wonder I had not seen them until now. Headmaster Dumbledore has been temporarily suspended, and Hagrid has also been taken away. Harry and Ron vowed to uncover the truth, and I too yearned for the revelation of the facts. Otherwise, Hogwarts would never know peace. Alas, perhaps due to Draco's influence, they seemed hesitant to accept my assistance. In light of that, I resolved to do what I could manage. During the day, I brought food to Hagrid's hut to feed Fong, for upon his return he would surely not wish to see Fong starved. As the class bell rang, I hurried to the hospital wing to keep Hermione company until curfew. Though she felt nothing now, I did not want her to face solitude. It seemed unbearably lonely. Chapter 7. The Moon and the White Weasel. Good news arrived. Harry and Ron had discovered the hidden chamber beneath the earth, where the basilisk resided, the very creature responsible for the student's petrification. I knew you would always bring surprises. The unfortunate news was that Gilderoy Lockhart, now suffering from amnesia, could no longer fulfill his role as a professor. Upon learning that he was a charlatan, the memory charm was indeed of his own making. And I did not consider this a misfortune. Professor Sprout, true to her reputation, successfully concocted the antidote, restoring the petrified students to their former selves. Sir Nicholas floated contentedly around the hall, joyfully receiving the blessings of the other ghosts. Hermione joyfully rushed towards us, embracing Harry and me, but hesitated when it came to Ron. Her lips pursed slightly as she politely shook his hand. TSK. I could sense something extraordinary brewing between Hermione and Ron. Headmaster Dumbledore gazed down at the students with a kind and gentle smile. slowly raising his arms as he announced, "In light of recent events, the school has decided to cancel all examinations." The great hall erupted into a cacophony of joy, students clapping ecstatically, some even tossing their pointed hats into the air. Hagrid returned to Hogwarts, still clad in his moleskin coat, and approached Harry with an excited expression. "If it weren't for you lot, I would surely still be in prison. Brandy, I am truly grateful for your help in caring for Fong, even in my absence." Hagrid's voice trembled with emotion. It was surprising to see such a rugged wizard so sensitive. He patted his chest gratefully, saying, "Now, I just want to say thank you." Harry embraced Hagrid. His small frame pressed tightly against Hagrid's robust body. As thunderous applause echoed in our ears, tears of excitement streaming down Hagrid's rough face and into his tangled beard. Amidst the jubilant din, my gaze quietly settled on Draco, who was pulling Goyle back from applauding, his brow furrowed in annoyance. "I observed everything, Draco. You are merely a proud little boy." During the holidays, I visited my grandparents in Paris. Beneath a cloudless sky where the towering Eiffel Tower stood proudly beside the Seine River at the Jena Bridge. Strolling along the Champs-Élysées on July 14th, France's Bastille Day, throngs of tourists gathered along the boulevard, their numbers stretching towards the Arc de Triomphe. The buildings flanking the avenue retained their early-century French style, and I stood leisurely by the floor-to-ceiling window, holding a latte that exuded a subtle fragrance, eagerly anticipating a midday French meal. Upon returning to London, I went to Diagon Alley to have my school robes tailored anew, preparing to enter my third year at Hogwarts. Gazing at my reflection, I noticed the youthful innocence gradually fading, replaced by a hint of brightness and allure in my features. "You are becoming ever more beautiful. My precious daughter has blossomed into such a lovely young lady. My mother was, in my heart, the most beautiful of all. It is said that boys grow faster than girls at this age. I wonder what changes Draco has undergone. His light golden hair aside, what of his appearance, his eyes?" As images of Draco flashed through my mind, I concluded that he remained as strikingly handsome as ever. Hermione wrote to tell me that she now had an exceedingly adorable ginger cat named Crookshanks. Regrettably, I was preoccupied with my Muggle microeconomics exam, and would have to wait until I returned to Hogwarts to properly pet the delightful feline. If I were attending a Muggle school in London, I would wish for the start of term to be delayed indefinitely. However, as a student at Hogwarts studying magic, the beginning of term fills me with anticipation. The Hogwarts Express arrived at the steaming platform, the whistle sounding a reminder for passengers that departure was imminent. Students leaned out of the train windows, bidding farewell to their parents. The traffic on Charing Cross delayed my arrival, preventing me from reaching the station as early as usual. As I searched for an empty seat down the aisle, I found most compartments already occupied. When I passed Draco's compartment, I instinctively glanced inside to see Goyle, Crabbe, and an unfamiliar girl with straight black hair and a square jaw. To be honest, she was rather plain. Perhaps it was best not to judge others' appearances too hastily. I recognized her slightly. A fellow Slytherin student, Pansy Parkinson. Why was she sitting with Draco? What was their relationship? A twinge of bitterness arose within me as I hastily walked away, silently entering an empty compartment, placing my leather suitcase on the luggage rack, and settling by the window alone. The train journeyed north, the sky outside darkening ominously as a steady drizzle pattered against the cold glass. The lights overhead flickered with a chill. Such was the weather in London, perpetually dreary. I told myself not to overthink, yet images of the previous scene kept surfacing. Malfoy and Parkinson, both from pure-blood families, were merely Slytherin students acquainted with one another, yet I could not shake my unease. A knock on the compartment door startled me. I glanced over, and to my surprise it was Draco. How did he come to be here? With an unassuming expression, I rose to open the door. Remaining indifferent as I sat back down, my gaze directed at the rain-streaked window, my thoughts consumed by Draco, oblivious to the scenery outside. Draco gently closed the door behind him and took a seat beside me. I remained silent, catching a glimpse of him as he seemed about to speak. But upon noticing my lack of response, he fell silent. Suddenly, the train came to an abrupt halt, the carriage swaying slightly, and the lights flickered ominously, creating an eerie atmosphere. Instinctively, I locked eyes with Draco, rising to peer through the window, anxious feelings surging within me, as if something were approaching. What could it be? My delicate brows furrowed slightly as I gazed outside once more, unable to discern anything, sensing it was not a good omen. Abruptly, Draco grasped my wrist gently, saying, "Do not be afraid. I am here with you," his tone unexpectedly tender. I nodded slightly, unconsciously leaning closer to Draco's side, seeking solace in his presence. The car window was adorned with delicate frost flowers, obscuring the view of the outside world, where an unknown dread loomed ominously. often more terrifying than the known. Outside the compartment door, a vast shadow descended, with indistinct silhouettes drifting closer, and a slender, dark hand pressed against the glass door. A tattered black robe enveloped its form, rendering the face invisible, and beneath it lay ragged fabric. It seemed devoid of feet, the empty robe floating eerily like a specter from the depths of hell. Merely catching a glimpse sent me spiraling into an icy abyss, devoid of joy or light, leaving only an endless void of darkness, as unsettling memories surged forth. I averted my gaze, a dull ache settling in my chest. Draco enveloped my trembling form in his embrace, whispering gently, "Do not fear, I am here." As his hand caressed my back softly, burying my cheek in Draco's warm, spring-like embrace, a faint fragrance lingered at my nostrils, and gradually, my fear and unease ebbed away. I curled up in his arms, unaware of how much time passed. The cacophony of voices gradually rose within the compartment, the students' excited chatter suggesting that the creature had departed, allowing my heart to stabilize. "Has it gone?" I inquired in a hushed tone, but Draco remained silent, his arms still tenderly holding me. "Draco? I truly hope it hasn't left." A rush of warmth surged to my cheeks, my ears burning. I didn't need to look to know the shade of crimson I had turned. "Draco, you are becoming quite the eloquent speaker. How are you?" I slowly withdrew from Draco's embrace, peering at him with concern. That creature had the power to strip joy and happiness from one's heart. Was Draco unaffected? "I am fine," he replied, and a gentle smile graced my lips in relief. As we passed the compartment, my mind preoccupied with thoughts of Parkinson and Draco's relationship, I failed to pay him close attention. Now standing before me was Draco, having changed significantly over the holiday. His light golden hair was not slicked back in a meticulous manner but rather tousled and soft, framing his face while partially obscuring his clear brow and eyes. His refined features had matured, and his tall, slender figure commanded attention. The opening feast proceeded as per tradition, with students discussing the terrifying Dementor, the dark creature that was hunting Sirius Black, who had escaped from Azkaban. Sirius Black. Wasn't his surname from a pureblood wizarding family? What had he done to warrant imprisonment in Azkaban? Dumbledore enthusiastically introduced the newly appointed defense against the dark arts professor, Remus Lupin, noting his heroic act of saving Harry on the train. Observing his humble demeanor, I found my initial impression of him favorable. Though Professor Snape's countenance was shrouded in ominous clouds, clearly disapproving of Lupin. With Professor Kettleburn retiring, Hagrid was set to become the new professor for the care of magical creatures class. His passion for animals promised an engaging course. Hagrid excitedly stood, nearly knocking over the table, causing the neatly arranged goblets to clatter to the ground, and his endearing clumsiness made me stifle a laugh. "Harry, are you all right? Did the Dementor harm you?" That horrifying creature made me tremble at merely the thought of it, let alone Harry having had direct contact. "I'm fine, Brandy. Thank you for your concern." "Blimey, is that Draco?" he exclaimed, sitting with his back to us, his voice unusually loud. "I heard you fainted?" It was indeed surprising that Draco showed concern for Harry. Curiosity prompted me to turn around. Draco wore a mocking smile. "Did you really faint?" Ah. How I had misinterpreted his tone. This little rascal was not being caring, but rather provocative. "Shut it, Malfoy," Ron retorted angrily, pulling Harry closer. "Ignore him. Malfoy is just a blabbermouth." I bit my lip at Draco, who appeared somewhat displeased, his gaze seemingly accusing me of caring for Harry. The Dementors would remain at Hogwarts until Sirius Black was captured, and Dumbledore repeatedly urged us not to provoke those creatures, making it clear he disagreed with the Ministry's decision. As the school year commenced, divination was a new subject I had to take, with its promise of glimpsing the future and avoiding misfortune. I found such mysterious matters intriguing. Hermione dismissed divination as baseless nonsense, or at least that's what she believed for now. Professor Trelawney instructed us to exchange teacups to interpret the tea leaves for predictions. I took Hermione's cup and scrutinized it, seeing nothing discernible, just a shape resembling cat ears, and flipped over, it looked like a mountain. Professor Trelawney approached us with an ethereal air, her voice soft and deliberate. "All right, Sally, tell us what you see." Clutching the warm cup, I hastily leafed through seeing through the mists to the future. It resembled a mountain, indicating numerous obstacles, and like a cat, it symbolized joy, suggesting that one would overcome these hurdles to achieve success and happiness. Hermione nodded skeptically, and even I did not fully believe it. I was merely concocting a tale inspired by the text. Hermione examined her teacup, noting, "This looks a bit like the moon." "The moon?" Professor Trelawney raised her arms dramatically, gesturing for Hermione to pass her my cup. "Oh dear child, indeed it is the moon." Her eyes widened with a glimmer of delight beneath her thick spectacles. The moon amid the clouds symbolizes love on the horizon, but one must be wary of the obstacles that lie hidden within the fog. A Ravenclaw student seated behind us recited clearly from the divination book. Yes, it signifies love. However, dear child, your tea leaves depict a pure moon, free of encumbering clouds, ensuring your love will be exceptionally beautiful. Oh, good things shall soon transpire. Remain vigilant. Thank you, Professor Trelawney. I retrieved my teacup with a hint of skepticism, suddenly reconsidering Hermione's views on divination. Love, could it be that straightforward? A discreet glance sought out Draco, who was smiling warmly at me. Instinctively, I averted my gaze, focusing on the moon-shaped tea leaves in my cup. Draco, what do your tea leaves signify? Ron examined Harry's cup, mimicking my earlier actions of reading from the book, and then improvising. Professor Trelawney snatched the cup from Ron, casting a swift glance that nearly made her drop it. Dear child, you have ominous tidings. Such prophecies were mere pebbles thrown into a tranquil lake, stirring ripples of discussion. On our way back, we reassured the distressed Harry. Divination isn't always accurate. One can't take the interpretations of tea leaves too seriously. I too was merely curious about divination. As for the outcomes, I was ambivalent, believing the good, but doubting the bad. The Scottish Highlands gradually warmed, causing one to perspire in the daylight, and the most relaxing indulgence was a warm bath, sinking into a soft bed. Languid and content. Upon returning to the dormitory from the library, Hermione flopped onto the plush four-poster bed, urging me to use the bathroom first while she rested. Perhaps it was too late, for the bathroom was empty. After placing my clean clothes in the cupboard, I hummed a tune while turning on the shower. The warm water drenched my long hair, steam enveloping me, condensing into a hazy mist on the glass. As I rinsed away the suds and twisted my damp hair atop my head, a sound echoed, a clattering noise. Hermione, is that you? I called out. The empty bathroom only returned my voice as an echo, conjuring spine-chilling memories of horror scenes from Muggle films. I squeezed out some body wash, hurriedly rinsed off, wrapped myself in a towel, and grabbed my toiletries, swiftly donning a clean nightgown from the cupboard. Gazing at the mist-laden mirror before me, my long hair, draped over my shoulders, glistened with droplets of crystalline water. The warmth enveloped my cheeks, painting them with a rosy hue, while my chestnut-hued eyes glimmered with moisture, and my lips bore a delicate shade of cherry red. Oh, how I longed to kiss my own reflection. Suddenly, something in the lower right corner of the mirror stirred, causing me to whirl around in a flurry of confusion, only to behold a fluffy white creature. Could it be a mouse? I crept closer, scrutinizing the small, white bundle, and to my astonishment, it was a tiny white ferret, with round, pointed ears and eyes like gleaming black pearls, which twinkled with curiosity, and a pink nose adorned with delicate whiskers. My heart melted at its adorableness. Cradling the ferret in my arms, I gently stroked its plush back. Even its petite limbs radiated charm. Are you lost? Thankfully, you haven't fallen into the clutches of Mr. Filch. His cat might have had you for a snack. As I returned to the dormitory, I found Hermione already asleep, likely exhausted from her studies. I had intended to show her this delightful little ferret, certain she would adore it. I placed the ferret among the soft bedding and approached Hermione's bedside to tuck her in, using my wand to dry my damp hair. Nestling into the bed with my seaweed-like tresses, I gazed at the snow-white darling, contemplating its rest for the night. Tomorrow, I shall introduce you to Hagrid. But wait, Hagrid favors magical creatures. You might end up as a white ferret sandwich. Tenderly stroking the little ferret's fuzzy head, I chuckled softly, teasing, just kidding. You can't understand me anyway, right? Leaning against the pillow, I picked up the beautifully bound book, The Fountain of Good Fortune, from the nightstand. Its cover was exquisite, and the pages had begun to yellow, discovered nestled between two shelves in the library's corner. The tales within resembled a wizarding fairy tale. And as I turned the pages slowly, my eyelids grew heavy, and I drifted into slumber, dreaming of leaning against Draco in a train compartment. If only the awkward object jabbing into my back would relent, I could continue this blissful dream. Drowsily, I opened my eyes to find the reading lamp by my bed extinguished. How strange, for I had not turned it off. Perhaps Hermione had done so out of kindness. What was that discomforting thing pressing against my back? My hand ventured into the depths of the bed, and my fingertips brushed against a distinctly metallic surface. A ring. Silver with a serpent embedded in green enamel, glimmering faintly. It bore the emblem of Slytherin. Whose ring was this? How did it come to be here? I turned the ring in confusion, discovering faint engravings on the inner band. D.M. Draco Malfoy, I murmured. Brandy, what are you saying? Hermione inquired. Oh, nothing, Hermione. Just get up quickly. Seizing the opportunity, I hastily tucked the ring into the pocket of my robes. Where had the little ferret gone? I lifted the soft blanket, crouching around the four-poster bed in search. Hermione, have you seen a white ferret? A ferret? I haven't seen one, Hermione replied, shaking her head in bewilderment, meticulously checking her textbooks in her bag for completeness. Perhaps it had scampered away, frightened of becoming a sandwich? I hoped it hadn't been spotted by Mr. Filch. Otherwise in the Great Hall, I absent-mindedly scraped my knife across the plate of fried eggs, pondering whether it could be Crookshank's doing. He had always been keen on chasing after Scabbers after all. I had long since informed Crookshanks that he was a sentient cat, and wouldn't he indiscriminately hunt. My apologies for my worry. How foolish of me to doubt Crookshanks like Ron did, quickly soothing the offended Hermione. Knowing it was precisely such doubts that had caused friction between her and Ron. Meow. The ginger cat leapt onto Hermione's lap, proudly lifting its head, as if to chastise me for my suspicions. Forgive me, Crookshanks, I said, tearing off a piece of toast to offer him. He contentedly squinted his eyes, affectionately rubbing against my hand, as though to say, I forgive you. I know you are concerned about that little white ferret. Hermione gently patted my shoulder. It must have slipped away. I can have Crookshanks sniff around your bed to help you search. It was likely wild. It would fare better returning to the wilderness, sparing Crookshanks the trouble. No news of Mr. Filch capturing any creatures reached us, so I surmised the ferret had safely escaped the castle. How ungrateful, especially since I had sheltered it overnight. Strangely, I found my gaze drawn to the pocket where Draco's ring lay. What was it doing with me? Aside from classes and meals, I hadn't encountered him much. Perhaps it belonged to another Slytherin student, and had accidentally found its way into my bag, with his initials coincidentally matching D.M. Looking up, I spotted Draco leisurely enjoying his breakfast. I absent-mindedly lifted my goblet, my gaze lingering on him. His right hand, gripping the fork, bore no ring. Could it truly be Draco's? Uncertain, I focused on his left hand, still no ring. What could this mean? Chapter 8. The paper crane messaged Brandy, we must go. Professor Lupin's class. Hermione's voice interrupted my reverie. Remus Lupin is my favorite professor. His lectures are animated and engaging, far more preferable to the overly stern methods of Professor Snape. In the last class, due to Harry's boggart transforming into a Dementor, Professor Lupin had not permitted us to confront the boggart any further. Professor Snape had already taken several classes, assigning increasingly challenging work, and students eagerly awaited Professor Lupin's return. Good job. Next. It was my turn. Taking a deep breath, I gripped my wand tightly and approached the boggart. Previously transformed into a clown doll, it morphed into a massive cobra, its gaping maw revealing sharp, venomous fangs as it slithered toward me. What should I turn it into? With a slight flick of my wand, I declared ridiculous. The menacing cobra shrank away, replaced by the adorable little white ferret, squeaking, eek. Wow, how cute. The girls gathered around, captivated by the charming sight of the little white ferret. Well done. Next, Pettigrew. Returning to my spot, I deliberately glanced at Draco, who watched the ferret with a look of disdain. Brandy, you've dropped something, Pettigrew said, approaching me with the glimmering ring in her palm. The ring. Merlin. How could it have fallen out? I exclaimed, reaching into my pocket to discover a hole. Pettigrew seemed oblivious to its significance. But as she revealed the Slytherin ring to the crowd, a peculiar expression crossed her face. As I glanced around, I noticed subtle shifts in the expressions of those around me. Their curious glances spoke volumes. Having dropped it in plain sight, I could hardly deny it was mine. What an obvious attempt to cover it up. Awkwardly frozen in place, contemplating how to explain myself, Ron snatched the ring from Pettigrew's grasp. Brandy, how do you have a Slytherin ring? Fool. Ron, don't you have any emotional intelligence? No wonder you can't see how Hermione feels about you. You're hopeless. Ron examined the ring closely, slowly reading the engraving. Who could stop him? I truly wish to cast Stupefy on him. And if given the chance, I would confine him to a spider's nest. Believe it. Did. Hermione raised an eyebrow at me, wearing a knowing smile. Sometimes being too clever is not a blessing. The buzz of conversation enveloped me. Oh, it's Malfoy. What was with the expressions resembling those in a Muggle soap opera? It's mine, Draco declared, pushing through Crabbe and Goyle from the throng, snatching the ring back from Ron's hand. Don't touch that. Draco's eyes sparkled with mirth as he approached me, gently cradling my left hand, placing the ring in my palm and softly nudging it towards my finger, ensuring it was securely held within my grasp this time. Make sure to keep it safe. Don't lose it again, he remarked before taking my right hand and leading me back into the throng, his demeanor exuding an air of pride akin to that of a peacock displaying its feathers. Youth is indeed a splendid thing, is it not? Professor Lupin crossed his arms, leaning against the table with a teasing grin. Now let us resume the lesson. Petty grew onward. In the corridor of the castle's second floor, I confronted Draco. Shouldn't you explain a few things to me? The ring and the little white ferret? What explanation? You accidentally took my ring. I merely intervened on your behalf. He retorted, a smirk playing on his lips. Stubborn. Lying is not a commendable habit, Malfoy, I said, tilting my chin slightly to meet his gaze, which now towered over mine. If you want to speak, then I shall, I declared, turning to face the courtyard, resting my chin on my left arm. You are remarkably intelligent and talented. The advanced transfiguration spell, which is typically mastered only in 7th year, and yet you have already learned it. Draco cleared his throat, avoiding my gaze. Don't evade, Draco. Elucidate this matter properly. I will, but you must promise not to get angry, he replied, tugging at my sleeve. Fine. You may speak, and then I shall educate you properly. Draco recounted how he had been practicing spells by the corridor when, due to Goyle's interruption, he inadvertently transformed himself into a white ferret. I wanted to return to the common room, but I couldn't utter the password, so I hid in the corridor. Upon spotting Filch patrolling, I had to conceal myself, ultimately taking refuge in the girls' lavatory. Then you arrived and you know what happened next. Draco looked at me earnestly, his bright, clear eyes merging with the dark orbs of the little white ferret. I cradled it in my arms. I even slept beside it. Though it was merely a small ferret, it was transformed by Draco. But wait, the transformation spell encompasses the entire being, including clothing and accessories. Wouldn't the ring have transformed as well? What then of the ring? Draco hesitated to articulate his thoughts, and while I had an inkling of the truth, I longed to hear him reveal it. The transfiguration spell has a time limit. I reverted back to my original form after being beside you for some time. The ring must have fallen during that moment, Draco explained, biting his lip. By then, you were sound asleep, and fearing you would discover my presence, I transformed back and slipped away as dawn broke. I had truly shared a bed with Draco, not as a ferret, but as the real Draco. Though I had no awareness of it, it had indeed transpired. Bewildered, the awkwardness shifted onto me. Despite my feelings for Draco, we were not yet a couple, though it seemed inevitable that we would be. Later, I learned that Draco had gazed at my serene slumbering face, gently caressing it, even contemplating a kiss, only to be startled by Hermione's movement. That's all of it. I have been completely forthright, Draco said, his gaze earnest as he looked at me. My dear Draco, how is it that I have come to like you so much? It is truly a helpless situation. Very well, Draco, I believe you, I replied, a shy blush coloring my cheeks as I uttered a parting remark, and hastily departed the corridor. In the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, Professor Snape was substituting, lecturing on the subject of werewolves. Due to Hermione answering a question without permission, the familiar cold tone resonated. Gryffindor loses 10 points. I had grown accustomed to this. It seemed Professor Snape had a particular penchant for targeting Gryffindor, especially Hermione, Harry, and Ron, who always managed to bring unexpected surprises. Oh, Draco playfully imitated a wolf's howl, capturing the attention of the entire class. Thank you, Mr. Malfoy, Snape replied sternly, devoid of any emotion, before turning back to continue his lecture. And yet no points deducted. How biased, I thought, glancing sideways at the mischievous scamp, only to find him smirking back at me. His face, coupled with that mischievous grin, sent my heart racing, igniting a cascade of emotions akin to fireworks bursting in vibrant colors. At this moment, I found myself exceedingly shy in Draco's presence, hastily averting my gaze and focusing intently on the words in my textbook to distract myself. Professor Snape explained extensively, turning to write on the board as I diligently took notes when a paper crane fluttered gracefully towards me. Setting down my quill in confusion, I opened my hands, and the paper crane landed perfectly in my palm. Carefully unfolding it, I discovered a note that read, "Meet me at the bridge after study hall," signed by Draco. Upon noticing a simple drawing of a stick figure resembling Draco, I couldn't help but stifle a chuckle at his comical portrayal. I tucked the note into my textbook, forcing myself to concentrate on the lesson, determined to suppress thoughts of the note's content, and thus I paid particular attention that class. During study hall in the Great Hall, I did not see Draco's figure. I overheard Goyle and the others mention that Draco had taken a sick day, feigning illness. What could he possibly want to discuss with me? I completed my assignments, quicker than Hermione. Neville sought my assistance, but my mind was elsewhere. Sorry, Neville. I have urgent matters. Page 267 should be helpful, I murmured. After submitting my work to Professor Snape, I hurriedly made my way to the bridge, my pace quickening. It was only 7:20 p.m., yet I was eager to see him. Draco might think I was too eager to meet him, No, I mustn't he appear overly anxious. I should let him wait a little longer. I slowed my pace, strolling leisurely, but my heart was anything but calm. As I neared the bridge, my heartbeat intensified. The ancient bridge revealed Draco's tall silhouette against the backdrop, leaning casually against the railing, gazing into the distance. Upon sensing my approach, Draco strolled towards me, his gray-blue eyes shimmering with unmistakable joy, shrinking the distance between us to mere inches. The moon ascended slowly, casting a silvery glow upon us, enveloping the bridge in a serene, ethereal beauty. Why aren't you in the great hall studying? I heard Goyle say you were unwell. Are you all right? I asked, noting his vibrant demeanor, which told me he was far from sick. I found myself at a loss for words. Suddenly, a bouquet of vivid red roses caught my eye. Draco held it out, his gaze filled with anticipation. Do you like them? He inquired. I reached out slowly, letting my fingertips brush against the soft petals before lifting my dark brown eyes to him, a smile playing on my lips. Mr. Malfoy, do you know what it means to give a girl red roses? Draco's eyes locked onto mine, reflecting my image with deep affection. Brandy, I like you. His words were pure, straightforward, devoid of any subtlety. I had expected Draco to be quite indirect, given his proud demeanor as a Malfoy. With a gentle smile, I accepted the vibrant roses, bringing them close to my nose to inhale their fragrance. Mr. Draco Malfoy, I accept your affection, and I must confess I like you too. A slight smile graced Draco's lips, a tender warmth illuminating his deep-set eyes, his eyelashes fluttering gently as the moonlight danced upon them. I had never seen him wear such a contented expression before. Miss Brandy Shelly, would you do me the honor of becoming my girlfriend? As you wish, Mr. Malfoy, I replied. Draco opened his arms, embracing me warmly. Now, let me hold my beloved girlfriend, shall we? Gripping the roses tightly in one hand, I nestled into Draco's embrace, my palm pressed firmly against his waist. Oh, Draco. He spun me around, wrapping his arms securely around my waist. I shut my eyes tightly, clinging to his shoulders, feeling lightheaded, unable to discern whether it was from the spinning or the overwhelming joy. All right, Draco, please stop. I gently patted Draco's shoulder. If you carry on like this, your beloved girlfriend will faint. Put me down. The brilliant stars scattered across the deep blue night sky, the silvery moon gradually ascending to its zenith. Time was slipping away, and with a reluctant farewell, Draco and I parted ways. Good night, see you tomorrow. Good night. Turning away, I walked towards the castle, pausing at the end of the corridor to glance back at Draco, who was watching me leave, gazing up at the lights of Gryffindor Tower. My heart stirred. I hurried back to him, like a gentle breeze rushing into his embrace. Draco, I can't bear to be apart from you. Draco wrapped his arms around my waist, and we quietly nestled against each other. Draco, what made you suddenly want to confess to me? Do you remember that book, The Fountain of Good Fortune? Yes, but I haven't finished it yet. It's a fairy tale from the wizarding world, about a witch and a muggle lord who ultimately fall in love. Ever since I was a child, everyone told me that purebloods are immensely noble, that half-bloods cannot compare to us, and that muggle-born wizards are utterly insignificant. When I inadvertently realized my feelings for you, as a Malfoy, I truly wished to distance myself from you. Yet my heart could not resist gravitating towards you. I was nearly about to call you something that would have angered you. I saw that look of disappointment on your face, and I felt a bit flustered. Those days when you ignored me were unbearably sorrowful. My heart felt like it was shattering. I reflected on my actions and wished to apologize to you, even if you were still upset, just to have you speak to me again, for I feared losing you. Draco tightened his embrace, burying his head in the hollow of my shoulder, and I gently stroked his back. Draco, I have never truly blamed you. Ignoring you was merely my way of helping you understand certain truths. Since that incident, you have changed so much. In my heart, you will always be Draco first, then Malfoy. You shall never lose me. I will always be with you forever until the end of time. If we don't head back now, Mr. Filch will catch us and put us in detention. I waved at Draco, signaling him not to linger too long. Taking 3 steps forward, I suddenly found myself enveloped in a solid embrace. Draco had wrapped his arms around me from behind, covering his hands that rested on my waist. I softly called out, Draco. I can't bear to part with you, truly. We will see each other again tomorrow, but if you don't let go, I will be sent to detention. Would you truly let your girlfriend suffer? Draco still did not release me. I gently squeezed his fingers. My dear Draco, will you please let me go? If you call me dear just once more, I will let go. How could I resist when I liked you so much? Dear. A soft kiss landed on my cheek, and Draco, unexpectedly. The cool, soft sensation on my skin ignited a fiery blush, and I dashed away from Draco like a rabbit, racing towards the castle. I picked up a cup of water from the table and gulped down a few mouthfuls, allowing my flushed face to gradually cool. Chapter 9. Dearest Little Rascal. Hermione was sitting on the edge of the bed, reading, when she noticed my flushed face and looked up, a mysterious smile playing on her lips. Brandy, why are you back so late? I went to the library. There was a perplexing question I needed to research, and now it's all resolved. I spoke earnestly, weaving a tale. Malfoy and you weren't in the Great Hall. That paper crane was from him. Don't try to deceive me. Draco invited me to the library. He was also puzzled by that challenging problem. But Malfoy was sick, wasn't he? He?'s quite tenacious, dragging his ailing self to study with you. The difficult problem you two couldn't solve is about love. Hermione teased me deliberately. She knew everything, and I no longer wished to hide it. I told Draco not to make it public. It wouldn't be good if the professors found out, even though they wouldn't reprimand us. What? You and Malfoy? Shoo, Hermione. Keep your voice down. Oh my Merlin. Brandy, your wish has come true. I'm so happy for you. Please don't tell Harry and Ron. I'm not ready for the whole world to know. Don't worry, I know those two, especially Ron. It's as if he's been dosed with Veritaserum. He spills everything. Though professors never interfere with students' romances, you are still third-year students. It's best to keep it low-key for now. Indeed, Hogwarts, a history was correct. Witches are always more reliable than wizards. Watching Hermione mock Ron with a look of disdain. As if frustrated by his lack of wit, I couldn't help but smile. My talented little witch had already begun to experience the stirrings of love. While the oblivious Ron remained utterly clueless. I truly worried for them. In Care of Magical Creatures class, the weather was delightful, with bright sunlight filtering through the trees, and a gentle breeze rustling the lush green leaves. Hagrid led us outdoors for class, and everyone carried thick tomes titled Fantastic Beasts, and Where to Find Them, strolling through the woods, laughing and chatting merrily. Draco always made a point of walking beside me. I gestured for Hermione to go ahead, slowing my pace and casually observing the figure that gradually overtook me. As Draco and I lingered at the back of the line, he took my hand, drawing close to me without a hint of hesitation. Nudge him gently with my elbow. I indicated for him to keep his actions subtle. Draco immediately adopted a mock pout. All right, fine, holding hands is fine, leaning together is fine. I secretly want to be with you too. Classmates, we have arrived. Hagrid's booming voice echoed, please settle down. Form groups of 4 or 5. The students instinctively divided into groups, and naturally, I returned to Hermione's side, but Draco tugged on my robe. Over there. Ron and Harry were turning to look for me, while Crabbe and Goyle were also searching for Draco. In a moment of panic, I swiftly shed my robe and confidently walked over to Hermione. The weather was warm, and many students had removed their outer robes, revealing their shirts underneath. So I didn't stand out. Draco, quite coincidentally, stood right behind us, and of course he was back to teasing. You know. I hope nothing will cause you to faint again, haha. Shut up, Malfoy. Oh dear. Draco tossed the heavy book to Crabbe, smirking mischievously as he approached Harry. His gaze drifting past Harry, fixated on me. Dementors. Dementors. Draco pointed at us behind, his face a mask of terror. Remembering that enormous black creature sent a chill down my spine. I turned to look, finding nothing there. That little rascal dared to trick me? Draco donned the pointed hat of his robe, extending his hands, fingers wiggling, and a mischievous grin forming on his face. Boring, what a childish prank. Dementors. I'm terrified too, you know. Hermione pulled Harry back, and I shot a helpless glare at Draco. Such a pointless prank. Hagrid instructed us to stroke the spines of the beast books, turning to page 68, which featured the hippogriff. Hagrid explained that they are incredibly proud creatures. Pride immediately brought Draco to mind, the arrogant little Malfoy who strutted in like a peacock when he first arrived at school. Dearest, what page are we on? Draco's voice floated to my ears from behind. Page 68. Please pay attention in class, alright? My little lord. Suddenly, the crowd fell silent. What's going on? Even Ron and Harry were staring at me, while Hermione subtly gestured for me to look behind. Following her gaze, I turned around, realizing everyone was watching me, their eyes twinkling with unspoken amusement. Draco was grinning at me, his eyes sparkling with triumph. Suddenly it dawned on me, I had just promised him something. Dearest. I felt an overwhelming wave of shyness, my cheeks burning under the scrutiny of everyone present, unable to deny it, as all eyes were upon me. Draco displayed a self-satisfied smile, undoubtedly intentional, feigning innocence in my direction. What a rascal. No wonder he so readily agreed last night to keep a low profile. It turns out he was merely biding his time for this moment. My dear Mr. Malfoy, how clever and astute you are. At this very moment, I yearned to cast a spell to render myself invisible, for the gazes directed at me felt as though they could pierce through my very being. Suddenly, a magnificent hippogriff appeared before us, diverting everyone's attention. I was grateful to Hagrid, for otherwise, I might have been overwhelmed. The hippogriff, named Buckbeak, a name that could only have sprung from Hagrid's imagination, was a testament to his remarkable talent for naming creatures. Draco approached from behind, playfully toying with my hair, while I resolutely chose to ignore his presence. I had no intention of engaging with him today. Recalling his earlier pretense of innocence, I resolved to disregard him for the duration of this class. The students appeared somewhat intimidated by Buckbeak, silently retreating a few steps. Harry, perhaps wishing to alleviate Hagrid's predicament, bravely stepped forward. Hermione and I held our breath, for if one were to incur the hippogriff's wrath, a visit to the hospital wing would be inevitable. Harry bowed to Buckbeak and successfully gained the creature's approval, prompting Hagrid to hoist him onto the hippogriff's back. With a powerful flap of his expansive wings, Buckbeak soared into the sky with Harry, and in a mere moment, they vanished from our sight. When Harry returned riding Buckbeak, the crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause. Well done, Harry. I gathered my long hair behind my shoulders, tying it up to prevent Draco from touching it. How does it feel to fly, Harry? Draco, evidently somewhat miffed, pushed through the crowd, muttering about the ugly beast. He approached Buckbeak, then turned back to me with a smile, extending his right hand in a flamboyant gesture, akin to a peacock flaunting its tail, seemingly taunting me. Look at me. Unbeknownst to Draco, he stepped on a stone and stumbled awkwardly, startling Buckbeak, who instinctively raised his front limbs, claws sharp as daggers, aiming for Draco's arm. Draco! I cried out in alarm, unable to rush forward, fearing that provoking Buckbeak would place Draco in greater peril. Hagrid hurriedly attempted to shoo Buckbeak away, tossing a ferret, which the hippogriff promptly snatched and devoured in one swift bite. Draco lay on the ground, clutching his injured arm, exclaiming, "It wants to kill me." I dashed over to him, crouching by his side, my voice laced with concern. "Draco, are you all right? I need to go to the hospital wing." My arm hurt so much he grimaced, leaning against me as his uninjured hand gently grasped mine. "I am a teacher. I will take you," Hagrid declared, lifting Draco into his broad embrace, who continued to groan in pain. My heart ached as I watched Draco, so small in Hagrid's arms, and I couldn't help but think of him as the Princess Malfoy, eliciting a chuckle. I followed Hagrid to the hospital wing, where Madam Pomfrey was tending to Draco. I waited outside, and when she emerged with a tray of potions, I rushed forward to inquire about his condition. Mr. Malfoy sustained some superficial injuries, and is already bandaged. However, he insisted on having a bandage wrapped around his arm. "I'm just about to fetch some." Draco exited the hospital wing, his right arm heavily bandaged and draped with blue fabric around his neck. Upon seeing me, he grimaced dramatically, and I approached him with concern. "Does it hurt, Draco?" "Very much," he replied, wincing. "Brandy, you have no idea." Madam Pomfrey happened to walk by, a knowing look on her face as if to say, "Now I understand why Malfoy insisted on the bandage." Draco, oblivious to Madam Pomfrey's expression, continued to feign distress. If I had waited a minute longer, my arm would have been ruined. I was fully aware of this little rascal's antics, yet I couldn't help but indulge him. After all, I liked him. "For the sake of my affection for you, I shall indulge you this once and refrain from exposing your ruse." Pansy Parkinson inquired about Draco's injuries, and he exaggerated. I was fortunate, otherwise my arm would be gone. "Alas, I fear I won't be able to do homework for a month," all the while casting me a pitiful look. I wished I could capture this moment on film, to let him see his own performance, attempting to evade homework. "Draco, your audacity knows no bounds." During lunch, Draco and I sat together, our affair having become common knowledge throughout the entire year. "I can't manage my utensils, Brandy," he lamented. "So am I to feed him?" I glanced around. With so many people, it would be quite the spectacle. Seeing my hesitation, Draco quickly dismissed Goyle and his companions, leaving us with ample space. While the other students dared not approach the proud young Malfoy, our presence was conspicuous. What else could I do but pamper my own boyfriend? I opened my mouth, cutting a piece of steak and offering it to him. Draco swallowed it whole, a look of utter satisfaction illuminating his face. The other students dining turned to observe us. Although they refrained from jesting due to Draco's presence, the probing gazes were impossible to ignore. I caught Hermione's eye, who winked at me with a knowing smile. My ears burned, and my cheeks felt aflame. I need not look to know I was beet red. My heart sank, cursing Draco, who could use his left hand. I shot him a resentful glare and scooped up a spoonful of custard, glancing little before shoving it into his mouth. Draco sensed my unusual demeanor, raising his gaze to scrutinize the onlookers, who quickly averted their eyes to their plates. Well, fine. Though I disliked his arrogance, I had to admit it served a purpose. Draco set aside his haughty demeanor, resting his chin on his hand, gazing at me with warmth. Let's continue dining, he said with a smile. He looked so handsome when he smiled. I simply couldn't bring myself to scold him. Resigned, I thought, I will continue to feed you, you cheeky Draco. This arrangement persisted for 3 days, with me accompanying Draco for every meal, indulging his whims, all because I was overly lenient with this mischievous rascal. On Friday, I had already promised Hermione to have lunch with her. Harry was off to Quidditch practice, following Wood's regulations. Ron had been in a spat with them, all due to Scabbers and Crookshanks. I had never let Hermione down Draco. I remained concerned, fearing this proud young man would sulk. As soon as our Muggle Studies class concluded, I hurried to find Goyle and Crabbe, asking them to keep a close eye on Draco since I wouldn't be able to accompany him today. Once everything was settled, I dashed back to Hermione, cheerfully linking my arm with hers. Hermione, I'm here. Oh, I thought you would be a no-show, and I would have to suffer through lunch alone, she teased. How could I abandon the lovely Miss Granger? I tilted my head against her shoulder. Your Mr. Malfoy will be jealous, Miss Sherry. Oh no, Hermione replied. And I playfully pinched her hand, feeling a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. Such conversations were best left for late-night chats in the dormitory, not in public. The great hall buzzed with excitement as we engaged in lively conversation, discussing the brewing of the forgetfulness potion. Suddenly, Hermione fell silent, her gaze fixed on something with a furrowed brow. Turning to follow her line of sight, I was met with a puzzled expression. Draco. He stood not far away, lips pressed tightly together, his expression grave, locking eyes with me. I felt a wave of panic wash over me as I averted my gaze. Is Malfoy angry? Hermione whispered. It seems so. Draco strode towards me with an air of confidence, and I bit my lip, yearning to avert my gaze from his penetrating stare. Yet those eyes remained fixed upon me, leaving me with no option but to engage in his unwavering gaze. As Draco approached, his right arm still ensconced in bandages and his left hand leisurely resting at his side, one could easily mistake his demeanor for clumsy. Yet his striking visage and elongated form rendered him utterly captivating. I shook myself from my reverie. Was this truly the moment to admire him? How utterly disappointing of you, Brandichow. Chapter 10. The Jealous Malfoy. Draco stood resolutely beside me, his figure casting a shadow that enveloped me entirely. I had finished my meal, and Hermione, with her plate still half full, hastily departed. Draco took the opportunity to sit beside me. Goyle approached with a tray, and I felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. My savior had arrived. Goyle, I shall certainly lend you my history of magic assignment in exchange for numerous delectable cakes. He set his belongings down in front of Draco but did not take a seat, striding away with his head held high, seemingly pleased with himself. He left. Just like that? Draco gestured towards the lunch before us, raising his chin, and his gaze remained unwavering upon me. Very well, my young lord, I shall feed you. I set down my fork, ready to offer Draco a morsel, only to realize that Goyle, the fool, had neglected to provide him with utensils. I absolutely refused to let you copy my homework, you dolt Goyle. I prepared to rise and retrieve some, but Draco grasped my hand firmly, preventing my departure. Use yours, he insisted. I did not mind. Oh no, does the young Master Malfoy care about such things? I grasped my knife and fork, cutting the food on my plate, and bringing it to Draco's lips. He savored each bite with a deliberate slowness, glancing around the great hall. The long tables were starkly empty, save for Draco and me. With merely half an hour before class, Professor Snape's potions lesson loomed, and I was loath to be tardy. Missing even a few minutes could cost me house points. Arriving early to review my notes would afford me the opportunity to prepare for any tricky questions Snape might pose. Draco, we must depart. Class is imminent. As I began to rise, Draco quickly seized my hand, and his slate blue eyes glimmered with an unusual tenderness. My dear, I believe we need to have a word first. My subconscious warned me that this so-called conversation would be anything but simple, leaving me little room for refusal. Draco led me out of the hall, his grip on my hand steady as we hurried down the corridor until we reached a secluded corner. He held my wrist firmly, pressing me against the wall and encircling me in his embrace. The scent of him, subtle green apple mingled with the crispness of pine, invaded my senses as I nestled against his chest, careful to avoid his injured side. Draco's left arm encircled my waist as he leaned closer, his lips brushing against mine in a soft caress. Ah, a kiss imbued with a hint of punishment. A bold claim upon my breath. Very well, I was ensnared, surrendering to Draco's fervent kisses, wrapping my arms around his waist and clutching his robes tightly. Draco held me close, our affections intertwining, breaths mingling in a passionate embrace. As the bell tolled, I gently tapped his back. Yet he remained unwilling to relinquish the sweetness of our kiss. The sensation of breathlessness began to overwhelm me, and I couldn't help but emit a soft whimper. Sensing my distress, Draco gradually released me, resting our foreheads together as I gasped for air. "Draco, are you angry? What do you think?" he replied, his clear eyes revealing a flicker of annoyance. "I'm sorry, Draco. I apologize. I informed Goyle and the others that I could not accompany you. I even brought you green apples for them to deliver." My tone took on a playful lilt, my eyes glistening with a plea for his understanding. Draco looked perplexed. "You sought them out? Green apples? What green apples?" "The ones in the brown paper bag. I placed 2 inside. From the apple tree behind Hagrid's hut. I helped him gather pumpkins." I must admit, I was quite startled by his rock-hard rock cakes, but I also taught him how to make pumpkin porridge and pumpkin pasties. And I picked some green apples to bring back. "Did you taste them? Are they sweet?" Draco's brow furrowed as he fell into silence. "What is it, Draco? Did you not eat them? You could save them for tomorrow." Seeing the cloud of doubt in Draco's eyes, I surmised the truth. Pansy Parkinson's meddling was all too obvious. Driven by jealousy and employing such a foolish tactic, there was no need for her to orchestrate such schemes. The truth would reveal itself the moment Draco and I conversed. I had no intention of divulging the details to Draco. He was astute enough to piece together the narrative, and I trusted he would handle it. Sometimes, feigning ignorance proved to be advantageous. "I should be the one apologizing. I misjudged you, my dear." Are you suggesting that?" "Yes, but I do not blame you. I merely..." His slate blue eyes shimmered with gentle affection, and Draco hesitating to articulate his thoughts. "But what?" I pressed, intrigued. "I'm just feeling jealous that you chose to accompany others." "Merlin, did I hear correctly?" Draco Malfoy, the proud scion of the Malfoy family, admitting to jealousy, such a rarity. I gazed at Draco's awkward expression, unable to suppress a chuckle. "Draco, Hermione is a girl. Are you truly jealous? Boys or girls, it matters not. Stop laughing." How delightful it was to witness such vulnerability in Draco. Soft lips silenced my laughter, and unlike before, this kiss was tender as a gentle spring breeze, gradually enveloping me in warmth. His unrestrained left arm tightened around me as I melted against him, surrendering to the fervor of his kisses. With each deepening kiss, I closed my eyes, clutching the fabric of his robes behind me. Having skipped a significant portion of Professor Snape's lesson, I reluctantly made my way to the underground classroom, Draco's grip unwavering around my hand. I attempted to pull away, but he held on tighter. "Draco, let go." He offered no response. "On the count of 3, if you do not release me, I shall ignore you entirely." 1, 2. Without warning, Draco pulled me into his arms and planted a soft kiss on my cheek. "Draco," I gritted my teeth, unable to mask my embarrassment. Draco strode confidently to the classroom door, fully aware that I could not express my annoyance now. Professor Snape cast a cold glance at our tardy entrance, his dark eyes assessing us before he continued his lecture in silence. We shuffled to the back of the classroom, where there were no other seats available. Naturally, Draco insisted on sitting beside me. "Today we shall learn to concoct an enhancer potion. Your partner will be your desk mate. Now turn to page 89. Professor Snape's voice echoed throughout the classroom, prompting me to swiftly flip open my textbook to the designated page. If only Draco would cease to distract me with his playful gestures, teasing my fingers and toying with my hair, I might be able to focus better. During potion preparation, Draco refrained from his playful antics, and we worked diligently together. Professor Snape was particularly stringent. To qualify for his advanced potions class, OWL scores must reach an O. To become an Auror, one must attain a NEWT certification in advanced potions. While I held no ambition to become an Auror, my fascination with potion making was profound. My grades in potions had always been exemplary, and even with Professor Snape's latent bias against Gryffindor, he had discreetly commended my efforts in class. Draco and I worked seamlessly together, whether it was grinding ingredients or timing the brewing process. It was as though we were in perfect sync, completing the enhancer potion ahead of our peers, sharing smiles as we exchanged triumphant glances. Professor Snape exhibited no particular expression as he gazed into the cauldron, the potion within swirling rhythmically, and slowly uttered, "Very well." However, I noticed that the slight furrow in his brow had eased somewhat, indicating that he would likely not reproach us for our tardiness. I must admit, the serious demeanor of Draco possessed a unique charm, distinct from his usual flamboyance. It was a composed and unflappable aura. As the bell signaling the end of class tolled, the students in the classroom collectively exhaled a sigh of relief, their previously taut nerves now slackening as they tidied their workspaces. As I gathered my parchment and quill, Draco leaned closer, lowering his shoulder against mine, and softly suggested, "Shall we go for dinner?" I nodded with a gentle smile, and a look of satisfaction graced Draco's face as his palm slid down to my wrist, gradually enveloping my hand in his grasp. Upon reaching the entrance of the great hall, Draco suddenly halted, saying, "Brandy, you go ahead and dine. I shall return shortly. Do not fret." Without inquiring about his intentions, I simply nodded and quietly sat at the dining table, idly twirling a strand of hair around my finger while casting glances toward the entrance of the hall, wondering what he was doing in his absence. Just as I pondered, Draco reappeared in my line of sight, striding toward me briskly, his pale blonde hair swaying with each step as he clutched a paper bag made of brown craft. Noticing the bag, I deduced what Draco had been up to. My curiosity piqued regarding his conversation with Pansy Parkinson. Would he have scolded them, given his temperament? "You went to fetch a green apple. Where did you drop it?" I feigned ignorance, adept at playing the fool. "It was Crabbe and the others who failed to inform me. I thought you had silently abandoned me, indifferent to my presence." "You know I would never do that, Draco. The moment I witnessed you seated alongside Granger, a wave of jealousy surged within me, leaving me with a sour feeling in my heart." "You little jealous pot," I teased as I linked my arm with Draco's, my voice softening with reproach, a sweet sentiment blossoming within me. How to describe this dinner? It was a tender, affectionate affair. The following day, the radiant sunlight bathed Hogwarts Castle, the banyan tree in the courtyard flourishing with verdant foliage, casting a cool shade over the bench where I sat. I opened an overview of medieval magic on my lap, leisurely perusing its pages as a gentle breeze stirred the beige paper, mingling with the scent of ink, occasionally brushing against my forehead. "Hey, Shelley." I looked up to see Pansy Parkinson, who impatiently pursed her lips. "About that incident, I apologize. Did you hear me?" Her unexpected apology took me by surprise. Yet her manner was consistent with her usual haughty demeanor, lacking any semblance of sincerity. "Uh-huh," I replied quietly, turning the pages of my book without any further gestures. "Hey, I'm apologizing here. What kind of attitude is that?" "My dear, with that demeanor of yours, I could easily mistake you for a provocateur," I said, calmly closing my book and offering her a slight smile. "I understand that your friends are preoccupied with their games, and while I recognize your desire for pride, dear lady, an apology should come with the appropriate demeanor." Setting the book down on the bench, I stepped closer to Pansy, fully aware that her impulsive actions stemmed from infatuation, and I was not particularly concerned. Gently adjusting her slightly askew tie with my delicate fingers, I leaned in closer to her ear and whispered, "In truth, you are compelled by family obligations to befriend the Malfoys. If I were you, I would reflect on what you are doing and why, Miss Parkinson. You know everything. What is there to guess?" I tucked a loose strand of Pansy's hair behind her ear, a serene smile gracing my lips. Coughing slightly, Pansy's cheeks flushed, and her gaze wandered between my brow and eyes. "Now I understand why Draco is fond of you." "Why is that?" "You're beautiful," Pansy declared, crossing her arms, her dark eyes scrutinizing me intently. "TCH, what's with being so good-looking? Am I beautiful? Indeed, I am, but I possess more than mere beauty. I considered my most prominent strength to be my exceptional capabilities. It is the extraordinary that captures the interest of Slytherin." After Pansy's detailed account, I ultimately grasped the situation. While I awaited Draco, he had proudly reclaimed his green apple. "Pansy, I know it was you. Crabbe and Goyle would never dare. Given your surname, I will merely warn you this time. If there is a next, even the Parkinson family will not shield you from my wrath." Draco angrily admonished Pansy before turning to leave. "Draco, do not call me Draco. We are not that familiar." His icy, distant tone seemed capable of shattering the very air around us. Listening to Pansy's recounting, Draco's domineering image surfaced in my mind, her description perfectly aligning with his demeanor. As time drifted by within the routine of school life, a jarring disruption shattered the tranquility of Hogwarts, as the fat lady, shaken, refused to return to her torn portrait. Recounting her harrowing experience, Sirius Black had stealthily infiltrated Hogwarts Castle, causing considerable turmoil. In response to concerns for student safety, Professor Dumbledore arranged for us to sleep in the Great Hall, while the professors took turns patrolling the castle. In the dead of night, I desperately needed to use the restroom, yet Hermione beside me slumbered peacefully. I reluctantly lit a lamp and ventured out of the hall, the dark corridor unusually quiet. Even the sound of a needle dropping was strikingly clear. My heart raced, clutching my wand tightly. I cautiously surveyed my surroundings, treading lightly as I advanced. A warm hand enveloped mine, securing it firmly. Draco's gentle voice reached my ears. "I will accompany you." My anxious heartbeat began to settle as we reached the restroom door. where Draco leaned against the wall. Do not fear, I will wait for you outside. Upon my return, Draco remained by the wall, vigilantly scanning the area. Hand in hand, we returned to the great hall, where I nestled back into my sleeping bag, the stars above twinkling with silvery light, and I gradually succumbed to sleep, feeling utterly at ease. The night passed without incident. Students resumed their normal routines, and Draco's arm healed gradually. Awaiting him was a mountain of assignments. This is far too much. How could I possibly finish it all? Observing Draco's lamentations, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of schadenfreude, secretly chuckling to myself. Who told you to feign illness for so many days? With you by my side, Draco chuckled as he flipped through his assignments. Darling, I don't understand this problem. During Professor Trelawney's divination class, Ron and Harry nearly arrived late, hurriedly dashing into the classroom, their disheveled hair and crooked robes clearly indicating they had overslept. They had forgotten their books. Ron, quick-witted, sat beside Hermione, ignoring her disapproving glare as he nonchalantly focused on the textbook. Harry awkwardly stood before me. Brandy, I'm sorry. May I borrow a book to share with you? Just as I was about to nod, Draco impatiently leapt from his seat. Scarhead. Did no one inform you that before borrowing a book from her, you must first seek her boyfriend's approval? Harry stood frozen in embarrassment, unsure of how to proceed. Go find your own girlfriend to share your books with. Draco taunted Harry, but he doesn't have a girlfriend, does he? You have a girlfriend. You just love to show off. Draco, I shot him an annoyed glare. Draco's ability to change expressions was nearly unparalleled, even exceeding transfiguration. As he offered me a slight smile, do not be angry, I was in the wrong. Consider yourself fortunate today, Potter. Here, take my book. Draco tossed the hefty textbook toward Harry, its weight tracing a perfect arc through the air. With a smug raise of his eyebrows, he paid no mind to whether Harry caught it, sauntering back to my side and settling down, propping his chin on his right arm, flashing me a toothy grin as he opened, clearing the mist to see the future before me. How utterly exasperating. My heart feels so weary. Lunchtime arrived. Potter, Potter. Draco called out to Harry with exuberance. You can keep my book. There's no need to return it. I am exceedingly generous. It was a rare occurrence indeed for Draco to exhibit such kindness. How could he be so amiable toward Harry, even allowing him to keep the book? I yearned to share a book with Brandy. Draco beamed at me, his eyes gleaming with mischief. What a little rascal he was, devising such a scheme. How should I handle you? Ron wrinkled his nose in disdain, his expression conveying his thoughts. Enjoy your pride, Malfoy. As Harry was about to return the book to Draco, Hermione swiftly pressed her hand on his shoulder, asserting, since Malfoy has decided to gift it to you, you might as well keep it. Let us not squander his kindness, shall we? With that, she discreetly winked at me. I often found Hermione's cleverness to be rather vexing. Chapter 11. The Invisibility Potion. Draco did not disclose his injury to Mr. Lucius Malfoy. However, given Mr. Malfoy's former role as a school governor, how could he remain oblivious? In his quest to undermine Professor Dumbledore, he was intent on executing Buckbeak. Hermione and the others had been tirelessly assisting Hagrid with the appeal, hoping to save Buckbeak. I too wished to contribute in whatever small way I could, pulling Draco through the towering shelves, extracting one hefty tome after another on wizarding law, perusing the relevant statutes. Are you truly so concerned about that hippogriff? Draco grumbled, clutching the spine of a book, a cloud of resentment enveloping him. I scarcely have the time to accompany you to Hogsmeade. Do you think I wish to be involved? I must help clean up the mess you've caused, I retorted, suddenly aware of the implications of my words. Turning awkwardly away, I shyly flipped through the book in my hands, my cheeks flushed. You care about me? Draco's tone lifted, his entire demeanor radiating joy as he leaned closer, relentlessly pursuing my answer, unwilling to relent until he received it. Wherever I turned, Draco followed, and with a resigned lift of my gaze, I offered him a gentle smile. Yes, yes, I care for you. Satisfied with my affirmation, Draco nodded enthusiastically, eager to assist me in researching the pertinent laws. Yet all of this effort seemed futile. Buckbeak had been sentenced to execution, and the executioner was set to arrive at Hogwarts in 2 days. Perhaps I could seek my father's help, Draco suggested hesitantly. Don't do that, Draco. Until the very last moment, there's still a chance. I did not want Draco to seek Mr. Lucius Malfoy as assistance. He had always sought to prove himself, to demonstrate that he was a worthy Malfoy. Seeking help from his father would surely weigh heavily on him. There must be another way. Passing by Hagrid's hut, we spotted Buckbeak tethered outside. If only I could conceal my presence, I could liberate him. The invisibility potion. Yes, I could brew an invisibility potion. Ecstatic, I dashed back to the dormitory, seized my potions textbook, and delved into the ingredients required. I hastily sought out Draco. It's too late to purchase the ingredients now. My apologies, Professor Snape. Draco was less than enthusiastic. As a proud Malfoy, how could I resort to thievery? It's not theft, it's a temporary borrowing. Once we save Buckbeak, we'll replace the ingredients, I argued. Draco hesitated, and I linked my arm with his, gently shaking it while gazing at him with pleading eyes. Draco, you're the best. Please help me one to you? Ahem. Draco turned his head away, tightening his grip on my hand. Alright, I'll help you. His playful charm was undeniably effective. Draco was rather defenseless against it. We stealthily entered Professor Snape's storeroom, where potions ingredients were kept. Draco instructed me to wait at the door, and keep watch while he ventured inside to borrow the materials. Brandy, if the professor arrives, you must flee immediately. Don't worry about me, understand? Am I the kind of person to abandon you? The bathroom where Moaning Myrtle resided deterred any students, and after successfully acquiring enough ingredients, we strolled casually down the corridor, slipping into the lavatory to set up our cauldron. It's quite odd. This place is almost becoming your potions classroom. Last year, 3 students brewed potions here for the better part of the day. I speculated that the 3 students Myrtle referred to were likely Hermione, Ron, and Harry. Perhaps due to my anxiety or a misstep in the process, my first attempt at brewing failed. I clutched the potions book, scrutinizing it carefully, meticulously adding ingredients, waving my wand to infuse it with magic. A white mist swirled around, and the potion in the cauldron gradually transformed into a transparent pale pink. We succeeded. I scooped out a spoonful, ready to taste it, but Draco, slightly apprehensive, took the long spoon from my hand, declaring I'll try it. As Draco consumed the potion, his body slowly faded from view, until he was entirely invisible. Draco, I can't see you anymore. We've created the invisibility potion. I dipped a spoon into the cauldron, drank a small amount, and gazed at my reflection in the mirror as I gradually faded from sight. If a spoonful of the potion could last 10 minutes, consuming an entire vial should sustain us for at least 2 hours. Ample time to liberate Buckbeak without detection. After preparing several vials of the potion, I waved my wand to tidy the lavatory and bid farewell to Moaning Myrtle. As Draco and I exited, we beheld the flickering lights of the corridor, only then realizing how long we had lingered. After such an extensive potion-making session, we had missed dinner and my stomach was empty. Would I have to endure hunger all night? Surely the kitchen must have provisions. Draco, are you hungry? I'm not hungry. Really not hungry? Then I shall go to the kitchen alone. Wait, Draco grasped my hand tightly. I'll accompany you. It's rather unsafe at this hour. How prideful he was, even with his girlfriend. If you're hungry, just say so. I'll always take care of you. My boyfriend. We quietly slipped into the kitchen, which was deserted. Even the house elves had gone to rest. I dared not be too boisterous and lit a small lamp for illumination. Opening the cupboards, a dazzling array of ingredients greeted me. But given our circumstances, we needed to keep it simple. As I scanned the shelves for easy-to-prepare food, I stumbled upon instant noodles. Merlin. I would declare it the greatest invention of the Muggle world. Incendio. I whispered, drawing my wand and igniting the stove. Wizards typically cooked using magic. But I preferred to engage in the process step by step, relishing in the act of creation. The joy of crafting a meal with my own hands naturally uplifted my spirits. I poured a bit of cold water into a pot, added a whole tomato, and once the water began to boil, I retrieved the tomato, easily peeling away its vibrant red skin. After discarding the hot water, I crushed the peeled tomato in the pot, adding a sprinkle of seasoning and the right amount of cold water before covering it to simmer. While the tomato cooked, I switched to a frying pan, poured in some oil, and as the temperature rose, fresh eggs met the sizzling hot oil with a delightful crackle. Draco. How do you like your fried eggs? Crispy or soft? Either is fine. Then I shall prepare it to my taste. Soon the perfect fried egg was ready. Lifting the lid from the pot, the soft fragrant tomatoes released an irresistible aroma as I added the noodles, allowing them to soak up the rich flavor. Dipping the washed greens into the thick tomato broth, I extinguished the flame and served it in a pristine white bowl, garnishing it with the fried egg. A delightful medley of scents wafted through the air. Draco had likely never tasted such fare. Instant noodles were certainly absent from the Malfoy dining table. To give it a try. Skeptically, Draco lifted his fork and brought the noodles enveloped in tomato sauce to his lips, gazing at me in astonishment. This is quite delicious. I simply didn't expect your culinary skills to be so impressive. Mr. Malfoy, it seems you don't know your girlfriend well enough. I tilted my head slightly, crossing my arms in mock displeasure. In time, I shall come to understand more, Brandy. Draco rose from behind, wrapping his arms around me, his chin gently resting in the nook of my shoulder. My beloved Brandy, adept in magic, excelling in her studies and a culinary virtuoso. How fortunate the Malfoy family is. Draco. What nonsense are you spouting? When have I ever belonged to the Malfoy family? Sooner or later, you will. Shyly extricating myself from Draco's embrace, I gazed at his radiant smile. Hurry and eat. It will get cold. Finding a fork cumbersome, I opened the cabinet where the utensils were stored, searching among the various silver and gold cutlery for wooden chopsticks, only to find none. My eyes landed on 2 wooden spoons before me. With a flick of my wand, they transformed into the desired chopsticks. Draco looked at me quizzically, holding the 2 wand-like utensils. What is this? Chopsticks, I replied, deftly using them to scoop up the al dente noodles. Observing Draco's expression of curiosity mixed with surprise, I demonstrated once more. Isn't it convenient? It certainly appears so. I would like to try. I conjured a new pair of chopsticks and handed them to him. Draco attempted to mimic my technique, but struggled to find his rhythm. It seems so easy for you. Why is it so difficult for me? That's natural. I've been using them since childhood, while you are just learning and must still adapt. You learned this while living in London? How did you come to acquire such knowledge of Eastern culture? I recounted. My mother is British, while my father is of Chinese descent. My family, the Xie family, is not an old British noble family. My great-grandparents hailed from China, attended Merton College at Oxford, and conducted business in London. They embody the traditional Chinese virtues of humility and integrity, and their company has gained increasing prominence. My grandfather further expanded the business's reputation and scope, gradually establishing it as a leading enterprise in London, if not all of Britain. My mother told me that when she married my father, she learned how to use chopsticks, and I too was taught from a young age. It was only when I received my acceptance letter from Hogwarts that my mother revealed to me that since marrying my father, they had engaged in trade collaborations with wizarding families, with even some wizards among their employees, responsible for facilitating trade exchanges. According to confidentiality laws, their identities would not be disclosed to any muggle. Draco, when I last encountered your father, I mentioned that the Malfoy family has dealings with us, which is true. Currency must circulate, and it is impossible to amass such wealth relying solely on the wizarding world. Brandy, I understand. Whether pureblood families or the Ministry of Magic, our lives as wizards cannot truly sever ties with the muggle world. Draco, I find myself increasingly fond of you. What should I do? You must remain with me forever, he declared, his tone slightly possessive, accompanied by a gentle smile. Who could resist? Especially since I was already quite taken with his face. How could I possibly withstand it? With a flick of my wand, I performed the cleaning charm, Scourgify. I tidied the kitchen. While I was not fond of using magic for cooking, I must admit that employing it to clean up was indeed convenient. With a simple incantation, pots and pans returned to their pristine state. I found myself growing ever more enamored with magic, discovering another remarkable use for the invisibility potion. Filch patrolled without the slightest awareness of our presence. Never had I strolled so freely through the corridors of Hogwarts at night, aimlessly wandering, until I approached the Gryffindor common room. Just as the potion was about to wear off, I revealed myself to the fat lady and returned to the dormitory. Brandy, how many times have you returned late now? You know it's a date, I replied truthfully. I was indeed on a date with Draco, and I had not deceived Hermione. Though the nature of our rendezvous involved brewing an invisibility potion, the fewer people who knew about the potion, the better. Too many mouths could jeopardize Buckbeak's rescue, and involving Hermione would complicate matters even more. Are you happy with Draco? How should I put it? It's not merely happiness. There's an indescribable sense of bliss. I never tire of him. Even spending every day together feels refreshing. Memories of my moments with Draco flooded my mind. Since we became a couple, every gesture, every smile of his. Indeed, I have fallen in love, I mused. Brandy, keep your love away from me. No, Hermione, you are my dearest friend, I exclaimed, embracing her tightly, nuzzling against her shoulder. My beloved little genius witch. The next day, after lunch, Draco and I quietly made our way to Hagrid's hut, hiding in a secluded corner to consume the invisibility potion. Draco, you keep watch while I release Buckbeak. No, I should go. What if he scratches you? Draco. Don't worry, I will be careful. You keeping watch is best. If Mr. Lucius Malfoy arrives, you can drink the antidote and stall for time. After finalizing our plan, I cautiously descended the grassy slope, surveying the area around Buckbeak to ensure no one was watching. Just as I prepared to rescue Buckbeak, Harry and Hermione appeared out of nowhere, quietly leading Buckbeak away. I followed closely, watching as they gradually disappeared into the forest. Relieved that Buckbeak was safe as I made my way back. Draco, I'm back, I whispered, scanning the air before me, uncertain of Draco's location. What happened? Harry and Hermione rescued Buckbeak. He is now safe. Is that true? Draco's voice conveyed a hint of joy, and though I could not see him, his expression and movements were vividly etched in my mind. Let us go to that secluded spot and drink the antidote. All right. As Draco slowly became visible after consuming the antidote, I too drank mine, but after a moment, I looked down at myself and saw nothing. Draco, it seems my antidote has failed. Did you drink it all? Yes, I did. Don't worry, he said, his gaze searching for me, infused with a touch of concern. Perhaps the antidote is just taking longer to work. Let us wait a while longer. After a 15-minute wait, there was still no sign of change. I could only wait for the invisibility potion to wear off, which would take a long hour. Draco sat beside me on the grassy slope, the wind caressing my face pleasantly, a gentle breeze mingling with the fragrance of the green grass, the distant mountains casting reflections upon the clear lake's surface. Such beauty was beyond the reach of even magic. Turning to gaze at Draco, I noticed the breeze tousling his light golden hair, the contours of his face softly illuminated by the sunlight. With his Slytherin robe draped aside, Draco wore a fitted white shirt, radiating youthful charm. Unbeknownst to him, I observed him without restraint, meticulously studying his brows, eyes, nose, and lips. In my mind, I painted vivid images, the sole protagonist being my boy, Draco Malfoy. I wished for time to stand still, to quietly accompany Draco in this moment, allowing me to gaze upon him endlessly. Chapter 12, Happy Birthday. I noticed my hand gradually becoming visible, excitement swelling within me as I raised it. Draco, look. His gray-blue eyes reflected my form, joy evident in his expression. At last. I can see you. Brandy. Draco called softly, stepping forward to embrace me. He held me tightly in his warm embrace. What's wrong? Nothing. I just wanted to hold you. Standing amidst such beautiful scenery, wrapped in his arms, I said, Draco, do you know how happy I am? As the sun gradually descends towards the horizon, the twilight casts a resplendent orange hue over Hogwarts Castle. Is it time to return? Perhaps just a moment longer. I cannot let such a beautiful sunset go unappreciated. Sitting upon the ground, Draco drapes his arm around my shoulder, and I lean into his embrace, glancing sideways at his profile, resting lazily against him. In this tranquil moment, we gaze into the distance, the fiery sunset painting the sky in shades of orange and red, while the remnants of daylight cascade upon the verdant peaks and emerald fields, the clear lake shimmering with delicate reflections. In this vast expanse, our hearts belong to one another. Our eyes are filled with each other, and it seems as though the world holds nothing else. The vibrant orange in the sky gradually fades, yielding to a bluish gray, while a few distant stars flicker faintly in the dim corners of the horizon. A gentle breeze carries the evening's coolness, mingling with the refreshing scent of grass and earth. And I slightly bend my knees, my fingertips delicately teasing the tender green blades. Just as sharks can keenly sense the scent of blood in the sea, we too can capture the freshness of the damp soil in the air. I turn to Draco with a gentle smile, my lips curving upward in brightness. If the nature of a shark is to hunt, then surely ours is to cherish nature and the world around us. I have always believed that wizards should hold a deeper appreciation for nature than muggles. Magic is a product of our intimate connection with the natural world. Since nature has bestowed upon us this power, we ought not to squander it. We have every reason to embrace the world, do we not? If you love the world, Draco muses thoughtfully as he gently encircles my waist, his handsome visage leaning closer, then I love you, and that could very well be my way of loving the world. Is that so? Then how do you love the world when you don't love me? What a paradox. I shyly turn away from Draco's gaze. Yet my heart swells with tender ripples, my lips barely lifting in a smile. However, I do love to hear it. The climate of the Scottish Highlands has warmed considerably, yet the evening chill is inescapable. I retrieve Draco's cloak and drape it over his shoulders, ensuring he is properly attired and not exposed to the cold. Draco complies obediently, gradually slipping his arms into the sleeves, gently taking my hand, his eyes filled with soft affection. Let us go. We must return. Upon our arrival at the Great Hall, we find no sign of Hermione and the others. Inquiring with Neville, I learn that Ron has broken his leg, and Harry and Hermione are accompanying him in the hospital wing. Weren't they supposed to be sneaking off to release Buckbeak? How could Ron have gotten injured? I am at a loss for answers. It is best to wait for Hermione to return and clarify the situation. The matter of Sirius Black has finally reached resolution, and the Dementors that once loomed around Hogwarts have drifted away. Hermione discreetly informed me that Sirius Black was not the one responsible for the deaths of James and Lily. The true culprit is the treacherous Wormtail, aka Aaron's pet rat, Scabbers. Scabbers indeed. Ron will have to ponder how to earn Hermione's forgiveness for the false accusation against Crookshanks. Given the recent pallor that has enveloped Hogwarts, Dumbledore has cancelled the final exams, prompting students from all houses to leap from the tables in jubilant celebration. Naturally, I am no exception. Draco's birthday falls on June 5th, and I had hoped to carve out time to spend with him. Now that exams are cancelled, I will have ample opportunity to celebrate his birthday. Truly, Headmaster Dumbledore. You are magnificent. Coincidentally, Draco's birthday lands on a Saturday, allowing me to venture to Hogsmeade before the term concludes, fulfilling one of his cherished desires. I plan to surprise Draco. Since it is a surprise, I cannot divulge any details to him, even if he grumbles about my frequent absences. I intend to craft a birthday cake for him with my own hands. Entering the Hogwarts kitchen, I cheerfully greet the house elves. Hello everyone. The lively house elves gather around me, their round eyes sparkling and their pointed ears twitching, their adorable appearance reminiscent of my own Dobby. I bend slightly, casting a warm gaze around the room. I am Brandy Shelly, a student of Gryffindor, and I would like to borrow your kitchen if I may? Of course, Miss Shelly. The closest house elf responds with a courteous bow, while its companions nod in unison, for house elves regard each wizard with deep respect and reverence. Thank you, my little dears. Upon hearing my words, several house elves shyly lower their heads, their bat-like ears drooping to shield their faces, as if they are a bit bashful. As June 5th approaches, I seize every opportunity to dive into the kitchen, donning an apron and busily preparing. Hermione assumes I am always in Draco's company, while Draco thinks I am constantly with Hermione. Whenever we meet, Draco cannot resist pulling me into his arms, his displeasure evident in his gaze, making me question whether I have neglected him. My dear Draco, I cannot let you know. The more disheartened you are now, the greater the surprise will be later. Selecting fresh, crisp green apples, I slowly simmer them into a sweet yet not overly saccharine apple jam. The house elves surrounding the stove inhale the sweet aroma of the jam, their eyes sparkling with desire as they swallow in anticipation. Come try some. I ladle the jam into small dishes, and the house elves rush forward, savoring the taste, their expressions filled with longing as they eye the remaining half jar of jam. I'm sorry, but I truly cannot give you any more. By chance, I spot the vibrant red strawberries, perfectly aligning with my intentions, and I make a generous batch of strawberry jam. Though I adore strawberries, I scarcely indulge myself, instead distributing the strawberry-filled cookies among the house elves, ensuring everyone receives a share. With a flick of my wand, the mixer whirs to life, whipping the egg whites into a fluffy white foam, while golden yolks blend seamlessly with the flour to create the cake batter. On Friday, I arrive early at the kitchen, retrieving the apple jam and cake batter, which the house elves have magically preserved in pristine condition. Spreading the jam generously between the light, fluffy layers of cake, I apply a smooth layer of sweet but not cloying cream, decorating it with fresh fruits, and using chocolate sauce to write Happy Birthday Draco. Once it sets, I gently insert the candles into the cake. The thoughtful house elves help me find an exquisite box to contain the cake, carefully applying a freshness charm. I am truly grateful to you, my little dears. Thank you, Laddie, thank you, Abby, thank you, Daly, thank you, Kaka. I sincerely express my gratitude to these industrious little elves, bidding them good night as I contentedly carry the cake back to my dormitory. Hermione raises an eyebrow at me, a teasing smile playing across her features. Tomorrow we promise to keep our distance, absolutely no interruptions for you and Draco. Oh, I will certainly not disturb you and Ron either. Branty, don't be ridiculous. We are merely friends. Just friends. Just friends, I echo deliberately, as a deep blush suddenly floods Hermione's cheeks. It is rare to see her so bashful, and I cannot resist the opportunity to tease her. Really? Really? Hermione hurriedly evades my playful gaze, rushing into her bed and hastily drawing the dark red curtains. As morning light filters through the windows into the dormitory, I stand before the wardrobe, thoughtfully selecting my attire. Holding up two garments before me, I ask Hermione, which one do you think looks better? Branty, with your stunning beauty, you could make even rags look exquisite. I believe whatever you wear, Malfoy will adore. What does that have to do with it? Faced with Hermione's lingering smile, I cannot help but shyly turn away, sneaking a glance at my reflection in the mirror. This one. To embark on a journey to Hogsmeade with Draco, it is essential to strike a balance between leisure and decorum, ensuring that my demeanor reflects the significance of the occasion. The alabaster shirt I don exudes a vintage charm, adorned with an exquisitely pointed collar and cuffs that gather at my fair wrists, accented by bronze buttons. As light dances upon the fabric, the subtle rose motifs emerge, conjuring the essence of a medieval noblewoman. My pastel trousers complement the ensemble, while a pearl-hued woven bag slung across my waist harmonizes beautifully with my pristine white shoes. presenting an aura of solemn elegance interspersed with playful casualness. Ah, how could I forget? I delicately placed the hairpin Draco once gifted me at my temple. Its lustrous pearls nestled amidst my thick, flowing dark hair, enhancing my appearance. With a graceful flick of my wand, I shrink the cake and tuck it into my beaded handbag, linking arms with Hermione as we step out of the common room. The spacious entrance hall is abuzz with students heading to Hogsmeade, neatly lining the walls according to their houses. Under the vigilant gaze of Filch, we navigate the courtyard with ease, progressing along the path as the orderly procession gradually disperses into clusters of laughter and merriment. Hermione spots Ron and Harry, casting a knowing glance my way before departing. "My dear Miss Granger, do you wish for my praise regarding your perceptiveness?" Before Hermione has ventured far, an eager Draco leans closer, entwining his arm with mine, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Without his school robes, he exudes a unique allure. A soft breeze caresses his sunlit hair, revealing his striking features. Draco's eyes reflect my image with unwavering intensity, his gaze imbued with tenderness that ignites a blush upon my cheeks. "Draco, please refrain from staring. I am aware that my appearance sans robes presents a subtle variation from the norm, yet his unabashed gaze, brimming with possessiveness, sends warmth to my cheeks, rendering my steps awkward. What else could I possibly look at? The path, perhaps?" Draco's expression shifts to one of playful distress as a faint smirk appears. "Blondie, with so many boys watching you, how could I not keep a close eye? Then you must be vigilant. There are many handsome lads at Hogwarts, and who knows what might happen." Before I can finish, surrounded by countless gazes, Draco gently seizes my wrist, deftly guiding me into his embrace. My steps falter as I tumble into his arms, his warm embrace enveloping my waist, and a sudden, tender kiss graces my forehead. "Now, they all know you are Draco Malfoy's girlfriend. They shall never have the chance to steal you from me." I extend my delicate arms around Draco, my lips gently brushing against his fair cheek, the fleeting kiss leaving him momentarily stunned, a faint blush creeping to his ears. "Now they all know you are my boyfriend. Those lovely young ladies have no chance. Do you think I lack possessiveness?" Draco clearly relishes my gesture, his left hand resting against my lower back while his right cradles my neck, his eyes sparkling with eager anticipation. "However, there are too many people here. I cannot indulge you, Mr. Malfoy." I raise my index finger to lightly press against his soft lips, smiling playfully. "Not now, Draco." I mischievously wink at him, gracefully slipping from his embrace and linking my arm with his, a radiant smile gracing my lips. "Let us proceed." Draco gazes at me, shaking his head with an amused smile as he takes my hand, our fingers entwined securely. Upon reaching Hogsmeade, the streets are lined with bustling shops, throngs of customers weaving through, the lively atmosphere a testament to the students' affection for this locale. The Honeyduke Sweet Shop, renowned for its unique confections, is particularly favored among students. Draco, despite no longer being a child, still delights in sweets. I find them overly saccharine, yet he often unwraps candies and places them in my mouth, with Honeydukes being the only confection I cannot resist. The fame of butterbeer rivals that of Honeydukes. Yet Draco insists that the Three Broomsticks prohibits underclassmen from purchasing alcoholic beverages. This, however, does not deter Fred and George, who, with their boundless ingenuity, conjure up peculiar schemes, employing dubious methods to exploit what they call opportunities. I yearn to taste butterbeer. While excessive alcohol may cloud judgment, a hint can invigorate the senses. Yet Draco unusually interjects. "You must not drink, not even a drop. They say it's delightful. Just a sip, please?" "Absolutely not," Draco replies firmly, a rarity in his demeanor. "Very well." I concede verbally, though my thoughts scheme to sneak away and procure some when he isn't looking. Hand in hand, we meander leisurely, passing Zonko's joke shop, where Draco plays with whimsical trinkets, his radiant smile reminiscent of the carefree boy I first encountered at the Quidditch pitch. As we stroll through the quaint shops, with each other's company, boredom is an impossibility. My gaze lingers on the red roses displayed in the window of the Covent Garden flower shop, a subtle smile gracing my lips. Was Draco not here before to purchase them? As lunchtime approaches, students gather in groups, entering the bustling restaurant. I deliberately select a quieter corner, hoping to celebrate his birthday in peace. Though Draco appears puzzled, he indulges my wishes as we ascend the stairs to the second floor, where a glass window offers a panoramic view of Hogsmeade's beauty. "Draco, I shall visit the restroom," I announce, descending the stairs to discreetly liaise with the restaurant staff regarding the cake. I delay my return, opting to freshen up in the restroom. As I gaze into the mirror, a smile graces my lips. "Happy birthday, Draco." Yet this feels oddly formal, too distant. After all, we are lovers. "Happy birthday, Draco." I practice my tones, shifting from gentle to lively, aiming to present my best self when conveying my birthday wishes. Upon returning to the second floor, the table is laden with an array of delectable dishes. I cast a soft glance at Draco before gracefully taking my seat. I slice into my steak, tentatively tasting it. Its tenderness exceeds my expectations. This place is far quieter than the Leaky Cauldron, and the food is quite good. We should come here often, I suggest. Indeed. We shall frequent this place. Draco emphasizes our shared experience. But who else have you visited the Leaky Cauldron with? Just passing by, I respond, aware of the implications in my words. I hastily divert my gaze to the scenery outside, noting Draco's keen interest. Out of the corner of my eye, I spot the waitress approaching with a tray, and I promptly straighten my posture, gripping the utensils tightly. Sir, miss, here is your order. The waitress, perceptive to the unspoken feelings swirling between Draco and me, utters no further words as she gently places the cake before us and swiftly departs. A flicker of surprise dances in Draco's eyes, gradually morphing into a subtle smile, his astonishment transforming into delight, twinkling like stars within his gaze. Happy birthday, Draco! I say softly, my warm voice conveying my heartfelt sentiments, a sweet smile illuminating my cheeks. Did you prepare this? Of course. It is your birthday gift. Do you like it? I gaze into his eyes, anxiously awaiting his affirmation. A wave of nervousness swirling within me. Very much so. This is the best birthday gift I have ever received. How can you be so certain it is the best? What if I present you with something even better in the future? I eagerly anticipate the arrival of that gift. We light the candles, and the soft glow casts a warm and clear outline upon his face. Make a wish. Make a wish. Draco leans slightly to blow out the flickering flame, closing his eyes, his long, thick lashes casting a delicate shadow. I find myself somewhat entranced. I wish for Brandy and me to be together forever, eternally. It's said that speaking a wish aloud renders it ineffective. Draco's words cause my heart to race, and I hastily avert my gaze from those tender eyes, awkwardly shifting the topic. That's just a muggle's superstition. Wizard's wishes are heard by Merlin himself, and we shall be together forever. Oh Merlin! What am I to do with such a forthright boyfriend? Draco's face slowly inches closer, the sound of his breath brushing against my ear as he gently lifts my chin. Gazing into my eyes, his crimson lips drawing nearer. My fingertips swiftly glide across the cake, smooth cream smearing on the side of Draco's face. Let us eat the cake first. I cannot let my efforts go to waste. Clearly displeased, Draco, I lean closer to his ear, my lips softly grazing his earlobe as I whisper the words I've hidden in my heart. Ignoring Draco's expectant gaze, I slice off a generous piece of cake and present it to him, anxiously inquiring about its taste as he takes a bite. Seeing him nod in satisfaction, I breathe a sigh of relief. As long as he enjoys it, my thoughts are not in vain. I delicately scoop a small morsel of cake with a petite silver fork, and as it touches my tongue, the rich essence of green apple jam blossoms forth. The fruit's sweetness far more natural than that of candy. Concerned we might not finish it, I carefully control the size of the cake. Yet unexpectedly, I stumble, glancing helplessly at the remaining half, pondering silently. My suggestion is to take it back to share with Goyle and the others, lest this delightful flavor go to waste. But Draco promptly refuses, declaring, "This was made for me. It is my exclusive gift, and no one else can have it." Very well. Then you can savor it slowly. One piece for dinner and another for breakfast. Let us see how you feel about that. Chapter 13. Unveiling the Heart. However, what I truly desire to indulge in right now is not the cake. Draco's intentions are unmistakable, the anticipation swirling in his eyes. I am aware of this. And so I shall indulge you, my dear Mr. Malfoy. I raise my delicate arms to encircle Draco's neck, gradually leaning in, and a fervent kiss descends softly upon his lips. Draco, momentarily taken aback, quickly asserts dominance, his left hand pressing firmly against my back while his right cradles my cheek. Sweetness envelopes our mingled breaths. Draco's kiss is both assertive and gentle, and I fervently respond to his tender conquest, immersing ourselves in the intoxicating moment. Feeling breathless, I gently push against Draco's shoulder, and he reluctantly releases me, his hands shifting to my lower back. Draco delicately brushes my tingling lips with his tongue, his voice husky. It seems we haven't been close enough. Otherwise, you wouldn't be struggling to breathe. I nestle into Draco's embrace, my cheek resting against his chest, wondering aloud how he has become so skilled, as if he has practiced many times before. Draco tightens his hold, whispering sweet nothings into my ear. I haven't practiced. I possess a natural talent, an innate gift. His warm breath tickles my ear, sending delightful shivers down my spine. Really? I am not deceiving you. Can you not feel it? I tease, listening to the steady rhythm of Draco's heartbeat, provoking him. No, not at all. Draco kisses my cheek and smiles. Do you feel it now? I feign irritation at his sudden affection, glaring at him as I sit upright, attempting to disengage from his embrace. Draco swiftly pulls me back, locking my waist in his arms, his lips brushing against my ear. Do not be upset. If I truly were angry, Draco's gentle voice would immediately dissolve half of my ire. Alas, my anger is but a fade, and he shall never be able to pacify someone who feigns indignation. I had intended to maintain the act for a while longer when, with a flick of his wand, Draco conjures 2 cups of butterbeer. When did you acquire these? I ask, astonished. Didn't you say you liked it? I had a senior help me procure them. Observing Draco's gentle demeanor as he coaxes me, I find it increasingly difficult to maintain my pretense of annoyance. I am not angry, Draco. I know you are not. I simply find your glaring expression particularly endearing. Do not flatter me so. Draco possesses a remarkable talent for compliments. I am not flattering you. I speak the truth. Otherwise, why would I enjoy provoking you? I lift my cup and take a sip, the sweetness reminiscent of milk candy, scarcely tasting any alcohol. How does it taste? It's sweet unlike alcohol. I still prefer pumpkin juice. Indeed, I concur. Exiting the restaurant, we venture into the shop to procure potion ingredients. This is something we must not forget, as we need to return the supplies before Professor Snape notices. Strolling down Hogsmeade Street, the distant peaks and rooftops intertwine to create a unique landscape, with many couples from Hogwarts holding hands as they meander. Unlike their joy, I cannot find Draco in the crowd, searching for that distinctive shade of light gold, so conspicuous. How could I not find him? The throng pulsates with life. I dare not wander, fearing Draco might lose sight of me, anxiously remaining in place. After what feels like an eternity, the crowd continues to flow past me, and my anxiety grows, prompting me to tiptoe for a better view. Suddenly, I feel a gentle tap on my shoulder. Turning around, I see Draco. For you. A vibrant red rose appears before my eyes, and I gasp in surprise, my lips parting in delight. Instead of taking the beautiful rose, I step closer to Draco and wrap my arms tightly around him. Draco, please don't vanish suddenly, alright? I am reminded of my father, who left this world so abruptly, having promised to take me on a boat ride on the Thames, with everything seeming normal until I returned home. It was as if I was walking beside Draco, only to find him suddenly gone. A moment eerily reminiscent of the day my father disappeared, my heart aching with emptiness. Draco's eyes glisten with unshed tears as he tenderly cups my face, furrowing his brow. His voice soft, Brandy, don't cry. It's my fault. I will never leave you unexpectedly again. I nod gently, crystalline tears cascading down my cheeks, my long lashes dampened by the cool sensation. Draco gazes into my eyes, gently wiping away my tears. I'm sorry, darling. As I watch Draco's face draw near, I instinctively close my eyes, feeling the soft touch upon my eyelids. He holds me tightly, my hands resting against his chest, his soothing words drifting into my ears. Don't cry, it pains me. Nestled in Draco's warm embrace, my unease gradually subsides, and the bittersweet tears come to a halt. Em sorry, Draco. I lost my composure. We should return to Hogwarts. Are you alright, Brandy? I'm fine. Let us go, I say, linking my arm with Draco's, offering him a gentle smile. As we walk back to Hogwarts, Draco's gaze remains fixated on me, words hovering on the tip of his tongue. I know he is worried about me, and I prepare to reveal my heart to him. Draco, I mentioned before that my father has passed away. We had planned for him to return from a business trip on Saturday, to take me to the Thames for some sun, and a breeze over the river. My voice begins to choke with emotion, yet when I awoke with eager anticipation, my mother asked me to don a black dress. I inquired about my father, but she said nothing, turning away to wipe her tears, telling me he was waiting for me outside. The car carries us towards the majestic cathedral, where a photograph of my father stands prominently in the hall, a black and white portrait framed with his gentle smile. Beneath the portrait lies a bouquet of white flowers, and a narrow wooden coffin rests at the front of the church. My mother murmurs that Dad is lying inside asleep. Her eyes brim with crimson, and she struggles to hold back her tears. I know that my father will never awaken again. I understand the meaning of this. Death signifies an eternal farewell. Draco tenderly grips my hand, and I can sense his anxiety and care for me, as I place my palm over his wrist. In truth, I have found peace with my father's departure. Although he has left this world, he shall forever dwell in my heart. Draco, I truly envy you, Mr. Lucius Malfoy may seem strict, yet his love for you is profound. As I reveal my deepest scars for the first time, sharing these thoughts with Draco, I find myself gradually maturing. The pain of my father's passing has taught me to cherish everything around me, to release the shackles of the past, and to embrace the present. Time slips away quietly, and soon we must depart from the castle. Students gather in groups, laughing and playing. Harry gazes at a slender package, confusion etched upon his face. Ron can no longer contain his curiosity and opens it, exclaiming in genuine amazement, "Wow, this is incredible. It's a firebolt. The latest model of flying broomstick, a dream possession for any Quidditch player, though its price deters many students." Harry's Nimbus 2000 had been shattered by the Whomping Willow, and now with the firebolt his eyes sparkle with delight. Ron wonders who the gift is from, and Hermione pulls out a long, gray feather from the package. The exchanged glances between Harry and Hermione reveal their shared knowledge of the gift's origin. That feather belongs to Buckbeak, does it not? Therefore, I surmise that this firebolt was bestowed upon Harry by the enigmatic Sirius Black. The Gryffindor companions surround Harry as they exit the hall, eager for him to test the broom's speed. Intrigued, I follow them into the courtyard. Upon encountering Draco at the entrance, I gesture towards Harry's broom and link my arm with his as we stroll into the courtyard. Draco appears somewhat awkward. It is evident he is fascinated by the broom, yet he feigns indifference. Whoosh! Harry soars out of the courtyard on the firebolt, like an arrow released from a bow, living up to its remarkable reputation. The students in the courtyard stare in astonishment at Harry's carefree flight. I steal a glance at Draco, who is likewise captivated by the firebolt. "My dear boyfriend, I know your passion for Quidditch. Why must you be so prideful?" As summer approaches, during the lengthy holiday, Draco and I frequently exchange letters, recounting amusing anecdotes from our homes, detailing our activities, and expressing our longing for one another. As I open the envelope and my gaze dances over Draco's handwriting, his presence feels vividly alive before me, as though we are face to face. However, it is a bit taxing on Nox, who flutters its snow-white wings across the clear skies from Wiltshire to Sheffield. I make sure to reward it with extra treats. Draco shares amusing tales from Malfoy Manor, recounting a quarrel between Narcissa and Lucius regarding the house elf, which ended in Narcissa's triumph. Even a wizard as formidable as Lucius can find himself humbled before his beloved. In my letter, I describe the culinary delights I have been experimenting with, expressing my desire to prepare a meal for Draco one day. I inform him that the jasmine in the garden has quietly bloomed, its ivory petals nestled among the verdant circular leaves. As I open my bedroom window, the delicate, sweet fragrance permeates the room, filling it with delightful aroma. Climbing roses cover the courtyard walls, their blush pink buds clustered in vibrant blossom, resembling a vivid oil painting. Draco's reply reveals that Malfoy Manor lacks the flowers I described. Instead, it boasts expansive, manicured lawns and neatly trimmed green hedges. I recall the Shrieking Shack, where the front yard remains devoid of vibrant blooms to maintain its stately grandeur. Nonetheless, my grandmother, mother, and I adore flowers, and thus we have filled the backyard with seasonal flora, ensuring that the fragrance of blossoms is ever present. I pluck jasmine and roses to place in the envelope, allowing Draco to savor the scent of my home. Should I visit Malfoy Manor, I shall undoubtedly plant a garden brimming with flowers, radiant roses, flourishing climbing vines, pure white lilies, and azure bellflowers. In that garden, I envision a swing, where on sunny days, Draco will gently push me as I sway, inhaling the floral fragrances. It would be pure bliss. Yet I digress. Planting flowers at Malfoy Manor, swinging with Draco. Am I truly yearning for such a future, as if I were destined to marry him? Hermione writes to inform me that Mr. Weasley plans to take the children out for an outing, and has invited me to join. Although Hermione and I could easily communicate via telephone, we find ourselves relying on Owlpost, a puzzling habit. Perhaps we have grown accustomed to sending owls, forgetting the convenience of phones. Mr. Weasley does not know my address and has entrusted Hermione with the invitation. She is eager for my company, as there are too many boys, and she and Ginny desire more female companionship. I reply affirmatively to Hermione's invitation, and we agree to set off for the Burrow on Thursday. An owl from Malfoy Manor delivers Draco's letter, revealing that Mr. Lucius Malfoy has been invited to Dartmoor to watch the Quidditch World Cup, and Draco wishes to invite me to accompany him. His words vividly paint the excitement of the Quidditch World Cup, as if he hopes to entice me into accepting his invitation. The underlying motive is clear. He misses me dearly and longs to see me. Indeed, it has been nearly 2 months since Draco and I last met. How could I not miss him? I am undeniably tempted. Yet I have already promised Hermione, and Mr. Weasley is aware of our plans. To cancel would be exceedingly rude, and thus I must reluctantly decline Draco's invitation, explaining my prior commitment with Hermione. I do not conceal from him that Harry and the Weasley family will also be present. While Draco may feel a twinge of jealousy at the thought of so many boys, I believe transparency is essential in a relationship. Draco's response predictably drips with envy. His words exude bitterness, implying that I care only for Hermione and not for him, and that my heart is wholly absent from our outing. I hastily write back to reassure my beloved Malfoy, packing a bag of homemade butterbeer biscuits to send along with Knox. My letter states, "This is solely for my dear Draco, no one else." Hermione and I arrive early at the burrow, where Mrs. Weasley greets us with a warm embrace, and Ginny enthusiastically waves hello. The boys are still asleep, and Hermione ascends the stairs to rouse Harry and Ron, while Mrs. Weasley calls for George and Fred to wake. The warm glow of light fills the cozy home, where a bountiful breakfast prepared by Mrs. Weasley awaits us at the table. Though the house is not expansive, it is adorned with charming decorations, exuding warmth and comfort, with photographs of family members adorning the walls and shelves, reflecting a sense of belonging. It is evident that Mrs. Weasley is an exceptional witch, a wonderful mother, a devoted wife, and a remarkable individual. Chapter 14. The Quidditch World Cup. Harry and the Weasley boys descend the stairs, rubbing their heads, and gather around the modest dining table to enjoy Mrs. Weasley's delectable breakfast. With a concerned reminder to ensure we have our bags, Mrs. Weasley hugs us goodbye, wishing us a splendid time. "Have fun, children." Following Mr. Weasley out, the eastern sky begins to lighten, the faint morning light casting a soft glow over the grassy hills as we venture into the dense woods. A middle-aged man, laden with a backpack, waves at us, his bespectacled face radiating warmth. "Arthur, you've kept us waiting long enough." Mr. Weasley patted Ron on the shoulder, responding to the well-equipped wizard with a cheerful smile. "Apologies, Amos, but these little boys of ours enjoy their slumber." As he spoke, Fred and George synchronously raised their hands, lazily stifling large yawns. Mr. Weasley lifted his arm, his fingertips directed toward the unfamiliar wizard. "This is Amos Diggory, my colleague at the Ministry of Magic." Mr. Diggory flashed us a friendly smile, exuding warmth. Just then, a young boy with a backpack leapt from the tree, landing gracefully before us, greeting us with a polite, "Hi there. This tall and handsome lad must be Cedric, right?" "Indeed, sir." I exchanged knowing glances with Hermione and Ginny, our mutual recognition of the charming boy unspoken, but understood. Cedric led the way, and we followed closely behind. Engaging in light-hearted banter, he animatedly discussed the upcoming Quidditch match between Hufflepuff and Gryffindor with Harry, who seemed rather disinterested, offering only the occasional response. In stark contrast to Cedric's enthusiasm, Harry's demeanor seemed rather dismissive. Had Cedric somehow offended him? "This way." Cedric turned back, beaming, waving to us with his arm raised, pointing toward the mountain's peak. "Isn't that Hufflepuff's captain quite handsome?" Hermione nudged my arm, casting a significant look at Cedric's retreating figure. "He's more dashing than Ron." I teased Hermione deliberately, and Ginny quickly chimed in, "I think so too." "Ha ha ha. What? Ron turned around abruptly, eyeing us with confusion. "What amusing topic are you discussing? Do share." "Oh, nothing," I replied to Ron, though my gaze lingered on Hermione, whose face was etched with a mix of irritation and disappointment. Under Mr. Diggory's guidance, we formed a small circle at the top of the slope, where an old, worn boot served as the portkey, a seemingly inconspicuous object, perfect for evading Muggle attention, the preferred choice for wizards. The moment we touched the portkey, a sensation akin to flying enveloped us, a kaleidoscope of colors rushing past our eyes. "Let go, children." Mr. Diggory called out emphatically. "Let go?" I hesitated, contemplating his expertise as a wizard, and then relinquished my grip. In an instant, we plummeted downward with the speed of a falling stone, the howling wind rushing past my ears. The initial cries of excitement transformed into screams of terror as we fell, landing unceremoniously on the ground, while Mr. Weasley, Mr. Diggory, and Cedric strolled down unharmed. The two gentlemen who had playfully teased us erupted into laughter, their joy reminiscent of childhood innocence. I rose to my feet, brushing off the grass clippings that clung to my clothes, as Mr. Diggory cleared his throat, his resonant voice reaching our ears. "Welcome to the Quidditch World Cup, children. The Quidditch World Cup." Gazing into the distance, I beheld thousands of tents in a riot of colors, fluttering flags of red and green dancing in the breeze. In that moment, I realized that after much ado, Draco and I had arrived at the same place, my emotions surging like a roller coaster. Following Mr. Weasley toward the campsite, I looked at the tiny tent before me and could not help but wonder, would it accommodate us? Lifting the fabric curtain, I stepped inside with curiosity, and I was astonished by the sight before me. Inside the tent lay a spacious kitchen, a dining table, and several separate bedrooms. Was this some sort of spatial magic? It was simply incredible. As night fell softly over Dartmoor, the Quidditch World Cup match was about to commence. A bustling crowd surged like a tidal wave into the stadium. And we moved like leaves caught in the current, ascending the steps lined with purple carpet. "Merlin! Dad, how high up are we?" Ron exclaimed, gazing around in excitement. "You could say that if it rains, you'll be the first to know," Mr. Lucius Malfoy quipped, leaning on his snake-headed cane, one hand resting on his hip, his tone dripping with mockery. Beside him stood Draco, dressed impeccably in a tailored black suit, his right hand lightly gripping the railing as the wind swept through the stadium, tousling his light golden hair. The bright lights illuminated the left side of his face, highlighting his striking gray-blue eyes, prominent nose, and a slight smirk that suggested pride. After a summer apart, Draco had grown even more handsome. The well-fitted black suit seemed custom-made, accentuating his tall figure. Hermione and I closely followed Ron. And as I ascended the final steps, the silvery light cascaded upon me, reflecting off my hair and skirt as if dusted with a delicate glow. Draco, of course, noticed my presence, and with a boastful tone he declared, "My father and I are seated in the minister's box, courtesy of a personal invitation from Cornelius Fudge." His voice brimmed with pride, reminiscent of a peacock eager to show off. Draco kept his gaze fixed on me, his eyes unwavering. "Don't flaunt it, Draco. Mr. Lucius Malfoy tapped Draco on the chest with his wand, and Draco frowned slightly, wincing at the pain, yet he cast a wounded look in my direction. It was simply too amusing to see the bragging Malfoy brought low. I couldn't help but chuckle softly. Though I felt a twinge of sympathy, it was undeniably entertaining. And I relished the moment. With a dismissive remark, Mr. Malfoy turned to leave, but Draco lingered, taking his time. "Brandy, let us go together." I shook my head gently. "Draco, look at the occasion. Wouldn't it be awkward to face Mr. Malfoy in the minister's box?" Draco swiftly ascended the stairs, grasping my hand without hesitation, his fingertips softly caressing my palm. "Let us just go," he urged, his gray-blue eyes filled with anticipation, making it impossible for me to refuse. "Mr. Weasley, you all enjoy the match. I'll be back shortly." "No worries," Mr. Weasley replied with a smile, as knowing glances from the others fell upon me like raindrops, leaving me blushing crimson. Draco took my hand and led me down the steps, not toward the minister's box but away, into an empty space devoid of people. "Draco, the match is about to start," I reminded him, linking my arm with his. Suddenly, Draco halted, pulling me into his embrace, his golden head affectionately resting on my shoulder as he whispered, "Brandy, I've missed you so much." How could I not feel the same? I leaned into Draco's embrace, wrapping my arms around his waist. "I've missed you too, Draco, terribly." Draco tilted his head slightly, kissing my cheek, his soft lips brushing against my skin like a feather. "Don't cause a scene, Draco. There are people around. It's match time. No one will bother us now." As soon as the words left his lips, his fingertips gently caressed my cheek, gliding down to lift my chin, slowly leaning in to kiss my lips. The kiss, long awaited and filled with longing, was soft and tender, our lips entwined, reluctant to part. My body felt weightless, pressed closely against Draco, who whispered sweet nothings of yearning, his unique scent enveloping me as emotions blossomed between our kisses. Draco always knew just when to pull back, and as I felt myself on the verge of breathlessness, I was blushing furiously and gasping for air. Seeing my breath stabilize, Draco squinted his eyes slightly, smirking. "Ready?" Before I could respond, another lingering kiss fell upon my lips. This back and forth continued, time slipping away unnoticed. After countless sweet moments, Draco still wished to hold me close. A hurried group of footsteps rushed by us. "The match is incredible. Bulgaria's seeker is truly remarkable. But Ireland's chasers are struggling to keep up with the scoring. The Quidditch World Cup. A journey that surely cannot be in vain." I gently thumped Draco's chest, insisting that I wished to watch the match and forbidding any further kisses. As we ascended the stairs to the upper level, Draco steadfastly held my hand, accompanying me. I gazed at him in confusion, wondering why he didn't head to the minister's box. I was quite aware of the mundane conversations my father and the others were having, and I had no desire to listen. Reaching the pinnacle of the stadium, I spotted Hermione fervently cheering. Upon noticing us hand in hand, she shot a half-smile, her gaze flickering to my lips as she stifled a laugh before turning back to cheer for Bulgaria. I lightly touched my lips, feeling a pleasant tingle. All thanks to Draco. I glared at him in mock anger, suddenly recalling that he once claimed to find my glares adorable. I raised my right arm and playfully nudged him with my elbow, to which he responded with a smile, playfully rubbing his chest where I had bumped him. As the match concluded with Ireland claiming the championship trophy, my heart still favored Bulgaria. Crumb's broomstick skills were nothing short of extraordinary. He glided upon it as if it were solid ground, truly deserving of the title of the finest seeker. The audience began to disperse. But Draco continued to clasp my hand, an unwillingness to part rippling between us. The stairs felt less daunting on our descent, and as the distance to our destination diminished, Draco's grip tightened, showing no signs of relinquishment. Upon entering the woods that led back to the camp, I sensed Draco's pace slowing, the gap between us and Harry's group widening. Draco, at this rate, will we make it back by dawn? Then let us not return, he replied softly, pulling me into his embrace. You have no idea how much I long for you. I never expected to see you, but now that I have, I find myself wanting you even more. Shoo, darling, let me hold you properly, Draco murmured, his palm pressed against my back, lips brushing against my earlobe as he whispered, there is something I must share with you, but I don't want Potter and Weasley to know. What is it? I inquired. The Triwizard Tournament is to be held at Hogwarts, a secret disclosed by the Ministry. Weasley and the others aren't worthy of this information. His tone brimmed with pride, and his gray-blue eyes sparkled with anticipation for my approval and praise. Indeed, who could rival you? You are a Malfoy, and you shall be a Malfoy too, he said, tightening his embrace, gazing deeply into my eyes. That is not a certainty, I teased, but before I could finish, his soft lips interrupted me with a gentle peck. It is certain. With no other footsteps around us, we remained quietly entwined. Draco sighed. Father has insisted I return to the tent after the match, though he was never this strict before. I wonder what has changed tonight? I truly do not wish to leave you. Since it is your father's explicit request, we should return early. I must hurry back as well, lest Mr. Weasley begins to worry. With a reluctant farewell to Draco, I returned to the tent, where Ron sulked, mumbling bloody hell. Hermione promptly yanked his ear. What do you know? You fool. As night fell, the jubilant sounds of victory echoed from afar, gradually giving way to a serene stillness in the camp. Just as I prepared to rest, commotion erupted, distinct from celebratory cheers. It was a clamor of panic and fear. Mr. Weasley quickly sensed the disturbance and led us out of the tent into a scene of chaos, with terrified figures scattering in all directions. Run! The Death Eaters are here. Quickly back to the portkey. Hermione and I grasped each other's hands tightly, racing towards the portkey as the panicked crowd surged past us. I worried for Draco, but with the Ministry's security in place, and Lucius no doubt present, he should be safe. Upon reaching the portkey area, Mr. Weasley panted as he counted heads, his expression turning to shock as he scanned for Harry. We had sprinted this far without realizing how Harry had become separated. A sense of urgency propelled us back along the same path. The ominous darkness enveloped the camp, tents lay toppled, and the embers of unextinguished campfires flickered ominously. Strange mists swirled around, casting a ghastly pallor. We traversed the camp in search of Harry, and suddenly, a sinister cloud gathered in the darkened sky, transforming into the shape of a skull, with a serpent issuing forth a noxious green light from its mouth. This, the legendary Dark Mark. It is the symbol of Voldemort, and those Death Eaters are his followers. We looked up at the Dark Mark in disbelief, Mr. Weasley hastening his search for Harry. Finally, as Ministry officials arrived, we caught sight of Harry lying unconscious on the ground. Surveying the camp, now so different from before, I marveled at the sheer power of the Death Eaters. It was no wonder the fleeing crowd was so terrified. What manner of horror must Voldemort himself embody? On the journey back to school, the Hogwarts Express sped northward, exhaling pure white steam. It was my first time sitting openly with Draco, while Goyle and Crabbe turned away, leaving in a rather hasty manner. Inside the compartment, it was just Draco and me. I perused the latest edition of the Daily Prophet, which prominently featured the Dark Mark incident from the Quidditch World Cup. Its pages imbued with palpable concern. Did the Ministry not prepare for security? How could the Death Eaters appear so brazenly before the public? Father mentioned that the Ministry had orders ready to protect the citizens, but such events unfolded right under their noses, which has left the officials quite anxious. Draco wrapped his arm around my shoulders, relief flooding him as he said, "Thank goodness you are unharmed. Had I known, I would have kept you by my side, just in case. But I am fine. With Mr. Weasley and the others around, I can take care of myself. Still stay by me. Your safety is my utmost concern. All right, from now on, I shall be your loyal shadow, Master Malfoy, but do not find me bothersome." A witch pushing a cart laden with snacks ambled down the aisle, calling out, "Children, would you like some sweets? One licorice wand, please." I handed over a galleon to the witch. As students poured in from the compartment, my gaze inadvertently landed on Harry, who was intently watching Cho Chang from Ravenclaw. I grasped the licorice wand handed to me, stifling a smile as I returned to my seat. "What are you staring at?" Draco inquired, peering out. I smiled lightly, swaying the licorice wand in my hand. "Nothing here. This is for you, a treat you adore. Draco tore open the wrapper, but first offered it to my lips. Gazing at the hand poised before me, I knew I could not refuse his kindness. I bent down and took a bite, the sweetness of licorice blooming on my tongue. It was subtly refreshing, not overly sweet. Just perfect for someone like me who despises cloying flavors. The train gradually cruised into the orange-red glow of dusk, the Scottish Highlands coming into view through the window. As the train came to a gentle halt at its destination, it signaled the impending start of a new school year. The black carriages ferrying students pulled up to the courtyard of the Great Hall, and as we prepared to enter the entrance hall, a winged white horse soared across the deep blue sky, while a splendid pastel blue carriage glided towards Hogwarts Castle. The corridors were packed with students eager to witness the spectacle as the sailboat gradually rose from the lake, creating a grand display. I had never seen a boat that could navigate beneath the water's surface, and my curiosity held me in place, eyes wide open. The Great Hall awaited us. Albus Dumbledore, as ever, delivered the opening speech for the new academic year, announcing various matters pertaining to the term ahead. Mr. Filch dashed into the auditorium in a flurry, drawing the attention of the students. His attire was formal, and for the first time his disheveled hair was neatly combed, yet his comical running style elicited suppressed laughter. It was unclear what he whispered to Dumbledore, but he did not linger long before hastily returning to his post at the entrance, feigning a dignified stance. This semester, a highly esteemed competition, the Triwizard Tournament, is to be held at Hogwarts. Instantly, the 4 house tables erupted into a cacophony of excitement, students chattering animatedly, thrilled by the news. Now please join me in welcoming the students from Beauxbatons Academy of Magic, led by their headmistress, Madam Maxime. As soon as the words left his lips, the grand doors of the hall slowly swung open, revealing girls adorned with gray-blue hats, gracefully striding forward with confidence. Clad in silk robes matching their hats, they extended their arms in greeting to the students on either side of the aisle, and blue butterflies fluttered from their outstretched hands, transforming into glimmering specks of blue light that vanished into the air. Several boys, unable to contain their excitement, leapt to their feet, applauding fervently, while Ron exclaimed in awe, "Bloody!" Noticing Ron's rapt expression, Hermione and Ginny exchanged glances of mild disdain, surveying the boys around them with a look of exasperation, as if to say, "Can't they exhibit a bit more composure? It is indeed difficult to maintain such restraint." I tilted my head towards Hermione, conceding that I too admired beautiful girls. And the leading figure, Fleur Delacour, was undeniably stunning. I understood Hermione's irritation at Ron's antics, gently patting her shoulder. Hermione, somewhat begrudgingly, grasped my hand, exclaiming, "I've seen your type before," observing the boys who were behaving as if they had never encountered such beauty. Just as I was pondering how to respond to Hermione, I felt the fabric of my robe being tugged. Turning slightly, I was met with Draco's gaze, his eyes sparkling with affection as he smiled at me, tapping the corner of his eye with his finger. "Brandy, my eyes are only for you." Childish, yet a sweet ripple of warmth spread through me, causing my lips to involuntarily curve into a gentle smile, a faint blush blooming on my cheeks. Upon seeing my smile, Draco placed his hand on his chest, arching an eyebrow. "My heart is solely yours. Where did he learn this? Are you still Draco Malfoy? What should I do with a boyfriend so adept at flirting?" Hermione rolled her eyes in exasperation. I knew it, not all boys are like Ron. Hermione's jealous demeanor was utterly charming. Why should I even say was? It was undoubtedly because of a certain Slytherin rogue's penchant for jealousy, and his jealous expressions were simply adorable. Chapter 15, The Triwizard Tournament. Now, let us welcome our friends from the north, the champions of Durmstrang, and their headmaster, Igor Karkaroff. A group of boys clad in deep brown garments entered the hall in a disciplined formation, their boots striking the floor with a resonant rhythm, wielding long wooden staffs with precision, creating sparks as they clashed against the ground, exuding an air of grandeur. Leading the procession was Victor Krum, the seeker for the Bulgarian national Quidditch team, his sharp gaze radiating confidence. I recalled Draco mentioning that Lucius had initially intended to send him to Durmstrang. Imagining Draco in such attire, brandishing a wooden staff, was simply too amusing. Struggling to stifle my laughter, I clutched my robe tightly, fighting to maintain composure as my shoulders quaked with suppressed mirth. "What's wrong with you?" Hermione asked, perplexed. "Nothing, I'm fine," I replied with a hum. Once all the guests had settled, Dumbledore ascended the podium, smiling as he introduced the rules of the Triwizard Tournament, inviting Mr. Barty Crouch, head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, to elaborate further. A flash of lightning suddenly illuminated the hall, accompanied by a thunderous clap, startling many of the younger students into muffled shrieks. A wizard had appeared at the head of the hall without warning, raising his wand high. a beam of light emanating from its tip, silencing the roar of the lightning. Mad-Eye Moody, Ron muttered quietly, seemingly recognizing him. It was no surprise. His father, Arthur Weasley, worked at the Ministry of Magic, making such familiarity with the children quite normal. Alastair Moody? The Orm? He limped towards the faculty area, shaking Dumbledore's hand before producing a flask from his robes and taking a hearty swig. His behavior was indeed peculiar. Ron remarked that he seemed a bit mad. Yet I noted his adeptness with spells. Stealthily observing the rotating magical eye, my vision abruptly darkened, and I instinctively shut my eyes. When I opened them again, everything appeared normal, with surrounding students still engaged in conversation. Perhaps the lightning had merely caused a momentary daze. Mr. Crouch announced that students below a certain age were ineligible to enter, causing a wave of dissatisfaction to ripple through the hall, with Fred and George expressing their frustrations vocally. However, such grievances could not endure long when faced with the emptiness of their stomachs, as an array of new dishes appeared on the tables, seemingly prepared especially for the guests from afar. Ginny curiously examined a dish before us. What is this? Provençal fish soup. I softly replied to Ginny's inquiry. It's a famous French dish, but unfortunately, it contains onions, which I do not favor. Hello. A greeting in French floated into my ears as Fleur Delacour appeared before us, drawing the gaze of several boys from all directions. I apologize, but I noticed that no one has touched the fish soup in front of you. May I take it away? Fleur Delacour regarded us earnestly, seemingly unaware that she was speaking French in England, leaving the surrounding students bewildered as they struggled to respond. You may take it away. We don't particularly like it, I said, extending my hand towards the fish soup, fluently speaking in French. Be careful, it's hot. Thank you. What did she say? Neville inquired, scratching his head in confusion, while Hermione looked at me with admiration. You speak French? Yes, I nodded nonchalantly, taking a sip of pumpkin juice from my goblet. French is one of the official languages of the United Nations, and you know my family's background, so I had to learn it. I'm still learning Spanish. Not very proficient yet. So what did she say exactly? Ron leaned forward, eager for clarification. Are you that curious about Fleur Delacour's thoughts? Hermione shot Ron a jealous glance, vehemently cutting into her steak as she muttered to herself, I don't think she's as pretty as Brandy. The way those boys are acting reminds me of the cheerleaders at the World Cup. She must have cheerleader blood in her. Cheerleader blood? Then I can't compete. Yes. I've read about it, and you are indeed exceptionally beautiful. You know about the best of both worlds, right? The finest features and beauty are concentrated in you, far surpassing her. Faced with Hermione's praise, I helplessly shifted the topic. Fleur Delacour's French was asking if we could take away the Provençal fish soup, as they were unaccustomed to Hogwarts cuisine. Speaking of Provence, it reminded me of the lavender fields there, truly breathtaking. Oh, Lavender's name means lavender. It's lovely to be named after a flower. So if you have a daughter in the future, will you also consider naming her after a flower? Hermione teased, casting a sidelong glance at Draco, who was not far away. I actually have a name for your future daughter, I whispered, lowering my voice close to Hermione's ear. Let us call her Rose, which means rose after all. That red hair resembles a red rose. Brandy. Hermione flung me aside in a flurry, her eyes narrowed in irritation. Don't say such things. All right, I shall refrain from such remarks. Observing Hermione's still flushed cheeks, I gently caressed her shoulder. Would you care to listen to some Pink Floyd on vinyl? I managed to procure 2 records, and I brought along a record player that doesn't require electricity. Is that truly the case? Indeed it is. Moreover, the album The Dark Side of the Moon is my gift for your birthday. Alas, it seems the recipient is rather miffed with me. Brandy, I'm not angry about the vinyl. Well then, let us listen to it tonight. As the evening banquet drew to a close, Dumbledore ascended the podium once more. Before you all retire for the night, I must unveil the star of tonight's event, the impartial adjudicator of the Triwizard Tournament, the Goblet of Fire. The goblet rose slowly amidst the eager gazes of the crowd, its dark blue flames roaring intensely, a swirling, enigmatic black mist entwining the flickering flames, ethereal like smoke. Furrowing my brows, I concentrated intently on the goblet. Yet the smoky tendrils dissipated once more. What could this mean? I did not perceive this as mere coincidence. It surely heralded some ominous portent. What dangers lay in the Triwizard Tournament? Fortuitously, we were not eligible to participate, as the upperclassmen undoubtedly possessed superior magical prowess. First and foremost, I needed to unravel the mystery of the black mist. Why was it that only I could see it? Upon returning to the dormitory, Hermione noticed my distracted demeanor and inquired with concern, Brandy, what troubles you? I recounted my observations to Hermione, and her quick wit led us to contemplate our findings, yielding fruitful insights. Let us inquire with Professor McGonagall tomorrow. Her vast knowledge should provide clarity. The new defense against the dark arts professor was none other than the Auror Moody. I have always advocated for practical experience when it comes to defending against dark magic. Unlike Lockhart, who prattled endlessly, Moody cut straight to the heart of the matter, which greatly enhanced my initial impression of him. Professor Moody lectured on the unforgivable curses, stating that any use of them would result in immediate incarceration in the dark abyss of Azkaban. Weasley, Ron, horrified, stared at the spider in the glass jar, astonished to find himself summoned. Trembling, he rose, his voice barely above a whisper, "The imperious curse. Then let us study its power," Moody proclaimed, extracting a fearsome spider from the jar, and with a gentle flick of his wand, uttered, "Engorgo," causing it to swell in size. He then declared Imperio, directing the spider into the crowd. Laughter erupted initially, but as the spider landed on someone, their faces turned ashen with fear. When the spider unexpectedly leapt onto Draco's face, he was stricken with panic, frantically swatting at Goyle beside him, his usual composure evaporating as he urged Goyle to rid him of the creature. I averted my gaze, stifling a laugh. Draco's discomposure was a rare sight. Neville promptly answered with Crucio, a curse widely known for its torturous nature. As Professor Moody recited the incantation, the spider emitted a piercing shriek, a sound of its agonizing wails. Neville's face darkened in anguish, his brow furrowing deeper, his eyes shimmering with unrelenting pain. "Professor Moody, this curse." I gazed at Moody, who remained steadfast with his wand raised. I was taken aback that he would demonstrate such a curse before Neville, whose parents had suffered dire fates. Hermione shouted, "Stop! Can't you see how distressed Neville is? Cease this at once." Moody, unable to maintain his composure, halted the incantation and sought Hermione's response to the last unforgivable curse, the killing curse. Hermione resolutely shook her head, refusing to answer. Moody directed his wand at the spider, uttering, "Avada Kedavra." The once vibrant spider immediately collapsed, its delicate limbs quivering slightly before succumbing to lifelessness. The reason these curses are termed unforgivable lies in their inherent malevolence and darkness, disregarding the very essence of humanity and life, inflicting endless suffering regardless of the form they take. Witnessing this firsthand was profoundly shocking. Such vile curses were not something I wished to behold again. Hermione and I made our way to Professor McGonagall's office, divulging the details of the black mist I had encountered. Professor McGonagall confessed she had never encountered anything of the sort, asserting that previous Triwizard tournaments had not seen similar incidents. I too hoped that I was merely imagining things. Yet the black mist lingered, palpably real. Exercising caution, McGonagall assured us she would inform Professor Dumbledore and implement stricter protective measures for the students to avert any untoward incidents. As we walked back to Gryffindor Tower, Hermione reassured me, "It's just a wisp of black mist. It signifies nothing." I managed a faint smile at Hermione, realizing that was all I could convince myself of for now. I fervently hoped this had no bearing on the safety of Hogwarts. The selection of champions was in full swing, with students crowding around the goblet, eager to partake in the excitement, even if they could not compete. George and Fred were adamant that the aging potion would work, enthusiastically tossing slips of paper bearing their names, only to be mercilessly ejected by the enchanted age line. The two young men morphed into feeble old men, bickering and tumbling on the ground. Victor Crumb led the Durmstrang boys towards the goblet, confidently submitting his entry. His stoic face betrayed no emotion, though his gaze upon Hermione held a subtle tenderness, even revealing a smile that had previously been concealed. Crumb harbored feelings for Hermione. Merlin's beard. I cast a glance at the oblivious Ron, who sat there, starry-eyed, fixated on Crumb. When would he ever wake up? In my moment of frustration regarding Ron's obliviousness, Draco's embrace enveloped me from behind, his chin resting lightly on my shoulder as he whispered softly in my ear, "Why are you staring at Crumb so intently?" Our foreheads brushed gently as I tilted my head slightly. "I'm not fixated. I merely noticed his interest in Hermione." "Draco, your hands are rather unseemly," I admonished, as his fingers stealthily crept under my robes, the cool touch of his ring gliding across my delicate skin, igniting a heat that steadily rose within me. I stamped my foot against him, swatting away his mischievous hand, and stormed out of the hall in a huff. Draco's footsteps echoed behind me as he pursued me, yet I had no intention of stopping, quickly ascending the marble staircase. "Ouch!" came Draco's pained exclamation from behind. Reluctantly, I slowed my pace, torn between the desire to turn back and check on him, and the fear that he might not be feigning his distress. Just as I turned, Draco caught me in a tight embrace, his arms encircling my waist, the scent of him, a subtle, refreshing cedar, filling my senses. I was wrong, Brandy. A mischievous little rascal who never admits his faults. What did you do wrong? Draco tightened his grip, his lips brushing against my ear. I shouldn't have let them see how beautiful you are. I must keep you hidden away in secluded places from now on. Draco, what nonsense are you spouting? I protested, attempting to extricate myself from his embrace, but he held me firmly, rendering escape impossible. Just like this moment. A tender kiss graced my lips, our mouths softly brushing against one another. Nestled within Draco's embrace, my hands clutched the fabric of his robe, as we surrendered to the deepening kiss, inching ever closer together. It felt as though he intended to envelop me entirely, his palm pressing firmly against my lower back. The soft, heated sensation wandered to my neck, while strands of his light golden hair brushed against my side, tickling and tantalizing, compelling me to whisper his name, Draco. Darling. He gently tugged at my tie, loosening it, while his fingers deftly unfastened the top 2 buttons of my shirt. A cool breeze wafted through the open collar, only to be dispelled by Draco's fervent breath, his fiery kisses causing my eyelashes to flutter like the delicate wings of a butterfly. The hand resting on Draco's back trembled involuntarily. Countless kisses rained upon my collarbone, Draco leaving no inch of exposed skin untouched, as if he were meticulously crafting a breathtaking work of art, caressing and sculpting with exquisite care. Moonlight poured into the quiet, dimly lit corridor, illuminating the pale golden crown of his head. I sighed contentedly, listening to our intertwined breaths and murmurs, feeling Draco's actions declare his love for me. Our clothes were disheveled, Draco's tie askew, and both his shirt and robe were wrinkled beyond recognition. My own robe hung half-heartedly at my waist, the collar crumpled, while my dark red tie dangled from Draco's neck. The architect of this chaos, Draco, was now attentively fastening my buttons, glancing left and right in search of my tie. With a resigned sigh, I reached out, gently retrieving my tie from his shoulders and wrapping it around my neck. Draco adjusted his collar, eyeing his wrinkled shirt with a triumphant smirk. How did I allow this little rascal to succeed? Was it my indulgence, taking for granted that I cherished him and the tender embraces of a couple? Draco tightened his hold on me, his clear, melodious voice dancing in my ears. How do you say I love you in French? Why the sudden interest in French? You're not planning to flirt with the Beauxbatons girls, are you? No. I just heard you speak it and found it beautiful. Would you teach me, please? Je t'aime. Je t'aime. Draco earnestly gazed into my eyes, his gray-blue orbs brimming with deep affection. Despite his imperfect French, my heart fluttered, love and excitement colliding within me, sending ripples across my emotional lake. I lifted a faint smile, playfully tapping Draco's forehead with my finger. Not quite standard. Je t'aime, he repeated, capturing my hand and kissing my delicate fingertips, wrapping his arms around my waist, continuously whispering, Je t'aime, je t'aime. Moi aussi, I softly returned, rising slightly on my toes to murmur near his ear. What does that mean? Mr. Malfoy, you can look it up yourself. All right, my dear Miss Brandy. After a warm farewell embrace with Draco, I hurried back to the dormitory, fearing Hermione might notice something amiss. I swiftly grabbed my pajamas and rushed to the restroom. Stepping into the shower, I stripped off my clothes and gazed down, noticing crimson marks adorning my collarbone, chest, and shoulders, each a testament to Draco's handiwork. I felt utterly embarrassed, my fingers hesitant to touch my chest. The moment they grazed those red marks, an inexplicable heat coursed through me, my mind flooded with images of Draco's fervent kisses. Steam enveloped me as the warm water cascaded over my body. Emerging from the white mist, I caught sight of myself in the mirror, the rosy marks on my neck glaringly evident. I grabbed a towel to wrap around my neck and returned to the dormitory, anxious that Hermione would question me. I quickly drew the curtains, pretending to have gone to bed early. The following morning, I discreetly picked up a hand mirror, examining my pale neck. The blush-colored kiss marks showed no sign of fading, standing out starkly against my fair skin. The Triwizard Tournament's champion selection ceremony was to be held in the Great Hall, where students and faculty gathered, the blue flames in the goblet of fire dancing energetically. Brandy, why are you wearing a scarf? To conceal my neck. I donned a knitted scarf that conveniently hid the unsightly red marks. I just feel a bit cold. The scarf helps keep the wind at bay. Cold. Brandy, you might be catching a chill. Perhaps you should see Madam Pomfrey. I assure you, Hermione, I'm perfectly fine. I just dislike the cold. The flames in the goblet suddenly shifted from blue to a blood-red hue, as Victor Crumb triumphantly raised his fist amidst the cheers of his Durmstrang peers, drawing everyone's attention, including Hermione's, who ceased her inquiries about my scarf. Draco, seated across from me, eyed my scarf with a mischievous smile, raising an eyebrow in amusement. You're still laughing. I'm sweating beneath this scarf, and you, the culprit, find it amusing. A note flew from the goblet, announcing the final 2 champions, Fleur Delacour from Beauxbatons and Cedric Diggory from Hogwarts. Thunderous applause erupted as Cedric confidently stepped forward, eliciting excited cheers from the Hufflepuff students. Yet, that ominous black mist reappeared, drifting towards the goblet and intertwining with the ethereal blue flames. The fire unexpectedly transformed into a vivid red, and a singed parchment shot out, landing in Dumbledore's hands. Harry Potter. How could this be? Harry's name was not supposed to emerge from the goblet. The crowd erupted into chaos, Hermione urging a bewildered Harry to heed Dumbledore's call. Angry shouts filled the air. He cheated. Harry Potter is too young to compete. Silence. I snapped at the student who dared voice such accusations. How could Harry possibly have done this? The goblet's magical contract was far too powerful. Harry could not possess such formidable magic to deceive it. Had they lost their sense of reason? Hermione and I were engulfed in speculation about how Harry's name had appeared in the goblet, while rumors swirled amongst the students. I longed to debate with them, but I had no evidence to prove Harry's innocence. Baseless arguments would only serve to burden him further. That black mist, I needed to unravel its mystery. Professors McGonagall and Dumbledore were preoccupied with the tournament, and Harry's predicament must be causing them considerable distress. They had no time to entertain my speculative theories, especially those lacking any foundation. Ron and Harry were unusually at odds. Even Ron, Harry's closest friend, had fallen into misunderstanding, let alone the other students. Hermione tirelessly attempted to mediate, but with little success. Harry was busy preparing for the tournament, and I felt it best not to intrude upon their turmoil. I would seek the truth on my own. The Hogwarts library was a treasure trove of knowledge, and each time the class bell rang, I hurried to the library to scour through various texts, even neglecting Draco at times. Romance could wait. The imminent crisis demanded my full attention. Chapter 16. Professor Moody's Punishment. The entire morning passed without any breakthroughs. I exited the library for a breath of fresh air, wandering the corridors and noticing numerous students sporting Potter Stinks badges. Leaving the corridor, I headed towards a quieter corner of the central courtyard, hoping to distance myself from the crowd and think clearly. Why so anxious, Potter? Draco's voice reached my ears, and I turned towards the source, spotting him perched triumphantly atop a sturdy oak tree, surrounded by his obedient followers, all wearing badges while he himself did not. I halted, crossing my arms over my chest, eager to see what mischief this idle rascal would concoct next. Draco leaned against the tree trunk, looking down at Harry with a mocking grin. I made a wager with my father, claiming he could not remain on the field for more than 10 minutes. Draco nimbly descended from the banyan tree, his robes billowing behind him as they settled gracefully. My father disagreed, asserting that Draco would struggle to endure even 5 minutes. Having said that, he turned to Goyle and Crabbe, sharing a raucous laugh with them. I was indifferent to my father's thoughts. Malfoy. Harry, in a fit of anger, stormed in front of Draco, forcefully shoving Goyle aside. Draco, evidently taken aback by the intensity of Harry's emotions, stood there in bewilderment. Harry's pent-up fury was likely linked to recent events. He had been subjected to mockery by fellow students. Even Ron had expressed a lack of trust in him. When it came to Draco, it was the final straw that completely ignited Harry's wrath. Your father is cruel and vile, and you are nothing but a pathetic worm. Pathetic worm? Such words clearly struck a blow to young Malfoy's pride, and he furiously prepared to draw his wand from his robes. Draco, noticing the bustling teachers and students around us, I instinctively intervened, and at the sound of my voice, Draco hesitated. He was on the verge of sheathing his wand when Professor Moody appeared from seemingly nowhere, barking, "No nonsense, lad." In the blink of an eye, Draco transformed into a small white ferret, landing pitifully on the ground. Seeing Professor Moody poised to act further, I dashed forward without hesitation, shouting "Stop!" Cradling the small ferret in my arms, I faced the irate professor. "Professor Moody, you should not disregard school rules to punish a student. Moreover, Draco did not actually strike first, yet you have already taken action. A light reprimand would suffice. Furthermore, the Hogwarts rules do not permit teachers to use transfiguration spells as a form of punishment." Professor Moody's magical eye swiveled, still intent on the ferret in my embrace, while I looked at him earnestly, fearful he might snatch it away from me. Clutching the fluffy little creature tightly, the adorable creature nudged my hand with its tiny head, its dark, glistening eyes reflecting a sense of grievance. I gently stroked the ferret, whispering soothingly, "It's all right, Draco, don't be afraid." Professor McGonagall approached with a look of confusion. "Professor Moody, what on earth are you doing? Teaching a lesson?" Moody replied. McGonagall's gaze shifted to the ferret in my arms. That is a student, is it not? Professor Moody remained silent, tacitly agreeing. Alastair, we do not employ transfiguration spells to punish students here, McGonagall emphasized to Professor Moody, her expression stern. I suddenly recalled our first transfiguration class, where Ron and Harry had arrived late, and McGonagall had threatened to transform them into a pocket watch and a map. Professor McGonagall, I beg of you. I gently placed the ferret on the ground, stroking its round ears and smiling softly. McGonagall flicked her wand, and in an instant, Draco resumed his human form. It was a rare sight to see him in such disarray. His robes were tousled, and his hair was a wild mess. As he got up from the ground, he resembled a little wretch. The little wretch hadn't he forgotten to make a threat. I'll tell my father. Thinking you can intimidate me, you little brat. McGonagall intercepted Moody, who was intent on reprimanding Draco. Alastair. Draco seized my hand and took off running, his long legs making swift strides. Draco, I called out helplessly. If Professor McGonagall hadn't he shown up today, you would have been in serious trouble. No worries, aren't you protecting me? Draco, don't jest, I'm being serious. Why provoke Harry today? Everyone else does too, and you spend all your time in the library without caring about me. I've been utterly bored. So, it's all my fault then? No, Draco replied. His eagerness to explain was too charming. Holding Draco's hand, I said, I understand you both enjoy teasing and provoking each other. It's the same for everyone. Students are all of a similar youthful spirit. However, one should not derive amusement from another's scars. When Harry called you a pathetic worm, didn't he that infuriate you? Draco smiled and nodded, and I returned his smile with a bright and radiant grin. As long as he understood, I had no intention of molding Draco into a flawless saint. He was inherently a Slytherin. I cherished all aspects of him, the cool, rebellious side, the composed and noble demeanor, and even his mischievous nature. I loved Draco, all of him. And because I loved him, I did not wish to change him. Rather, I aimed to alter the aspects that could be changed. I understood why Draco often targeted Harry. Harry Potter, the legendary savior, attracted attention wherever he went. In contrast, the equally exceptional Draco seemed to receive little recognition. Even his father, Lucius, appeared to be more concerned with the illustrious Harry Potter than with his own son. It seemed that only through banter and rivalry with Harry could he derive some semblance of validation and enjoyment. When he confessed his feelings to me, the smile that illuminated Draco's face was the most brilliant I had ever witnessed. After I entered his life, Draco had changed. I could see it clearly. He no longer uttered the venomous words of humiliation, and I sensed the youth's heart blossoming, reaching towards the sun. Sometimes, I would question whether I should express these thoughts to Draco, whether I should hope for his transformation. Would he be happier with my affection? Was I, under the guise of love, restricting Draco's thoughts? Observing Draco now living more joyfully, appearing more like a carefree youth, made everything feel particularly meaningful. Both Draco and I were evolving subtly, growing better in love, changing together. I grappled with whether to inform Draco about the dark mist, to warn him of potential danger that could harm him. Conversely, I feared that withholding the truth would lead Draco to worry unnecessarily about me. Draco, I need to tell you something. Ultimately, I chose to share this matter with him. First, more strength in numbers. I could face it alongside Draco. Second, the danger was not definitively established. If it truly posed a threat, I would ensure Draco would not be put at risk again. Third, I simply did not wish to conceal anything from him. It was unbearable to hide things from someone I loved. In the library, Draco and I perused books together, sitting on the floor when fatigued. Brandy, come take a look. Draco seemed to have found a clue, beckoning me gently. What have you discovered, Draco? As I approached him, unexpectedly, a playful kiss landed on my forehead. Draco, I sighed, for he always had a penchant for surprises, yet I cherished these little gestures. You've been looking for too long. Take a break, or you'll strain your eyes. Draco raised his hands, covering my eyes from behind, forbidding me from looking any longer. Draco, I whimpered playfully. Sweetheart, just rest for a bit, be good, alright? Even my playful protests fell flat. I yielded to him and resolved to heed his advice, allowing myself to relax in his warm embrace, finding a comfortable position, and slowly closing my eyes. Initially intending only to rest briefly, I was unsure if it was due to genuine fatigue or the warmth of Draco's embrace that I gradually drifted into slumber. When I awoke and opened my eyes, I was greeted by the sight of Draco patiently poring over a thick book. From my vantage point, I could see his long, thick eyelashes fluttering with each turn of the page, resembling the wings of a small bird. The floor beside Draco was strewn with stacks of books. It was empty before I fell asleep, yet he had managed to read so many while I dozed. Silly boy. urging me to rest while he himself never ceased his efforts. As I prepared to rise, Draco sensed my movement and smiled at me. "You're awake, Brandy. Don't you feel fatigued after reading so much?" I gazed at him with concern. "With you by my side, how could I ever tire?" Draco possesses a remarkable talent for sweet nothings that never fail to amuse me. I picked up the book I had left unfinished before sleep and continued to leaf through its pages, only to discover that it yielded no valuable insights even upon reaching the final page. I returned it to the shelf, my gaze landing on a corner, where a collection of books stood neatly arranged. One particularly worn spine captured my attention. I pulled it out with a firm grip, my fingertips gently brushing over the cover, the title obscured by time. Yet the words divination faintly emerged. Embracing a desperate hope, I opened the ancient tome, and the content on the first page was utterly captivating, immediately seizing my interest. It narrated the history of divination, detailing instances within the wizarding community, where exceptional individuals possessed the gift of foresight, akin to what Professor Trelawney described as the inner eye. As I continued to read, the third chapter recounted how these prophetic wizards, through dreams, glimpsed black spring water and gardens shrouded in darkness, from which they discerned their own demise and thus evaded calamity. Nonetheless, the manner of recording was particularly arcane, and I sensed that at least half of it was a fabrication by later generations. However, we had finally grasped a semblance of direction, no longer floundering like headless chickens. Since it pertained to divination and prophecy, I resolved to seek out Professor Trelawney, confident that she could illuminate some of my confusions. With a trail to follow, I felt my anxiety abating. The first event of the Triwizard Tournament was set to commence the following day, and all were eagerly anticipating its arrival. The atmosphere within Hogwarts Castle was thick with excitement. Draco and I were no exceptions. This prestigious competition in the wizarding world was an experience not to be missed, a fitting culmination of our years of study. Students were seated in magically constructed stands, the crowd abuzz with enthusiasm, waving banners and shaking flags in fervent support of their chosen champions. As the weather grew chillier, my school robe proved inadequate for the outdoors, prompting me to don a winter ensemble, a khaki coat enveloping a white sweater, complemented by a light brown scarf. Indeed, my choice of scarf was purely a response to the biting cold. Draco wore a hat adorned with animal fur, its prominent black leather brim obscuring his distinctive light golden hair. Yet he remained as striking as ever. George and Fred were bustling through the audience with their betting boxes, urging everyone to place their wagers. My box bore the odds. Crumb at 5-1, while Harry's odds were an astonishing 30-1, reflecting the skepticism surrounding his chances of victory. The voice of Professor Dumbledore resonated through the arena, announcing that each event in the Triwizard Tournament posed significant dangers and urging spectators not to leave their seats during the competition. The task for today involved retrieving a golden egg guarded by a dragon. That was a dragon. Physical attacks were nearly futile against them, and even magic found it challenging to contend with their might. I sat in the stands, restless and anxious, particularly for Harry, who was the youngest and wielded far less magic than the other three contestants. Victory mattered little. What truly weighed on my mind was the safety of their lives. Cedric, Fleur, and Crumb successfully retrieved the eggs, sustaining varying degrees of injury amidst the audience's collective gasps and sighs. Unfortunately, Harry was to face the Hungarian Horntail, a dragon fiercer than any encountered thus far, and I couldn't help but break into a cold sweat on his behalf. As Harry stepped forward, the dragon's tail nearly struck him, its powerful force shattering the rocks beneath. Should that tail connect with Harry, the consequences would be dire. Hermione anxiously beat her hands against the railing of the stands, calling out to Harry, "Use your wand, Harry. Fly. Harry, your firebolt." I too rose to my feet, shouting encouragement and strategy to him. A torrent of flames erupted from the dragon's gaping maw, but fortunately, Harry nimbly mounted his broom and evaded the inferno. The stands erupted in enthusiastic cheers. "Oh!" Draco exclaimed alongside me, excitement evident as his gloved hand lightly slapped his forehead. The furious Hungarian Horntail broke free from its chains and lunged at Harry, its massive form tearing a gaping hole in the judge's viewing area. George and Fred jumped to their feet, leaning against the railing, clapping vigorously. "Well done, Harry. Go dragon." It seemed that even remaining seated did not guarantee safety. As the dragon and Harry soared away from the arena, we remained in the dark about the unfolding events, silently hoping for Harry's safe return. Sensing my worry, Draco grasped my hand, his reassuring gaze conveying that I need not fret. I nodded in acknowledgement, signaling that I was all right. Harry returned on his broom, successfully clutching the golden egg high above his head, prompting the stands to erupt once more in rapture. "Harry, well done." "Harry," I exclaimed, jumping to my feet and clapping joyfully as I beheld Harry's triumphant expression. A radiant smile lit up my face, and in a fit of exhilaration, I leapt into Draco's arms. He readily embraced me, delight radiating from him, his hat falling off in the process, the gentle breeze tousling his light golden locks in a breathtaking manner. Laughing, I wrapped my arms around his head, my palms resting against his tousled hair to shield it from the wind, perhaps influenced by the electric atmosphere. I stealthily pressed a kiss to the crown of Draco's head, smiling brightly at him. During lunch, Hermione fumed as she read an article from the Daily Prophet, a piece concocted entirely by Rita Skeeter. It claimed that Hermione harbored affections for Harry, and her current target was Crumb. I nearly choked on the pumpkin juice I had just sipped. This reporter, in pursuit of sensationalism, distorted the relationships of others for attention. Where was the basic integrity of journalism? Hermione read the article while casting furtive glances at Ron, yearning for some reaction from him, perhaps jealousy or anger. To her dismay, Ron remained expressionless, offering no response. Hermione cleared her throat, widening her eyes as she fixated on the impassive Ron. "Your package, Mr. Weasley." "Thank you, Nigel." Ron was wholly absorbed in unwrapping the parcel from Mrs. Weasley, while Hermione's gaze could have pierced through steel. He sat beside Hermione, wishing I could elbow Ron for his obliviousness. He was infuriatingly dense. Ron finally unveiled the contents. An ornate vintage dress robe, adorned with intricate lace and ancient embroidery, reeking of the last century's style. "Ginny, this must be from Mum," Ron scoffed, pushing the robe toward Ginny, who wrinkled her nose and shoved it back at him, declaring, "It's hideous. I wouldn't wear that." Ron unfurled the robe, parading around with its sleeves held aloft, eliciting peals of laughter from us. In an instant, the hall was filled with joyous mirth. "Aha! Mum sent a dress robe? For what purpose?" Chapter 17. The Ball Invitation. Professor McGonagall summoned the Gryffindor students to a spacious classroom, where Mr. Filch was fiddling with a large gramophone, dusting off years of neglect. The Christmas ball was a cherished tradition of the Triwizard Tournament, held on Christmas Eve. Professor McGonagall spoke eloquently, expressing her hopes that we would all present ourselves in our finest form for the occasion. The essence of the Christmas ball lay in the dance. McGonagall extended her arms gracefully. It was my first time witnessing her in such an elegant posture. Dancing required fluidity of movement, and every girl harbored within her a beautiful swan. Ron's teasing remarks about Eloise Midgen's acne reached McGonagall's ears, prompting her to invite Ron to the front and personally instruct him in the art of dance. Ron, awkward and embarrassed, stumbled through the steps under her guidance, inciting quiet laughter from us all below. Everyone join in. Listening to Professor McGonagall's encouraging words, the girls bravely rose to their feet, while the boys, who ought to have been fearless, remained seated, paralyzed by uncertainty. Should we characterize their behavior as modesty or timidity? To my astonishment, Neville was the first boy to stand up, embodying a glimmer of Gryffindor's courageous spirit. He bashfully approached me, hesitantly extending his hand, his gaze earnest as if fearing rejection. Being classmates and merely practicing a dance, I could not refuse, gently placing my hand in his. Upon receiving my agreement, Neville beamed with uncontainable joy, and I responded with a soft smile as I gradually stepped into the center of the classroom. The waltz, a timeless piece, serves as the customary opening for both wizards and muggles at formal gatherings. In my childhood, to prepare for the social dances of family enterprises, my parents had me learn early on, with my first dance partner being my mother. I am adept in both the male and female steps, rendering the dance effortless for me. Neville, clearly inexperienced, often stepped on my shoes, repeatedly apologizing, "I'm sorry." "It's quite all right, Neville. You should step back with your right foot first, then advance with your left." "No worries, we can practice again." "Well done, Neville, you're dancing splendidly now." Hearing my praise, a rosy hue blossomed on Neville's cheeks, spreading to the roots of his ears. "Thank you, Brandy." After several rounds of the waltz, Neville finally began to resemble a competent dancer. However, his movements remained stiff and in need of fluidity. "Neville, you're doing wonderfully. Just practice a bit more at home, and you'll improve significantly. I'm sure many girls will want to dance with you." Back in the dormitory, Hermione eagerly clung to my arm. "Brandy, can you teach me?" "Absolutely." I would never refuse the lovely and charming Hermione. Taking her hand and guiding her waist, I instructed, "Now, envision me as the boy dancing with you. Ready, set, go. 1 2 3 1 2. Under my guidance, Hermione progressed rapidly, and we laughed and twirled joyously around the room. The atmosphere at Hogwarts seemed to thicken, enveloped in a rosy glow, as an inexplicable tension subtly spread between the boys and girls. As I navigated the awkward encounters between the students in the corridors, Clutching the book I had borrowed from the library, I hurried toward the North Tower, heading straight for Professor Trelawney's office. Upon recounting the situation, Professor Trelawney's eyes, obscured by thick glasses, glimmered with confusion. She raised her hands, muttering incantations as she caressed the cover of the book, studying the incomplete golden lettering. I will need time to research this. It involves many ancient divination techniques. You know, the inner eye does not open at anyone's request. Professor Trelawney instructed me to wait for her news, assuring me she would notify me immediately of any findings. With all that was uncertain, I had done all I could. Now the only thing left was to wait patiently. That night in the Gryffindor common room, Hermione and I, still in our pajamas, finished a waltz. And I noticed her steps becoming increasingly graceful and lively. I couldn't help but sincerely compliment her. Hermione, you dance beautifully. Before bed, we leisurely chatted about various topics, all revolving around the upcoming Christmas ball. Hermione, let me guess, who invited you? Was it Ron? Did he ask you? Hermione sighed with exasperation, clutching the corner of her blanket and gently shaking her head. Him? Oh, I don't want to mention it. Besides, Crumb asked me to be his partner, and I accepted. Victor Crumb. Merlin's beard. Hermione, well done. Seeing my excitement, Hermione smiled ruefully. Brandy, look at yourself, how beautiful you are. How popular. In the past few days, I had witnessed numerous boys approaching her, including the only boy from Beauxbatons who had also invited her. Not to mention Victor from Ravenclaw, who is as handsome as Cedric. As Hermione counted off the boys on her fingers, I attempted to interject. Despite their good looks, my heart remained unmoved. None could compare to the one who truly mattered to me. You turned them all down. Just thinking of Draco possibly swooping in on you makes me feel it's such a shame. He doesn't deserve you. Hermione continued unabated, lost in her thoughts until I reminded her of the late hour and the need for rest before classes, prompting her to reluctantly extinguish the light and drift off to sleep. The following day, I returned to Professor Trelawney's office only to find her absent, perhaps preoccupied with classes, and I left feeling dejected. As I meandered through the first-floor corridor, I heard Hermione calling Brandy. Turning around, I saw her waving at me, sitting amidst a lively conversation with others on a bench in the central courtyard. Hermione. I waved back, a smile gracing my face as I hurried over. Upon reaching them, just as I was about to greet everyone, Neville suddenly stood up, his expression tense as if he had resolved to speak. Brandy, Neville stammered, clearly nervous, his words coming out haltingly. What is it, Neville? Why are you so hesitant? Ron, oblivious, patted Neville on the shoulder. Yeah, Neville. Brandy isn't Professor Snape. What's there to be nervous about? It was well known that Neville feared Professor Snape, as his boggart took the form of him. Indeed, many Hogwarts students harbored a similar trepidation regarding Snape. Brandy, may I invite you to be my dance partner? I was utterly taken aback by Neville's invitation, as were Hermione, Harry and Ron, whose expressions revealed their surprise as well. I have a boyfriend, I stated firmly, having clearly turned down previous invitations from unaware boys. Upon learning this, Draco would often take my hand, parading before them with a sense of pride, his gaze warning them against any misinterpretation. I felt both helpless and compliant in this regard. Did Neville not know? Well, I didn't vocally declare, look everyone, this is my boyfriend, Draco Malfoy. Our closeness was evident to the students of Hogwarts. They were well aware of our relationship. Even if they didn't know, Draco would ensure they did. Perhaps Neville was simply unaware of this, or else he would never have invited me. He most likely hadn't witnessed our intimacy. After all, Neville was wary of Draco, perceiving him as a little rogue, often keeping his distance. I'm sorry, Neville, I gently conveyed my regret. Keep your distance, Longbottom. Before he could respond, Draco appeared, his voice echoing with fury as he swiftly approached, wrapping me tightly in his embrace and glaring menacingly at Neville. Draco, I murmured, gently calling his name as I clutched his arm, signaling him to soften his demeanor. Draco lifted my hand, kissing the back of it tenderly, then slipped the Slytherin ring onto my left hand's middle finger, regardless of whether it fit, shaking my hand in front of him. See that, Longbottom? And you lot too. This is my fiancée. Brandy already has a date, she is mine. Draco paraded himself like a peacock, proudly flaunting me to those around, his chin held high. I'm sorry, Neville, but I already have a dance partner. I nestled deeper into Draco's embrace, turning my gaze towards him. He met my eyes, his expression filled with delight and pride, a hint of challenge directed at Neville. With your impressive dancing skills, I'm sure you'll have no shortage of partners. Before I could finish my words, Draco hastily turned, grasping my hand, leaving me to offer a polite smile to everyone before being pulled into his embrace. It is imperative that I escort you around the school to deter any overconfident boys from approaching you. I must admit, Draco's jealous demeanor is rather endearing, as his sour words flowed effortlessly from his heart. Draco. Seizing the moment as Draco paused, I gently tugged at his tie, rose on my toes, and placed a kiss upon his handsome profile, casting a glance at the group of envious girls behind us. A declaration of possession. Indeed, I can do that too. The kiss, light as a dragonfly's touch, was brief yet impactful. Draco stood there, momentarily dazed by my affection. With a subtle smile, I continued forward, and he quickly regained his senses, rushing to catch up with me. As we reached the corridor's end, Draco enveloped me from behind, his arms encircling my waist as he tilted his head, his cheek pressed closely against mine. I feigned nonchalance, playing with the Slytherin ring on my finger, teasingly inquiring, "When did someone invite me? Also, when did I become someone's fiancée? Mr. Malfoy need not inform me of his every endeavor. He is quite capable of making decisions on his own. Dear Miss Branticchili, would you accept Draco Malfoy's invitation to be his dance partner and accompany him to the ball?" Draco stood before me, extending his palm, his deep-set eyes brimming with anticipation. "As you wish, Mr. Malfoy." I placed my hand in his, a smile blooming like a field of roses, my clear eyes sparkling with brilliance. I raised my left hand, playfully wiggling my fingers. The ring spun at the base of my fair finger. Perhaps it is time to clarify what being a fiancé entails? I wanted to convey to those boys that I was already his, and indeed, I was not mistaken. He is my fiancé Draco. We are still just boyfriend and girlfriend. Only those who are engaged can be called fiancés. We have yet to formally meet our parents. How could we possibly be engaged? While I long to be Draco's fiancé, and the very thought warms my heart, we are not there yet. We have merely crossed the threshold of a year as a couple. In my heart, a wife who has not yet married is still a fiancée. Draco took my hand and placed it upon his chest, gazing earnestly into my eyes as he spoke. His words were sweet music to my ears, and I found myself wanting to reward my handsome boyfriend with kisses daily. This is the Slytherin ring. I am a Gryffindor student. Wearing it draws too much attention. I merely wish to let them know that you belong to me, and in my haste, I slipped it onto your finger. Draco reached into the pocket of his robe, smiling brightly at me. This is what I truly wanted to give you. A dark green velvet box appeared before me, within which lay a delicate ring. A green diamond set upon a silver band, its clarity and brilliance indicative of its considerable value. Draco gently lifted my left hand, slowly sliding the ring onto my middle finger, his fingers curling in satisfaction as he placed a tender kiss upon it. "I love you, Branty." Gazing into his soulful eyes, I felt as if I were enveloped in a sea of blossoms. "I love you too, Draco." I silently echoed his heartfelt sentiment in my mind. I lifted Draco's hand, placing the Slytherin ring back onto his middle finger. His hands were beautiful, fair and slender, perfectly suited for a ring. "You understand what moi aussi signifies, do you not?" "Yes, I do." Draco embraced me closely, and I nestled against his chest, my hands gently resting on his shoulders, allowing him to glimpse my ring-adorned left hand. Draco understood me well. He knew I preferred subtlety, and the exquisite green diamond was just right. Dainty yet elegant, it adorned my hand with a playful grace. "Are we engaged then?" "We have exchanged rings, as you said, a ritual between fiancés." I was surprised that Draco seemed so fixated on the notion. Did he truly wish for us to be engaged? Yes, we are, my dear fiancé. Regardless, aside from you, I, Branticchili, shall not wed another. Draco appeared quite satisfied and elated upon hearing my response, his embrace nearly rendering me breathless. "Draco, you seem particularly jealous today. Why are you so much harsher towards Neville than others? He invited you in front of so many people. Of course, I am jealous. He must know you are my girlfriend, and I have every reason to be upset." Draco's indignant expression was utterly endearing, prompting me to rise on my toes and kiss the corner of his lips. With less than a week until the Christmas Eve ball, everyone had found their partners, except Ron and Harry, who had been reprimanded by Professor Snape for discussing it during study hall. An unfortunate affair indeed. As for the ball, aside from partners, the most crucial element was the dress. The Wizarding Wear shop in Hogsmeade was inundated with student orders. I placed my hopes in my mother. She reassured me in her letter that her judgment would not falter, and that she would choose a gown that would leave my partner utterly captivated. In the dormitory, Hermione mysteriously entered with a package. "Branty, my dress has arrived." "Hermione, mine has too," I exclaimed, picking up my unopened parcel with joy. "Let us see yours first, Hermione." Of course. As Hermione unwrapped her package, a pastel purple pleated skirt and matching heels came into view. Lifting the gown, she revealed a long satin dress that blended pink and lavender, sure to sway gracefully with every dance. Wow. Hermione, hurry and try it on. When Hermione emerged in the gown, I could hardly blink. Hermione, you look absolutely stunning. May I be your dance partner? I do not wish for Krum to accompany you. Dance with me instead. Hermione shyly lowered her head, urging me to hastily open my parcel and try on my dress. Pushed eagerly into the changing room by Hermione, I opened the gift box to reveal a long gown shimmering with a silvery green hue, exactly the color I adored. The matching heels glimmered with silver sequins, reminiscent of the Milky Way. Chapter 18. Stunning Dance Partners? Once I donned the entire ensemble, a wave of nervousness washed over me as I slowly opened the wooden door. At that moment, I naturally turned to Hermione, who gasped in astonishment, her eyes wide as she appraised me from head to toe, her brows arched in delight. Is it beautiful? Hermione nodded vigorously. Brandy, you are truly breathtaking. Forgive me for being unable to find the words to describe your beauty. Hermione pulled me before a full-length mirror, urging me to gaze at my reflection. You see, you are indeed stunning. I knew you were beautiful, but I never expected. Before you stepped out, I had steeled myself to behold your beauty, yet upon seeing you, all my expectations paled in comparison to the reality of you. In the mirror, I beheld myself, my long black hair cascading like waves down my back, the light green gown appearing as if sprinkled with stars, shimmering with silver light. The silver green flower buds adorned the bodice, extending across my shoulders to form the gown straps. The fitted bodice perfectly accentuated my fair neck and delicate collarbone, outlining the youthful curves of my figure. The exquisite cinching highlighted my slender waist, while the flowing skirt gracefully draped around my feet, the subtle pleats revealing glimpses of my slender legs. With the appropriate high heels, one exudes elegance without sacrificing allure, charm without compromising grace, and the youthful beauty of a maiden is accentuated by a hint of sweetness. Miss Brandy, you shall undoubtedly captivate Malfoy, I assure you by Merlin. He will be utterly enamored upon seeing you. In light of this, dear Miss Granger, shall we be each other's dance partners? I gently wrapped my arms around Hermione's waist, and she placed her hand in mine, delicately resting it upon my shoulder as we gracefully twirled together, our skirts swirling in unison. Oh, these foolish high heels. Hermione nearly twisted her ankle, glaring at her pastel pink stilettos in frustration. Indeed, they are beautiful when worn. They are truly both delightful and exasperating. Much like Draco. Ah. Brandy, please refrain from incessantly mentioning your boyfriend. Consider those of us who are solitary, will you? Krum has been frequently visiting the library lately, and surely he is not merely there for studying, right, Hermione? We laughed and played until the night deepened, the exhaustion from our frolics soon ushering us into slumber. Christmas Eve quietly approached, and the evening ball drew ever nearer, unbeknownst to us. Hermione and I remained in the dormitory, offering each other suggestions for our outfits. Hermione gathered her long chestnut hair into an elegant updo, allowing a cascade of tendrils to grace one side of her face, adorned with floral-shaped earrings that resembled the pinkish-purple hues of a sunset. You look like a princess, Hermione. I simply braided my lustrous black hair into a decorative style, securing it with a hairpin embellished with round pearls, allowing soft, wavy bangs to frame my face, the rest cascading gracefully down to my lower back. Brandy, please do not flatter me. Take a good look at yourself. Your beauty is so captivating that it stirs my heart, as if you have emerged from a sea of blossoms. Were I a boy, I would invite you to dance and certainly snatch you away from Malfoy. Hermione, if you were a boy, I would undoubtedly be your dance partner and cherish you, not Draco. I do not believe you. You still fancy Draco. I embraced Hermione, playfully mimicking a kiss. I truly adore you, Hermione. Brandy, Hermione chuckled. Stop it. You know Krum is one of the champions. We must hurry to the Great Hall. The champions of the Triwizard Tournament are required to perform the opening dance with their partners. Hermione and I parted ways in the foyer, each seeking our respective partners. Hermione walked daintily towards the Great Hall, glancing back at me with a hint of anxiety. I waved gently. Go for it, Hermione. Dazzle Krum. As for the oblivious Ron, when he sees Hermione dancing with Krum, he can stew in jealousy. As Hermione entered the ballroom, linking arms with Krum, I gracefully descended the stairs, lifting my skirt as I went. My focus was solely on my steps when an unusual gaze fell upon me, closely following my descent. I slowly raised my eyes to find Draco standing at the base of the stairs. He donned a fitted white shirt, a tailored white waistcoat that hugged his waist, and a white bow tie that added an air of sophistication. His black trousers accentuated his long legs, and polished black shoes completed his ensemble, while a sleek black coat draped elegantly over his arm. The epitome of a refined British gentleman, Draco embodied grace and poise. The moment he laid eyes on me, Draco seemed momentarily frozen, his slate blue gaze seemingly captivated, his brows arching with astonishment, and a smile that could not be concealed gracing his lips. I too gazed at Draco, my eyes sparkling with joy, as if the bright spring sun had begun to shine, casting affectionate glances in his direction. Draco continued to gaze intently at me. His eyes filled with longing, and I shyly averted my gaze, offering a gentle smile to Lavender Brown as she passed by. "Stop looking at me, Draco," I silently urged, knowing he could not hear my thoughts. As I lifted my skirt and took graceful steps towards him, Draco snapped back to reality and swiftly approached me, gallantly taking my hand. Entering the transformed Great Hall, it was filled with students and faculty, all gathered along the sides of the path, engaged in lively conversation. Draco bent his arm, continuously gesturing for me to come closer. I noticed the envious glances from the boys around us, understanding Draco's intentions, and clung tightly to his arm to quell my little ferret's jealousy. Malfoy, the great jealous one. Do they really feel the need to assert their claim merely because they admire us? Several girls cast glances in our direction, and I leaned closer to Draco's ear, whispering softly, "Draco, please put on your coat, will you?" Draco initially seemed puzzled, but quickly grasped my slightly disheartened expression, his face breaking into a proud and contented smile as he obediently donned his coat. "Fear not, no one can take you from me. My fiancée is simply too beautiful. I genuinely worry someone might steal you away. No one can take me from you, Draco. I am yours." Before the words had fully escaped my lips, the champions began to emerge with their partners, drawing the attention of all present. Hermione subtly waved at me. As the gentle waltz commenced, the champions and their partners danced gracefully in the center of the floor. Cedric and Cho were a perfect match. Her gown, a modern take on traditional Eastern attire, embodied classical elegance with every movement. Fleur Delacour danced with poise, her elegance perfectly complementing her beauty. In contrast, Harry and Parvati seemed less in sync. Harry's steps were erratic and hurried, as if his focus was elsewhere, occasionally glancing at Cedric, not at Cho but at Parvati. Does Harry harbor feelings for Cho Chang? As the music's measure quietly concluded, couples surged into the dance floor, hand in hand. Draco leaned slightly and extended his arm to me. I gracefully raised my wrist, placing my hand gently in his palm as I stepped into the center of the ballroom. Draco's hand rested lightly against my waist, while my hand draped over his shoulder, our fingers intertwining seamlessly. As the music flowed, we exchanged steps, occasionally tapping our toes forward, then retreating in a smooth cadence. Our movements were harmoniously fluid, and we spun lightly, our gazes locked in an unwavering connection. The soft green of my skirt fluttered elegantly, while Draco's robe danced alongside him, my cheeks flushed with warmth, and his heart raced like a steady drumbeat. Our skirts and robes intertwined, mirroring the intertwining of our thoughts. "You just said you are mine." "I meant to say, I am your girlfriend." As the music reached its crescendo, Draco tightened his embrace around my waist, lifting me effortlessly for a delicate spin. "I do not care, regardless, you are mine." "Very well. I am yours." "Merlin, what do I see?" "Hagrid and Madame Maxime. This evening's ball is filled with delightful surprises." Draco, clearly displeased with my diverted gaze, gently tilted my chin to direct my attention back to him, insisting I not lose focus. As the waltz neared its conclusion, Draco and I twirled joyfully in the ballroom, my hand resting on his shoulder, my eyes sparkling with laughter, and Draco's smile radiant. As the waltz came to an end, we embraced each other, halting our movements. The formal waltz concluded, granting us the freedom to dance as we pleased, irrespective of style. The lights dimmed gradually, and the music softened, casting a warm, intimate ambience. Draco held me close, my arms encircling his neck as we swayed aimlessly to the soothing melody, taking slow, delicate steps. Our foreheads touched as we began to whisper sweet nothings. Draco tenderly caressed my cheek, his gaze filled with tender affection. "Darling, you are truly beautiful. To match you." "My dear." "What did you call me?" "Darling." "Could you say it once more?" "My dear, my dear, my dear. I shall fulfill your wishes. Calling your name until you tire of hearing it." Draco never tires of it. A look of sheer delight graces his features as I tenderly utter his name, to which he responds with utmost satisfaction. To my surprise, Hogwarts has invited the eccentric sister band to perform, their lively tunes elevating the atmosphere of the ball to its zenith. The exhilarating melodies and spirited rhythms compel us to raise our hands and leap joyously, our cheers mingling with the songs as the excitement reaches its pinnacle. Draco and I embrace each other, exuberantly bouncing about. He seizes the dim moments to steal kisses upon my cheek. "Draco, I wish to dance for you," I declare, and without hesitation, I lift my skirt, tying it at the outer thigh, straightening my posture and tousling my hair. With a playful wink at Draco, I begin to dance the jazz steps I once mastered effortlessly. Surely Draco, raised in a wizarding family, has never witnessed such muggle dances. His rapt gaze confirms my suspicions. The other students, likewise from wizarding backgrounds, applaud and cheer for me. With a hint of jealousy, Draco pulls me into his embrace, guiding my hand through the throngs of people towards a deserted corridor. He presses me against the wall, his long arms encircling my slender waist, gazing down at me, his warm breath lightly brushing against my nose. You must not dance for them. Draco half squats, delicately untying the knot I fashioned with my skirt. Then I shall only dance for you from now on. If you will permit, I murmur, my eyes fluttering shut as I tenderly kiss his flushed cheek, tinted by envy. Draco gently returns the kiss to my lips, his right hand slowly reaching between us, revealing a delicate heart-shaped pendant that appears before my eyes. Brandy, happy birthday. In the midst of investigating the dark mist, closely monitoring the Triwizard tournament, and preparing for the ball, I had completely forgotten my own birthday. Yet Draco remembers with such clarity. In truth, this pendant was meant to be presented to you on the evening of your birthday, to wish you joy, and tonight, I intended to place a ring upon your finger. However, upon witnessing Longbottom's invitation to you, I was consumed with rage, longing to adorn your finger with the ring so that all would know you are my fiancée. Thus your birthday gift was delayed. Brandy, do you like it? I adore it, Draco. Would you please help me put it on? At your service, Draco replies, circling behind me, gently gathering my long hair to fasten the necklace's clasp. As I gaze down at the heart-shaped pendant, my fingertips caress it, and a smile blooms upon my lips. Draco, you have been particularly unkind to Neville. You have disliked him since our first year. Draco meets my gaze, hesitating to respond. Is it difficult to answer? Then I shall not inquire further. In truth, I did not initially harbor animosity towards Longbottom. I was merely envious. Envious? I question, perplexed as to what Neville could possibly provoke such feelings in Draco. In fact, I was jealous. Draco sheepishly scratches his head, struggling to articulate his feelings. Draco, I have made it abundantly clear that I have rejected Neville, and he regards me as merely a friend. He does not. Draco responds, his brow furrowed in displeasure, his tone laced with a hint of grievance. Do you recall our first year? On the train, you assisted him in finding his pet, and at the entrance to the Great Hall, you warned him to keep an eye on that clumsy toad, smiling sweetly at him. Thus, Draco had taken notice of me early on. As you can see, I was eager to introduce myself to that scar-headed fool, hoping to shift your attention from Longbottom's buffoonery to myself. Do you understand? My Brandy, I love you. How endearingly charming Draco is, his unique approach to capturing the attention of girls is indeed effective. At that time, I was constantly aware of this mischievous little rascal. And what about the flying lessons that followed? Was that intentional as well? I had no intention of taking his memory ball. Who cares for that wretched thing? Draco crossed his arms, visibly irritated. Yet your concern for him was written all over your face. I could not help but feel exasperated. I felt stifled if I did not tease him. Reflecting on those moments, I had indeed acted out of intent, hoping to leave a lasting impression on Draco, only to discover he too had been deliberate in his actions. Can this be considered a form of mutual understanding? When you approached me to speak, I was overwhelmed with joy, eager to showcase my flying prowess while simultaneously belittling that wretched Scarhead, so I purposely allowed him to retrieve the memory ball. However, I wished to present it to you, not him. I could hardly believe that Draco sought to provoke me solely because of my feelings for him. Childish. Yet we were indeed just children, and I was equally immature. Then why did you continue to tease Neville, using the leg-locking curse on him? I thought, since you cared for him so much, if I bullied him, you would pay attention to me constantly, hence I did. But you actually lifted the curse for him. You cannot fathom how frustrating that was. Yet I could not bring myself to be angry with you, for I found him perpetually irksome. Neville Longbottom. I have always regarded him as a rival. A rival? What curious notions swirl within Draco's mind. All along, it has been he whom I admire. The boy who occasionally misbehaves yet uniquely favors me, Draco Malfoy. In truth, I have also felt jealousy towards Potter and Weasley. And what else? It seems Draco perceives every boy I have interacted with as a rival. When you are with them, I feel a twinge of jealousy, but Longbottom is different. He genuinely fancies you. Draco's tone is resolute and undeniable. I ponder this thoroughly, perhaps there is some truth to it. When Neville interacts with me, he appears different than with other girls. Moreover, when he invited me, he was aware I was Draco's girlfriend, which is why he hesitated, knowing I would decline yet still choosing to extend the invitation. I have always focused my affections on Draco. The feelings of other boys are inconsequential to me. I assumed Neville regarded me merely as a friend. I recognize that it is quite ordinary for boys to like me. As Hermione has said, I am exceptional, and my beauty undoubtedly stands out among peers. Yet I never anticipated that Neville would have feelings for me. I feel a pang of remorse for my own obliviousness, fearing I might inadvertently hurt him. He is such a kind-hearted boy, deserving of love from a good girl. Chapter 19. Building Snowmen and Snowball Fights. In truth, Longbottom knew you would decline. He merely wished to hear your formal rejection, allowing himself to let go. You understand Neville's thoughts? Boys' affections for girls are universally similar. Oh, so young Master Malfoy is quite perceptive? Indeed, Draco nods, a hint of pride evident in his demeanor. Draco, did you have feelings for me since first year? Was it love at first sight on the train? Draco's ears suddenly flush a deep crimson as he stammers, no. Is that so? It was not on the train, but rather at Madam Malkin's robes for all occasions. You entered my line of sight wearing that distinctive green dress, and my heart raced. You were the most beautiful girl I have ever seen in green, and none who followed could captivate me as you did. Draco's words are tender and gentle, recounting the moment he first felt drawn to me, his gray-blue eyes sparkling with the brilliance of stars. To think that Draco had liked me from such an early age sends sweet ripples through my heart. The one I adore reciprocates my feelings. Such a beautiful occurrence unfolds within my life. The connection between Draco and me is mutual. That single glance in Madam Malkin's shop left an indelible mark upon my heart. Love is indeed a wondrous enchantment, more magical than any spell, capable of binding strangers in an unwavering choice of one another. I never anticipated, Draco, that you would harbor feelings for me at such a tender age. I teasingly jested with him, finding his bashful, crimson visage utterly adorable. My pride swelled. Yet I remained blissfully unaware of how near Draco had drawn to me, until I was unexpectedly enveloped in his warm embrace. The consequence of teasing Draco was to be met with the fervor of his kiss, his soft lips sealing mine, rendering me momentarily speechless. My hands gently ascended to his shoulders, my delicate arms entwining around his neck. His warm tongue slowly parted my lips, exploring every soft recess, as our breaths mingled, erratic and intoxicating, lost in the sweetness of one another. The chime of the clock tower resounded through the air, and I gazed up towards the courtyard, where pristine snowflakes cascaded from the night sky in a delicate flurry. The snow at Hogwarts always possesses a purity unmatched by that of London. I grasped Draco's hand, joyfully dashing into the snow. Birrar, it's so cold. My toes met the thick blanket of snow, sending a delightful chill coursing through me. My gown was far too thin to withstand the biting cold. I had not brought my wand, uncertain if I could even perform a warming charm. Draco firmly held my hand and silently uttered a spell, and in an instant, warmth enveloped me, my icy fingers gradually thawing. He had cast the spell without his wand. While such charms are relatively simple, the success rate of wandless magic is not particularly high. It seems my boyfriend is exceptionally talented, and more importantly, incredibly considerate. Draco, shall we build a snowman together? I crouched down, scooping up a handful of snow, shaping it into a compact ball. We busied ourselves in the snowy expanse, rolling the snow into large, round forms to craft the snowman's head and body. Standing before our creation, with snowflakes adorning our hair, we exchanged knowing smiles. It lacks a nose and eyes. And hands. Ha ha. It appears that building a snowman without magic presents quite the challenge. But who would bring their wand to a dance? Glancing up at the illuminated Hogwarts castle, I mused that the kitchen must hold the treasures we sought. The house elves had not yet retired, bustling about, cleaning goblets and plates with fervor. Good evening, my delightful little friends. The sprightly creatures evidently remembered me, bouncing around me, their pointed ears twitching with excitement. Miss Brandy, you look splendid. Kaka clapped her hands, shaking her head in front of me, her sincere green eyes brimming with praise, albeit with a hint of shyness. Thank you, Kaka. I bent down to stroke her ear, and I must say, house elves are truly charming beings. Dilly scampered over. Miss Brandy, are you here to make jam? Kaka poked Dilly playfully. You glutton. How could you ask Miss Brandy to make jam? Isn't that the house elf's job? Apologies, Dilly. But I am not here to make jam. I am in search of a snowman's nose, eyes, and hands. I had barely finished my explanation when they promptly presented me with carrots, black beans, and twigs, each offering a delightful display of treasures. Thank you, Cock-a-Dilly-da. But I only need one carrot. I selected the most suitable carrot from Dilly's hands. Thank you, Cece Dobby Nanky. The twigs and black beans are lovely. But I cannot carry so many. Please give them to him. I cannot manage. I gestured for the eager house elves to hand the items to Draco. Dobby seemed to recognize him, approaching Draco respectfully. Mr. Malfoy, he called, handing the twigs to Draco. Yet, Draco exhibited no sign of recognition towards the adorable house elf. I too felt a bit foolish. How could the privileged Draco possibly remember a house elf? After bidding farewell to the charming house elves, Draco and I hand in hand returned to the snow-laden courtyard, adorning our snowman with eyes, a nose, a mouth, and essential hands. As the snowfall intensified, it blanketed the night sky, drifting gracefully onto the castle rooftops, upon us, cascading onto Draco's shoulders, and mingling with his light golden hair, as well as my own dark tresses. In this serene and dreamlike scene, I couldn't help but recall a line from an Eastern poetry anthology. If he is to be with me in the snow, this life shall be spent together in old age. Draco, does this count as sharing a lifetime together? How I wish to remain by your side until our hair turns as white as winter snow. I long to witness our twilight years. I understood all too well that our path ahead is fraught with challenges. Gaining acceptance from the Malfoy family for a daughter-in-law of mixed blood is no simple feat, so let me linger a little longer in this beautiful dream of love with Draco, indulging in its intoxication. The chime of the clock told once more. The snowstorm showed no signs of abating. If we lingered too long, we might indeed become snowmen ourselves. Hand in hand, we dashed into the corridor of the Great Hall, where Draco removed his coat, shaking off the snow that clung to his robes. We must thank the house elves for their help. They are truly diligent and warm-hearted. Do you have a fondness for house elves? I quite like them. They are ever so charming. Malfoy Manor has many house elves as well, similar to those here. So, I sensed the subtle implications in Draco's words, yet I was uncertain of his true thoughts. I simply wished to coax him into revealing more. You would surely enjoy Malfoy Manor. I allowed a gentle smile to grace my lips as I inched closer to Draco, my fingers delicately brushing against his bow tie. I believe I would. I placed a soft kiss on his cheek, quickly ascending the stairs, and shyly glanced back at him. Draco was caressing the spot where I had kissed him, his eyes shimmering with satisfaction. Good night, dear, I tenderly whispered, turning away. I lifted my gown, light-footedly traversing each step of the spiral staircase, humming a joyful tune as I made my way back to the common room, my mind abuzz with memories of Draco and me. Upon returning to my dormitory, I kicked off my heels, opened my arms, and fell into the soft embrace of my bed, unable to suppress the smile creeping onto my lips at the thought of Draco. Oh dear. I shyly clutched the bed covers, curling my knees into a ball, relishing in the warmth and joy of such moments. Bright morning light streamed through the window into the dormitory, casting its glow on the dark red curtains of my four-poster bed. I sleepily opened my eyes, lazily rolling over. Christmas morning was so delightful. How could I waste it by sleeping in? Brandy. I drowsily rubbed my eyes. Hermione, please don't seek me out. I wish to sleep a little longer. Are you that tired? It's nearly noon. Were you exhausted last night? Brandy. Hermione, don't be ridiculous. Are you really not getting up? 3 magical academies are celebrating Christmas together. It's quite interesting. No worries, the Christmas feast begins in the evening. It's still early. Then rest well. I'll go to the Great Hall to find Harry and the others. Please send my regards. After awakening, I rubbed my tousled hair, stretched, and lazily threw off the covers, slipping into my slippers. After freshening up, I opened my closet filled with an array of garments, contemplating what to wear for Christmas. A red sweater would be quite fitting, especially with its festive pom-pom hood, adding a delightful touch to the holiday spirit. Stepping into the hall, the lush and verdant Christmas tree immediately captures my gaze. Its green branches adorned with twinkling ornaments, crimson ribbons, pentagrams, and tiny red Santa hats. The students lingering in the hall are few. They sit huddled together, animatedly discussing the ball from the previous night. I do not spot Draco or Hermione, so I casually choose a seat. As I peruse the contents of the Daily Prophet, various trivialities from the magical world, the Ministry of Magic's New Year's greeting, and the Yule Ball of the Triwizard Tournament, I cannot help but acknowledge Rita Skeeter's adept writing. Were she not prone to exaggeration and sensationalism, she could easily be an exceptional journalist. I surmised that if she ventured into novel writing, she would undoubtedly achieve great success. Her talents are better suited to the realm of fiction than to the pursuit of truth. Brandy. Hermione calls out to me excitedly. There you are. Come on. Let us go have a snowball fight. She enthusiastically pulls me along, her coat dusted with pristine snow, indicating that she has enjoyed herself immensely. No wonder I did not see them. They had all rushed outside to engage in snowball battles. Upon reaching the courtyard, I am greeted by a flurry of activity, with figures darting about, laughter echoing as they scoop up handfuls of snow to hurl at one another. Even as their clothes become soaked with ice and snow, they remain blissfully lost in play. Ron, here it comes. Hermione shouts, forming a snowball and throwing it with precision at Ron, hitting her mark. The snowman Draco and I built last night still stands proudly in the courtyard, seemingly watching over the joyful chaos unfolding among the students. I trudge through the thick layer of snow, removing my Gryffindor scarf from around my neck and gently draping it around the snowman's neck. It fits perfectly, making the snowman look utterly splendid in this moment. Suddenly, a snowball unexpectedly strikes my back. I turn around, bewildered, scanning the area for the culprit, utterly clueless as to who might have thrown it. Hermione discreetly gestures towards the figure hiding behind Goyle. Draco. Did he think he was well hidden? His light golden hair shines brightly against the backdrop of white snow. Swiftly, I scoop up a handful of snow, forming it into a snowball, and throw it back, hitting Draco squarely. Thus begins an intense snowball fight, with Draco and me fiercely targeting one another, our focus entirely on each other as we hurl snowballs with abandon. Clutching the icy snow in my hands, I dash towards Draco, feigning a hug to catch him off guard, then deftly slip the cold snow down his collar, a triumphant smirk gracing my lips. Draco shivers, bouncing in the snow, attempting to shake off the icy intruder. I can hardly contain my laughter, relishing in his predicament, only to find myself tumbling into the snow. Seeing me fall, Draco visibly panics, rushing over to help me, only to slip in his haste and tumble into the snow beside me. Our eyes meet, and in that moment of shared chaos, Draco leans in to kiss my lips, leaving me with ample reason to suspect that his fall was not entirely accidental. We help each other up, and while he steadies himself, I seize the opportunity to shower him with snow, a playful retaliation for his impromptu kiss. What began as a snowball fight has transformed into a delightful snow-dousing escapade, with both of us gleefully tossing snow at one another. The air sparkles with icy crystals mingling with the falling snow, creating a dreamlike atmosphere, our laughter ringing out joyously. When the battle finally concludes, we find ourselves covered in a pristine layer of snow, even our eyelashes dusted with tiny flakes. Goyle and Crabbe hesitate to throw snow at me, but Harry and Ron show no mercy towards Draco. We have become the very embodiment of snowmen in the courtyard. Had the chimes of the clock tower not sounded, we might have continued our playful skirmish for hours. To prevent the melting snow from soaking our clothes and risking a cold, we swiftly cast spells to dry ourselves off. Upon returning to the hall, students from all houses have taken their seats, engaged in lively conversation. The Christmas feast lacks the solemnity of the start-of-term banquet, and we have not donned our robes, particularly as students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang join us to celebrate Christmas, further enhancing the festive atmosphere. Students from different houses and schools mingle freely, sitting together in a delightful amalgamation. Naturally, I find myself seated next to Draco, our proximity more intimate than ever. Draco produces a carefully wrapped parcel from somewhere, declaring it a gift from his mother, who had sent it that morning. The owl from his home could scarcely carry such a heavy load. Lady Narcissa frequently sends Draco treats, most often sweets and delicacies crafted with her own hands. I find him utterly charming as he boasts to his fellow Slytherins, sharing the goodies with them. With so many house elves at Malfoy Manor, and Narcissa hailing from the Black family, it is no wonder she takes the time to prepare Draco's favorite snacks. Having been nurtured in such maternal affection, Draco surely lacks for nothing in love. Draco, you are a fortunate boy. Your mother loves you dearly. Though your father may be stern, he is merely balancing the interests of the Malfoy family, providing you with the paternal care he can manage. As Draco adeptly unwraps the parcel, golden-wrapped chocolates, candies, and exquisite pastries are displayed across the table before us. He gently slides a glass box containing small cakes towards me. Try this. The confections are dainty and delightful, enticing to the eye. Under Draco's eager gaze, I pick up a cake adorned with strawberries, taking a small bite. It is soft and fluffy, sweet yet not cloying. Considering that these treats are crafted by Draco's mother, I cannot help but smile, thinking that I must engage with her about her culinary skills one day. I told my mother you enjoy strawberries, and look at how many strawberry-flavored pastries she made. Take your time, I say. Cough nearly choked there. What did you say? Draco grins, propping his chin on his hand, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. My mother made these especially for you, since they are your favorite. What do you think of the taste? You told your mother I like strawberries? Of course, she is my mother and knows my girlfriend well enough. There is nothing wrong with that. Indeed, but how come I did not know? I have yet to meet her properly, having only exchanged a few brief pleasantries at the robe shop. It feels somewhat impolite to have her gift me something without my prior introduction. Draco, you clumsy fool. My mother thinks highly of you. She is eager to meet you. She says you are a remarkable young lady, exceedingly beautiful. Draco continues to chatter endlessly, while my face burns crimson, surely resembling a ripe strawberry. Enough, Draco. I have yet to formally meet Lady Narcissa. Our only encounter was a brief exchange at the robe shop. For her to know such things must surely be from your mouth. Remarkable. Beautiful. What if she meets me and finds me lacking compared to your description? What if she thinks I led you to deceive her, and thus dislikes me even more? My thoughts spiral into confusion. Feeling as though I am about to meet the in-laws, wholly unprepared, I give Draco a couple of playful jabs on the shoulder. Why did you not give me a heads up? You told your mother so early. I'm completely unprepared. I merely informed her that you are my girlfriend. As for the rest, she was the one asking questions. My mother knows more about you through the school than I have shared. Even if I didn't say anything, she would find out, he adds. Draco unfurls a page of the Daily Prophet, revealing a panoramic photograph of the Yule Ball. Look here. He points to the lower right corner, where Draco and I appear distinctly. Unlike other couples dancing together, we seem particularly intimate, gazing into each other's eyes with sweet smiles, oblivious to all else. It is evident at a glance that our relationship transcends mere companionship. This morning, while perusing the newspaper, I overlooked the image within the photograph, hastily skimming through the news before carelessly placing it aside. Unbeknownst to me, the photograph concealed a mystery. My mother had already observed the image, and remarked on your attractiveness. Naturally, such compliments from an elder fill me with delight. However, this is no ordinary elder. This is Draco's mother. I find it rather embarrassing to be introduced in this manner. My mother expressed a desire to meet you and engage in conversation. What? Me? Nevertheless, rest assured, I comprehend your sentiments. Thus, I informed her of our current academic commitments, suggesting that a meeting could await the holiday. In essence, I am to meet Draco's mother officially during the summer break, and Lucius as well. The recollection of the previous unpleasant encounter with Mr. Malfoy at the Leaky Cauldron, compounded by the Malfoy family's steadfast beliefs, weighs heavily on my mind during this dinner filled with laughter and joy. Yet, witnessing Draco's eager expression, I cannot bring myself to voice these concerns. I manage a faint smile, though my heart feels as bitter as an unripe lemon. The second task of the Triwizard Tournament relates to the Golden Egg, and both Harry and Hermione are troubled by how to unravel its mystery. Meanwhile, I am still grappling with the issue of the Dark Mist. Professor Trelawney has uncovered a few leads, yet they remain elusive and uncertain. The only certainty is that the Dark Mist is not a figment of my imagination, but indeed a portent. As for what it portends and when it shall occur, we are utterly in the dark. Professor Trelawney cradles her rounded crystal ball, her palms rubbing it back and forth, murmuring incantations. You possess the gift of divination. However, the seer can never truly discern their own fate. This is both a blessing and a curse, and one cannot have both. Are both your parents wizards? Professor Trelawney suddenly inquires, her eyes, magnified by her thick glasses, glinting with curiosity. From whom do you inherit this talent? Perhaps it is from my mother. She is a witch. What is your mother's name? Before marrying my father, she was known as Walburga Parkinson. Oh child, I can assure you that your gift does not stem from your mother. Why are you so certain? The Trelawney family is the only lineage on the European continent with a hereditary connection to seers. Professor Trelawney's gaunt visage radiates a rare pride, starkly contrasting her usual enigmatic demeanor. My great-grandmother Cassandra Trelawney was the most esteemed prophetess, and your mother, hailing from the Parkinson family, certainly does not possess such a bloodline. However, my mother has never claimed to be from a pureblood Parkinson lineage. Perhaps she simply shares that surname. Child, your mother must have her reasons for not disclosing this. I am 100% certain that your talent does not originate from her. Now tell me about your father. My father is a muggle named Condry Sheriff. Professor Trelawney meticulously questions me about my family's origins and the month of my birth, leaving no detail unexamined. If I am not mistaken, your gift likely derives from your father. My father? But he possesses no magic. Your family hails from the East. Perhaps it is a hereditary trait from your ancestors that has re-emerged after a century or millennium. Western divination relies on magic, while Eastern divination harmonizes magic with the spirit. So I can perceive those signs without relying on the crystal ball, can I? Indeed, but that is incidental. True divination relies on tools. Professor Trelawney presents me with a crystal ball from her shelf, carefully taking my hands in hers, and speaking with a tone of mystique. I must caution you not to pry into fate. Matters that have not been foretold within the crystal ball cannot be forcibly divined. Misapplying magic can deplete one's life force, be it 3 to 5 years, 10, or even one's entire life. My entire life? I do not speak in hyperbole. The third eye does not open at will. and revealing the secrets of fate will surely invite divine retribution. As I previously mentioned, this is both a gift and a curse. I understand. I cannot rely on divination for everything. It merely serves as a means to navigate fortune and misfortune. I believe in destiny but refuse to be bound by it. I will not gamble with my life. Learning divination is no simple endeavor. Otherwise, we would be inundated with great seers like my great-grandmother. Moreover, divination is steeped in randomness. It is not a matter of simply divining whatever one wishes. Remember, it suffices to do your best. A rare seriousness graces Professor Trelawney's face as I nod earnestly, clutching the books and crystal ball she has gifted me, expressing my heartfelt gratitude before taking my leave. Indeed, divination is not an art that can be mastered swiftly. For an ordinary person, the knowledge often appears obscure and unfathomable, lacking coherence. The crystal ball rests silently on my bedside table, devoid of any movement day or night. Professor Trelawney is correct. Divination is an art of chance, an elusive endeavor. The second task unfolds within the Black Lake, where participants must dive to retrieve their treasures from the depths. 3 lofty stands have been erected upon the expansive surface of the lake, allowing professors and students alike to attend the event by boat. No one wishes to miss this extraordinary competition, and the stands are crowded with students, particularly the younger ones, who are animatedly peering through telescopes. Spring has only recently begun, the distant mountains still lacking their verdant hues, and the air retains a chill, with the brisk wind from the lake biting at my skin. I am not wearing a hat, and the cold air stings my head. Draco drapes his arm over my shoulders, gently placing his knitted cap atop my head, his warm fingertips brushing against my wind-chafed cheek, tenderly caressing it as the cold breeze tousles his hair, revealing his handsome features. Cedric emerges from the lake, cradling Cho Chang in his arms, which leads me to ponder. Are the treasures the champions must recover, in fact, people? I had been puzzled by Ron and Hermione's absence, but now it becomes clear. They are the treasures at the lake's bottom. Fleur Delacour has succumbed to a Grindylows attack. What will become of the person she was to save? As I anxiously contemplate this, Victor Crumb surfaces with Hermione, securing second place. This leaves Ron and the treasure that Fleur was meant to retrieve still submerged. Harry, not one to stand idly by, must devise a way to rescue them alone. Hermione, now on land, wraps herself in a thick dry towel, gripping its corner anxiously as she gazes at the rippling lake surface. Her expression mirrors my own concern. The clock's hands tick relentlessly, and I find myself clenching my fists in worry for Ron and Harry. Suddenly, Ron's figure breaks the surface, with Harry towing him and the young girl toward the shore. Remarkably, he manages to save them alone. Well done, Harry Potter. Soaked to the skin, they struggle to climb ashore, and Hermione hurriedly wraps them in dry towels, bustling about with concern. To commend Harry's selfless spirit, Dumbledore announces that the judges have decided to award him second place, while Cedric Diggory retains first place. From the Hufflepuff house at Hogwarts, the crowd erupts into enthusiastic applause and cheers. I glance toward Hermione and Ron, who are surrounding Harry in celebration, and a faint smile graces my lips. The cacophony around me suddenly fades, and darkness envelopes my vision as I lean unsteadily against Draco. What is it, Brandy? Draco exclaims, tightening his hold around my waist, worry etched upon his face. I slowly shake my head, closing my eyes and reopening them, sensing no abnormalities. I'm fine. Perhaps the cold wind has given me a slight headache. I'll take you back to rest. Concern and urgency are written across Draco's countenance as a group of younger boys joyously leap about, inadvertently blocking our path. Draco swats at the small boy's head. Don't block the way, Quid. Sorry, Malfoy. Draco, be a bit kinder to the little ones. Malfoy, your girlfriend possesses a truly kind heart. Speak for yourself. Although Draco's tone was somewhat heavy, the playful arch of his brow and the upward curve of his lips clearly indicated that he was quite pleased by Quirrell's words. Draco half leaned against me as we walked along the path back to the castle. I felt no sense of abnormality in his concern, which only highlighted my own fragility, and the gazes we received along the way were hard to ignore. Draco, you don't need to support me. I'm really fine, it must just be the wind. No sooner had I spoken than the world around me suddenly spun violently. Instinctively, I grasped Draco's arm, darkness enveloping my vision. My legs weakened, and I collapsed against his side. In the remnants of my fading consciousness, I heard Draco calling my name, filled with panic and distress. Brandy. Brandy. After that, I was unaware of my surroundings, slipping into a void of unconsciousness. As I gradually opened my eyes, I found myself lying in a hospital wing bed, with Draco's figure right before me. He anxiously held my right hand. Brandy, you're awake. How do you feel? Draco. Iem me fine, he replied, my throat dry and my voice hoarse. Draco immediately propped me up, deftly poured some water, and gently placed the cup in my hands. Drink this first. I'll go fetch Madam Pomfrey. Watching Draco's urgent back, I couldn't help but smile slightly, sipping from the cup as the warm liquid flowed soothingly down my parched throat. Could you hurry, please? At Draco's urging, Madam Pomfrey rushed in. After carefully examining my condition, she nodded slowly, much better than when I first arrived. Drink this potion and rest for a while. You can leave the infirmary tomorrow morning. The transparent potion had a peculiar taste. Good medicine is often bitter. And I couldn't expect it to be as sweet and delightful as pumpkin juice. Draco, adjust my pillow, please. I want to lie down and rest. All right. You should lie down, he insisted, but I had no desire for sleep. Draco, I can't sleep. I feel like I can leave. No, Draco replied, placing his right hand on my forehead and then touching his own. You're still a bit warm. You must rest properly. Resigned, I thought. How could I have a fever? When I want to sleep, I have to wake up early for classes. When I don't want to sleep, I must lie in bed idle. The patient's dinner was exceedingly bland. Already feeling weak and fatigued, after eating this, I felt even more drained. The blandness was trivial. The real issue was that the meals looked utterly unappetizing, leaving me without an appetite. Draco also skipped dinner in the Great Hall. As Madam Pomfrey mentioned, he had stayed by my side without leaving, seemingly missing even lunch. Draco, go eat dinner. I'm not hungry. I don't want to eat. You must eat. I'd be heartbroken if you starved. Then I wouldn't eat either. After all, I had no appetite for those unappealing meals. Skipping one would be fine. No, you can't skip dinner while you're ill. But it really doesn't taste good. I can't eat. I picked up a spoonful of soup and slowly brought it to Draco's mouth. You try it. His expression darkened the moment he tasted it, his face reflecting an unspoken disappointment at the meal before me. Draco, I want pumpkin juice. Could you go to the Great Hall for dinner and bring me a cup? Please. I feigned a pitiful demeanor, tugging at Draco's sleeve in a playful manner, gently shaking his arm. Pretty please? All right. But don't come back too quickly. You need to eat your dinner first. Draco nodded. Yes, that's right. A well-behaved child is always a good baby. Just then, Madam Pomfrey came in to check on me. Very well, the fever has subsided. Miss Shelley, you must be careful not to expose yourself to cold winds again. Mr. Malfoy was quite worried when he brought you in. Your forehead was burning hot. Draco carried me in? Yes, just like this. Looking at her mimicking the posture, I realized it was a princess carry. Merlin's beard. Draco carried me through the castle, down the corridors, all the way to the infirmary. How many pairs of eyes must have seen us? A wave of embarrassment washed over me, yet a different kind of happiness surged within. As if it signified that Draco was mine, a flutter of excitement and joy. The young love was always sweet and tender. Madam Pomfrey's lips curled into a knowing smile, her eyes glinting with subtle teasing as she slowly exited the room. Chapter 21, Sacrifice. Leaving, Draco returned to the infirmary, holding pumpkin juice. But he had more than just that. There were also some pan-seared steaks and cheesy baked potatoes, my favorites. I must say my dear boyfriend is incredibly thoughtful. Draco, will you feed me? I gazed into his clear eyes, my tone slightly whiny. Surely, it wasn't too much to ask to act a little spoiled while being sick? Moreover, at that moment, I truly lacked the strength to cut anything. Earlier, when Draco's arm was injured, I had carefully fed him. Now, letting him feed me seemed a fair balance. Of course. To my surprise, Draco agreed readily, tenderly adjusting the soft pillow behind me, sitting at the edge of the bed, and focusing intently on cutting the steak. I took a small sip of pumpkin juice, the sweet taste blossoming on my tongue. My hands cradling my face as I watched Draco with tender admiration, my heart swelling with sweetness even more than the pumpkin juice. What are you looking at? At you, I replied without thinking, realizing my slip, and shyly turned my face away. His melodious laughter filled the air, and in a playful huff, I shot him a glare. What is so funny? I poked his arm lightly. It's your fault for not cutting it well. All right, it's all my fault. I'll cut it smaller, Draco replied, his tone laced with a playful inquiry, his gray-blue eyes reflecting my figure, revealing a hint of indulgence in his gaze. Dear, would you like a bite of potato? I smiled and nodded, yes please. What does it mean to have a feast for the eyes? I can truly comprehend it now. Whenever Draco fed me, I couldn't help but steal glances at him, my appetite remarkably good. After dinner, Madame Pomfrey meticulously examined my condition. She truly was a responsible healer, albeit rather strict. Draco appeared less than pleased, seemingly annoyed that she interrupted our precious time together. As night fell, I urged Draco to leave, reminding him to rest early. He moved slowly, reluctant to part, glancing back every few steps. Sweetheart, Be sure to rest well. See you tomorrow. I offered him a gentle, serene smile, my dimples showing as I earnestly nodded. Yes, see you tomorrow. Once Draco departed, Madame Pomfrey noticed my untouched bland dinner, silently picking up the tray and scrutinizing me. I was well aware of Madame Pomfrey's stern nature, and noticing her impassive expression, I quickly expressed my apologies. I'm sorry. Madame Pomfrey. It's all right, dear. Even I find the hospital meals unappetizing, let alone a patient in need of comfort food. She continued, and you're not the first. I remember when Lupin was in the ward, how his mischievous friends would come by, bringing a myriad of sweets from Hogsmeade. Though she shook her head in exasperation, her eyes clearly held a fond nostalgia for those days. The way Mr. Malfoy cares for you reminds me of how my husband took care of me. Though he was quite clumsy, I would have been better off taking care of myself. How can Draco's care for me possibly compare to the attention you receive from your husband? There is no need to feel shy. Having such a caring boyfriend is a testament to your mutual love, a truly fortunate circumstance that is rare to encounter. As Madame Pomfrey departed from the ward, I found myself gazing at the floral patterns on the ceiling, my thoughts drifting far away. Suddenly, a wave of discomfort surged through me, and I sensed that my malaise was not solely due to fever. Every time I inadvertently glanced at Cedric, that feeling intensified. What could possibly be unfolding? Aside from that peculiar premonition, I was utterly oblivious to any other signs. Do I truly possess the gift of divination? Why, after so much study, am I still unable to perceive anything? Grasping at fleeting hints, yet unable to unravel the truth, an overwhelming sense of helplessness enveloped me, a stark awareness of something present yet elusive. I took slow, deep breaths, gradually calming the agitation within me. There is no need to rush, Brandy. Do not pressurize yourself. Divination is no simple endeavor. The fusion of soul power and magic cannot be achieved overnight. The renowned seers dedicated decades to their craft. One must be patient and refrain from self-imposed stress. I was uncertain when I drifted into slumber, but upon awakening, I felt rejuvenated. Madame Pomfrey's invigorating tonic was remarkably effective. Child, how do you feel? Madame Pomfrey inquired kindly, having arrived early to check on my recovery. I feel splendid, I replied, gracefully raising my hand and spinning in a circle to demonstrate my restored vigor. It appears you have indeed made a remarkable recovery, Miss Shelley. That is entirely thanks to your medical expertise. I winked playfully at Madame Pomfrey before donning my school robes and bidding her farewell. As I sprinted down the corridor towards the great hall, the gentle breeze whisked away my fatigue. The proverb rings true. A day's fortune lies in the morning. And without a hearty breakfast, one cannot study with focus. Brandy, how is your health? Hermione exclaimed, wrapping her arms around me and scrutinizing me from head to toe. Hermione, it was merely a fever. Madame Pomfrey's skills are exceptional, and I am perfectly fine now. To assuage Hermione's doubts, I twirled around as I had done before Madame Pomfrey. See, I am completely well, am I not? Hermione seated me, a teasing glint in her eyes as she whispered, actually, I visited you in the infirmary. But with Draco by your side, so concerned for you, I thought it best not to be a third wheel. Oh, Draco and I indeed get along splendidly, I replied playfully. Brandy, is this how you repay my concern for you? By teasing me? Hermione pouted, feigning a wounded expression. Did you not say so yourself? As you wish, Miss Granger. I found myself increasingly adept at teasing Hermione, with some time remaining until the Triwizard Tournament's final. My days were filled with classes and accompanying Draco, while the rest of my time was devoted to poring over my divination texts and practicing spells with the crystal ball. Draco often joined me in the Great Hall, where he excelled in potions, and was always able to clarify any confusion I had. Seizing a moment of privacy, I rewarded myself with a quick kiss on his cheek. Yet during my focused study of divination, there was always someone who delighted in causing mischief, hugging me, occasionally flicking my fingers, playing with my robes, and tousling my hair. To tame my unruly hair, I had procured a dark red hair tie to secure it neatly. However, it proved futile, as Draco found yet another way to play, untying my carefully arranged bow and wrapping the hair tie around my wrist, then coiling it around his own. Aside from gently swatting at his occasionally mischievous hands, I paid him no mind, as long as he did not disrupt my studies. It seemed Draco would not relent unless he provoked me. Despite my strong focus, the rascal beside me always managed to distract me. The Great Hall was certainly not the ideal environment for studying divination. In the evening, upon returning to the dormitory, I continued my studies until fatigue finally claimed me, at which point I closed my book and lay down to sleep. With only 3 days remaining until June 24th, the summer nights still carried a chill in the air. Hermione had already fallen asleep, and as I rose to extinguish the lamp, I was taken aback when the crystal ball emitted a faint, peculiar glow. Eagerly, I cradled the crystal ball, gently closed my eyes, and gradually released my magic from my palms. As the crystal ball began to project images, a labyrinth materialized, shrouded in ominous black mist that obscured my view. The enchanted fog seemed capable of burning my eyes with its intensity, and despite the excruciating pain, I attempted to probe further, only to be repelled by a powerful force. When I opened my eyes again, the glow of the crystal ball had dissipated. The pain caused tears to well in my eyes. I could not force my way through the barriers. My intuition told me that the labyrinth was connected to the Triwizard Tournament, and time was of the essence. I needed to inform Dumbledore the following day. Relying on common incantations, I easily deduced the password to the headmaster's office and ascended the spiral staircase. Just as I was about to knock, I overheard the voice of Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic, from within. The Triwizard Tournament absolutely cannot be cancelled. I cannot be seen as a coward. We have already lost an innocent life, Cornelius. We must take action. Enough of this, Dumbledore. The commotion ceased abruptly, and hurried footsteps approached the door. I quietly stepped back, retreating to the edge of the staircase before feigning to step forward, smiling nonchalantly as if I had just arrived. Minister Fudge, Professor Moody, good morning. They acknowledged me with indifferent nods before striding away. Professor Moody turned back, his magical eye swiveling to scrutinize me with unsettling intensity, causing a chill to seep into my core. I gently knocked on the oak door of the headmaster's office, and Dumbledore's calm voice reached my ears. Come in, Brandy. Professor. I wish to share my suspicions with you, I said, locking eyes with Dumbledore, and gently placing the crystal ball before him. Child, you overheard the conversation just now. Did you not? Indeed, nothing could escape Dumbledore's keen perception. His wise blue eyes seemed to pierce through all facades. I nodded calmly. Yes, Professor, I heard everything. Brandy, you are both clever and kind, yet there are matters that even I cannot prevent. I anticipated you would come to me, but I must advise you. Do not intervene. Do not intervene? Are you jesting? That labyrinth is perilous. Harry, Cedric, Fleur, Crumb, they could all be in danger. As I paused, gazing at Dumbledore's unflappable demeanor, I noticed the subtle smile playing on his lips, and I was struck with a realization. You are aware that the Triwizard Tournament harbors dangers. From the moment the Goblet of Fire chose Harry, you were aware. Dumbledore's failure to prevent Harry from competing was a strategy to draw out the true puppet master. Was it not? No wonder when I previously confided my thoughts to Professor McGonagall, she did not seem overly concerned. She must have already known of the hidden threats within this tournament. But what if the puppet master exploits Harry and endangers him? What about the other contestants? An innocent life has already been lost. Death may sound simple, yet it signifies a soul's departure from this world, leaving behind family and halting the flow of time for them. Noticing my silence, Dumbledore slowly approached me, his tranquil voice imbued with a different emotion. Brandy, you are indeed astute. You have comprehensively contemplated the situation. However, we must continue forward. Remember, do not interfere. That is Harry's path to tread. Indeed, we must persevere. To halt our journey would render the sacrifice of life utterly futile. Only by continuing can we honor those who have fallen. I discerned a weariness reflected in Professor Dumbledore's gaze, a testament that even the most illustrious of wizards experiences fatigue. Perhaps Dumbledore contemplated ending the contest. Yet bound by the obstinacy of Minister Fudge and long-term considerations, he felt compelled to endure. He possessed knowledge that weighed heavily upon him. He consoled me with his own helplessness, imparting the significance of sacrifice, yet refrained from revealing that even a just ministry can harbor dictatorship and paranoia. Thank you, Albus Dumbledore, for being the most magnificent wizard and the most capable headmaster I have ever encountered. As the day of the Triwizard Tournament's final approached, I recalled Dumbledore's admonitions. I must refrain from causing any disturbances. Each link in the chain was crucial. I could not be the harbinger of chaos. Silently, I prayed for the absence of calamity, hoping to unveil the puppet master behind the scenes while maintaining peace. On the day of the finals, the audience surged with excitement. It was the last match, the culmination of the competition, and the cheers resonated with unprecedented fervor. The Hogwarts Symphony Orchestra, conducted by Professor Flitwick, filled the air with music, while students waved flags of various hues, cheering for their favorite contestants. Draco joined in the fervor, shouting with enthusiasm. The intense competition was infectious, and I too was swept up in the moment, gently waving a banner in support of Harry and occasionally shouting encouragement. Contestants in peril or wishing to withdraw could unleash red sparks from their wands, a protective measure devised by Dumbledore, for the labyrinth concealed unknown dangers. Cedric Diggory and Harry, having previously tied for first place, were the first to enter the maze, followed closely by Crumb and Fleur. Once they ventured into the labyrinth, they vanished from our sight. And the uncertainty gnawed at my heart. Sensing my anxiety, Draco tenderly grasped my hand, his soothing voice reassuring me that it was merely a contest within the maze, with the red sparks serving as a safety signal, guaranteeing their safety. Indeed, I am not worried, I replied, offering Draco a faint smile as my inner turmoil began to ease. As time inexorably ticked away, silence enveloped the maze. No news emerged, causing me to clutch my robes tightly, my palms clammy with apprehension. No news was surely good news. The absence of red sparks indicated they must be unharmed. Draco's gentle hands rested on my shoulders, drawing me to face him, his grip enclosing mine, instilling a sense of calm. I gazed towards the maze, where the shadowy forbidden forest swayed with the night breeze, the cold moonlight spilling over the entrance, an ominous darkness swirling with fear of the unknown. Draco, I have a foreboding sense that something is amiss. A subtle intuition within me stirred, yet I dared not voice it. My thoughts were a tumultuous storm. Perhaps my instincts were misguided, merely the product of my overactive imagination. Suddenly, Harry and Cedric burst forth from the maze, Harry clutching the Triwizard Cup, its blue light gleaming, while Cedric lay motionless on the grass, his eyes vacant. Cedric! No. The jubilant cheers around me morphed into a deafening roar, yet I felt ensnared in a surreal silence. Immobilized by despair, Harry wept uncontrollably, cradling Cedric's lifeless form, and the cacophony abruptly ceased as the audience grasped the gravity of the situation. Professors rushed towards Harry and Cedric, panic evident on their faces. A heart-wrenching anguish enveloped me. The air I inhaled felt frigid, suffocating. I stared at the scene, shaking my head in disbelief. Not Cedric. Mr. Diggory, cradling Cedric's body, was engulfed in sorrow, while Cho wept, her face buried in her hands. Visions of desolation flashed before me, and tears welled in my eyes, cascading silently down my cheeks. Draco, sensing my pain, enveloped me in his arms, providing warmth that shattered my defenses, allowing the flood of grief to escape in torrents. I had never fathomed that the price Dumbledore spoke of would culminate in sacrifice and death. Even he had not anticipated it, the sorrow in his eyes unmistakable. Watching Cedric perish before my eyes felt as though my heart was submerged beneath a raging tide. It was my fault. If only I possessed greater foresight. If I could have foreseen Cedric's fall and warned Dumbledore, perhaps he would have been spared. Yet I understood all too well that Cedric's death was now an irrevocable reality. Was it my fate to witness the demise of others? Brandy, do not despair. I am here. Draco whispered, his gentle touch gracing my back, his lips brushing against my ear, offering solace. Draco, I feel so powerless, I murmured, pressing my lips together in self-reproach as I leaned into his embrace, my tears soaking his clothing. How could this happen? My Brandy is the best, he reassured me, tightening his hold. If you need to cry, let it out. I will be by your side. Chapter 22. Acceptance, letting things unfold naturally. If tears could truly mend the wounds of loss, if my tears could bring Cedric back, I would weep unabashedly. But tears alone cannot suffice. I gazed quietly at Mr. Diggory, heartbroken, while Cho, clutching her chest, sobbed. My eyes ached, yet I could not shed a tear. I was unaware of how I returned to the castle, enveloped in an atmosphere of mourning that cloaked the silent crowd, their faces etched with unutterable desolation. I found no desire to speak, instead sitting on the windowsill of the dormitory, gazing at the night sky over Hogwarts with an impassive expression. Leaning against the wall, icy tears fell silently. I did not weep aloud, yet the tears flowed unceasingly from my reddened eyes. I wiped them away, only for fresh tears to cascade down once more. Hermione approached, her own eyes rimmed with red. Brandy, do not be sad. Hermione, you do not understand my feelings. The profound helplessness of witnessing death while being powerless to intervene was an indelible scar. I am fine, Hermione, I replied, forcing a weak smile, my gaze betraying a tinge of sorrow. I just need some time alone. It was evident that Hermione was concerned for me. I made an effort to reassure her, but my words came out flat, surprising even myself. Hermione, perceptive as always, recognized my emotional turmoil. I mustered a strained smile and said, I'm a bit tired. I think I'll go to bed. I shed my outer garments and shoes, lying down beneath the covers, pulling them over my face. The silence was palpable. My tears flowed freely, soaking the pillow. Thankfully, I emitted no sound. I cried quietly, lest I disturb Hermione. As the night deepened, the dormitory remained dim and still, the faint moonlight spilling across the carpet. I curled up against the headboard, arms wrapped tightly around my knees, burying my head as I wept. Dumbledore, what exactly do you wish to teach me? The path you spoke of is indeed necessary, yet it feels unbearably cruel. Fearing I might make a sound, I struggled to stifle my sobs, desperate not to disrupt the tranquility. Unable to contain myself, I dashed out of the dormitory without even putting on my shoes, collapsing beside the sofa, yearning to cry freely. The fire in the hearth flickered gently, casting light upon the red sofa and illuminating my trembling shoulders. I cried unabashedly, releasing the sorrow that weighed heavily on my heart. The flames danced, as if sharing in my grief. After a cathartic outpouring of tears, I took a deep breath. Striving to regain my composure, supporting myself against the sofa, I rose to my feet, facing the fireplace, wiping away the traces of tears. I settled back onto the sofa, enveloped by the comforting glow of the fire. I refused to succumb to despair. The departed would wish for the living to thrive, and it is incumbent upon the living to carry forth the will of the deceased and live life to the fullest. The most fitting tribute to our lost ones is not to be mired in sorrow, but rather to honor them in the best possible manner. The architect of this tragedy, Headmaster Dumbledore, must have apprehended him by now, should face justice, for only then can we find solace for the departed and offer closure to their families and loved ones. My eyes throbbed slightly. If I did not attend to them, they would likely swell by morning. I dampened a towel with cold water and pressed it against my reddened eyes. Hermione was already deep in slumber. I tread carefully on the carpet, returning to my bed, feeling less troubled than before. Weariness began to creep in. The next morning, awakening from sleep, I gazed out the window to find the weather splendid, a rare stroke of good fortune. In front of the mirror, I donned my robes and arranged my hair. My eyes were not particularly swollen, and I felt quite well. Hermione approached me. "Brandy, are you well?" "Thank you, Hermione, I am fine now." This time, my smile towards Hermione was genuine, not a forced facade. In the great hall, the ceiling loomed overcast, shrouded in silence. Not a single soul was tardy. We sat quietly, our gazes fixed on the empty golden high-backed chair at the center of the hall. Headmaster Dumbledore's figure appeared slowly. He was our steadfast anchor, his presence stabilizing the emotional atmosphere of the hall. He walked deliberately to the golden chair and sat down, his demeanor distant, clearly bearing the weight of profound sorrow. "Today, we have suffered an immeasurable loss," he began, gripping the arms of the high-backed chair as he rose, taking a deep breath. Cedric Diggory was diligent in his studies and just in his dealings with others. He was a loyal and reliable friend. Therefore, I believe you have the right to know the cause of his demise. The one responsible for Cedric Diggory's death is none other than Voldemort. The revelation of Cedric's fate rippled through the crowd like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring the stillness into a clamor of unrest, fear and doubt echoing among us. The Ministry of Magic did not wish for me to disclose the truth, yet concealing it would be an affront to the deceased. The Ministry, their thirst for power and prestige has long since aligned them with Voldemort. Cedric Diggory did not perish in vain. We shall forever remember him as a kind, brave and sincere young man. Cedric Diggory, may your journey be peaceful, and may you find happiness in the afterlife, playing the Quidditch you so dearly loved. Thus, this academic year hastily drew to a close, with students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang preparing to depart. We embraced and bid farewell, having forged friendships and attained growth during this extraordinary year. I gathered my belongings and boarded the train back to London, as my mother drove to collect me. Each time I emerged from King's Cross Station, her silhouette awaited me at the exit. Dragging my luggage, I rushed towards her. "Mother." "Brandy." She extended her arms, and I instinctively leapt into her embrace. "I've missed you so much." "I've missed you too, my little sweetheart," she murmured, gently stroking my back. "Is something troubling you?" I shook my head, avoiding her gaze as I placed my luggage in the trunk and settled into the passenger seat. "If you're feeling down, we could go for a ride at the racetrack in the suburbs. I'll have Helen come to pick you up tomorrow," she suggested quietly, understanding my mood without needing to say much. Upon returning to 12 Waldegrave Road, I opened the door to find Dobby standing there, eagerly presenting me with a bouquet of daisies. "Welcome home, Miss Brandy." "Thank you, Dobby." I accepted the fresh, cheerful daisies and reached out to pat his ear. Dobby helped carry my luggage. His small frame always made me fear he might be overwhelmed. House elves possess magic, and the weight was inconsequential to them. As he swiftly darted up the stairs with my belongings. Dobby truly is delightful. Not only is he charming, but he is also industrious, tending to the garden and managing household chores with expertise. Knowing I would return, he polished the piano until it shone like a mirror. I lifted the dark piano lid, my fingertips gliding over the black and white keys, the melody flowing gently, tinged with a hint of melancholy. Then my fingers danced swiftly, my eyes half closed, expressing my emotions with abandon, the bass resonating within me. "Brandy, what is this?" my mother inquired, a slight furrow forming on her brow, sensing my mood. It's nothing. Mother, I'm merely performing in the style of Liszt improvisation. As you wish, she replied, never probing further. Changing the subject, she remarked, what do you think of the dress I selected for you? Isn't it lovely? I specifically purchased it from Milan. And it's a pity I couldn't see you in it. It's beautiful, Mother. And what of the Christmas ball? Your dance partner? Why was my mother so inquisitive? Her gaze mirrored Hermione's. My partner is charming and handsome. Ah, handsome is good. And then? Mother, if I were to date someone, what would you want him to be like? Do you have a boyfriend? My mother's face lit up with surprise and excitement, causing me to feel flustered. I meant if. Brandy, don't try to hide this from me. It's him, isn't it? My mother, who had come empty-handed, suddenly produced the Daily Prophet. Pointing to a photograph on its pages, her face brimming with barely contained delight. I scarcely recognized this woman before me. Was this truly my composed, graceful, intelligent, and dignified mother, Melisande? Her demeanor had transformed into that of a spirited young girl. All right, Mother, yes it is, I confessed, having never intended to keep it a secret from her. Since she was already aware, why not go with the flow? Oh, this boy is indeed quite handsome. My mother picked up the newspaper, leaning back in her chair, studying the image intently. It seemed that girls universally hold a favorable first impression of handsome boys, regardless of age. What is his name? She pressed on, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. After much hesitation, I finally revealed, his name is Draco Malfoy. As I uttered the name Malfoy, I bit my lip, unable to meet her gaze. As expected, my mother's expression darkened, and she silently regarded the newspaper before gently placing it on the table. Brandy, he is a Malfoy? Yes. Are you aware of the Malfoy family? I remained silent, simply nodding. My mother sighed softly, taking my hand. I do not oppose your dating, but I fear for your heart. The Malfoy family's belief in blood purity is etched deeply into their very being. Among the 28 pureblood families, the Blacks and Malfoys are staunch advocates of pure bloodlines. They are proud and arrogant, considering any interaction between pureblood wizards and those of Muggle descent or half-bloods a betrayal to their lineage. The Weasley family faced disdain from other pureblood families due to their close ties with Muggles. In recent years, some families have begun to intermarry with Muggle-born wizards for the sake of progress, gradually becoming more accepting of Muggles and those of Muggle descent. Though they may not voice it, their malice towards Muggle-born wizards has waned. Yet, the Malfoys and a handful of other pureblood families have never altered their stance towards Muggles. Mother, you are also a witch from one of those families, aren't you? You've caught me. My birth name is Melisande Parkinson. Not merely because I share the Parkinson surname, but because I hail from the Parkinson family, one of the 28 pureblood families. Your grandfather, Acrolo Parkinson, was the nephew of the then head of the Parkinson family, though he was not held in high regard within the clan. After marrying, he moved in with your grandmother and me to an old mansion belonging to the Parkinson family on the outskirts of London, where we lived a relatively happy and stable life. Unexpectedly, I fell in love with your father, who is a Muggle. As the only daughter of your grandparents, they had no choice but to accept my decision. The head of the Parkinson family was naturally furious upon learning this, labeling me a traitor to the family. I did not wish to burden my parents, so I resolutely severed ties with the Parkinson family. Mother, I can sense your struggles, and I guessed your reluctance to reveal the origins of Dodie. I initially thought you would keep it hidden forever. Thank you for understanding me. Having a daughter like you makes me have no regrets about my choices. You are my greatest reward. Brandy, I must tell you that the Parkinson family harbors far less disdain for Muggles than the Malfoy family does. Yet I still became a traitor in their eyes, which speaks volumes about the arduous path you must tread. My mother looked at me, her eyes filled with compassion. Mother, I do not wish to give up. I truly love Draco, and he loves me in return. He is worthy of my affection. I do not intend for you to abandon hope, but rather to convey the challenges and hardships that lie ahead of you, which will far surpass those I have endured. Mother, I am determined not to turn back, fully aware of what my chosen path entails, even if it means enduring great pain. My mother embraced me tightly, saying, Brandy, you and I are alike. Both are resolute and stubborn. I replied, Mother, I am merely bravely confronting challenges and persisting. These are virtues, are they not? I endeavored to lift her spirits with playful banter. Very well, my daughter is both clever and courageous. Brandy, if you are steadfast in your choice, I hope for your happiness. Thank you, Mother. After leaving my mother's warm embrace, I returned to my room and lay upon my long-lost bed, the sheets and soft blankets exuding a comforting fragrance that soothed my soul. Reflecting on my mother's words, I realized I understood everything. The moment I was sorted into a house at Hogwarts, I comprehended. When I encountered Mr. Lucius Malfoy at Flourish and Blots, I grasped the reality. And when Draco and I became a couple, the truth became clear. Even though Draco loves me, he remains the heir of the Malfoy family. And an insurmountable chasm stands between us. I do not doubt Draco's love for me. He has even introduced me to his mother. That day, my anxiety stemmed from fearing she would disapprove of me and my heritage as a half-blood. I had not anticipated that Narcissa would pay attention to my preferences. All thanks to Draco. I could easily envision him enthusiastically praising me in front of his mother. Perhaps Narcissa sensed her son's sincerity through his words, leading her to be willing to understand and accept me. In Narcissa's eyes, Draco is paramount. She is inclined to support whatever her son loves. Maternal love is universally grand, sincere and selfless. Draco and I may very well have a future. How could we know without trying? Besides, I have never been one to shy away from difficulties. Chapter 23. An unexpected visitor. Rising from my bed, I made my way to the bathroom to wash away the chaotic thoughts swirling in my mind. With damp hair, I walked from the bathroom to my bedroom, grasping my wand, only to remember that magic is prohibited outside of school. With a soft sigh, I set down my wand. Just as I was about to step out for the hairdryer, Dodie knocked gently on my slightly ajar bedroom door, standing respectfully with both hands cradling a glass of milk, gazing at me earnestly. "Miss, Dodie knows you are feeling down. Drinking this milk will help you sleep better." "Thank you, Dodie." Dodie carefully placed the milk on the ornate white bedside table. "Miss Brandy, do you wish to dry your hair?" "Yes, I was just about to find the hairdryer." "I can help you. Let me do it," Dodie exclaimed joyfully, lifting his small hands. Warm air swirled around my hair, and in moments, my cascading locks were dry and silky, devoid of any dampness. My long, black, wavy hair floated like a breath of fresh air, falling gracefully over my shoulders, perfectly framing my white nightgown. "Miss Brandy, your hair is truly beautiful. You are the most exquisite Lady Dodie has ever seen." His small hands clasped in front of his chest, his sincere green eyes fixed upon me. "Thank you for your compliment. Miss Brandy, please rest early. Dodie will take his leave." "Good night, Dodie. You too, sleep well." Dodie tiptoed away, and I closed the door behind him, sitting on the edge of my bed, cradling the warm glass of milk. It was slightly sweet, likely because sugar had been added during preparation. I hadn't mentioned to Dodie that I prefer my milk plain, without sugar. I'll tell him next time. In truth, milk cooked with sugar is not unpalatable. I simply dislike it when it is overly sweet. The following day at the Countryside Equestrian Center, clad in all black riding attire, I freely navigated through the woods, guiding my white horse over obstacles. My long black hair flowed behind me as the refreshing breeze and exhilarating speed whisked away my lingering discontent. With my white riding boots firmly planted in the stirrups, I gracefully dismounted and swiftly removed my helmet, my voluminous curls cascading down. "Miss Sherry, it has been so long since your last visit. Yet your riding skills have improved remarkably. How did you manage that? Have you been riding often while studying in France?" "Yes, quite often," I replied, placing my gloves on the table, feigning a lie in response to Helen's question. My mother had likely fabricated the tale of studying in France. She is a muggle, after all, and I could not tell her I was at Hogwarts. The backyard was now a vibrant tapestry of blooming flora, with hydrangeas in full bloom, their clusters of pale blue resembling a sea of clouds, while the delicate jasmine and rosy hues of dawn painted a picturesque scene. I often found solace in the white hanging chair beneath the parasol, indulging in various literary works, both Muggle classics and those from the magical realm. I frequently accompanied my mother on drives to run errands or for leisurely rides along country roads, filling the refrigerator with fresh fruits and vegetables. And together we would create culinary delights and bake desserts. Alas, I was still too young to obtain a Muggle driver's license. Otherwise, I could drive myself out for a joyride. As for the potions essay assigned by Professor Snape, I had outlined my ideas and had a general direction. Yet I remained somewhat perplexed by the finer details. I confided my uncertainties to Draco in our correspondence, seeking his guidance. He consistently excelled in potions class, and I turned to him with any questions I had. Sherry's company had recently been busy expanding its operations in France, and my mother had to fly to Paris frequently. Her business trip was scheduled for the next morning. I assisted her in packing, worried she might forget something. "My Brandy, you are even more like a mother than I am." My mother was delighted, appreciating my concern. After breakfast, we embraced and said our goodbyes as she departed in a car arranged by Helen Weens for the airport. "Dodie, it seems it is just us now. Dodie will take good care of Miss." I couldn't help but smile wryly. "Dodie, you are quite the worrywart. Truly the best house elf I have ever met." "Miss Brandy, have you met many house elves?" "Yes, I encountered quite a few at Hogwarts. They all work in the kitchens there." Doty's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he intently listened to my tales of the house elves in Hogwarts kitchens. After I finished sharing, Doty expressed his longing to experience it for himself. I gently patted his small head, saying, "If the opportunity arises, I will take you to meet them, all right?" With my mother away, my daily routine consisted of reading books, practicing magic, completing summer homework, and experimenting with culinary creations in the kitchen. As the sun dipped below the horizon, I would jog along the tree-lined path, enjoy a soothing hot bath, and then curl up in the softness of my bed. Additionally, I would read the letters Draco sent me, penning my replies to share my daily life. As July unfolds in London, the heat gradually intensifies. In the afternoon, the banyan trees in the garden provide a shelter against the sweltering sun, creating a cool and breezy haven, perfect for a brief respite. With my hair tied up and adorned in a flowing white sundress, I sit on a swing chair, barefoot, my feet nestled upon the freshly watered verdant grass, as I casually flip through a magazine. Suddenly, the doorbell chimes. It must be the pizza I ordered. I had instructed the delivery person to leave it at the doorstep, allowing Doty to safely retrieve it. "Doty, you understand." Excitedly, Doty dashes to the front yard, thrilled at the prospect of pizza. To my astonishment, Doty hurriedly returns to the backyard, empty-pawed. Oh dear, could it be the neighbor's wife? In that fleeting moment, my mind concocts a whimsical tale of Doty being a highly sophisticated smart toy we acquired, crafted to resemble a real creature. But trailing behind Doty is none other than Draco. I am taken aback, swiftly rising from the swing. "How did you get here?" Draco grins, his steel blue eyes fixated on me, unwavering. I hastily grab a book to shield myself. "Doty, this is my classmate from Hogwarts. He's a wizard, it's all right." Only then does Doty cautiously peek out, stepping forward to bow before Draco. "Prepare some refreshments for our guest. I shall return shortly." With small, hurried steps, I dart past Draco like a gust of wind, racing up to the bedroom. I deftly wrap myself in a jacket, zipping it up completely to conceal my sundress, which is not suitable for company. Descending the staircase slowly, I find Draco comfortably seated in the living room, while Doty graciously serves him coffee, pouring it into a cream-colored porcelain cup. I approach Draco. "Why didn't you inform me beforehand? This is quite sudden. I intended to surprise you, but it seems you've surprised me instead." Surprised? I am utterly startled by Draco's unexpected presence in my home. Though my heart swells with sweetness at the sight of him, the lack of warning is indeed alarming. Ding dong. The doorbell rings again, and I fervently hope this time there are no further surprises. Peering through the peephole, I see the delivery person from the pizzeria. Watching him leave the pizza on the steps, I breathe a sigh of relief, opening the door to retrieve the pizza and stepping back into the living room. One pizza, a green pepper and cheese shrimp delight favored by Doty, and another, my beloved corn cheese and beef pizza. Upon opening the box, an enticing aroma wafts through the air, and I beckon Doty, "Come here, enjoy your favorite pizza." Doty happily clutches its share, savoring each bite. Glancing at my own portion, I shift my gaze toward Draco. Clearly one pizza will not suffice to sate our appetites. "You must be famished. Have some pizza to tide you over." I bend slightly, grasping Draco's wrists, guiding him to rise. "But first, wash your hands." Leading Draco like a child, I direct him to the kitchen, signaling with my eyes toward the white towel hanging on the rack. Complying with my silent command, Draco dutifully washes his hands, a bemused yet indulgent smile gracing his features. "Are you ready, dear?" I inquire. "Yes," he replies, and I nod in satisfaction. Placing the pizza on the coffee table, the golden cheese enveloping tender beef, it is but a moment before the box lies bare. "Shall we order another pizza?" "Although I'm not particularly hungry." "Then let us experiment in the kitchen. The mangoes we bought are exceptionally fresh. Preparing some mango sticky rice would be delightful. However, this particular young master cannot simply enjoy a meal without contributing." I refrain from asking Doty for assistance and lead Draco into the kitchen. "You will help me. Put on an apron," I say, handing him my mother's floral apron. Noting the reluctance in his eyes, I stifle a chuckle. "You traveled all this way, dear, and you want me to do all this? No excuses. You're a house elf transported here by apparition," I assert, wrapping the apron around Draco's waist, ensuring it is snugly tied to prevent any mess on his clothes. Draco shakes his head in resignation, his expression one of playful despair, yielding to my whims. I tilt my chin, assessing the apron-clad Draco, my eyes sparkling with mischief. "It suits you so well. My talent for weaving fabrications has certainly improved. Your sleeves will get dirty too." I extend my hand to roll up Draco's sleeves. As he dons a white shirt, I unfasten the cuff buttons and roll them up to his elbows. "The other one," I prompt, and Draco obediently raises his right hand. As I lower my gaze, meticulously rolling it up, his eyes filled with tenderness as they linger on me. The Thai sticky rice was purchased by my mother at the supermarket, claimed to be imported from Thailand. Who knows if that is true? Nevertheless, it indeed has a delightful aroma. And having cooked it before, I know it to be wonderfully soft. I scoop half a bowl of rice, instructing Draco to wash it thoroughly. Clearly, the young Malfoy, unaccustomed to the kitchen, struggles, spilling several grains. I take the clean sticky rice from Draco and place it in the rice cooker, adding coconut oil, mixing it through, pouring in cold water and pressing the cooking button. The recipe did not call for coconut oil, but this is my secret technique. The resulting sticky rice is infused with a rich coconut fragrance. I retrieve a perfectly ripe mango from the fridge, wash it, and place the vibrant yellow fruit on the cutting board. Lifting my gaze to Draco, I instruct him to observe closely as I demonstrate how to extract the pit. Follow my lead. With a sharp knife, I slice through the mango's center, and Draco mirrors my movements, cutting through the fruit, turning the mango over. I slice around the split. At this step, Draco performs excellently. Now for the final step, twist the mango gently, but be slow, holding the mango at both ends. I twist it, the pit easily releasing from the flesh. Standing quietly beside Draco, I await him to complete the task. Alas, he fails. I had anticipated this outcome, having struggled myself during my first attempt. We truly are a pair of kindred spirits. Quickly, I take the mango from Draco, twisting it in the opposite direction. Although the pit comes out smoothly, it clings to a good amount of golden flesh, leaving my fingers sticky with mango juice. We both raise our mango-smeared hands, exchanging sheepish smiles. Oh dear, you're so clumsy. I feign irritation, smiling as I chide him, noticing the juice on his cheek. I take a tissue and gently wipe his face, his long curled lashes fluttering like butterfly wings. Hold still, there's more here. As our proximity narrows, my gaze meets Draco's, his eyes reminiscent of the deep sea, causing me to momentarily lose my train of thought. They're all done. Suddenly, Draco's arms encircle me, his face leaning closer, and soft kisses brush against my lips, tenderly tracing their shape. With fingers sticky from mango juice, fearing to soil his pristine white shirt, I rest my wrist on Draco's shoulder. No longer content with mere pecks, Draco deepens the kiss, holding my waist tightly, exploring unreservedly. As our lips entwine, I cannot help but embrace Draco, my fingertips gliding along his back, leaving traces of the sticky mango juice on his shirt. Dodie oblivious to it all. The voice of the house elf jolts me, causing me to nearly break free from Draco's embrace. This house elf is rather oblivious. Why not quietly step outside if he sees us? Does he realize how awkward I am feeling right now? Have I inadvertently led this naive little elf astray? Breaking away from Draco's arms, I playfully push him toward the door, as the presence of Malfoy severely hampers my culinary efficiency. Once Draco exits the kitchen, I wash my hands thoroughly, cupping my cheeks with my now cool fingers to temper the blush that threatens to scorch my face. As I meticulously handled the mangoes, the glutinous rice in the pot was already cooked to perfection. The moment I lifted the lid, a rich aroma of rice and coconut wafted into the air. I ladled out the soft, sticky rice and sprinkled a pinch of fine salt over it. The tiny grains dissolved gradually as I mixed them into the steaming morsels. A small spoonful of starch was blended with water, and then poured over the coconut milk, which I stirred continuously over low heat until it reached a gentle boil. Once the coconut milk thickened slightly, I turned off the heat. While waiting for the coconut milk to cool, I divided the glutinous rice into 3 mounds on an exquisite white porcelain plate, arranging the diced mangoes artfully beside them, and finally drizzled the coconut milk over the rice. The dish was complete. Gazing at the fragrant glutinous rice before me, I pondered whom to call to help me serve it. If I called out to Dottie, it would be awkward. If I called Draco, it would be even more so. Perhaps it was best to manage on my own. I carried 2 servings to the dining table, and returned to fetch the last portion. The table was set with the cutlery Dottie had prepared earlier. Yet neither Draco nor Dottie was in sight. Dottie? I called out, but received no response. I called again, Dottie? Suddenly, Dottie's small figure appeared. Miss Brandy, I'm here. Where have you been? I inquired. That gentleman asked me to show him the garden. Just then, Draco stepped into the living room from the backyard, gazing at me with a gentle expression. The garden is just as you described in your letter. The jasmine is fragrant, and the climbing red roses are exceptionally beautiful. Isn't it lovely? My mother and I both enjoy gardening. Beautiful things always lift our spirits. Draco enveloped me in his arms, oblivious to the astonished gaze of Dottie. You must try the mango sticky rice, I said, shyly extricating myself from Draco's embrace. I assure you, you've never tasted anything like it. Quickly take a seat. I urged him with delight as he scooped a spoonful and savored it. Utterly delicious. I believe I am far more talented as a chef than as a wizard. I spun around joyfully and pushed the dish towards Dottie. This one is for you. Dottie nearly swooned with surprise, practically leaping onto the chair rather than sitting. Chapter 24. A Time of Contentment. Draco seemed hesitant to speak, and I could discern something in his expression, prompting me to gently inquire, "What is it?" "Brandy, Draco, is there something you feel you cannot say to me? I mean no offense, Brandy, but in your household, are house elves allowed to dine with you?" I glanced at the endearing Dottie, whose lovely face bore a faint smile. Yes, indeed, Dottie is our friend. He has been here for 3 or 4 years, accompanying my mother and me on many delightful endeavors. I understood that in traditional wizarding families, house elves were merely subservient beings devoid of status. In fact, many house elves took pride in their servitude and oppression. Draco bit his lip, revealing his internal conflict. I see. The status of house elves in the wizarding world was indeed low. Even when Dottie first arrived at our home, he addressed us as master with a demeanor of utter humility, almost fear. However, after 3 to 4 years of care from my mother and me, Dottie had grown much livelier, yet remained a devoted house elf. Brandy, yes. In the future, could we perhaps plant some of your favorite flowers at Malfoy Manor? My hand, which had been gripping the silver spoon, hung momentarily in midair. What was Draco implying? Flustered, I tightened my grip on the spoon, raised the glass to my lips, but was utterly oblivious to whether I had actually taken a sip, and I set the cup down in a flurry. I dared not meet Draco's gaze, turning my head away as my heart swelled with elation and excitement, my left hand swiftly covering my mouth, yet the upward curve of my lips could not be contained. The joyous thrill felt as if it might burst forth from my chest. Draco's subtle yet profound suggestion for the future. Were he not beside me at that moment, I might have leapt for joy. Ahem, now I could only mask my exuberance with a cough, suppressing the smile that threatened to escape. Gripping the hem of my clothing, I took a deep breath. Brandy, calm down. Turning to face Draco with a feigned air of composure, I raised my right hand to smooth my hair, softly murmuring, "Of course, I think Malfoy Manor would be perfect for planting vast expanses of red roses." I was on the verge of unraveling with emotion, hastily diverting my gaze. "Dottie, thank you for tidying the dining table and kitchen. I feel a bit tired and will return to my room to rest." With hurried steps, I ascended the staircase, feigning calmness, though my feet felt as if they were floating. Once I closed my bedroom door, the tension in my lips immediately relaxed into a smile. Leaning against the door, I pressed my hands to my racing heart, sweet ripples of joy coursing through my mind. I collapsed onto the soft bed, clutching a pillow to my chest, curling up and laughing softly one moment, then covering my cheeks with my hands in shyness the next. A knock echoed at the door, causing me to spring upright from the bed, feigning calmness. "Is that you, Dottie?" "It's me," Draco's voice drifted in from outside. "Just a moment." I sprang into action, hastily arranging the disheveled blankets and pillows, standing before the mirror to straighten my dark hair, smoothing my clothes to present myself as usual. Once satisfied with my appearance, I deliberately slowed my pace and opened the door. "What brings you here? Where am I sleeping?" "Ha, aren't you going home? I came to discuss the potions essay with you. You can't send the professor home before we've even begun." "But I brought my luggage. Would you really have me carry such heavy things home at this hour?" In truth, I wanted to say that I would not mind, but I knew Draco could conjure 100 reasons to counter my words. Moreover, I wasn't entirely unwilling to stay. The guest room is downstairs. I had initially intended to ask Dottie for assistance, but he was still busy in the kitchen, so I had no choice but to manage myself. The fresh, clean sheets were stored in the guest room cupboard, and at my height, I had to stand on a chair to reach the door. We had never hosted any overnight guests, and although the guest room was always kept clean, it had remained unoccupied. Since no guests had visited, the pristine linens were tucked away in the back of the closet. I stood on my tiptoes, desperately trying to reach them. Finally grasping the corner of the sheet, I pulled vigorously, only for the fabric to unexpectedly unravel, showering me and Draco, who was bracing himself against the chair, in a cascade of material. Our eyes met, and Draco gently wrapped his arms around my waist, carefully lifting me from the chair. "Be careful, darling." He lifted the sheet, standing on the chair with ease to retrieve the duvet cover and pillowcase. I felt as though my efforts had been rendered a mere joke, a sense of humiliation washing over me as I muttered under my breath, "Humph. Being tall is nothing special. Indeed, being tall is of little consequence." Draco's form pressed against me from behind, and being able to assist my dear Brandy was what truly mattered. After preparing the guest room, I retrieved fresh towels and toiletries, handing them to Draco. The washroom on the first floor is available for you to freshen up. If you wish to take a shower, use the light pink bottle of shower gel. That's mine, feel free to use it. Having said this, I was about to leave the guest room when something suddenly crossed my mind. I turned back, and Draco's silhouette conveniently entered my view. His white shirt splattered with specks of mango juice. Those marks were from our kiss in the kitchen, and the thought made me awkwardly consider whether I should say something. Just then Draco turned to face me, prompting me to hurriedly say, "If you need to change clothes, just toss the dirty ones in the laundry basket. Dottie will take care of them." "All right. If you need anything, you can ask Dottie or knock on my door." "Very well. Oh, and I typically dislike waking up early. If you want breakfast, just ask Dottie to prepare it. That is all, there should be no omissions." I bestowed a gentle smile upon Draco. "Good night, Draco." "Good night, Brandy." Hastily ascending the stairs, I realized I had yet to bathe. I grabbed my nightgown and made my way to the bathroom on the second floor. The sole distinction between the two bathrooms is that the second floor boasts not only a shower but also a bathtub. Both are equipped with commonly used shampoos and body washes, allowing my mother and me to bathe simultaneously without delay. After finishing my shower, drowsiness gradually enveloped my consciousness. I yawned and nestled into my bed, but the moment my head touched the pillow, sleep eluded me. Leaning against the headboard, I opened the drawer and slipped the delicate, exquisite green diamond ring onto the base of my middle finger. Fearing my mother would notice the ring, I had kept it hidden in the drawer since my return. I rotated my hand, admiring the sparkling green gem, feeling a stirring in my heart, determined to wear it with care. After indulging in a long read, sleepiness washed over me once more. The clock on the bedside table had already turned twice. I closed the book and placed it at the corner of the table. Turning off the main light and the reading lamp, I settled down comfortably, gradually drifting into slumber. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupted my sweet dreams, and I found myself reluctant to respond, yearning to continue my reverie. Creak. The door opened, and I tightly shut my eyes, irritably kicking the corner of the blanket while murmuring softly, "Mom, I don't want breakfast." "No, that's not right. My mother wasn't home." Slowly opening my bleary eyes, I was greeted by Draco. He was standing by my bedside. The drowsiness instantly vanished as I hastily propped myself up, my confused gaze reflecting the purity of awakening. In that moment, I lay in bed, my dark, lustrous hair tousled across the pristine pillow, the strap of my nightgown slipping down to expose my fair shoulder, the garment itself half receding to my thighs. What a vividly enticing scene this must be. One might mistakenly think I was intentionally trying to entice Draco. I quickly turned away, wrapping myself tightly in the blanket as if capturing a golden snitch. "How did you get into my room?" My voice, still heavy with sleep, carried a soft, alluring tone, even my inquiry tinged with a hint of playfulness. With bleary eyes, I glared at Draco, but the softness of my gaze, like water, held no threat, only a touch of reproach. Draco cleared his throat, averting his gaze, his ears tinged with red. "I wanted to wake you for breakfast. Didn't I tell you I dislike rising early? I'm rather lazy and have no appetite. Skipping breakfast isn't good for you, especially with your slender waist." I sulkily pulled the blanket over my head, ignoring Draco entirely. The world may be vast, but indulging in sleep is paramount. "Brandy," Draco gently called my name, "my dear. I want to get up." I simply refused to. I was genuinely a bit vexed. The kind that couldn't be easily soothed. "Sleeping under the covers isn't beneficial," Draco asserted, grasping my hand, attempting to pull the blanket away. I clung tightly to the blanket, refusing to budge. To my astonishment, Draco lifted me effortlessly, his right knee on the bed while his long left leg remained on the floor. Enveloped in his embrace, the blanket naturally slipped from my shoulders to my chest. I tilted my face upwards to meet Draco's gaze, our noses mere inches apart. "Humph. You annoying Draco." Extending my pale hands from the blanket, I gently placed them on Draco's shoulders, slightly lifting my chin to bestow a soft peck on his lips. "Malfoy." Dottie appeared at the bedroom door, witnessing the scene with wide eyes, covering his eyes in surprise. "Dottie, didn't he see anything?" Dottie truly has a knack for ruining the mood. His hasty retreat made me stifle a laugh. Little did I know, from Dottie's perspective, Draco held me in his arms, my disheveled appearance resembling that of someone being coyly bullied by him. I playfully pushed Draco away. "Get out. I need to change." Draco's gaze drifted as he tugged at his collar, avoiding direct eye contact. As he exited the bedroom, his footsteps were noticeably unsteady, perhaps his heart was racing too. "Close the door properly," I called out to Draco's retreating figure. He did not respond, his long arms hastily shutting the door behind him. After changing into a simple, homey oil-painted long dress, I freshened up upstairs and leisurely descended the stairs. The dining table was set with breakfast prepared by Dodie, featuring ham sandwiches, boiled eggs, and a glass of fresh milk. Draco was waiting for me, and as I approached him, I could not help but yawn. Draco seemed to understand that he had awakened me and, in a thoughtful gesture, began peeling my boiled egg. I, in turn, unhesitatingly took a bite of the rounded egg. Accidentally biting down too hard, I was slightly choked and quickly grabbed the glass to wash it down with milk. After breakfast, Draco was set to assist me with my potions essay. The books related to potion making lay on the round table in the garden, and we sat closely beside each other. Parchment spread out before us. When discussing potion knowledge, Draco exhibited an unexpected seriousness. His every word was clear and comprehensible, allowing me to grasp the concepts immediately. After spending the entire morning resolving my uncertainties and completing the potions essay, I stretched lazily. Dodie had prepared lunch, featuring my favorite steak and Draco's beloved green apple salad. Draco adored green apples, a detail I had secretly shared with Dodie to ensure he prepared the salad. When Draco spotted the dish on the table, he smiled at me, clearly deducing that it was my doing. In the afternoon, Draco and I reclined on the garden swing, where I lazily leaned against his shoulder, pointing out the various flowers blooming in vibrancy while sharing my thoughts with him. Perhaps the gentle afternoon breeze was too soothing. I became drowsy, eventually curling up in Draco's embrace and drifting off to sleep. When I awoke, Draco's peaceful visage greeted me. His sleeping form was devoid of the usual flamboyance, emanating a quiet charm. His long, thick lashes were exquisitely curled, and I couldn't resist reaching out to touch them. Careful not to wake him, my movements as delicate as a feather gliding across the surface of water. After brushing his lashes, I gently poked his cheek with my fingertip. It felt soft and plush. In a moment of delight, Draco's eyes fluttered open. Was that fun? I whimsically nodded. Draco smiled at me with a hint of fondness, playfully poking my forehead. When did you wake up? Just as you were touching my eyelashes. It tickled. I barely touched you. If you were ticklish, why didn't you open your eyes? Why pretend to still be asleep? I was holding back, curious to see what you'd do next. Then why didn't you continue pretending? Because I couldn't resist any longer. Draco lifted my chin with one hand, leaning down to seal my lips with his. His left hand naturally rested on my lower back, and this kiss was destined to be long and passionate. History of magic was not Draco's forte, yet it happened to be my strong suit. For me, studying history was akin to unearthing buried memories, a pursuit I cherished. Sitting at the round table in the garden, it was now my turn to be the teacher. I spoke earnestly, and Draco listened attentively. A strand of hair fell across my face, and just as I was about to tuck it behind my ear, Draco had already taken the liberty of doing so. Thank you. I think it's better if I tie my hair back. My fair fingers gently smoothed my silky black locks as I prepared to gather my long hair into a ponytail. Draco delicately took my hair tie from my hand. Let me help you with that. He stood behind me, carefully arranging my hair with a gentle touch, the sensation of his fingers gliding through my hair distinctly felt. All done, Draco's tender voice reached my ears. I gently shook my head, ensuring nothing had come undone, and smiled at him playfully. Who knew our young Malfoy possessed a talent for hairstyling? The garden was being watered by the sprinkler, casting a fine mist of water. Under the sunlight, a dreamlike rainbow hung in the air. I adored moments like this, slipping off my sandals and feeling the cool grass beneath my bare feet. The refreshing droplets invigorating me immensely. The sprinkler in the backyard lacks the vigorous force found outdoors. It does not drench anyone directly, but instead disperses fine droplets of water that twirl and linger like ethereal mist. I twirl gracefully, allowing the crystalline beads to cascade onto my cheeks and the flowing fabric of my pristine white dress. They whisk away the summer heat, ushering in a refreshing coolness. I take Draco's hand and guide him to the center of the grassy expanse, where the delicate droplets fall upon us like a gossamer veil. Isn't it particularly refreshing? I inquire, my eyes glimmering as I glance at Draco, noticing the droplets resting in his hair, refracting sunlight into a spectrum of colors. The hair he tied for me still appears somewhat loose. A gentle turn causes the hairband to slip down through my cascading dark tresses, which instantly unfurl, adorned with the sparkling droplets. Chapter 25, Draco's Love Letter. The misting spray pauses amidst our joyous laughter, nourishing the flowers and trees in the backyard. With the lilies flourishing particularly abundantly. Filled with delight, I approach the flower bed, unable to resist bending down to inhale the rich fragrance. The pristine white petals glisten with dewdrops, embodying purity and flawlessness. Upon returning to the living room, I notice that the pure white gardenias in the vase are on the verge of wilting. Yet their lingering scent still envelopes the room. I retrieve the yellowing gardenia, cleanse the glass vase, fill it with fresh water, and procure the pruning scissors from the cabinet. Selecting the budding lilies to trim their green stems, I cradle the immaculate bouquet and return to the living room. Once arranged in the vase, the room is instantly filled with fragrance, creating a warm ambience. I gently shred the wilting gardenia, burying the delicate petals in the flower bed to nurture new life. Thus, the cycle of life continues. Though the wilted flowers have lost their fragrance, they can still transform into nourishing soil, fostering new blossoms. Such is the fate of flowers, and likewise of people. The imagery left by Cedric, the elder, at Hogwarts lingers like the residual scent of flowers, everlasting and indelible, under the warm sun and gentle breeze. The slightly damp garments worn by Draco and me soon dry. As I crouch to prune the lilies, my dress brushes against the moist earth, and an unavoidable ring of stains appears at the hem. How fortunate it is to have a house elf, able to effortlessly assist with chores like laundry and cooking. On a scorching summer day, how delightful it would be to indulge in an ice cream treat. Regrettably, my favorite flavor is only available at a supermarket in the bustling city, and I cannot yet obtain a Muggle driver's license. Otherwise, I would drive our family car to fetch it. The matcha ice cream from the old shop in the neighborhood is decent enough. Yet I find myself reluctant to go alone. Pondering, I bite my lip and glance at Draco with sparkling eyes. Would you like some ice cream? Upon meeting my hopeful gaze, Draco nods without hesitation. Sure. I knew he would enjoy it. Then accompany me outside. Let us go together. Before he could respond, I quickly loop my arm through his and step out, casually donning the straw sun hat from the hallway. The ice cream shop is not far from 12 Volder Road. A mere 2 streets away, I soon spot the vibrant sign of the shop, adorned with an array of colorful ice cream, exuding a quintessential summer vibe. As a regular patron, I am warmly greeted by the owner, Mrs. Heising Riley. Hi, Brandy. It's been a while. Are you on summer vacation now? Indeed. It has been a long time. During school, I often longed for the taste of your ice cream. Is it the usual matcha flavor? Mrs. Heising Riley surveys us with a smile. 2 scoops? I turn to Draco beside me. What flavor do you like? Vanilla. 1 matcha and 1 vanilla, please. Oh. And both in chocolate dip cones, thank you. All right, please wait a moment. It will be ready shortly. In no time, Mrs. Heising Riley presents me with the misty ice cream. Brandy. That will be £2 and 16 pence. Since you're a regular, just give me £2. Ah. It's commendable that she hasn't raised prices in all these years. I silently commend Mrs. Heising Riley for being a conscientious vendor, as I accept the ice cream with gratitude. Mrs. Heising Riley sports a curious smile, leaning in to whisper, "Is this handsome young man your boyfriend?" Yes, I reply without hesitation, nodding earnestly as I accept the spoon she offers and bid her a warm farewell. The matcha flavor is refreshingly natural, complemented by the icy texture of the ice cream, a perfect antidote to the summer heat. My unique way of savoring it is to use the cone as a straw, sucking the ice cream through the chocolate coating. It yields an exquisite taste. I eagerly hope that Draco too will relish this delightful experience, and I patiently instruct him on how to do so, beaming with anticipation as he mimics my actions and takes a sip. What do you think? Very good. His affirmative response fills me with satisfaction. Strolling leisurely beneath the shade cast by the sycamore trees, the scenic views continuously unfold before Draco and me. I patiently share these unique street sights with him. The Muggle world must seem unfamiliar to him. I had just used Muggle currency to purchase the ice cream, and I now display the paper notes and coins in my palm. This is a pound, and this is a penny. I wish for Draco to experience the vibrancy of the Muggle world, which possesses the same vitality as the magical realm. Both Muggles and wizards can relish life, and the two worlds are not as distant as one might imagine. Occasionally, I point towards the horizon, flashing Draco an enthusiastic and charming smile, our tightly clasped hands swinging gently by our sides. Throughout this journey, there is no indication that either of us intends to let go. With Dobby guarding our home, I did not carry a key when I stepped out. I ring the doorbell and call inside. Dobby, we're back. The pale wooden door swings open, and the moment I step inside, my jaw nearly drops in astonishment. Merlin's beard. My beloved mother stands before me. Her smile gradually morphs into a mischievous grin as her gaze shifts down to our interlocked hands, the corners of her mouth curling upward with a teasing glint in her eyes. I hurriedly withdraw my hand from Draco's grasp, awkwardly avoiding her gaze. You're back. Why didn't you tell me in advance? I wanted to surprise you, but dear, you've given your mother an even greater surprise. Hello, Mrs. Shirley. As I ponder how to face my mother, Draco speaks up first, a slight smile gracing his lips, exuding politeness infused with an air of nobility and composure. He slightly bows his head to my mother. I am Draco Malfoy, Brandy's boyfriend. It's a pleasure to meet you. That calm and dignified demeanor truly portrays him as a handsome and elegant young gentleman. Hello, Draco. I often hear Brandy speak of you. That is not true. I hardly ever mention you. Taking advantage of Draco's momentary distraction, my mother subtly raises her eyebrows and mouths, more handsome than in the photos. Draco, please have a seat. Brandy, come over here. As Draco settles into the sofa, my mother pulls me to her side, and I can't help but wonder if she intends to scrutinize or challenge him. For our first meeting, I have prepared a gift for you, hoping you will like it. Before my mother can respond, Draco interjects, demonstrating his wisdom by taking the initiative. However, how could he have prepared a gift? Draco knows my mother is on a business trip to France, and he is unaware of when she would return. Alright. He genuinely wishes to meet my mother. And even if she is not back yet, Draco would wait for her, determined to affirm his identity as my boyfriend. The gift box he presents is exquisite yet understated, perfectly suited for a woman like my mother. Perhaps it is the influence of Lady Narcissa? Thank you, Draco. My mother's expression softens into a warm and satisfied smile, indicating her approval of Draco's demeanor. So much for the expected scrutiny. Ah, my dear mother, you are far too easy to please, swayed by a mere gift. I must admit that she likely never intended to challenge Draco. The moment she beheld us holding hands, her eyes sparkled with delight. Draco, what would you like for dinner? I'll cook personally. Everything you make is wonderful. I adore it all. Such a charming and thoughtful boy. Is this how we engage in small talk? Showering each other with compliments? My previous concerns were indeed unfounded. It seems I was the only one feeling anxious, wasn't he? Gazing at the sumptuous feast adorning the dining table, all exquisite dishes crafted by my mother, I couldn't help but feel that Draco is far kinder to her than to me. Am I, in some way, basking in Draco's glow? After dinner, Dodie merrily skipped to the kitchen to wash the dishes, truly reveling in this chore. A warm bath washed away the fatigue of the day as I leaned quietly against the soft headboard, blissfully perusing the book in my hands. Knock knock knock. Gomain. It was my mother, clad in her cozy loungewear, approaching me with her hair cascading down her shoulders, even more tender and amiable than during the day. Brandy. She sat gently at the edge of my bed, softly uttering my name while caressing the top of my head. What's the matter? Draco. He truly is a fine boy. I feel at ease with you two together. Mother. How can you be so certain after just half a day? I am constantly observing him. When Draco looks at you, his eyes are filled with affection, and such loving gazes cannot be feigned. A warmth blossomed in my heart as I embraced my mother, nestling into her warm embrace. Thank you, mother. Brandy. I genuinely hope you find happiness. Draco Malfoy. Malfoy's mother paused for a moment, her palm gently gliding over my back. If you truly wish for this, I would love to witness your pursuit of happiness. I snuggled closer to her, resolutely stating, just as you see, I really like him. He is the one I've chosen. Even if there are formidable obstacles, I am unafraid. Even if we may not have a conclusive ending, my heart will not belong to anyone else. Lonnie, as long as you feel happiness, I too shall feel joy. I love you, mother. I kissed her cheek as I had when I was a child. Mother loves you very much too. We embraced tightly, sharing stories of the past, tales about the Sherry Company, and her experiences at Hogwarts. She had assumed I would be sorted into Ravenclaw like her, never considering that I would end up in Gryffindor. Initially, she had worried that the blood of the Parkinson family within me would lead to sorting into Slytherin, being looked down upon due to my mixed heritage. I was surprised to learn that the head of Slytherin was Severus. It was unexpected that he became head so young. Mother, do you know Professor Snape? As fellow Hogwarts students, naturally, I am acquainted with him. It is not surprising that Snape became head, given his exceptional performance. He was the only student who successfully brewed the draft of Living Death on his first attempt. Professor Snape currently teaches potions. Then you must pay attention in class. Severus's potion-making skills far surpassed those of his peers, often receiving praise from Professor Slughorn. Yet he was always so expressionless. The only one who could elicit a reaction from him was Lily. Mother's voice trailed off, and I tilted my head in confusion. No one clearly. Mother was reluctant to elaborate further. Let us not dwell on it, my dear. Good night. Good night. Watching my mother's figure retreat slowly, I sensed she was concealing something within her, and her silence spoke of her considerations. Perhaps that past truly inflicted considerable hurt upon her. Awakening naturally the next morning, I descended the stairs only to find Draco absent. As I scanned the empty surroundings aimlessly, Mother called out jovially, "Stop looking. Draco has already gone home." Gone home? I felt a pang of disorientation as I surveyed the vacant sitting room. He left without a word, without a proper farewell. coming and going as he pleased. A mixture of loneliness, grievance, and discomfort surged within me. At the very least, he could have said goodbye. Draco had breakfast and left, knowing you were still asleep. He specifically asked me not to wake you and left a letter for you. Receiving the letter from Mother, I hurried back to my room, my fingertips gliding over the envelope as seal, unfolding the letter to reveal Draco's handwriting. Dear Brandy, are you a bit angry now? A bit. I'm extremely upset and feeling quite wronged. I apologize. You're such a wonderful person. You must forgive me. I don't feel good at all, and I refuse to forgive. These past 2 days spent with you under the same roof have truly been the happiest and most blissful moments of my life. Studying together, walking barefoot on the dewy grass, chatting in the hammock, cooking in the kitchen, even though I wasn't much help, and going to buy ice cream while you enthusiastically introduced me to the Muggle world. Everything was so beautiful, it felt like a dream. Your serious demeanor while cooking, your serene sleeping face, your smile as you twirled in the mist, and your bashful expression when I kissed you, like a blooming begonia. When I woke you, your soft voice was enchanting. Every smile, every glance, every movement of yours has left a profound imprint on my heart. Moreover, the scent of your body wash is delightful. That morning I held you close, the scent enveloped me, and I adored it. Reflecting on that morning, I could die of embarrassment. And why did I tell him about my body wash? At Malfoy Manor, I missed you dearly. Receiving your letters brought me immense joy. However, my longing for you only deepened. Reading your letters couldn't quell my yearning, so I decided to come see you. That day, when I found you reading in the hammock, I felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. I couldn't tear my eyes away from you, especially since you were dressed so lightly. What was I saying? Little rascal, I covered my flushed cheeks, feeling a mix of annoyance and affection. I asked if you would like to plant your favorite flowers at Malfoy Manor, my heart racing with anticipation. Your adorable, suppressed laughter was irresistible. And when you agreed, I felt a delightful daze. I wanted to whisper my joy to you. When you dashed upstairs, I nearly crushed the glass in excitement, and your house elf seemed startled. In the future, we will plant the red roses you love at the manor. It will transform into a place you adore. In the morning, your mother asked me to say goodbye to you. I said you were still sleeping and didn't want to disturb you. Truthfully, I too didn't wish to leave without saying farewell. I can't bear to part from you. I feared that if I saw you, I would find it even harder to leave, hence my reluctance to say goodbye. As I finished reading the letter, I noticed the creamy white paper bore traces of smudged tears, the ink blurred, not from sorrow or bitterness, but from an uncontrollable sweetness and happiness. Chapter 26, Return to School. After Draco's departure, my summer resumed its usual rhythm, quietly transitioning into August, with the tutor arriving punctually to teach me about the Muggle world. Draco continued to send letters daily. Each time I read his words, I either burst into laughter at their humor or smiled gently, my heart swelling with sweetness. The drawers of my desk were already brimming with his letters, and I had purchased an exquisite leather-bound box to store all the correspondences he had sent me. Knocks fluttered down onto the windowsill, the Daily Prophet clutched in his beak falling into my hands. The headline was glaringly impossible to ignore. Harry Potter, the boy who lies. The Ministry of Magic declared that the Dark Lord's return was a fabrication by Harry, with Cornelius Fudge relentlessly attacking Dumbledore, even going so far as to tarnish his reputation, stubbornly insisting that all is well. What is well? Is he not present at the Triwizard Tournament? Did he not witness Cedric's lifeless form? Why does Cornelius Fudge indulge in self-deception? The Ministry of Magic and Cornelius Fudge. He is a politician rather than a wizard, and for him, reputation outweighs truth by far. In fear of Voldemort's resurgence and the obliteration of the Ministry, why does he not rally the living forces to fight? Instead, he remains ensconced in his narrow view, deceiving himself and the unsuspecting public. The Ministry has downplayed Cedric's death, dismissing it as a mere accident, concealing the truth surrounding the loss of life, showing a complete lack of reverence. Is it truly so inconsequential? Hermione informed me in her letter that, due to Harry's use of the Patronus charm in front of Muggles, the Ministry is seeking to hold him accountable, potentially expelling him from Hogwarts. With Dumbledore's intervention, the Ministry is to convene a hearing for Harry, the outcome of which will determine his fate. With the support of Professor Dumbledore, I find some solace. But why did Harry suddenly resort to the Patronus charm? Isn't it meant to fend off Dementors? Dementors guard Azkaban and cannot wander elsewhere without the Ministry's decree. It is an absolute rule. If the Ministry controls them, how could they have appeared unbidden in a Muggle neighborhood? It seems to be the Ministry's covert machinations at work, a conspiracy lurking beneath the surface. Who else could command the Dementors? And how conveniently they manifested in little whinging. Judging by the signs, the hearing's prospects appear grim. The ministry is likely to obstruct the proceedings. Regarding that nameless dark wizard, Voldemort, my knowledge of him is quite limited. The library contains only sparse fragments about him. The accounts speak solely of his malevolence and cruelty. In his heyday he had a multitude of followers, not only Death Eaters but also werewolves, giants, and other vile creatures such as Dementors. Following that, there are the tales of Voldemort and Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the only one to survive Voldemort's wrath. Beyond that, there is little else recorded. People dread to mention Voldemort, and even written accounts shy away from detailed descriptions. Many of the wizards from that time were first-hand witnesses, my mother being one of them, yet she remains tight-lipped about it. During dinner, I could no longer restrain myself and asked her about it. My mother silently set down her cutlery, her expression grave. Brandy, there are some things I withhold from you for your own good. So you know everything that happened back then, don't you? Brandy, you have always been so perceptive. Ever since childhood. I have grown up, I insisted, gazing intently at her, yearning for the revelation of those bygone events. Ah, my darling Brandy has indeed matured. When you received your acceptance letter from Hogwarts, I should have anticipated that you would eventually inquire. My mother sighed softly and began to recount. My mother, Melisande Parkinson, hails from a pure-blood wizarding family, not of Slytherin, but of Ravenclaw. She never had an inclination toward politics, despite her commendable Newt's results, and did not take a position at the ministry. After graduating during Voldemort's recruitment of followers, Dumbledore secretly established the Order of the Phoenix to resist him. And my mother unhesitatingly joined, transitioning from which to a myriad of roles. An unsung hero, an Auror, a barmaid, a thief, alongside various members of the Order in their fight against Voldemort and his minions. Even after marrying, my mother remained committed to the Order. Even in the face of tragic losses, she never contemplated retreat. Eventually, when she became pregnant, she gradually withdrew from active duty within the Order to provide behind-the-scenes support for my safety. After my birth, she temporarily stepped away from the Order to manage the household alongside my father. Yet she continued to offer covert assistance to the Phoenix and the family business. Thanks to her efforts, gradually established ties with the wizarding world. 2 months shy of my first birthday, news of Voldemort's downfall spread throughout the magical community. James and Lily Potter tragically perished, but their son Harry Potter miraculously survived. As for why this occurred, my mother is unsure. No one was present to witness it firsthand. Brandy, I have also read the Daily Prophet, and I trust Dumbledore. He does not exaggerate. Voldemort will inevitably return. Mother, I trust the professors as well. After all, at the Triwizard Tournament, Cedric's body lay before us, a sight forever etched in my memory. Brandy, you must forge your own path. I shall not interfere. But whatever you choose to do, I will always stand behind you in support. Regarding Harry's hearing, our family connections should prove useful. Can you assist? You need not fret about that. Although Cornelius Fudge is increasingly inept, the ministry is not solely under his thumb. The wizards of the Wizengamot I know are principled. I will speak to them kindly. It should not be difficult. Thank you, Mother. What need have we for thanks? She said, gently patting my back, pride mingling with an undeniable concern in her eyes. The date of the hearing has passed, and I learned from Hermione's letter that the ministry has withdrawn its charges against Harry. He will not be expelled. Naturally, I am elated. The ministry has not yet succumbed entirely to decay. There remain wizards who can discern right from wrong. After all, they are all distinguished alumni of Hogwarts. However, Cornelius Fudge's authority nearly monopolizes the ministry, and even the most discerning wizards find it challenging to countermand his orders. The end of our 5th year will usher in the ordinary wizarding level examinations, OWLs, and from the accounts of previous students, that year was fraught with stress. To achieve commendable results, I cannot afford to neglect my magical studies, nor can Draco. Our correspondence predominantly revolves around those subjects. September 1st approaches amidst the waning summer heat, and at 11 o'clock, the Hogwarts Express will depart punctually. A plethora of charming new faces flits before my eyes. They are taking their inaugural journey on the Hogwarts Express, bidding farewell to their parents on the platform. Reflecting on my own first day, I was oblivious to Platform 9, now in the blink of an eye. I am poised to embark on my 5th year at Hogwarts. The upper year compartments are more spacious than those for the younger students. We are no longer the naive children we once were, both mentally and physically maturing. With half an hour until departure, I take my seat by the window, quietly resting my profile against the glass, gazing out at the bustling scene beyond. Without warning, a gentle tap on my head interrupts my reverie. I need not turn around to know who it is. Draco settles beside me with remarkable ease. I turned to him, offering a faint smile, and lean against his shoulder. Although the upper year compartment is spacious, seating is limited. Unlike the lower years, there are no empty spaces to spare. Goyle, Crab, and Pansy sit across from us. And for a moment, I find myself at a loss for words. Draco and Pansy remain silent. Since my last attempt at mediation, they have been less vocal in their grievances. Yet both are proud creatures, unwilling to take the initiative. As the sole Gryffindor, I feel an odd tension in the air. I hesitate to broach any topics, wary of potentially sensitive subjects, given the long-standing rivalry between Slytherin and Gryffindor. Pansy had previously confided that many Slytherin girls disapprove of my relationship with Draco, eagerly wishing for our separation, convinced that I, as a Gryffindor, am ill-suited to him. These young ladies, consumed with idle thoughts, should focus on their studies instead. Why concern themselves with my boyfriend? Yet I can understand, at this age, it is natural for girls to develop crushes. Draco is handsome and academically gifted. It is hardly surprising that he has admirers. If Draco were to be with another girl, I would undoubtedly feel a pang of sorrow, a bittersweet ache within my heart. So, I shall quietly extend my apologies to you all, for I have inadvertently stolen your youthful affections. However, this does not apply to those who eagerly anticipate our separation. What one does not desire for oneself, one should not impose upon others. The compartment was so hushed that even the rustling of leaves outside the train was distinctly audible. I endeavored to conjure a topic to ease the peculiar atmosphere. Just as Goyle was about to speak, Draco lifted his gaze, casting a cool, sidelong glance in his direction. Goyle promptly shrank back, refraining from uttering another word. I longed to say something, but Draco gently drew me close, assuring me it was sufficient to converse with him alone. Yet Draco, the subjects we often discuss felt ill-timed. There was little to discuss, so I leaned against Draco's shoulder, and he instinctively tightened his embrace. The gentle motion of the train naturally induced drowsiness, and I gradually closed my eyes. Draco tenderly enveloped me in his arms, providing a comforting anchor as the train swayed, allowing me to drift into a deeper slumber. My ear rested against his chest, the rhythmic beating of his heart resonating softly, and to the cadence of his heartbeat. I found solace in sleep. Dreams began to swirl around me. In one, Pansy captured the image of Draco cradling me as I slept, intending to provoke those girls who coveted him, and my sentiment could be summed up in one word: exhilarating. Upon waking from the dream, I hesitated to open my eyes, instinctively whispering, "Draco, what time is it now?" My voice was so soft that it surprised even me, tinged with an almost coyness. Draco, upon hearing, seemed unfazed, though the others in the compartment certainly took note. How might they perceive me? I felt an urge to feign sleep. Yet my words had already escaped my lips. There was no turning back. "It's nearly 1:30, Draco replied gently, his voice rich with warmth. A couple of hours of slumber had left me feeling quite content. Just as I prepared to rise from Draco's embrace, he wrapped an arm around my waist, asking if I didn't wish to sleep a little longer. I straightened up and shook my head, informing him that I was not at all tired, but rather a bit hungry. The dining car still served meals. Would I accompany him? I nearly insisted on going alone, but recalling that Draco had been with me all along, perhaps he had not eaten lunch either. With a smile he nodded. "Very well, we shall go together." Upon entering the front car of the train, we helped ourselves to some battered fish fillets and fries. The fare was far from the exquisite feasts at Hogwarts, merely a means to fill our stomachs. The fish was surprisingly palatable, its firm texture revealing the essence of cod, seasoned with a sprinkle of salt and black pepper, a quintessential English dish. British cuisine is notoriously sparse, often jestingly referred to as one of the thinnest books in the world, a testament to its scarcity. After cleaning my mouth with a soft napkin and washing my hands, Draco and I strolled back hand in hand along the aisle. As we neared our compartment, Draco halted abruptly, leaning close to my ear and whispering, "You must not speak in that tone before anyone but me." "Very well. I shall only speak to you, only indulge you," I replied. Upon hearing my response, the corners of Draco's eyes lifted slightly, a look of satisfaction illuminating his face, his smile radiating an inexplicable warmth. Pansy regarded me with a knowing gaze, seemingly suspicious that Draco and I had been up to something. I felt wronged. It was merely lunch we had shared, yet I endured Pansy's probing glance. I shot a frustrated look at Draco, yet he remained unrepentant, his expression as radiant as a gentle spring breeze. Draco mentioned that he too was feeling a bit drowsy, leaning against my shoulder, his light blonde head nestling closer. However, given his height, this position was uncomfortable and particularly straining on my neck. "Draco, perhaps you should refrain from resting on my shoulder. It may lead to discomfort. Would you like me to find something for you to rest on?" Yet, it seemed there was nothing at hand that could serve as a suitable pillow. As I contemplated whether to use a transformation spell, Draco simply shifted into my embrace, leisurely resting his head on my lap, allowing himself to stretch comfortably. Yet, he did not sleep, his gaze fixed intently upon me, leaving me at a loss for how to respond. The unabashed scrutiny caused my cheeks to flush, and I playfully covered his eyes, exclaiming, "Did you not say you were tired? Close your eyes and sleep." "All right," Draco acquiesced, shutting his eyes. His eyelashes brushed softly against my palm, tickling me and stirring a sense of unease within. Draco held my left hand tightly against his chest, his breathing gradually evening out, and I knew he had drifted into a peaceful slumber. I quietly gazed at his sleeping visage, an involuntary smile curving my lips as I glanced out the window at the azure sky, lush distant mountains, and the clear lakes. None could compare to Draco. Chapter 27. The Blinding Pink. As night fell, the train continued its swift journey through the Scottish Highlands, the lights within the carriage growing ever brighter. The awakened Draco showed no intention of rising, contentedly resting on my lap, occasionally scratching my palm. The three seated across from us were still watching. I lifted my legs and playfully nudged Draco's shoulder, gently pushing him upright, feigning a threat. "If you do not get up, I shall push you to the floor." "I know you wouldn't dare." "Oh, then try me and see if I would." Draco and I exchanged playful banter, while Goyle and Crabbe's gazes nearly burned through the floor of the train, and Pansy raised an eyebrow, grinning mischievously. "Merlin, I yearned to escape this carriage, yet the little mischief maker beside me had no intention of letting me go." Upon reaching our destination, the previously quiet carriage erupted into a cacophony as students gathered their belongings and disembarked. The black carriages awaited alongside the rough, muddy path. I searched for Hermione, feeling that remaining within the same space as them would lead to a mortifying situation. Scanning the area carefully, I had yet to spot Hermione, when Draco, quick on his feet, took my hand and led me to the nearest carriage. As soon as we settled, the dark door slammed shut with a resounding thud. With a jolt, the long line of carriages commenced their journey along the familiar muddy path towards Hogwarts Castle, its silhouette becoming more defined against the night sky. Beneath a star-studded ceiling, long-separated friends eagerly shared tales of their holiday adventures, naturally, not forgetting to indulge in a sumptuous dinner. "Good evening, children." As always, Dumbledore stood before the podium, announcing the new academic year's affairs, a striking shade of pink clashing glaringly with the otherwise simple faculty seating. "I curiously peered over?" Noting the insincere smile that adorned her face, betraying no hint of genuine warmth, her wrinkled visage subtly hinting at a caustic nature. "Welcome, Professor Dolores Umbridge." She rose slowly, her attire on full display, pink hat, pink dress, pink high heels, and a pink handbag. How fond she must be of pink. The new professor garnered little attention, with the students offering half-hearted applause, their hands raising languidly to acknowledge her arrival. To my astonishment, she disregarded Dumbledore's ongoing speech and stepped to the podium, launching into a lengthy, insipid monologue. It turned out she was the Deputy Minister of Magic, which explained her audacity. Her false smile radiated the arrogance of a sycophant who had found favor. Every word echoed the ministry's absurd notions regarding education, revealing their intent to impose control over Hogwarts. Behind her stood Cornelius Fudge, a figure of the ministry. Pink, a most delightful hue, worn by her, only appeared glaring to my eyes. I have never been one to judge by appearances, yet Umbridge's face, coupled with her tone and demeanor, left me utterly unable to harbor any fondness for her. Hermione quietly explained to a bewildered Ron and Harry that the ministry was interfering with Hogwarts. Indeed, Umbridge was merely the first move in the ministry's strategy to infiltrate Hogwarts, a pawn in Fudge's scheme to usurp power and undermine Dumbledore. I now wish to discard all the pink garments from my wardrobe. The sight of her clad in that hue induces a sense of revulsion within me. Indeed, it makes me feel nauseous. Ron curled his lip in disdain, mimicking a retching motion. After dinner, we returned to the Gryffindor common room, where the melodious strains emanating from the wizarding wireless enveloped the leisurely conversations of the students. Having just orchestrated the chaotic endeavor of guiding the first years to their dormitories, Hermione and Ron sank into the sofa, grasping their cups, continuously sipping water to soothe their throats. Behind us, a commotion erupted, the voices of Seamus and Harry clashing, with the contents of the Daily Prophet leading Seamus to accuse Harry of deceit. They even drew their wands, locked in a standoff. "Put it down," Ron exclaimed, striding between them with purpose, pulling Harry to his side. "I trust Harry. Whether you believe him or not is of no consequence. But should you seek trouble, be prepared for detention." As a prefect, Ron's words carried an air of authority, and with a reluctant grunt, Seamus turned away in anger. Whispers rippled through the crowd, many students casting furtive glances at Harry, their eyes betraying suspicion and unease. Do you not comprehend the message conveyed in the Sorting Hat song? A calm voice pierced through the common room. As I surveyed the students around me, we must unite against external threats, rather than engage in infighting. The mere presence of Voldemort instills discord among us. Is that not terrifying? Internal disintegration poses a far greater risk to our downfall than external attacks. I quelled my serious demeanor, casting a meaningful glance at Harry. Those who wrong you are often more acutely aware of your injustice than you are. Thus, refrain from unnecessary explanations. They will not heed them. Those like Cornelius Fudge, who conceal the truth for their own interests, will they remain obstinate in the face of undeniable reality? In defense against the dark arts class, prior to the lesson, charmed paper birds fluttered gracefully above, delighting the students below. I reached out to gently touch the wings of one, watching it soar away. Suddenly, the exuberant paper bird sparked, flames consuming the flammable parchment, reducing it to ash that rained down upon Peter's desk. Good morning, children. We turned to see Dolores Umbridge, her face adorned with a self-satisfied smile as she stowed away her unusually short wand. She sauntered to the front of the classroom, her wand tracing a flourish in the air, revealing the words ordinary wizarding level on the blackboard. A textbook, thick as 4 fingers, landed before each of us, titled Introduction to the Fundamental Principles of Defense Against the Dark Arts. I thumbed through the table of contents, noting it was replete with theories and definitions. Skimming through the pages with a furrowed brow, realizing the absence of any practical defensive spells, Hermione and Harry voiced their concerns, only to be ruthlessly interrupted by Umbridge. The Ministry believes that mastering theoretical knowledge is sufficient to pass all examinations. Ah, are you invoking the Ministry as a means of intimidation? I thought. How can one master and apply knowledge based solely on theory? Harry attempted to argue, but Umbridge dismissed him outright, even ignoring Hermione's raised hand, as if it were invisible. Professor, I do not deny the importance of theory, I said, raising my hand with calm confidence. Umbridge, perhaps expecting me to echo her sentiments, nodded at me, urging, please go on. I'm afraid I cannot support your views, I replied, meeting her gaze directly. If theory suffices for examinations, then what purpose do you serve? Are you merely here to act as a decorative vase? Miss Chong, Umbridge's eyes widened in disbelief, her forced smile wavering. Let us proceed with the lesson. Harry seized the opportunity to refute her, vehemently contesting her every assertion, particularly her claim that Cedric's death was merely an accident. Accident? An accident. How can she dismiss Cedric's tragic demise with such flippancy? My brow furrowed involuntarily, my hands clenched on the desk in silent frustration. I yearned to confront her physically, yet violence would be futile. Umbridge was not merely an individual but an agent of the Ministry, wielding far greater power than I could contend with. Impulsiveness would resolve nothing, and could potentially endanger others. In the face of Harry's logical arguments, Umbridge seethed with indignation, her smile quivering uncontrollably. Potter, report to my office after class. Now let us continue. The lengthy, tedious theoretical discourse devolved into a monotonous recitation under Umbridge's oversight, devoid of any semblance of what a defense against the dark arts lesson should entail. The bell signaling the end of class shattered the tedium, and I closed my notes filled with supposedly crucial exam points, rubbing my temples in exasperation as I rose to head to my next class. Sunlight flooded the corridor as Draco approached from the shadows, skillfully taking my hand. Due to the OWLs, this semester's schedule was packed. Yet we always seized moments between classes to converse. I refused to call her professor. She is utterly incompetent, I grumbled, crossing my arms in discontent as I complained to Draco. He squeezed my puff cheek playfully. She is not worth your anger. Once we pass our exams, we can drop this course and never have to see her wretched face again. I hope so. Come now, we must hurry to the dungeon classroom. We're partners in this lesson. Draco's tone was lighthearted, as if a radiant glow danced across his handsome features. He linked his arm with mine, leading me down the steps towards the dungeon. What's the matter? Does Professor Snape truly approve? Surely he wouldn't refuse me, I replied confidently. He is bound to be biased towards Slytherin. Yet I knew that even his favoritism had its limits. He would not permit students to behave recklessly, nor was he accommodating, even for Draco, his prized pupil. Later, I learned that Professor Snape's actions were not driven by favoritism. Rather, in Draco and me, he saw echoes of the past, 2 figures representing Slytherin and Gryffindor. In the days that followed, that garish pink hue continued to invade my vision. I couldn't fathom where Umbridge had sourced such a plethora of pink clothing. She seemed particularly enamored with knitted cardigans, especially those adorned with lace, indescribably gaudy and utterly distasteful. Hermione draped her arm over my shoulder, teasing gently, Brandy, could you wear something pink to cleanse my eyes? For now. Your beauty is the only remedy for the shock that pink brings me. If you want me to meet Merlin, just say so. You could donate all of those garments to the house elves to make clothes. I was even contemplating transforming them into socks for Harry to gift to Dobby. Speaking of it irked me. No house elf would be willing to take my discarded garments. The House Elf Rights Advocacy Society has only you three willing to join. In truth, I felt reluctant to disclose to Hermione that Harry and Ron were rather unwilling to participate. Take your time. You know as well as I do that. In the eyes of house elves, freedom is a sin. The ideology of servitude is deeply ingrained in their minds, passed down through generations. Change is a slow process that cannot be rushed. I understood, as Hermione affectionately tightened her grip on my arm. Thank goodness I have you to help me. I cannot rely on Harry and Ron. Witches are certainly more dependable than wizards. Dolores, I believe your methods of punishing students warrant reconsideration. Minerva, I maintain that misbehaving students should be restrained. The sound of a heated argument reached my ears between Professor McGonagall and Umbridge. They stood in the foyer, drawing the curious gaze of passing students. Hermione and I exchanged knowing glances, hurrying down the stairs to observe silently. Umbridge invoked the Ministry to suppress Professor McGonagall, reveling in her perceived superiority as she scrutinized every face around her. It was clear that Hogwarts' situation was even direr than I had anticipated. I will report this to the Ministry, and Fudge will surely be compelled to take action. In due course, the news of the Ministry of Magic appointing Dolores Jane Umbridge as senior investigator swept through the hallowed halls of Hogwarts, granting her the authority to address any educational matters within the institution. Gazing at the front page of the Daily Prophet adorned with her photograph, I discerned that this power signified the Ministry's overt encroachment upon Hogwarts, bypassing Dumbledore, and with Umbridge's imperious disposition, it was likely that she would govern with an iron fist. Subsequently, the issuance of Educational Decree No. 23 followed, with Filch willingly becoming Umbridge's loyal lieutenant, firmly affixing the elegantly framed decree to the wall of the entrance hall. Umbridge, intoxicated by her newfound power, paraded through the castle, clutching her clipboard as if it were a rare treasure. Her quill occasionally dancing across the teaching records under the pretext of monitoring the educator's performance. She strode with an air of arrogance through every corner of the castle, believing herself to be imposing, ready to wield her wand to discipline students at any moment. Educational Decrees numbers 24, 25 and 26 arrived in quick succession, transforming the entrance hall's wall into Umbridge's showcase, displaying her exhaustive collection of draconian educational mandates. In divination class, Professor Trelawney, with her characteristic ethereal voice, interpreted Harry's recorded dreams, which had apparently led to his drowning in a cauldron at the hands of Professor Snape. Well, my dear child, what sort of cauldron was it? I struggled to suppress a smile, while Ron, leaning on Harry's shoulder, trembled with laughter. Mate, you're quite the storyteller. Ahem, in the corner. Umbridge approached Professor Trelawney with an exaggerated smile, constricting her voice to a syrupy tone. You are appointed by Dumbledore, and since he has faith in your abilities, might you prophesy something for me, Professor Trelawney, seemingly incredulous, responded with indignation. I do not comprehend your intent. The sight does not come at the beck and call of others. You are desecrating divination. Oh, is that so? I realized that she was utilizing this moment to humiliate Professor Trelawney, and when mentioning that she was appointed by Dumbledore, Umbridge's eyes glimmered with cunning. This was surely the onset of the Ministry's insidious takeover of Hogwarts, uprooting Dumbledore's trusted allies. I indeed perceive certain dark aspects concerning you. Umbridge raised her eyebrows, remaining silent, her false smile unwavering as she clacked her pink high heels and strutted away. The treetops of the Forbidden Forest brushed against the evening clouds, and news of Umbridge's intention to dismiss Professor Trelawney spread like wildfire. Exiting the herbology greenhouse, with the floral scarf still shielding my head from the dust, Hermione and I hurried toward the castle. A throng of students gathered outside the great hall, where Umbridge, in a brazen display, fixed her gaze upon Professor Trelawney. In response to the professor's tearful pleas, Umbridge remained unmoved, instead revealing a smug smile. I will seek Professor McGonagall, I declared, tearing the scarf adorned with light-colored patterns from my head and thrusting it into Hermione's hands, casting a cold glance at Umbridge before hastening to McGonagall's office. What? Professor McGonagall's expression turned grave. How can she dismiss a Hogwarts teacher at will? Take me to her. It was rare for the usually composed McGonagall to display such a demeanor. She had always disapproved of Professor Trelawney's conduct, yet now she was incensed by Umbridge's actions, which had already incited public outrage. Sybil, McGonagall gently supported the disheartened Professor Trelawney, firmly chastising Umbridge in an attempt to retain her, but alas, as a senior investigator, Umbridge wielded authority far exceeding that of McGonagall. Just as McGonagall found herself in a quandary, the long-absent Dumbledore approached us with an air of calmness. Under the weight of his authority, Umbridge had no choice but to relent, allowing Professor Trelawney to remain at Hogwarts, albeit only as a resident without the privilege to teach. Ron, perplexed, inquired, "Where has Dumbledore been? Why haven't we seen him for so long? Does he not concern himself with these outrageous educational decrees?" Watching Dumbledore's retreating figure, I was convinced that whatever he was engaged in had profound implications for the future of the wizarding world. With Voldemort's resurgence, Dumbledore was undoubtedly preoccupied with grave matters. Days of incessant rain enveloped the Scottish Highlands, and I donned a grey knitted vest over my thin shirt, uncertain if the fireplace in the Slytherin common room could dispel the dampness. How was Draco faring? Was he wearing a sweater? The thought of seeing him soon lightened my steps. During the day, we would steal moments from our busy schedules to stroll along the corridors, leaning against each other as we gazed at the undulating mountains. Draco often seized the opportunity to plant gentle pecks on my cheek, and I silently acquiesced. Who could resist loving him? As dusk descended, students filtered out of the great hall after dinner, but were compelled to pause in the entrance hall, where Filch was busy hammering something onto the wall. Another new educational decree. Boys and girls must maintain a distance of at least 8 inches, Umbridge declared, her arms folded before her, surveying the astonished faces from her elevated position. "Otherwise you shall be expelled." Draco's expression darkened instantly. His eyes clouded with resentment as he cast a derisive glance at Umbridge. What a foolish decision. What can she do? She is the senior investigator, I murmured, attempting to comfort him. Educational Decree Number 25 grants Umbridge supreme authority over all punishments, sanctions, and deprivation of privileges concerning Hogwarts students. For now, we had no recourse but to endure. How can I endure? As long as she is at Hogwarts, I cannot hold you or embrace you. Despite Draco's voice being deliberately lowered, I caught the underlying concern in his words. You truly cannot restrain yourself even a little? I reproached him softly, feeling a mix of embarrassment and affection as we left the bustling entrance hall, with Draco following closely behind. Once the school year ends, we shall endure her for now. 1 school year? How can I endure that? Draco complained. I get angry just seeing her. Who was it that advised me not to get angry? Who told me to wait until the end of the school year, and now finds himself ready to explode? Can you compare classes to this? What do you mean? How can they not be compared? I teased, a mischievous smile playing on my lips, relishing the moment as Draco, unable to retaliate, allowed me to jest with him. Just like that, Draco replied with a wicked grin, leaning slightly closer, his tall frame enveloping me in shadow as the light illuminated his figure. Do not forget Umbridge's decree, boys and girls cannot. She is not here, she cannot see us. Draco gently clasped my hand, his slate blue eyes reflecting my own image as we drew nearer. Ahem. A loud cough shattered the intimate atmosphere, as Umbridge seemingly materialized from thin air, her cold gaze flitting between Draco and me. The distance between boys and girls must not be less than 8 inches, Umbridge fumed, waving her wand to forcefully separate our intertwined hands. I just announced the school rules. Mr. Malfoy and Miss Granger seem not to have heard. Indeed, Professor. We did not hear. Draco retorted boldly, reclaiming my hand and cradling it within his own. Very well, Mr. Malfoy. Umbridge raised her signature false smile. Then you should now realize that this is incorrect. To ensure you remember not to make the same mistake again, you shall transcribe the school rules 100 times and deliver them to my office, without the use of magic. With a triumphant lift of her eyebrows, Umbridge turned and departed. I could not help but exhale deeply. The reason Umbridge had refrained from issuing an immediate expulsion notice was likely due to the influence of the Malfoy family. Even Cornelius Fudge would hesitate to offend the powerful Malfoys, let alone she. Look at this, we are to copy the school rules 100 times. How delightful. Draco tilted his head in resignation. It's manageable. The prohibition against employing magic was indeed a considerable challenge. The traces of spells could not be eradicated, and after laboriously transcribing half a page of the regulations, my right hand, clutching the quill, had grown weary. I flexed my wrist, beset by a multitude of worries. How long must I endure this tedious task of copying 100 times? Fred and George, however, were well informed. They stealthily approached me, one on either side, fervently promoting their newly launched product. The detention scribble quill, proudly produced by the Weasleys, guaranteed quality. We've found a loophole that ensures no magical traces are left behind, they boasted. I'm not interested in your sales pitch, Hermione interjected with a frown. If this backfires and harms Brandy, I will have to exercise my authority as head girl. Fear not, I can trial it first. If it fails, I can always resort to the old-fashioned way of copying, I replied, grateful for your concern, dear head girl Granger. I winked subtly at Hermione before turning to Fred and George. How much? 5 galleons. Fred extended his fingers. Don't think it too steep. The time, effort, and energy expended to create such a marvelous item could build Hogwarts itself. The cost is not trifling. May I test its efficacy? Under normal circumstances, absolutely not. However, for you, we can make an exception, George said, mysteriously producing the detention scribble quill. Its appearance was indistinguishable from a regular quill, floating above the parchment, filling the blank spaces in moments. The most astonishing aspect was that it left no trace of magical usage. I would purchase it even for 10 galleons. I handed them 10 galleons and procured a quill for Draco as well. As I passed through the corridor, I deliberately brushed past him, concealing the folded note and the quill within the palm of my robe, discreetly slipping it into his pocket. I then continued on my way, nonchalantly distancing myself until I was far enough not to arouse suspicion. I turned back slowly, exchanging a knowing glance with Draco, who smiled and nodded, alleviating my anxiety. To avoid raising Umbridge's suspicion, I deliberately left the parchment, filled with densely packed writing, for the deadline. Upon entering her office, I was immediately struck by the overwhelming pink decor, leading me to question if she had been poisoned. A peach-pink tablecloth, lavender velvet curtains, and walls adorned with an array of cat-themed plates. Umbridge leafed through the thick sheaf of parchment, pausing momentarily to scrutinize me. Brandy Shelly, always remember what mistakes to avoid, and maintain an appropriate distance from the boys. Do you think that because of your good looks, you can aspire to higher circles? She sneered, her gaze piercing into my face. If I recall correctly, you are of mixed heritage. Why delude yourself into thinking you deserve what does not belong to you? Recognize your identity, maintain your distance, and focus on what you ought to do. Pass the wizarding level examination. Perhaps in the future, you may even find a role in the ministry filing documents. That is all you can aspire to. I appreciate your guidance, I replied with a slight smile, devoid of sincerity and entirely feigned. She mocked my lineage, disparaged my affections, and warned me against aspiring to the pure-blood families. Only she cared for bloodlines. As a sycophant, she naturally measured others with her base thoughts. Upon exiting her office, I vigorously shook my robes, ridding myself of the ill fortune that clung to me. Chapter 28. Secret Operations, Establishing D.A. The imagery of late autumn gradually faded, and the climate of the Scottish Highlands turned increasingly frigid. In the early morning, the glass windows of the dormitory often glistened with layers of frost. Cornelius Fudge continued to defame Dumbledore in the Daily Prophet, claiming he was driven mad by Harry's lies, while Umbridge's power at Hogwarts swelled correspondingly. Signs of the Dark Lord's resurgence became increasingly evident. Reports of wizards mysteriously vanishing occasionally graced the most inconspicuous sections of the Prophet, with the Ministry's explanations being little more than inadequate. Umbridge persisted in leading us through our defense against the dark arts lessons, her approach even more egregious than Professor Bin's monotonous recitations. We could not remain passive. If she would not teach us, we would seek a truly qualified professor to instruct us in defense against the dark arts. Hermione and I shared a silent understanding. The best candidate was right before us, Harry Potter. As night enveloped the castle, it fell into a deep silence, the crackling firewood in the hearth casting an orange glow in the common room. Cloaked in our woolen capes, we quietly settled onto the sofa. Ron whispered, inquiring where we might convene without drawing attention. I waved my wand, casting a muffliato charm around us. Hermione then voiced, we can go to Hogsmeade this weekend. I scouted the Hog's Head. It's quite secluded, a perfect location. The first snowfall arrived, blanketing the Scottish Highlands in a thick layer of snow, with Hogwarts appearing ensconced within a wintry wilderness. We traversed the bustling streets of Hogsmeade, turning into a secluded path where the smooth, untouched snow bore no footprints, indicating its rarity of visitors. Lifting the curtain that shielded against the wind and snow, I beheld the interior of the Hog's Head. In contrast, the Three Broomsticks was always bright and warm, while this establishment was cramped and dim, permeated with a strong scent of sheep. Here, they certainly would not care about our status as students. We could order a glass of fire whiskey to sample. You are a prefect, Hermione interjected sternly, forcefully sliding a butterbeer toward Ron. Drink this. We sat quietly in a corner, Harry's gaze fixed on the door, awaiting the arrival of our companions. Will they really come? Patience. They must also be cautious not to attract attention. It's normal for them to be slow. No sooner had I spoken than the curtain at the entrance lifted, and Neville, Luna, and and Lavender were the first to enter, followed closely by groups of students, until we were a total of 29, filling the room to capacity. I assume you all know why we are here? I began. We need a truly qualified professor for defense against the dark arts to learn proper defensive magic in preparation for the return of the Dark Lord. Voices of dissent erupted, particularly from Zacharias Smith, who loudly questioned, but the ministry says this is false news, as does the Daily Prophet. The ministry? I could not suppress a derisive laugh. What does it say about the ministry that they allowed a witch like Umbridge to become deputy minister? Surely, you must have your suspicions. Indeed, she is just like that. Voices of agreement rippled through the crowd, but Zacharias Smith remained unconvinced. If that is the case, then if he knows the truth about Cedric's death, why doesn't he share the details? If you wish to hear the particulars of Voldemort's murders, I cannot assist you. Harry's anger flared, glaring at Zacharias Smith's confrontational visage. Let us not forget why we are here, shall we? I straightened slightly, casting a calm gaze over the assembly, strategizing on how to learn defense against the dark arts, rather than descending into infighting. Why should Potter be the teacher? No one is more suitable than Harry. He is the victor of the Triwizard Tournament, capable of driving away scores of Dementors. Ron chimed in, proudly draping an arm around Harry's shoulders. You all know that, right? Can you truly perform the Patronus charm? Luna's gentle and composed voice broke through. Her astuteness in mentioning Harry's ability to cast the Patronus charm naturally piqued the curiosity of the group, thereby affirming Harry's capabilities. Of course. I have seen it with my own eyes, Hermione interjected, prompting the students around us to recount Harry's heroic deeds. Slaying the basilisk, repelling Dementors, retrieving the Sorcerer's stone, and even confronting the Dark Lord himself. Facing these realities in life is starkly different from the sheltered environment of school. One may find oneself facing imminent death, or helplessly witnessing a friend perish. Harry spoke with a muted tone, referring to Cedric Diggory, whose demise he had witnessed firsthand. The mere sight of Cedric's lifeless body was profoundly distressing to me. I could only imagine the heartache Harry must endure, having seen Cedric fall. Returning to the matter at hand, Hermione retrieved a piece of parchment from her satchel, and placed it on the wooden table. If you wish to join us in the study of defensive spells, please inscribe your name here. Of course, if you prefer not to, we will not compel you. Observing their eager yet hesitant expressions, I immediately grasped the quill, its metallic tip gliding across the parchment to leave behind the elegant script of my name, Brandy Shelly. Their doubts dissipated, and one by one, they rose to sign the parchment, which bore a magical contract stipulating that any breach of secrecy would result in conspicuous freckles adorning the traitor's face, an inconvenience though not severe, that would render the betrayer a target of ridicule. As we fervently sought a practice venue, Umbridge fortuitously issued Educational Decree No. 68. The High Inquisitor hereby dissolves all student organizations, associations, teams and clubs at Hogwarts. Should any student be found to have formed or participated in any organization without the High Inquisitor's approval, they shall be expelled immediately. This decree fell upon us like a bucket of cold water, thoroughly quashing our endeavors. It was no mere coincidence but a deliberate assault on our plans. We refrained from practice, prioritizing the identification of a secure location for our activities, evading Umbridge and Filch's patrols. During the lulls before and after dinner, we stealthily scoured the castle for suitable, concealed spaces. However, whether due to insufficient privacy or inadequate space, 3 whole days passed without success. The biting cold wind swept across the sparsely starry night sky, enveloping the castle in deep darkness, as we sat despondently around the hearth. Ron Weary dozed off, his arm propping up his head slipping away, and he blinked awake in surprise, pointing at the fireplace. Sirius Black materialized from the flames, his unkempt hair a wild halo, greeting us with a cheerful smile. "Hello, you all." "Hello." Crookshanks excitedly approached the hearth, disregarding the heat in an attempt to paw at Sirius. I quickly scooped him into my arms to prevent his whiskers from scorching, and the ginger cat turned to nuzzle against my shoulder, affectionately licking my cheek. "Ah, and a new friend. Harry, you never mentioned there was a lovely lady." "Good day, Mr. Black. I am Harry's friend. You may call me Brandy." "Oh, just a friend," Sirius teased, his voice elongated with playful sarcasm. It's no wonder James took a while to win Lily over. Harry sighed in exasperation. "It's not what you think. I see you all looking glum." "Just trying to lighten the mood," Sirius remarked, his expression sobering. "What's the situation? Have you found a suitable place?" We exchanged glances, shaking our heads in unison. After a moment of contemplation, Sirius proposed, "How about the Shrieking Shack?" "We can't find an invisibility cloak big enough for 29 students," Hermione interjected. And we can't procure the ingredients to brew an invisibility potion ourselves. Umbridge has control over all communications in and out of Hogwarts. Do not worry, Mr. Black. No matter how challenging it may be, we will persevere. Then I wish you the best of luck. I cannot linger, farewell. Sirius's head dissipated in the flames. Upon returning to our dormitory, I gazed at the dull ceiling with a soft sigh, hoping that Merlin would smile upon us and that a miracle might occur. Just as we were mired in our worries, Dobby's message to Harry rekindled our hope. The Room of Requirement offered an exceptional practice location. From this moment forth, we would be known as Dumbledore's Army. Training sessions were scheduled for the evening. During the day, I would expedite my academic responsibilities. Ron stared at the completed exercise books and parchment filled with writing, his mouth agape in astonishment. How can you work so fast? May I borrow them? No. Hermione firmly batted away Ron's eager hands. Do not forget we are facing the OWLs at the end of the term. It's not that I want to lend them. Hermione is strict, and I dare not offend the prefect, I quipped with a mischievous eyebrow raise. Ron coughed, attempting to mask something, while Hermione, distracted, flipped through her book. Her ears tinged with pink. Before slipping into the Room of Requirement, Harry cautiously unfolded the Marauders' map to confirm Umbridge and Filch's locations. Then, we tiptoed quietly toward our secret base. Room of Requirement. Expelliarmus. During a sparring match with Terry Boot, who was practicing the disarming charm, his exaggerated motion caused his wand to soar across the room, nearly striking Harry in the head. When it was my turn, I rotated my wrist, lightly waved my wand, and crisply pronounced Expelliarmus. Terry's wand flew from his grasp, arcing gracefully through the air before landing perfectly in my hand. I did it. A smile of delight spread across my lips, and Harry nodded in approval. Yes, just like that, Brandy. You have a natural talent. Thank you, Professor Potter. Harry sheepishly scratched his tousled hair, unsure where to place his hands as he met Cho's admiring gaze. After dinner, we exited the Great Hall as usual. But Filch shadowed us, his bulbous eyes squinting as he fixated on our backs. What do? We can't shake him. Hermione whispered urgently in my ear. I have a plan. Casting a furtive glance at the relentless Filch, I flicked my wand, Accio wallet. The brown wallet soared into my hand. I hefted it, then decisively tossed it into the air. At the same time, I aimed my wand at the wallet, and with a faint crack, gleaming galleons, shimmering sickles, and fluttering pound notes cascaded down like a summer deluge from the ruptured wallet. Look, it's raining money, I shouted, and as my words echoed, students scrambling to collect the fallen coins clogged the already narrow corridor, while Filch struggled to squeeze through, his fury mingling with the excited chaos. Run, I commanded, grabbing Hermione's hand as we dashed toward the Room of Requirement, our robes billowing in the wind, with Harry and Ron following closely behind. We laughed exuberantly, the exuberance of youth manifesting in that moment. Once inside the Room of Requirement, Ron lamented, why did it all have to scatter? So much money. Consider it an early gift to them, Merry Christmas. But how could so much money fit in such a small wallet? Ronald, can't you pay attention to the spellbook? That essay stretching spell, Hermione sighed, tapping her finger on Ron's forehead. You are the prefect. I'm not Brandy. I'm not as capable as her, Ron pouted. If it weren't for the prefect's rule of having one boy and one girl, McGonagall would have definitely chosen you and Brandy. Enough of that. I quickly interjected. Let's start practicing defense against the dark arts. Filch's patrols were not enough. He even set up a chair in the corridor, waiting for nightfall to catch us unawares. However, clever as a fox, the Room of Requirement could change its exit at will, allowing us to slip out through a side door, just in time to catch a glimpse of Filch dozing against the banister. Not long had passed since we enjoyed a period of tranquility when a new educational decree was issued. Every student must undergo questioning regarding dubious illegal activities. Each day, a different student was summoned to Umbridge's office, prompting us to exercise even greater caution. Fred and George, ever the pranksters, decided to send Filch a beautifully packaged box of chocolates, which of course, were not ordinary confections but rather infused with a rather mischievous twist. The following morning, when Filch appeared in the Great Hall with a face marred by unsightly boils, we struggled to suppress our laughter, yet it proved impossible. Ginny nearly dropped her spoon in fits of giggles. The Room of Requirement resonated with the incantations we practiced. Flashes of light illuminating our progress under Harry's guidance, as we adeptly honed our spellcasting skills. Stupefy, I called, and Lavender, practicing alongside me, fell to the ground with a thud. I quickly helped her up, feeling remorseful. Colin Creevey dashed over to Harry, breathless and flustered, announcing that Umbridge intended to establish a student investigation team that would earn credits, and many students were eager to enlist. This posed a dilemma. While we could easily identify Umbridge and Filch on their patrols, students were notoriously unpredictable in their movements, making them difficult to anticipate. Let us enlist some among us to feign investigations, thereby diverting their attention, suggested Ron. Hermione shook her head disapprovingly, asserting that while the idea had merit, we needed to practice spells, and participating in the investigation would leave us no time for that, an unfair proposition. Do any of you have particularly trustworthy friends whom we could enlist to appease Umbridge while discreetly assisting us? All the students exchanged glances, revealing their dilemma. Our closest allies were among us, and our most trusted had already been drawn into studying magic, leaving us without any members for the investigation team. A familiar figure flashed before my eyes, and I slowly stepped forward. Perhaps I had a suitable candidate in mind. Someone whom Umbridge would never suspect. Who is it? Hermione asked, her eyes alight with excitement. I leaned close to her ear and whispered the name. Initially taken aback, Hermione's expression transformed into one of agreement as she nodded earnestly. She discreetly relayed this to Ron and Harry, who exchanged knowing looks and nodded in approval towards Hermione and me. To ensure our safety, the fewer who knew the better. It was wise to keep our intentions concealed from the rest. After all, students were often summoned to Umbridge's office for questioning. And who could predict the methods she might employ to extract information from them? As practice came to an end, we watched as students trickled out of the room of requirement, and we gradually gathered in a corner. You've outdone yourself, Brandy. To even consider enlisting Draco Malfoy as help. Hermione admonished, sharply nudging Ron. Keep your voice down. Brandy, if you can persuade Malfoy, that would be splendid. If not, it's no matter, we won't force it. I will do my utmost. Draco shares our disdain for Umbridge. And he does not harbor a deep-seated loathing for you all. I truly hope you can become friends. The next day, I discreetly passed a letter to Pansy, as Umbridge's oversight had intensified. To be cautious, I refrained from approaching Draco directly, wary of her potential reprimands. As night fell, I ascended the steep spiral staircase, heading to the astronomy tower, the highest point in Hogwarts, where one could gaze upon the magnificent landscape of the castle. On starry nights, Professor Sinistra would lead us here to observe planets and stars, yet the Scottish Highlands rarely offered clear weather in winter, leaving the tower mostly unvisited. I had arranged to meet Draco here, arriving ahead of time to stand alone at the edge of the tower, my hands resting on the railing. The castle, shrouded in night, possessed a unique beauty. Warm yellow light streamed through the glass windows, casting a glow upon the ancient brick walls, and remnants of unmelted snow glimmered softly in the moonlight. The moonlight kissed my cheeks, etching a cool serenity upon my delicate features, like a night blooming serious, ethereal and exquisite. The night breeze swept into the tower, lifting my hair gently, and a chill enveloped me, prompting me to instinctively tighten my robes. How foolish to stand here in the cold, I thought, just as a warm embrace enveloped me from behind. Draco softly pulled me into his arms, and I turned in surprise. Draco, it's me, my dear, he murmured, tightening his embrace and burying his face in my shoulder. I've missed you so much. Draco. We must be cautious. No worries, Umbridge won't come here. She is convening a meeting with the professors. Draco gazed at me, his eyes sparkling with 1,000 stars. I wrapped my arms around his waist, cherishing this moment of quiet intimacy that we had long been deprived of. I missed him dearly. In silence, we nestled against each other, understanding one another's feelings without the need for words, our embrace speaking volumes of our love and longing. Brandy, Draco murmured, his right arm gradually climbing up my back. Do you know how much I've yearned for you? How I long to hold you tightly. I miss you too, Draco, I replied, leaning into his embrace, my fingers brushing against his cheek. His clear eyes mirrored the same yearning. The scrutiny of Umbridge was unyielding. Though we could see each other, the distance was painful for a couple in love. Draco, let us talk business. I need your assistance, I whispered, leaning closer to his ear, teasingly tugging at the hem of his robe. Oh, what is this? You still have loose threads? Go on, I'm willing to help you. I haven't even told you what it is yet. Aren't you afraid I might lead you astray? Even if you do, I'd willingly follow you. Besides, I know your heart. After nearly 2 months apart, I noted that Draco's talent for sweet nothings had indeed improved. Having decided to enlist his help, I resolved to trust him unconditionally, revealing to him the clandestine practice of defense against the dark arts, and asking him to join the student investigation team as our undercover ally. I could do that, Draco mused, his gaze downcast in contemplation. But I'm not your spy. I'm your spy. You agreed so quickly. Don't you want to think it over? Didn't I tell you? Draco lightly flicked my forehead. Your affairs are my concern. But what? I can't help for free. Draco fixed his gaze on me, his deep eyes brimming with affection. I stood on my toes, placing a gentle kiss on his cheek. Is that acceptable? Consider it your reward. Draco pretended to ponder. Not quite enough. I tenderly wrapped my arms around his waist, tilting my face upwards, my soft lips brushing against his. Draco's hand instinctively grasped my lower back, attempting to deepen our connection, but I nimbly evaded him, spinning away and dashing towards the spiral staircase. Pausing on the steps, I flashed him a radiant smile. Remember your promise. Once you complete the task, this reward is yours. I playfully winked at Draco, a smile gracing my lips as I hurried down the staircase. Is this my sacrifice for the cause of Dumbledore's army? The following afternoon, I encountered Draco in the corridor, his robe adorned with the badge of the student investigation team, raising an eyebrow in triumph as if to boast. Look, I've completed my mission. I couldn't help but smile, then feigned indifference, pointing towards Umbridge's office to signal him to be cautious. That evening, we clandestinely made our way to the room of requirement as usual, only to unexpectedly cross paths with Draco's investigation team in the fourth-floor corridor. I exchanged a knowing glance with Draco, who understood my silent cue. Let us search downstairs. There are plenty of spots suitable for student gatherings. The students of the investigation action group were utterly obedient, hastily rushing downstairs while completely disregarding us. Draco cast a deliberate glance back at me, to which I responded with a discreet gesture of approval, earning a satisfied and proud smile from him, reminiscent of a little weasel with its tail held high. As the head of Slytherin, Draco naturally assumed the role of leader of the group, possessing sufficient authority to command their respect. With Draco present, no student could possibly notice us practicing spells in the room of requirement, and we remained undisturbed. Chapter 29. A rose blooms in the heart. Time swiftly advanced to December, and Umbridge continued to parade her pink figure around Hogwarts, an irksome sight that compelled me to steel myself as I entered the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. The Gryffindor common room echoed with birthday wishes. The song composed by Fred and George was neither particularly melodious nor utterly dreadful. Thankfully, they refrained from serenading us with a funeral march. Amidst the pressures of our studies and Umbridge's tyranny, today marked one of the most leisurely moments of the term. Hermione claimed that the gift she had prepared for me was exceptionally special, mysteriously taking my hand and leading me to the 6th floor's prefect's bathroom. The comfort of soaking in the prefect's bathroom is truly unparalleled, Brandy. You would fall in love with it if you ever tried. Hermione appeared quite exhilarated. As a prefect, she had surely experienced it herself. Why was she more enthusiastic than I was? Upon uttering the password, the bathroom door gradually swung open, and as I stepped inside, the sight that greeted me was astonishing. A rectangular bathtub, crafted from pristine white marble, was sunken into the floor, while a painting framed in gold hung centrally on the wall. Ethereal white linen curtains cascaded at the windows, and the corners were piled high with soft snow-white towels. Golden faucets, adorned with jewels, released warm streams of water, filling the immaculate tub, with a blanket of fluffy white foam covering the surface, and milky steam wafting through the air. Even as a girl, I could not help but feel a tinge of shyness. Wrapped in a soft white towel, I perched on the edge of the tub, dipping my delicate foot into the water to test its temperature, perfectly inviting for a soak. With my thick, dark hair coiled atop my head, I stepped onto the stairs leading into the tub, my legs gradually submerging into the warm water, causing the clear surface to ripple gently with my movements, softly lapping against my calves. Leaning against the smooth edge of the tub, the water level rose to my chest, and the rich foam concealed the depths beneath. I loosened the towel enveloping my body, allowing the warm water to envelop my skin, washing away fatigue and worry, prompting a contented sigh to escape my lips. The steam rose, shrouding the bathroom in a hazy mist, while the soft light from the chandelier scattered across the foamy surface. Twinkling like a dream, Hermione and I chatted leisurely, playfully lifting the bubbles from the surface to our palms and blowing them gently with puckered lips. Transparent bubbles floated above my head, and with a light touch of my fingertip, they burst with a delightful splash, showering my cheeks with water. Hermione retaliated by splashing water at me, and I, unwilling to concede, responded in kind, sending droplets flying and thoroughly soaking our hair. Suddenly, a lilting laugh broke the jovial atmosphere. It was Moaning Myrtle, appearing out of nowhere, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Are you two having a bath? She floated beside me, her gaze unabashedly drifting toward my chest. I hastily gathered the bubbles to shield myself from her gaze. Noticing my discomfort, Myrtle giggled incessantly, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Myrtle, don't look, I exclaimed, my cheeks aflame as I avoided her scrutiny, the heat of embarrassment evident even through the steamy air. Myrtle, oblivious to the etiquette of privacy, continued to gaze unabashedly. Despite being girls, her unabashed stare left me feeling quite bashful. "Brandy, you're so pretty," she declared bluntly. And I could only manage a wry smile, awkwardly murmuring my thanks. Suddenly, Myrtle dove into the tub, her double ponytails bobbing as she resurfaced, her eyes twinkling mischievously. "What a lovely figure. I envy you." I was at a loss, unsure how to react to being scrutinized by a girl, even if she was a ghost. "Hermione, I'm done," I called out, grabbing a towel from the edge of the tub and wrapping it around myself securely. Without sparing a second glance at the puddles trailing behind me, I hurried into the changing room, pulling out a dry towel to wipe off the droplets. Once dressed, I cast a drying charm on my damp hair, allowing my waves to cascade gracefully to my waist. Hermione, still relishing her soak, seemed to have grown accustomed to Myrtle's prying eyes. Alas, Myrtle had chosen to disturb me rather than her. As I exited the prefect's bathroom, I recalled the letter Pansy had given me at noon and quickly unfolded the parchment. Draco's handwriting leapt off the page. 8 p.m., Astronomy Tower, I await you. I glanced at my petite silver pocket watch. 7:52 p.m. Hastily stowing the letter in my pocket, I rushed towards the astronomy tower. By the time I climbed the spiral staircase, breathless, Draco was already standing in the center, his light golden hair gleaming in the twilight. Upon hearing my approach, Draco turned to face me, a look of surprise flickering in his eyes, soon replaced by deep concern. "Why are you in such a rush?" "I just read the letter." I grasped the railing, slightly panting, realizing there were only 8 minutes left. I feared I would be late. "I'm sorry for being late," I said, biting my lip with regret as I took his right hand, feeling its icy touch against my palm. He must have waited for quite a while. "It's not your fault," Draco replied, gently brushing my nose with his fingertips, his gaze softening with warmth. "What were you doing?" "Taking a bath." When I put on my robes, I remembered the letter in my pocket. "Seeing your words made me rush here. I was so eager to see you." Before I could finish, he pulled me into a tight embrace, burying his face in the crook of my shoulder, his soft hair brushing against my neck, sending delightful shivers down my spine. "You bathed in the prefect's bathroom? How did you know?" "I could smell the bathroom shampoo on your neck." "Draco, who took you there?" "Of course, it was Hermione. Is there something wrong with that?" Draco appeared momentarily taken aback, recalling that there were indeed female prefects. Was he letting his imagination run wild? What a silly boy to feel jealous. Who else would it be? "You don't think it's Draco Malfoy?" I feigned anger, determined to frighten him for even entertaining such thoughts about me. "I'm sorry, I was just anxious and confused. Please don't be mad at me, all right, darling?" Seeing my silence, Draco wrapped his arms around my waist, whispering continuously, "Forgive me, my dear, please forgive me." His heartfelt apologies enveloped me, and gazing into his sincere and remorseful eyes, I solemnly replied, "Draco, don't let your mind wander. You are the only one in my heart, and it cannot hold space for anyone else." Rising on my tiptoes, I cupped his face in my hands and pressed my lips deeply against his cool ones. Draco seized the moment, his hands firmly gripping my waist, as tender affection and sugary sweetness intertwined, our lips entwined in a passionate kiss, making it difficult to part. "This is your reward for completing your task." I nestled against Draco's chest, breathing slightly heavier, my voice faltering. "I really like it. Can we have more of this in the future?" "That depends on your behavior." With a mysterious smile, Draco stepped back slightly, his eyes sparkling with delight. "Happy birthday." This marked the 4th time Draco had wished me a happy birthday. Time flew swiftly, and his every utterance of birthday wishes felt like a moment frozen in time, as if it had occurred just yesterday. "Thank you, Draco, for being by my side, accompanying me through the spring, summer, autumn, and winter of these years. I sincerely hope that for every birthday that follows, be it the 5th, 6th, or 7th, you will remain by my side." "Don't move," Draco gently urged, his hands resting at my collar, as he extended his fingers to lift the necklace around my neck, cradling the silver heart-shaped pendant in his palm. This was the birthday gift he had bestowed upon me last time. Due to Umbridge's stringent scrutiny, I dared not wear the ring, but this necklace I wore constantly around my neck. With a flick of his wand, a silvery light, shimmering like starlight, plunged into the heart of the pendant, vanishing without a trace. Draco's lips curled into a smile filled with anticipation as he tapped the pendant lightly. I responded with a subtle smile, raising my index finger to gently tap the silver pendant, and delicate silver light emanated from its center, forming transparent silver petals. Gradually, a resplendent silver rose emerged. The wonder in my eyes reflected the shimmering image of the silver rose, my clear gaze sparkling like scattered diamonds. I couldn't resist reaching out my fingertips, cradling this lifelike moonlit rose in my hands. "Do you like it?" "I do, of course." Draco's gifts never failed to touch my heart. He tenderly held my hands and said, "Your tea leaves are the moon, and my name is the stars. There are countless roses, just as there are countless stars. But you are my only moon. You are my one and only Draco. No matter how much we yearned to be together." We had to return to the dormitory before curfew. If Umbridge were to catch us, I could only imagine the punishment that awaited me. Reluctantly, Draco tightened his grip on my hand, unwilling to let go, and I too was loath to part, uncertain of when we might steal another secret meeting. "If I miss you, I'll just tap the pendant. That way, it'll be as if you're right here with me, alright? And what about me? If I miss you, I have nothing of yours by my side." I rummaged through my pocket, retrieving a dark red ribbon. The very one I had used to tie my hair back in the washroom. Though humble, it was the only thing I had at hand. I fashioned the dark red satin ribbon into a small circle and gently placed it in Draco's palm. "If you miss me, just look at this." Draco clutched the dark red ribbon tightly, as if it were a treasure, and carefully tucked it into his pocket. To avoid arousing Umbridge's suspicions, we needed to leave the astronomy tower at staggered intervals. The Slytherin common room was quite a distance away, so I urged Draco to go ahead. He cast a reluctant glance back at me. His steps slowed, as if the short spiral staircase stretched for light years. As Draco's figure gradually disappeared down the spiral staircase, my heart sank. I hurried forward, wishing to catch another glimpse of his retreating silhouette. Upon returning to the dormitory, I found Hermione lounging against her bedpost, evidently having enjoyed a long, comfortable soak in the prefect's washroom. After changing into my pajamas, I lazily sank into the four-poster bed. As I removed the necklace, I gazed at the heart-shaped pendant in my palm, tapping it twice. The silver light traced the outline of a rose, reappearing before my eyes. "Wow, what is this?" Hermione's attention was piqued, her curiosity evident. "Just a little magic from Draco," I replied, unable to suppress the smile curling at the corners of my lips as I admired the rose before me. "Just a little magic? What do you mean by that?" Hermione squinted, her meaning unclear. "Doesn't a rose blooming in your heart suggest that he has captured your heart?" "Don't be silly," I said, shyly lowering the curtains and ignoring her teasing. I grasped the pendant tightly and lay on my side in the soft bed. The rose blossomed in my heart, akin to a romantic prose poem, warm and enchanting. I did not place the necklace on the bedside table. Instead, I tucked it beneath my pillow to accompany me into slumber. The Christmas holiday arrived quietly, and students at the castle, with their luggage packed early, beamed with joy as they boarded the train. After enduring half a year under Umbridge's oppressive rule, who wouldn't wish to return home and relax? This year, I would accompany my mother to Paris for Christmas. My grandparents had specially returned from Salzburg, Austria, to see their beloved granddaughter before embarking on their journey to Norway. Winter snow blanketed Paris, and the Eiffel Tower stood draped in silver, the festive spirit growing ever stronger. I longed to wish Draco a Merry Christmas, but sending a message with knocks across the English Channel, over the snow-laden Wiltshire, to Malfoy Manor felt too burdensome. I decided to wait until I returned to London to convey my sentiments, beginning with an apology. "Draco, I truly miss you." During my time in Paris, I explored various sites with my grandparents, ensuring to spend ample time with them while they remained in good health. After Christmas, they would be off again. As my grandfather and grandmother, having shed the weight of their business responsibilities, traveled the world. They had just completed a year in Paris and were soon heading to Norway and Switzerland, deciding to settle in the quaint town of Lyd, at the foot of the Alps, as London's prolonged rainy season was not suitable for their retirement. Strolling along the Seine, the vibrant neon lights reflected upon the undulating waters, resembling a crushed rainbow scattered upon the surface. Such a beautiful night scene made me yearn for Draco's presence even more. Alas, joyful moments are fleeting. Upon returning to Hogwarts, that irksome pink figure lingered ominously. As I unwrapped the package Hermione handed me, I discovered a Christmas gift from Mrs. Weasley, a chunky knitted scarf in a classic brown hue, a warmth within reach. Harry spent his holiday at number 12 Grimmauld Place, and coincidentally, Mr. Weasley, having recovered from an attack, was discharged from the hospital on Christmas Eve. With the warm company of the Weasley family and Sirius, Harry was undoubtedly happier than if he had stayed with the Dursleys. Upon learning that Hagrid had returned to Hogwarts, we hurried across the grassy slope to his hut. He pressed dragon meat against the wound on his cheek, and outside, dark clouds gathered ominously, heralding a storm. We needed to prepare ourselves. Our gentle and kind Hagrid had never displayed such a grave expression. The sensational news published in the Daily Prophet shattered the recent tranquility. 10 notorious Death Eaters had escaped from Azkaban, a clear sign of the Dark Lord's impending return. In the face of this crisis, Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge continued to conceal the truth, casting blame on Sirius Black, claiming that he had orchestrated the escape. Yet, such fabrications could no longer silence the murmurs of the public. Even Fudge would find it difficult to maintain his faade. Dumbledore's army continued practicing spells in the Room of Requirement, and today, Harry was to teach us the Patronus charm. I immersed myself in my happiest memories. Strolling through the lavender fields of Provence with my parents, the backyard of Kensington Palace, encountering Draco in Diagon Alley, and declaring my feelings beneath the moonlit bridge. Scenes of warmth and joy flooded my mind as I gripped my wand, gently twisting my wrist, letting the calm and soothing incantation flow from my lips. Expecto Patronum. A silvery blue light poured from the tip of my wand, gradually transforming into a grass rabbit enveloped in a luminous glow, joyfully bounding through the air. My Patronus gracefully leaped over Harry, who couldn't help but exclaim, "You always succeed first. You're far better than I was back then. It's your credit. Without you, we wouldn't have learned true defense against the dark arts. So don't be modest, Professor Potter." Shortly thereafter, Hermione summoned her own Patronus, a delightful otter that lazily rolled through the air, while Ron's Patronus took the form of a loyal and lively hound. A hound and an otter. What a connection. I pondered, curious about what form Draco's Patronus might take. Suddenly, a peculiar sound interrupted our harmonious atmosphere, and laughter ceased as we cautiously turned to the slight quivering of the wall. The full-length mirror hanging on the wall crashed to the ground, its sharp, jagged shards scattering across the floor, signaling us to remain silent. Harry cautiously approached to investigate. Bombarda Maxima. A powerful explosion echoed, reverberating through our hearts. It was Umbridge. Her thin, incantatory voice accompanied by the deafening roar of the collapsing wall filled the air. As debris and dust surged into the room, I immediately wrapped my arm around Hermione's shoulder, swiftly turning to shield us from the falling stones. Umbridge wore a sinister, self-satisfied smile, her cruel blue eyes darting back and forth as she arrogantly surveyed us. A student behind her viciously tugged at Cho Chang's robes, seemingly eager to curry favor with Umbridge. "Seize them," Umbridge commanded, and the students of the investigative task force surged over the crumbled wall. Among them was Draco, whose gaze was laden with concern. A Slytherin student attempted to grab my shoulder, but recoiled at my icy glare. Draco pushed him aside with force, glaring at him as he stepped closer to me, gently grasping my wrist and subtly nodding in my direction. Harry was roughly dragged away to the headmaster's office by Umbridge, while we were escorted by the task force to the Great Hall. "What is happening?" I whispered to Draco. "I'm not certain," he replied, shaking his head slightly. "We were abruptly summoned by Umbridge to apprehend rule-breaking students, and I followed her here. I know you frequent this place, so I feared something was amiss. What about Cho? How is Umbridge interrogating her?" I couldn't believe that Cho would betray us. Having spent time with her, I was well aware of her character, especially as she and Harry were in the throes of romance. I don't have the details, but I heard she was called into Umbridge's office. That parchment recording names was discovered, implicating Dumbledore's army. Such a title only served to intensify the unfounded suspicions against Headmaster Dumbledore, making Cornelius Fudge even more wary of him for allegedly nurturing power in secret. To protect us, he claimed it was his own idea. In an instant, the Ministry of Magic issued Educational Decree No. 119. Dolores Jane Umbridge was appointed as the headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, replacing Albus Dumbledore. The ceiling of the Great Hall dimmed to a dismal gray, the atmosphere so stifling it was hard to breathe as we transcribed her customized school rules with Umbridge's specially crafted quill. Each stroke of the quill across the parchment felt akin to a sharp blade cutting into my hand, opening crimson wounds, an agonizing pain that relentlessly assaulted me, causing my hand to tremble uncontrollably as I copied the rules. I gritted my teeth, enduring the pain as I stared at the blood-streaked back of my hand, forcing myself to complete each line. Umbridge sat regally in the golden high-back chair that rightfully belonged to Dumbledore, feigning elegance as she lifted her coffee cup, looking down upon us from her elevated position, disregarding the hateful gazes directed at her, savoring her drink with a face full of arrogance and pride. The sound of her heels striking the floor was painfully jarring as she strolled along the table, collecting the ink-stained parchments one by one, while my hand bore the marks of her cruelty, marred with deep, knife-like gashes. "Oh, I forgot to remind you." Umbridge turned her head. "Do not let me find you in the hospital wing, or else the punishment will be doubled. If I catch one of you, all shall suffer." Chapter 30, Draco's Concern. After exiting the Great Hall, I spotted Draco's anxious figure on the steps, pacing restlessly. I quickly withdrew my scarred hand into the ample sleeve of my robe. Draco slowly turned, and upon our eyes meeting, he rushed towards me. "Did Umbridge do anything to you?" I offered a faint smile, my eyes softening as I gently shook my head. "It's nothing. She merely reprimanded us and warned us not to transgress again. That's good. The worry and concern slowly dissipated from Draco's face as he reached for my hand. I'm just relieved you're okay. The moment his fingers brushed mine, a wave of pain surged through me, causing me to furrow my brows deeply. I instinctively withdrew my hand, gasping slightly. What's wrong? Draco asked, alarmed. His gaze fixated on my concealed wrist. He carefully lifted my hand, and as the sight of the mottled scars met his stormy blue eyes, fury surged within him. That wretched old hag. How dare she inflict such harm upon you? He then cradled my hand delicately, gently blowing on the wounds, his eyes brimming with concern. Does it hurt terribly? Yes, a little, I admitted. That old hag. I want to teach her a lesson. Draco brandished his wand, ready to confront Umbridge. Draco. Ignoring the pain, I grasped his arm. Right now, Umbridge is the headmistress. She holds absolute power at Hogwarts. We cannot contend with her. But she has harmed you. I can't. Draco's movements inadvertently tugged at my injury, causing a sharp pain that made me bite my lip in discomfort. Seeing this, Draco's heart ached, and he tenderly held my hand, gently blowing on the injury. Do not provoke Umbridge, I said, my eyes glistening with unshed tears, revealing a hint of vulnerability as I looked at Draco. You don't understand, do you? It is Cornelius Fudge who allows Umbridge to run rampant at Hogwarts. The ministry is ineffective, and even Malfoy cannot sway Fudge's resolve. Alright, I want to go. Just don't cry, okay? Draco's gentle gesture of wiping away my tears felt softer than a warm spring breeze. He embraced me tightly, darling. Please don't shed tears. I will accompany you to see Pomfrey. Umbridge forbids us from going to the hospital wing, and I don't want to get them in trouble. Draco's lips pressed together in a tight line as he regarded my injuries, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. Wait for me here. Before I could respond, he turned and dashed away. I stood silently, awaiting Draco's return. After about 10 minutes, he hurried back towards me, a brown satchel in hand. He opened it to reveal a plethora of wound cleansers and healing potions. Did you rob the hospital wing? I gasped. These are all potions made by Madam Pomfrey. He explained, stuffing the vials into my robe pockets until they bulged, still leaving plenty behind. He wrapped the remaining vials in the satchel and instructed me to keep them hidden. Do not let Umbridge or Filch discover them. I was too careless about your injuries, he said briskly, deftly uncorking a bottle of cleansing potion and gently pouring it onto my ghastly wound. The liquid trickled down, a searing sting akin to scorching embers, and I fought to suppress my reaction, not wanting Draco to notice my discomfort. However, my hand trembled uncontrollably. The sight of my agony rendered Draco helpless. He paused pouring the potion, softly blowing on the wound until I felt a bit better, then continued to apply the potion with utmost care, repeating the process with unwavering patience. The healing potion seeped into the wound, alleviating the pain, nurturing the torn skin, and gradually mending the injury. Draco's tense expression began to relax as he advised, remember to apply more healing potion tomorrow morning. Madam Pomfrey said it can eliminate scars. Suddenly, Draco enveloped me in a warm embrace. Why does the time to say goodbye come so swiftly? It's so late. You should rest early, all right? Yes, you too. I nodded gently at Draco. He turned to leave, but I couldn't help but call after him, Draco, good night. Good night, he smiled back at me, his expression bright as the spring sunshine, a gentle warmth enveloping me, pure and serene, like the soft clouds drifting in the mountains, clear and comforting. Returning to the common room with the potions, I took Draco's advice and saved a bottle of healing potion for tomorrow, though the scars would fade over time. I wished to spare him further worry. I discreetly handed the potions to Hermione and Ron, who as prefects, could distribute them to our injured companions. As for the other students from different houses, they would have to wait until tomorrow. Dennis Creevy huddled by the fireplace, softly weeping. After all, he was still but a child, and pain inevitably brings forth tears. His pitiful form curled up in the corner of the sofa evoked deep sympathy. It's all right, Dennis. Look, the scars on our hands have already healed. You will be fine. I gently leaned closer and cooed. Let me see our brave Dennis. You've already applied the potion, haven't you? He nodded, looking quite forlorn. I sat beside him and comforted him in a tender tone. Why are you crying like a little kitten? Let me gently blow on your wounds. Does that feel better? Dennis sniffled and wiped his tears, murmuring, It doesn't hurt as much now, thank you. I patted his small head, my expression radiating a serene gentleness. As brave Gryffindors, we mustn't shed tears easily. Now, let us return and get some proper rest, shall we? All right. Dennis obediently ceased his sobbing and walked back to the dormitory with slow steps. Brandy, I believe you would make a wonderful mother, Hermione said, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at me. How could Malfoy have such good fortune? What nonsense! I retorted. Not teasing you, Hermione replied, her playful demeanor shifting to one of earnest sincerity. Brandy, truly, thank you for bringing us these potions. It's nothing. We are all friends. And besides, it's not solely my merit. Draco played a significant role. Ron and Harry emerged from the shadows, adding, not just with this, but since the establishment of DA, your assistance has been immeasurable. Also, please extend our gratitude to Draco for the potions. Aren't we friends? Helping one another is only natural, I replied, meeting their sincere gazes and nodding happily. I shall convey your thanks to Draco. Our eyes subtly exchanged glances, and then, laughter erupted, filling the warm common room with joy. Umbridge's iron grip over Hogwarts cast a persistent shadow, fatigue etched on every face. In the afternoon, students hurried through the corridors to their classes, for tardiness was listed among the serious violations by Umbridge, prompting us to quicken our pace. Clad in her favorite pink cardigan, adorned with a gaudy velvety bow in her curly hair, and clicking her pink high heels against the floor, Umbridge was a sight to behold. Suddenly, strange sounds emanated from the end of the corridor, drawing our attention, including that of the pink toad. It was George and Fred, zooming through the halls on their brooms, whooshing past as they waved their wands, releasing a dazzling array of fireworks. Bang! Sparks flew, creating a magnificent spectacle. The long-repressed students couldn't help but cheer. And seizing the moment, Fred and George tossed a firework toward Umbridge, which erupted into a gigantic fire dragon that lunged at her. Startled, Umbridge panicked, flailing her arms and clumsily running forward, desperately trying to evade the fireworks' pursuit. The fiery dragon seemed to lock onto her, opening its mouth in a shower of sparks, completely engulfing her. Countless fireworks burst in the air, releasing bright sparks that soared towards the wall plastered with educational decrees. In an instant, those firmly framed decrees disintegrated into charred fragments, fluttering down like snowflakes. Covered in soot and fury, Umbridge trembled with rage, her disheveled hair resembling a chaotic nest. As she glared at the debris around her, screaming in a fit of anger, George and Fred soared towards the courtyard, and the students erupted in excitement, cheering and clapping. Following them outside the great hall, I couldn't help but smile brightly, joining the jubilant crowd as we made our way to the grounds. The fireworks in the sky formed a W shape, the emblem of the Weasleys. Standing on the ground, gazing up at Fred and George, the air was filled with applause and shouts of joy, as the exuberant students waved and cheered. Oh, the fervent excitement threatened to lift Hogwarts off the ground. And swept up in the joyous atmosphere, I clapped and cheered along. Weasley, Weasley. After being stifled by Umbridge for so long, we now unabashedly released the pent-up emotions within us, indifferent to her frenzied shouts behind us. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. In June, the OWLs arrived as scheduled, comprising a total of 12 subjects, encompassing the 7 core classes of Hogwarts: astronomy, charms, defense against the dark arts, herbology, history of magic, potions, and transfiguration. And 5 electives: ancient runes, arithmancy, care of magical creatures, divination, and Muggle studies. Conflicts arose in the class schedules, as no student could possibly attend all 12 classes simultaneously. Wizards could select courses aligned with their future career aspirations, choosing subjects of interest for study and examination. Muggle studies and divination clashed in timing. I had relinquished Muggle studies the previous year, much to Professor Charity Burbage's regret, as she often praised my unique insights during class, viewing issues through both Muggle and Wizard perspectives. The 4 house tables in the Great Hall had been removed, replaced by rows of individual desks facing the front of the hall. The first exam, charms, was a subject in which I excelled. The theoretical portion flowed smoothly, as I swiftly penned my answers with a quill. The practical exam in the afternoon, too, was effortlessly executed, as I not only successfully but perfectly performed the spells required by the proctor. Transfiguration was my weakest subject. Although I could complete every assignment satisfactorily as per Professor McGonagall's expectations, I often felt inadequate. Draco, however, excelled in this area, and I believed he would undoubtedly achieve an O. I, on the other hand, was quite troubled about whether I could attain an O. I quietly reminded myself to be extra cautious during the exam. Herbology was Neville's strong suit. He often gazed lovingly at his potted plants, deeply intrigued by various peculiar flora. Perhaps this was his innate talent. Defense against the dark arts was not in vain, as training in it proved beneficial. Both Harry and Hermione admired my natural aptitude for defensive magic, as I flawlessly cast spells on my first attempt. Ancient runes was a subject I was not particularly fond of. The ancient languages and archaic grammar were rather obscure and tedious. Fortunately, the knowledge was fixed, with pronunciations akin to French and grammar resembling Spanish. By leveraging my language skills, I attentively listened in class, noting the challenging points, ensuring I could pass the exam without issue. Potions, with Professor Snape's notorious strictness, was a field of profound expertise. Draco, his prized student, often partnered with me, ensuring I too was not lacking. If I did not achieve an O, I would not even be permitted to enter the advanced potions classroom. Thus, I was determined to succeed. History of magic and divination were my absolute strengths. Even Hermione had never surpassed me in these subjects. However, her unpleasantness with Professor Trelawney led her to abandon divination entirely. On the day of the divination exam, I successfully completed the tea leaf reading assessment, fully focused as I operated the crystal ball for divination. Suddenly, the crystal ball swirled with unusual light and shadows. Glancing around, I noticed no one else appeared troubled. I alone could see. Concentrating my mind and closing my eyes, I gazed through the crystal ball, witnessing an extraordinarily eerie scene within the dimly lit room. Cluttered with prophetic spheres, the air was filled with a crackling sound that echoed in my ears, and I desperately endeavored to discern the details. Yet the vision gradually faded, dissipating like smoke. A sharp pain in my heart warned me to cease my probing. I abruptly opened my eyes. Professor Trelawney had not spoken in vain. The desire to uncover what the crystal ball had not revealed could harm the body, and it would fervently obstruct my view. As I continued the dream interpretation and divination assessment, the images from the crystal ball incessantly replayed in my mind. I pondered deeply what they might signify, indifferent to the perfection of my performance. Upon exiting the examination hall, I lacked the appetite for dinner and hurried back to my dormitory, cradling the crystal ball Professor Trelawney had gifted me, yearning for it to unveil something. Yet if it had chosen to show me that scene, why would it not allow me to delve deeper? Much like Cedric's death, why must everything remain concealed at crucial moments? I wished to avoid further surprises, not wanting to witness anyone's departure. I yearned to know what would transpire to avert potential tragedy. I could not linger in the dormitory for long, as the astronomy examination awaited me that very night. Gathering my thoughts, I stepped out with a sense of calm. The summer night sky was devoid of clouds, bright stars sparkling like scattered diamonds across the pure black velvet, a perfect backdrop for our observational practice. I reminisced about the secret rendezvous with Draco, a roseate blush creeping across my cheeks, feeling as though a secret had been unveiled. Draco stood not far away, and upon sensing my gaze, I discreetly returned it, my expression serene and elegant, signaling him to perform well in the exam. He patted his chest confidently, as if to say, "Do not worry, watch me." Amused by Draco's self-assured demeanor, I felt my spirits lift, allowing me to focus on the impending astronomy examination. Chapter 31. The Battle of the Mysteries. The final examination was History of Magic, the questions proving exceedingly simple. The only query requiring external knowledge was one I had encountered in the library, allowing me to answer fluidly. As the exam neared its conclusion, however, Harry suddenly collapsed, his head resting on the desk, utterly still. From my vantage point behind him, I observed clearly, while Hermione and Ron, seated in front, remained blissfully unaware. I felt an overwhelming urge to raise my hand to alert the invigilating professor, but Harry abruptly propped himself up, only to refrain from answering. Once the exam concluded, Harry, Hermione, and Ron exited the classroom, urgently congregating in a corner to converse. I watched them from a distance, sensing something significant was amiss, and hesitated to intrude, quietly awaiting the end of their discussion. Just as I prepared to approach, they unexpectedly took off, sprinting toward Umbridge's office. Luna, Neville, and Ginny hurriedly followed, chasing after Harry's retreating figure. I quickly seized Ginny's arm, matching her pace, inquiring what had transpired. Her words were somewhat unclear, seemingly related to the crystal ball. The crystal ball. A hunch told me it must pertain to the visions revealed during the divination exam, an occurrence that surely foreshadowed something significant. As a member of DA, I felt compelled to uncover the truth. Moreover, I wished to avoid experiencing a fate similar to Cedric's. I refused to be a mere bystander, unwilling to find myself helpless once more. Rushing toward Umbridge's office, I noticed her flamboyant pink silhouette entering, prompting us to swiftly hide around the corner to avoid detection. This was dire. It had been mere moments since Harry and the others entered. Encountering Umbridge would yield catastrophic consequences. The wooden door to the office creaked open, and Umbridge's voice emerged, laced with a mix of fury and triumph. Huddled in the corner, we were at a loss. Catching a glimpse of Crabbe's stout form and the dim-witted Goyle, with Draco striding imperiously ahead, they approached us, and Draco's gaze swiftly locked onto mine, his expression a mix of confusion as he surveyed our group, seemingly about to inquire. I raised my finger to my lips, subtly shaking my head, signaling him to remain silent, gesturing with my hands and mouthing the words, "Pretend to capture us and take us into Umbridge's office." Draco appeared to comprehend, casting a knowing glance at Crabbe and Goyle, who, like seasoned offenders, required no instruction. They promptly seized Neville and Luna, pulling them behind Draco. He gently grasped my wrist, adopting a feigned swagger as he led us into the office. However, Draco, could you not display a modicum of professionalism? This manner of holding my hand hardly resembled an arrest. "These are Harry Potter's accomplices," I observed, glancing around. Harry was tightly bound to a chair, and upon hearing our entrance, he swiftly turned his head in alarm. Crabbe and Goyle shoved Neville against the wall, forcing him to stand there, while Umbridge glared menacingly at Harry, interrogating him. Seizing the opportunity, Draco guided me slowly to the corner. His hand, which held my wrist, gradually shifted to intertwine with my fingers, his long digits weaving through mine, securing them tightly together. I shot him a discreet glare, aware that despite our robes concealing us, we were in Umbridge's office. A sharp crack echoed, shocking us all. Umbridge had struck Harry across the face, prompting us to collectively gasp. Clearly, Draco was equally startled by Umbridge's mercilessness, as the hand gripping mine trembled momentarily. Professor Snape entered with a grave expression, and Umbridge demanded Veritaserum, intending to administer it to Harry. He coolly remarked that the last dose had been used on Cho Chang, causing Harry to press his lips tightly together in disbelief. What astonished me was not Cho, whom I had always believed was not the type to betray friends, but Umbridge's willingness to use such a potion on students, a practice strictly prohibited at Hogwarts. Yet, that was the peaceful environment overseen by Headmaster Dumbledore, not the selfish and cold-hearted old hag before us. Facing Umbridge's relentless harassment, Harry gritted his teeth, and seeing the interrogation yield no results, she threatened to employ the Cruciatus Curse, an unforgivable curse capable of driving a wizard to madness. He knew. "Tell him, Harry. Dumbledore's secret weapon." What secret weapon? Hermione was merely deceiving Umbridge to spare Harry from her torment. Selfish and distrustful, Umbridge, under Hermione and Harry's dual act, became convinced that a secret weapon lay hidden in the Forbidden Forest, coercing Harry and Hermione to lead her there. Umbridge forced Harry and Hermione out of the Forbidden Forest, and our taut nerves began to ease. Quickly, Ron, Neville, Ginny, Luna, while Umbridge is absent, hurry. Crabbe and Goyle looked apprehensively at Draco, uncertain whether to release or retain their hold. "Did you not hear? Let them go," Draco commanded, and immediately Goyle and Crabbe relinquished their grip, remaining quietly against the wall. "Brandy, will you not join us? Do you believe I can leave now?" I gazed down at Draco's hand, tightly gripping my wrist. How fearful was he of my escape? With no time for hesitation, they clutched their wands and resolutely departed from Umbridge's office. In the vast space, only Draco, Goyle, and Crabbe remained. The two, perceptive as ever, silently exited, carefully closing the wooden door behind them. So adept, were they? Without waiting for Draco's reaction, I immediately wrapped my arms around his waist. Draco instinctively returned my embrace, his light golden head affectionately burying itself in the crook of my shoulder. I greedily inhaled the faint scent of Draco's subtle cold pine fragrance, fresh and invigorating, silently whispering in my heart, "I am sorry, Draco." Tightening my hold on him, my hand discreetly trembled with my wand, casting the sleeping charm. Draco promptly fell unconscious into my arms, and I gently laid him upon the sofa, gazing at his face with deep remorse. Leaning down slowly, I placed a tender kiss upon his brow, stealing one last look at his visage as I quietly exited the office. "Forgive me, Draco, but there are matters I must investigate. The prophecy orb is inextricably linked to Harry, and were you to be awake, you would undoubtedly worry for me, perhaps even follow me, but I fear for your safety. The visions foretold within the orb are ambiguous, leaving me uncertain of what may unfold next. If you were to accompany me, I dread the possibility of you meeting a fate similar to Cedric's. I do not wish for any misfortune to befall you. Hence, rendering you unconscious seems the wisest course of action. Forgive me, Draco, truly I am sorry. Should you wish to blame me, do so, when I return. You may exact your judgment." I hurriedly made my way out of the castle, where Ron and the others were waiting on the bridge for Harry and Hermione, and fortuitously caught up with them. Harry was reluctant for us to be entangled in his troubles, insisting he would go alone to the Ministry of Magic, and urging us to remain safely at Hogwarts. Ron's gaze was sincere as he met Harry's eyes. "Harry, you need not bear this burden alone. We are brothers." Neville, observing Harry's retreating figure, spoke with resolute conviction. "The Dumbledore's army should truly engage in battle. Are we merely paying lip service?" I echoed Neville's sentiments, fixing my earnest gaze upon Harry. Harry, we are Dumbledore's army. We are united. You cannot abandon us, your friends. Or rather, your comrades. Harry, clearly moved by our solidarity, nodded solemnly. Yet, how were we to proceed? By broomstick? Ron inquired at an opportune moment. Riding a broomstick was indeed feasible, but we seemed unfamiliar with the route to London. There are other means of flight besides broomsticks. Luna Camli interjected. Are we to ride a thestral or some other creature? Ron asked. Thestrals do not fly. And I pondered how Ron had gleaned that from care of magical creatures. If Hagrid were to hear, he would surely reprimand him. Luna disregarded Ron's comment, turning to us to explain. Hagrid mentioned they are particularly adept at locating the targets their riders seek. With that, Luna led us towards the woods. Harry appeared to sense something. Walking toward an open space ahead, extending his hand to gently pat the air. Ron, somewhat skeptical, stared at Harry. Is that the kind of horse that pulls carriages? A thestral? I turned to Luna, whispering my inquiry. In care of magical creatures, Hagrid had introduced thestrals. Yet none of us could see such magical creatures. Harry must be touching one now. Indeed, Luna nodded at me with a faint smile, unable to perceive the thestrals ourselves. We cautiously followed Harry and Luna's guidance, until we gradually felt our way onto the back of a thestral. I gently stroked the creature I was riding, leaning slightly forward and softly murmuring, "Thank you for taking me to the ministry." Although invisible, I could sense its movements, as if it were responding to my words. The thestral soared through the skies over the Scottish Highlands. Its unseen form made the experience exhilarating. The thestral flew swiftly, just as Hagrid had claimed. They are exceptionally skilled at flying and adept at locating their riders' desired destinations. We traversed the skies above London, gazing down at the splendid nightscape, the Thames aglow with lights, the illuminated towers forming a river of stars below. Upon reaching the ministry, Harry navigated the unfamiliar surroundings with ease, leading us into an elevator reminiscent of a Muggle contraption as we sought the Department of Mysteries. The prophecy room was filled with towering shelves brimming with an air of mystery, and the prophecy orbs were meticulously stacked upon them, mirroring the scene I had witnessed in my own orb. With a flick of my wand, I illuminated its tip, carefully searching along the towering shelves for Harry's prophecy orb, counting the numbers to ensure none were overlooked. As we ventured deeper, an unsettling atmosphere enveloped us, and I pressed closely to Hermione, both of us gripping our wands tightly, alert to our surroundings. "I found it!" Harry exclaimed with excitement, and Hermione and I exchanged glances before hastening toward Harry's voice, reuniting in a tight circle. In the eerie darkness, a masked figure emerged, and I tightened my grip on my wand, scrutinizing the shadowy figure, a serpent-headed staff in hand. Lucius Malfoy? He waved his wand, dispelling his mask, revealing his cold, austere visage. Indeed it was him. With a harsh voice, he ordered Harry to surrender the prophecy orb. Yet Harry remained stoic, gripping the crystal sphere tightly, unwaveringly meeting Lucius's grey gaze. A chilling, sinister laughter echoed, as a witch with disheveled curly hair slowly emerged from the shadows. As she approached Lucius, the dim light illuminated her gaunt, hollow-cheeked face, which radiated a frenzied excitement. Bellatrix Lestrange, the escaped Death Eater from Azkaban, as reported in the Daily Prophet. Neville, filled with rage, clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with hatred. She was the one who had tortured his parents to madness with the Cruciatus curse. More cloaked wizards appeared in quick succession, surrounding us. I gripped my wand tightly, prepared for battle. Stupefy. We instinctively cast our spells in unison, incapacitating the nearest black-robed wizard. They pursued us relentlessly, and to avoid becoming too conspicuous, we swiftly scattered. A masked wizard knocked Luna to the ground. I raised my wand, Colloportus. Levi Corpus. Luna Graith, casting her spell to send the bound wizard soaring into the air, and crashing down violently. I exchanged a victorious smile with Luna, preparing to assist her to her feet when an unexpected dark figure loomed close by. He pointed his wand at us, and I realized there was no time to counter his curse. In a flash, I seized his left shoulder, twisting my body to deliver a powerful throw that interrupted his incantation, his wand clattering to the floor with a sharp sound. Colloportus, I shouted, aiming my wand at the fallen black-robed wizard, deftly kicking his wand away. Behave yourself, or I shall send you to meet Merlin. With a swift wave of my wand, I removed the white bone mask, revealing the sinister visage of Antonin Dolohov, another of the escaped Death Eaters. Stupefy. Reducto. The chaos of battle filled the air as Ginny unleashed a shattering curse that obliterated the pursuing dark wizard. The force of her spell caused the towering shelves of prophecy orbs to collapse like a house of cards, resulting in a cacophony of destruction. Sharp glass shards flew mercilessly, and I raised my wand, conjuring a protective shield to guard us against the debris as we sprinted toward the exit. The fallen shelves had blocked our retreat, and we dashed towards the faint light ahead, tumbling into an unfamiliar circular atrium. We hastily drew close to one another, carefully navigating along the walls, ever vigilant of our surroundings. A throng of dark wizards materialized abruptly before us, their speed rendering them nearly imperceptible. August Lookenwood seized Hermione by her hair, dragging her into a corner, while Antonin Dolohov ruthlessly shattered Neville's wand with a kick. Observing my relentless attempts to retaliate with my wand, he twisted his features into a grotesque grin, declaring, "Lower your wand, or your friends shall perish." Gazing at Hermione's anguished expression, I reluctantly allowed my right hand to fall, only to find my neck ensnared by a black-robed wizard from behind, a wand pressed firmly against my temple. Lucius threatened our lives, demanding Harry surrender the prophecy orb at once, or face our imminent demise. "Don't give it to him, Harry," Neville protested, only to be met with Bellatrix's wand poised menacingly at his throat, issuing a fierce command for silence. Harry appeared visibly torn, his palm hesitantly caressing the crystal ball, as he sought to barter our lives for its contents. "Don't give it to him, Harry," I cried out, struggling against the grip of the Death Eater. The contents of the prophecy orb were far too perilous to entrust to them. "You," Lucius sneered, fixing his disdainful gaze upon me. "Brandy Shelly could not have anticipated that I would remember you so vividly. I cannot fathom how my son could harbor feelings for someone like you, a traitor to blood and a child of muggles. For Draco's sake, I shall not be the one to end your life." He cast a contemptuous glance at me, signaling to the Death Eater, who held me captive, to deal with me shortly. "Tsk, indeed a rare beauty. I find myself quite intrigued, Malfoy. Perhaps I shall indulge before she meets her end." The Death Eater, known as Avery, was struck by a powerful curse from Lucius, clutching his chest in agony yet still gripping me tightly with his right hand. "Avery, assess your own worth. Do you truly believe you can bargain with me? You shall obey my every command. Should any misfortune befall the Master, you shall find no reprieve." Harry, resolute, surveyed us all, ultimately relinquishing the prophecy orb to the smug Lucius Malfoy. Harry's innate goodness prevented him from bearing witness to the demise of his friends. Lucius gazed triumphantly at the prophecy orb, slowly rotating it in his grasp, a trace of a smile flickering across his stern visage. "Keep away from my pupil," a resounding voice echoed throughout the chamber, as the dashing middle-aged wizard raised his fist toward Lucius, Sirius Black, his dark, flowing curls and graceful demeanor exuding an unmistakable charm. Professors Lupin and Moody, along with several unfamiliar wizards, swiftly overwhelmed the dark wizards who held us captive, plunging into combat with fervor. They ushered us behind the rocks for safety. It was best not to impede the formidable wizards in their battle. Avada Kedavra. I heard Bellatrix's hoarse, frenzied incantation. Who was struck? I heard Harry's anguish scream as he furiously pursued Bellatrix. She had killed Sirius Black. He was Harry's godfather, the only true family he had in this world. The unforgivable curse, truly unforgivable. How much beauty and happiness does it claim from the world? Professor Lupin vigilantly shielded us, urging us to remain hidden, for outside, Dumbledore and the Dark Lord were locked in perilous combat. The sounds of battle echoed around us, and as they gradually subsided, we cautiously made our way into the main hall. Dumbledore was bending over to assist Harry, the room in disarray, suggesting that the clash had been fierce. All those who had arrived at the Ministry of Magic bore witness to the scene, and Cornelius Fudge was struck dumb, muttering, he has returned, his lips trembling uncontrollably. Dumbledore's and Harry's words were vindicated, as the Daily Prophet published explosive news of Voldemort's resurgence in the wizarding world. Anyone who had been oblivious was now acutely aware that the Dark Lord had returned. Chapter 32. No longer tranquil. The Wizards of the Order of the Phoenix transported us via apparition to the outskirts of Hogsmeade, where a path wound towards the castle bathed in the dawn's light. They had to hasten to rectify the chaos at the ministry, advising us to rest and recuperate before departing in haste. The mountains glowed with a brilliant orange hue, the sky bright yet colorless, with the morning light kissing our cheeks. Neville and Ron stumbled alongside each other, bruises adorning their faces, while I remained unscathed, calmly making my way towards the castle. This enigma surrounding the prophecy orb had claimed innocent victims. Sirius Black and Voldemort's return meant that tranquility would be a distant memory. Covered in grime, I yearned to wash away my exhaustion in the lavatory, but as I stepped into the entrance hall, Draco's figure unexpectedly caught my eye. A surge of unease coursed through me, as I dared not meet his gaze, anxiously clutching the hem of my clothes, immobilized in place, unsure whether to step forward or retreat. To my astonishment, Draco sprinted towards me, his robes billowing as he navigated through the crowd. His strong arms enveloped me in an embrace, melting away my worries. and the warmth of his hold ignited a pang of longing within me, making my nose tingle with emotion. I wanted nothing more than to hold my Draco close. "I'm sorry," I whispered softly in his ear, feeling at a loss for words beyond that. "How could you dare to follow Potter on such a perilous adventure? Do you have any idea how worried I was about you?" "I'm sorry," I repeated, my voice filled with remorse as I faced his concern. All I desired was to hold him, to reassure myself of his presence, to know he had returned safely to my side. This silent embrace was more healing than anything else. Holding Draco felt akin to embracing the entire world, an unparalleled sense of fulfillment and happiness filling my heart. "Draco, I'm covered in grime. Don't hold me, I might dirty your robes." "I shan't let go. I intend to hold you." "Are you embarrassed?" "I care not. I shall embrace you before their eyes. Consider this your punishment. Do you accept?" I do, Master Malfoy. Your punishment is fair." A gentle smile crept across my face as I tightened my hold around Draco, for how could a punishment be an embrace? "You have no idea how much I cherish holding you, even with countless inquisitive gazes upon us. It matters not. As for the matter of bathing." Draco firmly took my hand, leading me towards the prefect's lavatory on the 6th floor. Despite my repeated refusals, he remained unfazed. I could not resist Draco when he was being assertive. Though he would not enter, we stood unabashedly at the lavatory door, which was equally embarrassing. "This place is not very suitable. I can use the regular lavatory instead." "Not suitable? Yet last time, you were here with Granger?" I coughed lightly to mask my embarrassment at having my lie exposed. "Then I shall return. I didn't bring a change of clothes. I will have Pansy bring you some, brand new." "Draco, moaning Myrtle is in there. I'm afraid." "Apologies, Myrtle, but I shall temporarily use you as an excuse. I am not afraid of you. I find you quite kind-hearted, though it would be better if you were less inclined to eavesdrop." "Myrtle, you've seen her in there. Haven to you? Was it last time?" Draco's expression darkened, his eyes flickering with an inscrutable light, perhaps wavering. "Indeed." I raised my gaze to meet Draco's, feigning fear as I pressed on. She was swimming around, staring at me. It was quite frightening. Myrtle indeed stared at me intently. I was not lying, but it was not in a truly terrifying manner. "She was looking at you? She saw you?" "Oh, Draco's line of questioning left me bewildered. Shouldn't I reassure him that it was inconsequential if I was afraid? I finally realized that the emotion he displayed was not uncertainty, but rather jealousy. "Hold my hand tightly," Draco commanded as he stepped into the washroom, exuding an air of confrontation. Perched upon the chandelier, Myrtle swayed gently like a pendulum. Upon seeing us enter, her face lit up with delight. "Brandy. Oh, and your boyfriend too, hee." "Good morning, Myrtle," I replied with a smile, while Draco shot her a disapproving glare. "Brandy needs to bathe here, so you should go elsewhere and stop lurking around." Myrtle's gaze flitted between us, adjusting her round-framed glasses with a subtle expression. "Are you both planning to wash here? Together? Brandy has quite a figure, and Myrtle—" I interrupted, blushing furiously at her bluntness. Regret washed over me. Why had I ventured into this place? Merlin. If I stayed any longer, I feared my face might rival the rose-tinted evening sky. Draco's expression hardened as he fixed his gaze on Myrtle. "This is my girlfriend. You'd do well to keep your eyes to yourself. You're such a killjoy." Myrtle pouted, crossing her arms defiantly as she floated back to the chandelier. "If you don't want to look, then don't. After all, no head boy has ever escaped after bathing here." "Humph." Watching Myrtle's smug demeanor, I couldn't help but reflect on how unsafe the head boy's washroom truly was. Suddenly realizing that Draco was also a head boy, a wave of discomfort washed over me. My boyfriend. Had I not even seen him like that yet? Had someone already beaten me to it? Although Myrtle was old enough to be our grandmother, she was still a girl. "Myrtle, do you have?" "Ikeista." Casting a furtive glance at Draco, my eyes brimming with curiosity. He looked so fierce, I dared not approach too closely, only managing a covert peek over my shoulder. "Shoulders? That's off limits too," I blurted out, realizing I had become overly animated. Coughing lightly, I patted my clothes as if brushing off dust. Myrtle, I'm not trying to quench your curiosity, but do keep an eye on him." I wished I could bite my tongue. My words only dug me deeper into embarrassment. Draco tightened his grip on my hand, his eyes sparkling with satisfaction as he smirked, then coldly addressed Myrtle. "No more peeking at Brandy, or finding the ghost in uniform should be no challenge." "Fine," Myrtle huffed, her lips pouting. "I understand she's yours." With that, her figure vanished, presumably retreating to her exclusive girls' washroom. In the vast room, Draco and I exchanged glances, my demeanor feeling somewhat awkward. "Are you jealous?" Draco teased with a mischievous grin. His brows lifted in amusement. "Yes," I admitted, nodding earnestly. There was no reason to conceal my feelings. I loved him just as he loved me, without the need for subterfuge. Given my eager display of jealousy, even if I denied it, Draco would know I was lying. And what of jealousy? He was my boyfriend. If I weren't jealous of him, who else would I be? I promise I won't return here, Draco declared, clasping my hand to his chest as if making a solemn vow. Who asked for your promise? I shyly retracted my hand and turned my face away, nervously fidgeting with my fingertips. Can you at least understand how I feel? Draco's palm gently rested on my shoulders. I'm jealous too. Myrtle is a girl. And so am I. It's different. It is different, he conceded, his ears tinged with a faint blush that quickly spread to the roots. She also mentioned your. Through the thin fabric, the heat radiating from Draco's palm scorched my shoulders, leaving me breathless. What? I asked, puzzled by his words. Nothing. Just don't wash here. She might come back, so let us go. Draco led me out of the washroom, and as we crossed the threshold, Hermione happened to stroll by, halting in her tracks, her expression a mix of shock and intrigue as she covered her mouth in disbelief. You too, Hermione. It's not what you think, I began, but she interjected. No need for explanations. I understand. No, Hermione, don't misconstrue this. Just look at me. I'm covered in grime. Does it look like anything happened? The ever-astute Hermione seemed to momentarily lose her faculties as she leaned closer to my ear and whispered, Don't worry, Brandy, I won't tell anyone. She squinted, her gaze complex as she patted my shoulder before departing hastily. I watched her retreating figure helplessly. I'd have to explain everything properly back in the dormitory. I shot a disgruntled glare at Draco. If he hadn't insisted on dragging me here, would I have encountered all this turmoil? My guilt towards him evaporated, replaced by a desire to clench my fists and thump him a couple of times. True to my word, I balled my fist and lightly punched his arm, not wanting to hit too hard. After all, it would pain me as well. After parting ways with Draco, I entered the girls' washroom with a sense of relief. The shower was delightful, warm water cascading over me, washing away the white foam from head to toe, leaving me pristine and refreshed. Most importantly, there were no prying eyes of Myrtle to contend with. Umbridge had been relieved of her duties as the High Inquisitor, and Albus Dumbledore had triumphantly returned to Hogwarts. The portraits that had been removed from the corridors were reinstated, and Hogwarts regained its former vibrancy, with clusters of students joyfully conversing. Under Dumbledore's guidance, the end-of-term feast concluded splendidly. Hogwarts, unburdened by Umbridge, thrived in its true essence of freedom and sincerity. Yet this tranquility would not endure for long. Voldemort had returned to the magical world, and beneath the seemingly calm surface of the lake, dark currents swirled. Amidst the laughter and merriment, no one knew when disaster would strike. On the morning of our departure, I cast a final glance at the castle silhouetted in the sunlight, realizing how much I cherished this place. I did not disclose to Draco that I had encountered his father at the Ministry of Magic, nor did I wish to reveal that Lucius had intended to kill me. Had he truly wished to eliminate me? Surrounded by so many Death Eaters, he had chosen to seize the weakest Avery to capture me. He could have issued a direct command, but instead emphasized my relationship with Draco. I dared not speculate on Lucius Malfoy's intentions. Even the slightest hint of bitterness on Draco's face would cause me distress. The truth would inevitably come to light upon his return to Malfoy Manor. I hoped that the brightness of his smile would linger just a bit longer. The news in the Daily Prophet had been grim, detailing the mysterious disappearances of numerous wizards, leaving the entire magical community in a state of trepidation. My mother's expression betrayed her unease as she perused the newspaper, with strange occurrences proliferating in the London area, even the oblivious muggles sensing danger. In mid-July, an owl delivered a letter from Hogwarts to 12 Grimmauld Place, bringing with it the exhilarating yet nerve-wracking OWL's results. My hands trembled as I tore open the envelope, revealing neatly penned results. Charms O, Defense Against the Dark Arts O, Potions O, Herbology O, Care of Magical Creatures O, Astronomy O, Ancient Runes O, History of Magic O, Divination A, Transfiguration A. O signifies outstanding, indicating excellence, while E denotes exceeds expectations, meaning surpassing the norm. It was no surprise that I did not achieve an O in divination. My focus had been completely shattered during the exam, my mind occupied by the sudden appearance of the prophecy ball. I considered it a miracle to have passed, let alone received an E. Transfiguration proved to be a near miss, as expected for my weakest subject. I barely scraped by with an E. The Daily Prophet reported that a wave of dark wizards had invaded Diagon Alley, violently abducting many wizards. According to the Daily Prophet, the stone bridge over the River Thames in London has inexplicably collapsed, prompting an investigation by the police. The events chronicled by the Daily Prophet, day after day, exude an air of peril. As usual, I untie the fine linen string binding the newspaper, and the front page content sends a shiver down my spine. A photograph of Mr. Lucius Malfoy clad in prison garb starkly confronts me, his visage despondent, devoid of his former brilliance. The headline proclaiming him a new inmate of Azkaban is particularly striking, for he has been apprehended as a follower of Voldemort, a Death Eater. Below, a photograph captures Narcissa and Draco walking side by side out of the Ministry of Magic. Draco's expression is one of utter desolation, his eyes lacking any spark of vitality. The words detailing the Malfoy family's disheveled exit from the courthouse are etched deeply into my mind. It is no wonder that Draco has not written to me in recent days, nor have I received any response to the letters I sent him. With his father incarcerated, I can only imagine the anguish Draco must be enduring. Witnessing the vacant expression on his face in the photograph compels me to be by his side, to offer him even a modicum of solace. Brandy, my mother gently calls to me, her expression a complex tapestry as she glances over the newspaper. You may not be aware, but numerous wizarding families are attempting to take advantage of this situation, seeking to seize control of the Malfoy family's trade enterprises. I have intervened to ensure they are not robbed by those opportunistic vultures. The Dark Lord has returned, and they still have the audacity to covet these possessions? I ponder. They are merely self-serving individuals. Moreover, these seemingly united pureblood families harbor little genuine affection for one another. When one of their own falters, they are eager to pounce, to claim a share of the spoils. I come from their ranks, and thus understand their machinations all too well. My mother sighs in resignation. I have already written to Narcissa. She has enjoyed a life of luxury for many years, with Lucius managing everything. Now the weight of responsibility has suddenly fallen upon her. I wish to offer her some support. Thank you, mother, I reply, my heart somewhat steadied, as I reveal a sincere smile to her. Why thank me? You are not a Malfoy, after all, my mother retorts, a teasing smile gracing her lips. However, as her gaze falls upon the photograph in the newspaper, her mirth dissipates abruptly. In truth, this is precisely what I feared. You and Draco might. Mother, I am not afraid. I gently stroke the heart-shaped pendant at my chest, clutching it tightly in my palm. I believe in fate, yet I refuse to be a prisoner of it. Turning my gaze toward the azure sky outside, my thoughts drift away on the gentle breeze. Draco, you must be well. The letters I penned to him vanish without a trace, swallowed by silence. The return to school day is gradually approaching, and a brown owl alights at my window, delivering a letter. I hastily open it to find it is from Hermione. I had presumed. The letter mentions that the Weasley Wizard Wheezes, owned by George and Fred, has completed its renovations, and is about to open for business at 93 Diagon Alley, inviting me to come and show my support. Since my return to London, my emotions have been tumultuous. Perhaps a little distraction would do me good. The whimsical inventions created by George and Fred are rather intriguing, and it would be delightful to procure a few for amusement. The vibrant Weasley Wizard Wheezes stands out conspicuously amidst the desolation of Diagon Alley, with their shop sign featuring their likenesses, continually donning and doffing hats, while rabbits appear and disappear above them. At this moment, Diagon Alley lacks its customary bustle and clamor. Nearly half of the shops have shuttered, leaving an air of despondency. It seems that the trauma inflicted by the Death Eaters has cast a long shadow, dissuading any shopkeepers from daring to operate. Only the Weasley Wizard Wheezes shines brightly, for Fred and George are courageous. They endeavor to bring joy to people before the storm arrives, declaring war against malevolent forces in their unique manner. Hermione and Ginny are gathered around a display shelf brimming with peculiar trinkets, while Fred and George enthusiastically present their products one by one. A clown modeled after Umbridge rides a unicycle, traversing a tightrope as it shrieks, "Everyone must listen to me now." The comical sight elicits a chuckle from me. Indeed, coming here was the right decision. Hermione and Ginny lift a pink glass vial labeled Amazing Witch, examining the potion inside with keen interest. "What is this?" I inquire. "Ladies, it is a love potion," replies Fred and George with a whistle, their faces adorned with mischievous grins. "However, Brandy, we all believe you do not require it, as you already have plenty of boys enamored with you. Be careful with your frivolous talk, or I shall inform Mrs. Weasley, and let her nag you properly." I retort playfully, "Please don't." Fred and George look visibly apprehensive, indicating that Mrs. Weasley's power is formidable. "Now gentlemen, can you recommend any amusing little items? Currently, our best-selling Peruvian instant darkness powder can help you make a discreet escape in a pinch." Help me escape? Given the perils that abound these days, I might just purchase some for protection. Do you have anything that can render me invisible and can be deactivated at will? Ever since I consumed an invisibility potion, my fascination with invisibility has only grown. Regrettably, we are not yet proficient enough to learn the disillusionment charm, and crafting an invisibility potion is far too cumbersome, making it an impractical choice. Then you have come to the right place. We have just developed a product called invisibility candy, though it is not yet available on the shelves. However, considering your generous investment in our shop, we can sell it to you ahead of time. Invisibility candy? What does it do? Fred rushes to the back room, clutching a black cloth bag, and hurriedly returns. George opens a box to reveal 2 candies, one pink and one white. The pink one grants invisibility. If you wish to become visible again, simply consume the white candy. It's much more convenient than a potion. Fred and George excitedly describe their invisibility candy, emphasizing its portability and the user's ability to revert at will. Very well, I shall take 2. We only have this one left. Otherwise, it would be on the shelves. However, given your keen interest, we can make an exception. Alright, I will purchase it, along with some instant darkness powder. After selecting my desired items, George packs them in a paper bag for checkout. The total comes to 40 galleons, which may seem substantial to others. Yet in my family, we are quite affluent. As I inquire about their amusing trinkets, I notice Harry, Ron, and Hermione have already slipped out of the shop. After settling the bill, I exit the Weasley Wizard Wheezes and survey the empty street. There are scarcely any shops open in Diagon Alley, and few wizards remain. Where could they possibly go? Walking alone through the desolate alley, even Ollivander's wand shop appears forlorn, the establishment having been ravaged beyond recognition, with crooked wooden windows and a disheveled interior. Recalling Mr. Ollivander's amiable face, I tread upon the fallen leaves and twigs as I step into the wand shop. The display stand for wands has toppled at an awkward angle, and with a soft sigh, I make my way toward a dim corner, where something unusual catches my attention. Bending down, I discover a dusty wand. I pick it up and wipe away the grime and dust. The weathered wand tells a tale of its own. In such a shadowy environment, it is not surprising it went unnoticed. I have a feeling it may prove useful, so I stow the wand carefully and exit Ollivander's shop. Just then, Hermione and the others appear, looking somewhat flustered. What's wrong? Where have you been? Brandy, Hermione begins, biting her lip, hesitating. We saw Malfoy with his mother at Borgin and Burke's. We are unsure of what they were doing. Borgin and Burke's? Nocturne Alley? What could Draco be doing there? I immediately set off toward the path leading to Nocturne Alley. Brandy, they have already departed from there. Did you see what Draco was doing? We couldn't see clearly. There was a tall cabinet in front of him. Beyond that, we know nothing. Brandy, perhaps you should write to him. I have an unsettling feeling that something is amiss. He appears to be in a state of agitation, as if he fears being seen by anyone. Hermione, it has been quite some time since I last communicated with Draco. The letter I sent him went unanswered. As I spoke these words, my heart seemed to plummet into the abyss. Draco, what has transpired with you? Why do you ignore me? How have you fared during this time? I genuinely yearn to know how you are, for my concern for you is profound. I turned away, walking ahead with my back to Harry and the others, not wishing for them to witness my current state, tears welling in my eyes. I gazed up at the dreary sky, striving to prevent the tears from spilling over. I retreated to a secluded corner, leaning against the rough wall, lost in thought as I stared toward Nocturne Alley. With Voldemort's resurrection, Draco and Narcissa's visit to Nocturne Alley could hardly be for something trivial. I truly fear for Draco's safety. As the Hogwarts Express departed from King's Cross Station, I gazed wistfully out the window, while Hermione cast worried glances in my direction. To alleviate her concern, I forced a smile, only to turn away, my face once again etched with bitterness. As a prefect, Ron and Hermione were tasked with patrolling the compartments, leaving Harry and me in silence within our compartment. It was evident that he sought to comfort me, but was at a loss for words. A gentle knock sounded at the compartment door. A young girl, with a youthful visage, stammered, "I brought this for Harry Potter." Upon meeting Harry's gaze, her face flushed crimson. "Harry, could it be a love letter?" No, she exclaimed hurriedly, shaking her head as she handed over 2 scrolls tied with purple silk ribbons, along with an invitation from Professor Slughorn. "Inviting you to dine in compartment C. Slughorn? Does he know me?" I inquired. "He's the newly appointed professor," Harry explained. "He tends to favor associating with influential and exceptional students. It seems we must attend." Am I considered influential or exceptional? I mused, not wishing to offend the new professor. I rose to leave the compartment, only to encounter Crabbe and Goyle in the aisle. Their demeanor betrayed their unease upon seeing me, as they hunched down and averted their gazes. When it comes to Draco, my enthusiasm for attending the new professor's tea gathering waned. "Harry, I'm not in the mood." Please inform Professor Slughorn that I am unwell and regretfully cannot attend. Harry hesitated but eventually nodded, all right. I slowed my pace, feigning casualness as I trailed behind Crabbe and Goyle, unwilling to be noticed. Why? Did Draco instruct them to avoid me? Their pace quickened, making it increasingly difficult for me to remain inconspicuous. I reached into my pocket for a random invisibility candy, retreating to a corner to consume the pink one. The effect was immediate. The window's reflection no longer revealed my presence. I followed them without concern until we reached a compartment filled with Slytherin students, moving quietly inside. That familiar shade of light gold captured my attention. It was Draco. I approached slowly, taking a seat across from him, observing him in silence. Dressed in black attire, he appeared more mature than before, his expression cold and devoid of the usual bravado, replaced instead by a certain aloofness. Draco, how have you been these days? Do you know how much I miss you? I rested my hand gently on the table, propping my cheek as I gazed at him. He occasionally exchanged a few words with Blaise Zabini, but his demeanor remained indifferent. As the train reached its destination, Draco declared he needed to check his luggage, remaining aboard. In the empty compartment, he walked to the door, closing it behind him and drawing down the linen curtain, causing the window coverings to fall one after another. Did no one tell you that eavesdropping is ill-advised? Eavesdropping? Have I been discovered? Petrificus totalis. A loud thud echoed through the compartment. It was Harry. Potter, what a surprise. Draco glared at him, realizing the shift in atmosphere. I called out, Draco. Draco looked around in surprise, his gaze landing on me as if he could scarcely believe it was my voice. I swallowed a white candy and gradually revealed myself to him, locking my gaze with his gray-blue eyes. Brandy, Draco murmured softly, his icy demeanor melting into warmth and tenderness. I took a step forward, and he swiftly crossed over Harry, enveloping me in his embrace, his arms firmly around me. Draco, I murmured, resting my head against his chest, calling his name softly. Yes, I am here, he replied, his left arm encircling my waist, while his right hand gently brushed my hair behind my ear, his warm fingertips lightly caressing my earlobe. The soft warmth against my ear sent tingling sensations coursing through me. It was Draco's gentle kiss. My cheeks flushed like blossoming summer flowers, and my earlobes burned with heat. Harry is still here. Draco waved his wand at Harry, and I attempted to glance over, but he held me tightly, obscuring my view. The sound of the compartment door opening and closing reached my ears. Harry was hastily departing. Seizing the opportunity, I pushed away from Draco and withdrew from his embrace. My dark brown eyes filled with complex emotions as I gazed at him. Why haven't you replied to my letters? Why are you avoiding me? Brandy, I Draco Malfoy. I interrupted, looking him in the eye and calling his name with earnestness. If Draco Malfoy no longer harbors feelings for Brandy Shelly, please tell her not to indulge in wild imaginings. Speaking those words while gazing into his eyes felt as though it drained all my strength. Even if she loves you dearly, she would never burden you or entangle you. Unbeknownst to me, tears had blurred my vision, trickling down my pale cheeks, rendering Draco's figure increasingly indistinct. Don't leave me. Draco tightened his embrace, seemingly fearful of losing me, gradually constricting his arms around me. I love you. I love you, Brandy. His voice trembled slightly as he whispered in my ear. I tenderly caressed his back, and as I closed my eyes, tears fell. I love you too. I have read every letter you sent. I think of you every moment. The soft, comforting sensation on my cheeks, and at the corners of my eyes was Draco kissing away my tears. Don't cry. It pains me. Pains you? Then do you not realize that your actions cause my heart even greater anguish? I grasped his sleeve tightly, my lips pressed firmly together in discomfort. I'm sorry. I truly didn't dare to tell you. I feared it would hurt you. I understood Draco's feelings, just as I had previously feared for his safety, which was why I followed Harry to the Department of Mysteries without informing him. The fear of seeing a loved one in pain was not foreign to me. Perhaps the Sorting Hat was correct. I indeed belonged in Slytherin, for my heart could not contain the entire world, only Draco, wishing for my beloved's safety above all else. Draco had never appeared so desolate. Witnessing his fragile demeanor, I gently cradled his face in my hands, my rosy lips brushing against his, offering a delicate kiss. My soft hands entwining around his neck. Draco wrapped his arms around my waist, returning the kiss with deep affection. He drew me into a spacious seat, where I naturally settled onto his lap. Desire and deep emotion intertwined, causing the temperature within the compartment to rise sharply, the air growing thin. Passionate kisses trailed along my jaw, neck, and collarbone, a whirlwind of fervor igniting between us. The dense sensation made my very soul tremble, causing me to unconsciously press closely against the somewhat mad Draco before me. His slender coat was deftly unfastened by those long, elegant hands, and the heat of his palms, though separated by the thin fabric, enveloped the softness of my chest. Draco buried his face, gently nibbling open 2 or 3 buttons at my collar, his hands gliding to my side, the warm, moist touch landing upon my bosom, rendering my reason nearly void. I could almost hear the frantic rhythm of my heart, growing ever clearer with Draco's every movement. Unwilling to be outdone, I reached out to unfasten the buttons of his suit, tugging at his tie, my fingers exploring his chest, sliding over the buttons of his black shirt, as my delicate, porcelain-like hand ventured into the open collar, caressing his shoulder. I had once glimpsed what the myrtle had seen, and now I too had touched it. My fingertips brushed against Draco's shoulder, while my palm rested upon his back, a place the myrtle had not witnessed. The lights in the carriage flickered uncertainly, and I could not discern how much time had passed. I wrapped my arms around Draco's neck, softly kissing his earlobe and whispering, "If we do not leave now, we shall be late. Or do you wish to take me back to London?" "I certainly wish to take you back to London," Draco replied, his embrace loosening slightly, yet his arms remained tightly around me as I sat on his lap, his eyes sparkling with mirth, his clothing disheveled, and his hair tousled. Tightening my grip on my open collar, I reached out to further ruffle his messy, light golden hair, and then, with a gentle smile gracing my cheeks, I tidied him up. Draco took my arm as we descended from the train, but no carriage awaited us at the roadside. Having missed the carriage, we were left to traverse the muddy path back to Hogwarts Castle. It seemed the rain had only recently ceased, rendering the path particularly treacherous. Draco held my hand firmly, guiding me with care. The grand wrought iron gate was now ablaze with light. Upon seeing Draco and me arriving late, Professor Flitwick unfurled the student list, looking at us with mild exasperation. "Your names are the only ones missing. Why are you so late?" "I sincerely apologise, Professor Flitwick." My belongings were left in the carriage, and Draco was helping me search for them. "We did not intend to be late." "I am sorry, Professor," I added, recognizing the impropriety of my fib, yet knowing that the truth would serve no purpose. Seeing my earnest apology, Professor Flitwick ceased his inquiries, advising, "Just be more mindful next time. Your names, please." This was a new regulation. In these turbulent times, students must verbally state their names, even if the professors are already familiar with them. Brandy Shelly, Draco Malfoy. A group of stern wizards was inspecting the students' luggage, and I squinted in confusion, wondering who they were. "They are Aurors, responsible for security," Professor Flitwick explained, casting a spell to close the main door, addressing my curiosity. "What is that wand for?" Filch impatiently picked up the cane Draco was carrying, casting a sidelong glance at him. "Fool. This is not a stick, it's a cane." Draco was evidently incensed by this. I quickly interjected to appease Filch. "I beg your pardon, Mr. Filch. It is merely an ordinary cane. There is no need for such alarm, is there? What does one need a cane for at school?" That stubborn old man. I continued to persuade him gently. After all, it was Lord Malfoy's cane, and it would be ideal if Filch returned it to its rightful owner. If he refused, dealing with him would not be difficult. "It's quite all right, Mr. Filch. I can vouch for Mr. Malfoy." Professor Snape emerged from the dim night, and Filch reluctantly withdrew his hands, pouting in displeasure. Witnessing Filch's evident fear of Professor Snape, I seized the cane from Filch's grasp and gently placed it back into Draco's palm. Observing Draco's hand tightly clutching the cane, I knew he must be missing Mr. Lucius, his father, now absent. As we entered the great hall and took our seats, the sorting ceremony for the new students had already concluded. The Gryffindor table was filled with numerous cheerful new faces, merrily indulging in the desserts that adorned the table. Hermione had saved a place for me beside her, and as I prepared to savor the pudding generously spread with strawberry jam, Professor Dumbledore stepped onto the podium, his robes billowing. "Good evening. Allow me to introduce your new potions master, Horace Slughorn." Horace Slughorn, the one who had sent out the invitations on the train. I curiously glanced towards the staff table, observing the elderly wizard with graying hair and a rotund belly reminiscent of a penguin, suggesting a life of indulgence. His kindly face belied a keen intelligence reflected in his eyes. Those eyes were likely adept at identifying exceptional students. According to Harry, the students in Carriage C were all invited by him, either from distinguished families or possessing extraordinary talents. I wondered which category he placed me in. Harry had mentioned that Slughorn expressed regret over my absence. He had brought up both my academic performance and my mother. Oh, so he had touched upon both. What would Professor Snape be teaching? The defense against the dark arts class would be under Professor Snape's purview. At last, in our 6th year, Professor Snape had achieved his long-awaited desire. The Slytherin students erupted into applause and cheers for their head of house, while Harry, on the other hand, glowered at the staff table, utterly discontented. Chapter 34. The Scent of Amortentia. Professor Dumbledore explained the rationale behind the search of students' luggage, slowly articulating the name Tom Riddle. And with a grave demeanor he informed us that he had once been a student at Hogwarts, just as we were, learning within these hallowed halls. Now, he bore another widely recognized name, Lord Voldemort. His piercing blue gaze swept over every face below, and with a serious expression, Dumbledore stated that dark forces were constantly attempting to infiltrate Hogwarts, every hour, every moment, even at this very instant, and only through unity could we resist the encroaching darkness. Listening intently to Dumbledore's words, he inspired us, declaring that we were the ultimate weapon of this school. The darkness could descend at any moment, perhaps tomorrow, or even in the next second. In the dormitory, I had just returned from the washroom, where Hermione was seated at the table, drying her hair with a spell. Brandy, what classes have you chosen? Potions, charms, defense against the dark arts, herbology, divination, and history of magic, 6 in total. In our 6th year, we could select courses based on our OWL results and interests. Potions, charms, and defense against the dark arts were my top choices. To become an Auror, one must achieve a 9 the newts for defense against the dark arts, transfiguration, potions, charms, and herbology. However, I had no desire to become an Auror. My interest lay in exploring the mysteries of magic. The reason I opted out of transfiguration was that I simply lacked proficiency in it, and moreover, my interest was not particularly strong. Forcing myself to study a subject I was neither skilled in nor passionate about was not my approach to learning. I barely managed to secure a 9 transfiguration for my OWLs. Better not to take on a more advanced course that would only frustrate me. I'm taking 1 extra subject in transfiguration, while you are not. My additional subjects are arithmancy, divination, and ancient runes, 7 in total. Hermione had received a 9 her OWLs for transfiguration, so it was no surprise that she chose that subject. As expected of Hermione, I sincerely praised her as I settled into the armchair opposite her. Do not flatter me, she replied with a modest smile. You received 10 OWLs, 8 of which are OS. We are evenly matched. Hermione's words suddenly halted as she squinted, scrutinizing me closely. Brandy, what is that? What? I replied, puzzled, and followed her gaze behind me. Seeing nothing, Hermione approached me, her eyes shifting from my neck to my chest. Suddenly realizing what she was looking at, I felt the heat rise in my cheeks at the embarrassing red marks. Having just returned, I had carelessly hung my discarded robes over the back of the chair, now clad in my pajamas, and Hermione had keenly noticed the striking rose-colored marks on my fair skin. In a flurry, I hastily swept my hair over my shoulders to conceal my neck and collarbone, tugging the neckline of my nightgown upwards. However, these efforts were in vain. It was too late. Hermione had seen everything with crystal clarity. She reclined back into the plush armchair, offering me a knowing smile that seemed to say, "Oh, I see. Brandy, I was wondering why you were so late." Any explanation now felt utterly futile, the evidence glaringly inscribed upon my very being. In summary, standing before Hermione, my cheeks burned crimson, resembling roses blooming in the evening glow, a tapestry of scarlet and deep red intermingled. It was perhaps best to ignore Hermione altogether. I turned and climbed onto my bed, kneeling awkwardly at the edge, my hands deftly untying the plush cord that held the dark red drapes. Don't be shy. Come talk to me about how you... Hermione, even hiding behind the curtains, would not spare me from her scrutiny. I pulled up the soft quilt, bashfully covering my flushed cheeks. At the mere mention from Hermione, images of Draco and I in the compartment flooded my mind, an indelible memory that would not fade. Oh dear, how was I so bold back then? The more I pondered, the more my shyness intensified, rendering sleep elusive. Consequently, at breakfast, I was besieged by drowsiness. Again the target of Hermione's teasing. Even during Professor Slughorn's potions class, I dared not meet Draco's gaze. If I accidentally caught sight of him, I would hastily divert my eyes, not daring to hold his gaze for even a second. Harry and Ron arrived late, breathless as they burst into the classroom. According to Professor Snape's decree, only those who achieved an O were permitted to attend advanced potions, while Professor Slughorn's standard was merely an E. Harry had managed an E in potions, and I began to suspect that this affable old professor was intentionally lenient, while Ron, whose grades were less than stellar, likely benefited from Harry's presence. Before us, a long table was adorned with numerous cauldrons, their bottoms heated by flames, the bubbling potions releasing steam that curled into the air. Professor Slughorn, with eager anticipation, inquired, "Who among you can identify these concoctions?" A glance revealed Veritaserum, Polyjuice Potion, and Love Potion. My desire to answer evaporated instantly. Even though I recognized them, I found myself reluctant to speak up, fearing Hermione's teasing should I mention the love potion. Hermione, with her hand raised straight up, received the professor's nod of approval and approached the table, diligently examining the potions before answering in succession. This is Veritaserum, it compels the truth. That is the Polyjuice potion. Lastly, we have the love potion, the most potent love elixir in existence, said to emit a scent unique to each individual. I detect the fragrance of fresh grass, the scent of new parchment, and the aroma of mint toothpaste. I noted Hermione's gaze subtly shift towards Ron upon mentioning the mint toothpaste. Professor Slughorn nodded approvingly, remarking that while one cannot obtain true love through a love potion, it could incite a powerful infatuation. Indeed, love is an intoxicating force, but what one acquires through a love potion is not genuine affection. I believe each student should familiarize themselves with this perilous potion, as we all could share our perceptions. A Hufflepuff girl beside me eagerly approached, wafting the steam from the cauldron, detecting the sweet scent of cream pudding mingled with the smell of rain. She returned to her spot, and it was naturally my turn next. Stepping up to the long table, the potion's aroma wafted to my nose. My hand gently grazed the steam as I leaned down to inhale, detecting the fragrance of dew-kissed roses, sweet mango, and the crisp scent of clean cedarwood perfume. Turning back to my original position, my gaze unconsciously sought Draco's, and our eyes locked for a fleeting moment before I quickly averted my gaze, bashfully pressing my lips together. I could no longer concern myself with what others were perceiving. My thoughts were solely consumed by the scents I had just encountered, each linked to Draco. What scent would he perceive? A wave of curiosity and longing surged within me. Would it somehow relate to me? Draco stepped forward, and I fixated on his retreating silhouette. The scent of cardamom and mimosa, along with a hint of vanilla ice cream, wafted through the air, a uniquely special fragrance. Cardamom and mimosa, reminiscent of my body wash, crafted by a London perfumer, held a delicate and serene aroma that could only be detected up close. Was the vanilla ice cream from that day at the Riette ice cream shop? My thoughts spiraled chaotically as Professor Slughorn mentioned using Felix Felicis as a reward for brewing the difficult potion, though I hardly paid attention. I must remind you all, prior to this, only one student has successfully brewed a satisfactory potion. Indeed, my mother had mentioned it was Professor Snape, who was, after all, a student of Professor Slughorn. Flipping to page 10 of the textbook, I found the recipe for the difficult potion outlined there. My left fingertips pinched a shriveled sleeping draft bean while my right hand grasped a silver knife, preparing to slice it as indicated in the book. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught sight of Harry, who was dripping silver juice from the sleeping draft bean into his cauldron. Hermione could not resist asking, "How did you do that?" "I crushed it with the knife, don't slice it." Hermione frowned, her fingertips skimming the lines of the textbook, surveying it back and forth, seemingly skeptical of Harry's method. I, however, thought it worth a try. I flipped the silver knife in my hand, applying pressure to the pearl-white sleeping draft bean, and indeed, the resulting juice was richer and more abundant than that produced by slicing. I quickly urged Hermione to give it a try, but she waved me off. Engrossed in her study of advanced potion making, her expression one of confusion. I continued following the textbook's instructions, dropping the juice from 12 sleeping draft beans into the cauldron, while Hermione anxiously rolled up her sleeves. Stirring the potion counterclockwise, I observed as the deep purple gradually transformed into a pale sky blue. Yet, despite my efforts, it did not achieve the desired clarity. All right, brewing this potion truly was no easy feat. Professor Slughorn nodded at me, acknowledging that my first attempt yielded commendable results. Upon noticing Harry's cauldron, which held a potion as clear as water, he raised his eyebrows in excitement, adding a green leaf that was instantly dissolved by the potion. Harry's performance drew accolades from Professor Slughorn, who cheerfully handed him a vial of Felix Felicis, which shimmered like liquid gold. As the potions class concluded, I methodically cleaned my equipment and surplus ingredients before closing my textbook. The morning's lessons had drawn to a close, and I strolled leisurely toward the door, intending to seek out a few intriguing books in the library. Draco sidled up to me, taking my hand gently in his, enveloping it within his palm. "Why were you too shy to look at me during class?" Cough, I didn't he want to look. Didn't he want to look? Then who was stealing glances at me? Who? Not me. I feigned indifference, my stubbornness akin to that of a duck who refuses to yield. "Let me help jog your memory." Draco wrapped his arm around my waist, bringing our bodies close, his hand resting against my back, anchoring us together. "Do you remember now?" I replied with a reluctant smile, gazing at this mischievous and clever boy whom I adored. His bright, clear eyes glimmered with affection, and my heart brimmed with thoughts of him. Only him, Draco. As his cheek nestled into my shoulder, I could distinctly feel him taking deep breaths. his scent mirroring the one I had detected earlier. My profile rested against his shoulder, the faint fragrance of cedarwood lingering in my nostrils, which I could also discern. Can you guess what that special scent is? What? Draco's lips brushed against my earlobe. It's your scent, not the lingering aroma of your body wash, but your unique fragrance, sweet and refreshing. Really? Is it true? I lifted my wrist to sniff, and aside from the faint traces of cardamom and mimosa, I did not catch the sweet scent Draco described. Indeed, I can smell it. It's exceptionally pleasant, delightfully sweet, and I adore it. Draco held me tightly, his gaze lingering on me with a sense of reluctance to let go. I acquiesced to his embrace, silently sharing the moment until the chimes of the lunch bell echoed through the halls, signaling our separation. Since our return to Hogwarts, Draco had not exhibited his usual vivacity. Instead, a veil of indifference shrouded his demeanor. I dared not inquire into the cause of his somber disposition, fearing that I might unearth old wounds and evoke sorrow within him. I sought to spend more time by his side, striving to alleviate his loneliness. I chose not to attend Transfiguration class, and as fate would have it, I found myself free during his lessons. Thus, I leaned against the corridor wall, a book cradled in my hands, waiting quietly for him to emerge from class. At times, I would stealthily peek inside, observing Draco's focused and earnest expression as he absorbed Professor McGonagall's teachings. His mastery of the spells was particularly impressive, and I could not help but smile, almost compelled to applaud him from the hallway. Despite my attempts to remain inconspicuous, Draco often caught sight of me, illuminating the space with his radiant smile. Not wishing to disrupt his concentration, I would gesture subtly before retreating behind the wall. As the class bell rang, the classroom erupted into a cacophony of noise, students spilling out one by one. I straightened my posture, feigning nonchalance as I settled onto a bench in the corridor, pretending to read. When Draco finally emerged and took my hand, I closed my book and entwined my arm with his, making our way to the Great Hall for lunch. In our shared moments, Draco was always adorned with a smile, yet his countenance grew melancholic whenever I was absent. This pattern troubled me deeply. Each time Draco's eyes brightened at the sight of me, I felt a pang of reluctance to broach any topic that might tarnish his joy, choosing instead to silently empathize with his heartache. The Gryffindor Quidditch team was set to hold its annual selection, and even veteran players were required to participate. Ron aspired to be the keeper, yet faced stiff competition, with many contenders displaying greater strength. The likes of Cormac McLaggen posed a formidable threat, not only in Quidditch, but also in his evident affections for Hermione. Hermione and I perched high in the stands, watching the selection unfold. She had insisted on my company, not wanting Ron to suspect her motives. The tangled emotions between them were a source of distress for me. They struggled to articulate their true feelings clearly. Ron performed decently, yet his prospects seemed grim, while Hermione's face betrayed her mounting anxiety. Confundo, Hermione whispered, casting a spell to distract Cormac McLaggen, who subsequently missed the bright red quaffle. I observed her suppressed smile, knowing she had inadvertently enjoyed the moment. In the Gryffindor common room, we gathered by the fireplace, engaged in light banter. Harry was perusing an old copy of Advanced Potion Making. "Do you know about the Sectum Sempra curse?" he inquired. I shook my head slowly, while Hermione folded her newspaper, admitting she had never heard of it either. Ron praised Harry for being Professor Slughorn's favorite and the top student in potions, igniting Hermione's competitive spirit. She was eager to uncover the book's origins. As they playfully chased each other around the common room, Ginny unexpectedly appeared from behind Harry, snatching the book from his hands. "The Half-Blood Prince? Who is that?" We exchanged puzzled glances, collectively shaking our heads in ignorance of the mysterious figure's identity. Before long, winter descended upon Hogwarts, draping the Scottish Highlands in a pristine blanket of snow. Not even the biting winds could dampen students' enthusiasm for venturing to Hogsmeade. I yearned to accompany Draco for a respite, to purchase some honeydew sweets, knowing his fondness for confections might lighten his burdens. We could sit in the cozy Three Broomsticks, gazing at the snowy landscape while sipping on sweet, frothy butterbeer. Eagerly, I approached Draco, only to be met with the disappointment of his prior commitments to Professor Snape, who had tasked him with an errand, thus preventing him from joining me. A wave of despondency washed over me, yet I mustered a smile, feigning indifference. "Well, make sure to follow Professor Snape's instructions. I'll bring you some honeydew sweets." Draco nodded slowly, a glimmer of warmth in his eyes. "All right, I'll await your return." Upon entering the common room, a history of magic textbook nearly struck me from above, as a loud argument echoed nearby. "Ginny, stop dating Dean Thomas. He's not right for you," Ron shouted, to which Ginny retorted angrily, "Mind your own business. You're the one who hasn't grown up. The mention of Victor Crumb darkened Ron's expression visibly. I bent down to retrieve the fallen textbook, gently soothing Ginny and attempting to calm Ron's frayed nerves. Ginny. Don't mind him. She shot Ron an irate glance, pulling me away as she stormed toward the dormitory. Chapter 35. The necklace incident hand in hand with Hermione. I strolled towards Hogsmeade, treading upon the thick layers of snow, tossing snowballs and sharing laughter. As Professor Slughorn entered the Three Broomsticks, Harry eagerly suggested we warm up with some butterbeer. You all go ahead. I'll stop by Honeydukes for some sweets. They might sell out. I'll order you a butterbeer. Hermione chimed. Thanks, Hermione. We waved farewell to each other, and I made my way to Honeydukes, where the snowflakes melted into glistening droplets upon entering the warm shop. The store was bustling with students, and Honeydukes sweets were indeed in high demand, with only a few remaining. Knowing that Hermione and the others would enjoy them too, I collected the last of the Honeydukes sweets. After paying, I was about to exit when a rosy-cheeked boy pushed the door open, exhaling warmth into his frozen hands. He inquired if Mr. Flume had any Honeydukes left, only to be met with disappointment. For reasons unknown, Draco's face flashed in my mind. I reached into my paper bag, retrieving 2 candies, bending slightly as I offered them to him. Here for you. His eyes widened in disbelief as he hesitated. Take them, they're delicious. You'll regret it if you don't. After a moment of uncertainty, he accepted the sweets, his face lighting up with joy. Thank you. You're welcome. I replied with a warm smile, clutching my bag as I departed the candy store, making my way back to the Three Broomsticks through the swirling snowflakes. Once I entered the pub, I spotted Hermione waving from a corner, gesturing for me to join her at the table where butterbeer awaited. Navigating through the bustling pub, I carefully sidestepped students carrying hot drinks, pausing momentarily to allow them to pass. Slytherin is bound to lose this Quidditch match. They've got that fool Harper substituting as Seeker. Why isn't Draco Malfoy playing? Someone scoffed. Who knows what he is up to? His father's locked up in Azkaban. He must be too ashamed to play Quidditch. Sneaky little coward, haha. The derisive voices pierced my ears, and an uncontrollable rage surged within me. I followed the source of the taunting, spotting Zacharias Smith boasting disdainfully. I clenched my fists, moving towards their group with quiet determination. Noticing the steaming hot water on the neighboring table, I gently lifted it and, with deliberate grace, advanced forward to splash it onto Zacharias Smith's face. Ah! Zacharias Smith shrieked in pain, his eyes wide with confusion as he stared at me. What are you doing? Nothing, just helping you to cool off. Cool off? This is boiling water. I feared you might catch a chill, I replied, placing the empty wine glass down on the table, my gaze fixed coldly on Zacharias Smith. My eyes glimmering with a shadowy intensity, as frigid as ice. Have I ever wronged you? Zacharias gulped nervously, unable to meet my eyes. Cease your prattling. Unless you wish to experience Ginny Weasley's bat bogey hex, I excel beyond her. My apologies, this butterbeer is on me, I said, handing the butterbeer to the girl from whom I had taken the hot water. She smiled as she accepted it, reassuring me that it was no trouble. Returning her faint smile, I turned away with a stoic expression, my peripheral vision catching a familiar dark silhouette. Draco? Just as I attempted to scrutinize further, that figure vanished in an instant, eluding capture. Brandy, Hermione gently tugged at my arm, glancing around at the surrounding students with curiosity. What are you searching for? Nothing. It must be my imagination. Why would Draco be here? He said he was too busy to come. What imagination? I've never seen you so fierce. Fierce. When necessary, I would disregard school rules to let such a clown taste the magic of a hex. Noticing my troubled demeanor, Hermione softly inquired, would you like me to buy you another butterbeer? No need, I'm not feeling well. I wish to return soon. The snow on the path was thicker than when we arrived, the crunching sound accompanying our footsteps as we walked together. Ron waved his fists in the air. Brandy. Well done. I've longed to give Zacharias Smith a good thrashing. He is just a fickle fellow. Brandy relies on wit, while you can only depend on clumsy fists. Hermione's words elicited laughter from Harry and me, causing Ron to sheepishly touch his nose, falling silent. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the air, interrupting our laughter. In the midst of the white snow, a conspicuous splash of red caught our attention. A girl in red lay unconscious on the ground. Abruptly, her body soared into the air like a marionette on strings, her hair whipping wildly as if caught in a tempest, before she fell straight down. We exchanged shocked glances. Cautiously stepping forward, it was Katie Bell. Luna, what happened to her? I asked, but Luna stood frozen, trembling hands pointing at the scattered boxes in the snow. A blue opal necklace emitting an eerie glow. Hagrid rushed over from behind, urging us not to touch the necklace as he lifted the unconscious Katie Bell. Harry, following Hagrid's lead, carefully wrapped the necklace in his coat. Upon returning to Hogwarts Castle, we were summoned to Professor McGonagall's office to recount the events. From Luna, we learned that Katie had not possessed the necklace before heading to the Three Broomsticks. She had acquired it there. She was under the influence of the Cruciatus curse, intending to deliver the necklace to Dumbledore. When queried by Professors McGonagall and Snape, Harry asserted confidently, it was Malfoy. Draco. How could that be? He didn't go to Hogsmeade. How could he have appeared at the Three Broomsticks? Hermione stared at Harry in confusion, while Professors McGonagall and Snape wore equally shocked expressions. Harry, that is a very serious accusation. Do you have any evidence? No, but I just know. You just know, Professor Snape murmured, and after several rounds of debate, Harry was left speechless, his glare filled with resentment. McGonagall quickly intervened, instructing us to return to our dormitories. I clutched the paper bag containing Honeydukes sweets, my mind elsewhere as I ascended the marble staircase. Harry, I called softly, unable to contain myself. Why do you suspect Draco? I saw him at the Three Broomsticks. I witnessed it with my own eyes, Brandy. Please don't blame me for doubting him. I gently shook my head at Harry, remaining silent for a moment. It's nothing. Back in the dormitory, I sat vacantly on the edge of my bed, my mind consumed by Harry's unwavering conviction that Draco had been at the Three Broomsticks. Draco had stated he wouldn't go to Hogsmeade. How could he possibly have been at the pub? Was it conceivable that Harry had mistaken him? I could not bring myself to believe that Draco would deceive me. Seeing my serious expression, Hermione softly reassured me, Brandy, don't take Harry's words too much to heart. Although he claims to have seen Draco at the Three Broomsticks, that doesn't confirm he placed the necklace there. I remained silent, nodding absently. Yet, Draco had told me he wouldn't go to Hogsmeade. Professor Snape hadn't asked him to stay behind for any duties. Otherwise, he could have mentioned it in McGonagall's office. Why would Draco conceal the truth? What was truly amiss with him? If nothing had happened, he would never lie to me. Perhaps Harry's doubts held some truth, or else why would he deceive me, even leading me to doubt him? I pinched my fingers, unwilling to pursue these thoughts further. I did not wish to suspect Draco, I simply did not. Perhaps he was merely in a foul mood, reluctant to go out for fear of worrying me. And so he chose to mislead me. But then, how did he end up at the Three Broomsticks? My gaze caught the paper bag containing Honeydukes sweets, and I resolved to numb my thoughts and rest early. The following day, I eagerly sought out Draco, bringing the Honeydukes sweets. I unwrapped the packaging and gently offered him one. Sweet? Sweet, Draco replied, his face lighting up with joy. His expression reflected in my eyes. And I wished to believe that even if Draco had deceived me, he would never resort to harm. I didn't want to press him for answers regarding why he had misled me. Professor Slughorn invited me to a small gathering. He was a highly respected professor. And since I had already declined his invitation on the train, I felt it would be rude to refuse him again. Thus, I accompanied Hermione and the others. When Hermione mentioned that her parents were dentists, aside from Harry and me, the others displayed confusion, even a hint of fear. They claimed that ignorance breeds courage. Yet they were the ignorant ones who feared. The Quidditch match between Slytherin and Gryffindor was Ron's debut as a goalkeeper, so nervous that he nearly dropped his fork while eating breakfast. Harry mysteriously handed him a vial of Felix Felicis, and Ron eagerly drank it down. I sensed that Harry would not resort to cheating to assist Ron. He likely intended to restore Ron's confidence, though the authenticity of that potion remained questionable. Luna, wearing an adorable lion hat, cheered for Ron and Harry, instantly drawing my attention to her peculiar style. Unable to resist, I reached out to stroke the lion's head. Wow. Its eyes move. Yes, Brandy, if you like it, you can borrow it. Thank you, Luna, you're so considerate. Luna removed the hat and gently placed it on my head, securing the straps. Brandy, you're even cuter than it now. Really? I turned to Hermione. What do you think? Very nice. I raised my hands to touch my head, leaving my seat to approach Draco. How do I look in this hat? It looks great, he replied, albeit dismissively. I mean it, it's particularly cute and lovely. My dear Draco, how sweet his words were. Such compliments would surely overwhelm my heart. Shall we go watch the Quidditch match together? I don't think that's a good idea. Just don't wear your robes. We can stand in a secluded corner. All right. I recalled Zacharias Smith's words clearly. Though I was uncertain why Draco had opted out of this match, I knew how much he cherished Quidditch. Witnessing an intense match might just alleviate his inner turmoil and ease his tightly furrowed brow. On the stands, Luna, adorned with a lion hat, stood out conspicuously amidst the throng of students, making it nearly impossible to overlook her. I lifted the collar of my scarf and waved it gently, shouting encouragement at the top of my lungs, while my other hand remained firmly clasped with Draco's. I exuberantly waved and cheered, turning to Draco with a radiant smile, showcasing my perfectly aligned teeth, my eyes curving like the crescent moon in the night sky. Gryffindor scores. I jubilantly raised both hands, pulling Draco's hand into the air as I shouted in excitement, hooray! However, upon glancing at Draco, I sensed something amiss and gradually released the firm grip of his hand. Fortunately, our position was somewhat secluded. Stealing a glance at Draco, I noticed a hint of amusement in his eyes, prompting me to shyly avert my gaze. Biting my lip and stifling a giggle, Ron's remarkable performance led Gryffindor to victory in this match, and the stands erupted with thunderous cheers of Weasley. Weasley. The applause showed no signs of abating, and the flurry of snowflakes could not dampen their enthusiasm. It was indeed quite noisy here. I held Draco's hand as we navigated through the bustling crowd, exiting the cacophony of the Quidditch pitch. As we gazed at the snow-covered distant mountains, we strolled quietly along the stone path back to the castle. Draco, do you remember the first time we watched a Quidditch match together? I asked. Back then, my attention was solely on you, Draco. I remember how you cheered passionately for Slytherin, and how you buried your face in your hands when they lost. Later soaring across the pitch in your green team robe, full of vigor. Each moment remains vivid, as if it occurred only recently. I recall so clearly. I remember you shouting for Gryffindor from the stands, and I, feeling defiant, countered by shouting for Slytherin. Yet I was always watching you, your smile radiating warmth. Just like just now when you smiled at me. Indeed, those were carefree times, and now I can perceive the sorrow concealed within you. Your eyes often reflect a melancholic shadow, although whenever you gaze at me, your eyes sparkle as if imbued with starlight. When I watch you secretly, I can see the sorrow that fills your eyes. The students of Slytherin isolate you due to Mr. Lucius, but I will always be by your side, never leaving you, and never causing you harm. Draco, let us not return to the castle just yet. Let us take a walk over by the bridge, shall we? If you wish to go, then we shall, he replied. Ignoring the snowflakes falling like goose feathers, we walked hand in hand, meandering through the expansive snowy landscape. As we ventured further, the snow deepened, our footsteps sinking into its depths, and our tightly clasped hands began to support one another. If anyone were to witness us, they might think we were two fools wandering aimlessly in the snow. Draco seemed particularly concerned about me slipping. His gaze remained fixed on me, ready to assist at a moment's notice. Merlin. Suddenly, my foot slipped unexpectedly, and I instinctively grasped Draco's arm. He quickly wrapped his arms around my waist, and in a swift motion, he too lost his footing, and we tumbled clumsily into the snow. Draco's arms encircled my waist, and I found myself nestled against him, my cheek pressed against his chest. Supporting myself with my left hand on the snow while my right hand rested on Draco's shoulder, I attempted to rise, but my scarf had become trapped behind me, making it impossible to pull free. Draco, my scarf is pinned down by you. I can't get up. Then don't, he replied, tightening his embrace around my waist. I reached back, trying to touch his hands, hoping he would loosen his hold on me. Draco. Lying in the snow for too long will make us cold. Yet Draco remained unmoved. I began to tickle him, and the corners of his mouth twitched as he bit his lip to suppress a laugh, his grip on me noticeably loosening. Seizing the opportunity while his embrace was not so tight, I quickly attempted to wriggle out, but the scarf was truly a hindrance, and I struggled to free myself. Brandy. Please don't move, alright? Draco's voice suddenly dropped to a low, husky whisper. He held me tighter, his palm resting on my back, pressing me closer to him. His cool cheek brushing against my neck, the warmth of his breath enveloping me, searing and intense. I seemed to understand the situation, obediently complying with his request. Daring not to stir, my cheek against Draco's chest, his heartbeat resonating in my ears, thumping rhythmically without a hint of calming down. Draco gradually lifted me into a sitting position, gently releasing his embrace as we sat facing each other in the snow. His light golden hair was speckled with snow, even flakes resting on his eyebrows. I smiled softly and reached out to brush the snow away. Look at you. You look like an old man with your hair and eyebrows all white. If I'm an old man, then you must be the old lady, Draco retorted, standing up and extending his hand to me. Then I shall be a beautiful old lady, I declared defiantly, lifting my chin and placing my hand in his palm. You are, and you will always be beautiful, Draco said, gently helping me to my feet. As we strolled onto the bridge, we gazed at the snow-laden landscape, reminiscing about the moment Draco confessed his feelings for me. Back then we stood here in the moonlight, admiring the night view. And now we were enveloped in the vast expanse of white snow. The wind began to pick up, and the snowflakes fell more densely. I raised my hands to my mouth, exhaling warm breath, rubbing my slightly reddened fingers together. Observing this, Draco took my hands and placed them in his pockets, warming my cold hands. Once they were warm, he enveloped my entire being in his embrace. Nestled against his warmth, my heart felt equally warm, and I did not wish for Draco to feel the cold. I loosened my scarf around my neck, wrapping it around both of us, taking the hand that encircled me and placing it in my pocket, leaning against each other as we quietly admired the snowy scene. Chapter 36. The lonely Hermione. Upon returning to the common room, the echoes of Weasley resounded continuously, as they celebrated Ron's victory, joyfully surrounding him. In the midst of the jubilant atmosphere, Lavender unexpectedly rushed over to embrace Ron and kissed him. My gaze swiftly shifted to Hermione, who looked on in disbelief, her face pale and brows furrowed, and she hurriedly exited the room. I quickly followed in Hermione's footsteps, squeezing through the noisy crowd, but I lost sight of her, anxiously scanning my surroundings. Then, I heard a faint sobbing sound, and I promptly ran towards it. There was Hermione, sitting on the steps with her back to me, quietly crying, the cool moonlight streaming through the window illuminating her figure, lending her an air of profound loneliness and sorrow. I slowed my pace as I approached Hermione, taking a seat beside her, my heart aching as I regarded her tear-streaked face, unsure of how to offer comfort. Gently, I placed my hand on her back. "Don't be sad, Brandy, my chest feels heavy," Hermione murmured, leaning into my embrace, her tear-stained face buried in my chest, the once strong girl now appearing so fragile. I softly stroked the top of Hermione's head, whispering reassurances, "Don't be upset about Ron." I struggled to articulate any explanations on Ron's behalf. After all, everything had just unfolded before our eyes, mere moments ago. Suddenly, the sounds of laughter and playful banter reached my ears, and I spotted Ron walking alongside Lavender. Upon seeing Hermione, Ron clearly appeared flustered, his eyes reflecting regret and disappointment, even tinged with a hint of defiance as he awkwardly asked, "What is going on with these birds?" Hermione sprang to her feet, incanting, "A punio." The birds surged forth like a barrage of projectiles towards Ron, who, utterly bewildered, clumsily dodged them. The birds, swift as arrows, crashed against the wall, disappearing into nothingness. I knew in my heart that Hermione could never truly bring herself to hurt him. Ron, seemingly perplexed by Hermione's fury, turned and left, confusion etched upon his face. Hermione's sobs gradually spiraled out of control, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Her shoulders curled into my embrace, and I silently held her tighter, believing that the best solace I could offer was my quiet companionship, allowing Hermione to unburden her emotions and share her thoughts. "Brandy, I truly envy you and Draco. You love him, and he adores you in return." "Hermione, every girl will find someone who loves her, and someone she can love in turn." I comforted her with a tender heart, until her tears ceased to flow. As we made our way down the corridor towards Gryffindor Tower, we unexpectedly stumbled upon Ron and Lavender, locked in an embrace, kissing passionately. In a fit of anger, Hermione dashed away, leaving me standing there, feeling awkward and wishing I could disappear into the ground. "I'm sorry, please continue," I muttered. Encountering a couple in such a moment was indeed embarrassing. In this regard, Ron paled in comparison to Draco. Whenever Draco drew me close, it was always in a secluded corner, as he would often declare me his, wishing to shield me from prying eyes that might witness the dazed look upon my face after his kisses. Why couldn't Ron be more considerate? Hermione's footsteps were swift, and in the blink of an eye, she had vanished from sight, leaving me to return alone. As I stepped onto the staircase, it began to rotate, turning a complete 180 degrees. To this day, I have yet to decipher its pattern or know when it will revert. I ascended, winding my way back through the tower. By nightfall, the path was so silent that even the sound of footsteps rang clear. Occasionally, I would encounter couples on dates, and I would intentionally tread lightly to avoid disturbing their moments. After walking a considerable distance, the light dimmed, casting an eerie shadow in the corridor, accompanied by a chilling breeze that seemed to arise from nowhere. I instinctively glanced around. There, standing at the edge of the tower, was Draco. What was he doing here? I had assumed he had returned to the Slytherin common room. With his back to me, he rested his hands gently on the railing, his head bowed, and his light blonde hair glimmered with silver under the moonlight. Gazing at Draco's silhouette, I slowly approached him, and he seemed to sense my presence, turning to face me. The guarded expression in his eyes transformed into a gentle whirlpool upon seeing me. "Brandy, Draco, what brings you here?" "Nothing serious. I'm merely enjoying the night view. It's something you can't see from the Slytherin common room." I stood beside him, reaching out to touch the railing and gazing into the distance at the night sky. Indeed, the view of Hogwarts at night was breathtaking, especially with the snowflakes softly falling. I turned to look at Draco, a gentle smile gracing my lips, my eyes reflecting the silver glimmers of the dancing snowflakes. My first birthday wish at Hogwarts had been for the school to flourish and for Draco and me to be together. That wish had come true. Draco took my hand, his cool fingers intertwining with mine, holding tightly. Yes, all my subsequent wishes were that Brandy and Draco would be forever united. A flicker of hesitation crossed Draco's eyes as he enveloped me in his embrace. Beneath the moonlight, his lashes appeared dusted with snowflakes as he gently lifted my hand, kissing the back of it, his eyes closing, trembling lashes revealing a careful tenderness towards his beloved. We will be together forever. I believed him. Soft lips brushed against his jaw, and I nestled into his embrace, listening to the rhythm of his breath intermingling with the whisper of the falling snow, attuned to the cadence of our heartbeats. Professor Slughorn was hosting a Christmas party, an event I had no desire to attend, and I politely declined the exquisite invitation, requesting Hermione to concoct a suitable excuse for me when she attended. Previously he had invited me to join the Slug Club, and out of respect for his position as a professor, coupled with Hermione's presence, I had not refused. However, for the Christmas party, without Draco's company, I found little motivation to participate. I would rather enjoy a restful night in the dormitory. As the library was about to close, Madam Pants urged us to hasten our departure. I closed the tome on the Goblin Rebellion, gathered my parchment filled with notes, and strolled leisurely out of the library. Turning down a corridor, a tall figure extended an arm to block my path. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was a boy clad in Slytherin robes, someone I did not recognize. Can I help you? Hello, I am Homeward Hitwit, also a member of the Slug Club. I casually assessed him, noting his reddish-brown hair and green eyes beneath a pronounced nose. Perhaps I had seen him in the club before, but he left little impression. Shelly, I would like to invite you to be my date for Professor Slughorn's Christmas party. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in attending the Christmas party. I replied with a polite smile, and I have a boyfriend. I know, Draco Malfoy, the one whose father is a Death Eater. He sneered, his expression twisting into disdain, a mocking smile playing on his lips. His hands clenched into fists at his sides, his voice cold enough to freeze the air. What are you saying? A girl as beautiful as you should not waste herself on Malfoy. Our family is far superior to those so-called 28 pure blood families. Otherwise, Slughorn wouldn't be so eager to invite me to join the club. Oh, is that so? My eyes gleamed with a chilling light as he continued to boast, his shoe tips tapping on the floor. I swiftly lifted my right leg and kicked him hard. Homeward Hitwit, if I recall your name correctly. The arrogant boy who stood tall moments ago now finds himself sprawled on the ground, wincing in pain and howling. You better keep quiet. I brandished my wand, a cold smile curling my lips as I regarded him with sharp disdain. Otherwise, the injury might extend beyond your leg. Reducto. Don't curse me. I was wrong. I deliberately stowed my wand, flicking my fingers nonchalantly, offering him not a single glance. Now leave. He struggled to rise, limping as he turned to flee. Wait. Miss Shelly. I truly apologize. Please spare me. Observing his pitiful demeanor, I let out a chilling smile. If anyone inquires about your injury, you'll say you fell. Just fell. And you better not let me hear you speak ill of Draco Malfoy again, or show him any disrespect otherwise. I casually lifted my wand, twirling it in my hand. I absolutely won't. I promise. He stammered, his eyes fixed on my wand, swallowing hard as his voice trembled. You may leave. Watching him scramble away, I let out a huff and turned to depart. How dare such a person mock Draco? No one has that right. On the night of the Christmas party, the Gryffindor common room lay in silence. Even Neville and the others were absent, reportedly a rare invitation, as many students preferred to act as waitstaff in hopes of joining the festivities. Glancing around the dormitory, I felt somewhat bored, with curfew still a while off. I considered wandering to the Hogwarts kitchens to play with the house elves for a bit, and make some jam for Dobby, their favorite. Wrapping a long woolen coat over my pajamas, I stepped out of the dormitory, moving slowly through the dimly lit corridor. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed nearby, and upon peering into the shadows, I discerned it was Professor Snape. He strode with such haste that he failed to notice me lurking in the darkness, prompting me to press myself against the wall to avoid being seen. My affairs are none of your concern. That was Draco's voice. He and Professor Snape were engaged in a hushed conversation. They were too far away for me to catch their words, even with my ear pressed to the wall, and I could only make out vague sounds of their discourse. The voices abruptly ceased, and their footsteps faded into the distance. I cautiously emerged from my hiding spot, staring at the spot where they had conversed, my grip on my clothing lingering as I struggled to release it. Wandering aimlessly down the long corridor, I allowed my feet to move forward, My mind entangled with the image of Draco conversing with Professor Snape. What could have transpired with Draco? Even Professor Snape, the most trusted of Dumbledore's professors, seemed to be in the know. What could he possibly discuss with Draco? Regarding the cursed necklace incident, Snape appeared unperturbed while speaking to Draco. Did that imply Draco was indeed innocent? Yet, why were they clandestinely conversing in this secluded place? No, it could hardly be deemed clandestine. I was the one acting like an eavesdropper. Lost in my thoughts, I failed to notice the wall ahead and collided with it, realizing I had reached a dead end. Retracing my steps back to the dormitory, I found Hermione absent. Resting my arms beneath my head, I lay in bed, staring at the dark ceiling, unable to suppress my contemplation. Frustrated, I rubbed my temples and sighed deeply, forcing myself to quell the wild musings. There were certain things I yearned to hear directly from Draco. I could never harbor suspicion or distrust towards him. During the Christmas holiday, the Hogwarts Express departed from Hogsmeade Station, traversing the snow-laden Scottish Highlands towards London. King's Cross Station buzzed with more activity than usual as I pushed my luggage cart through the throngs of travelers, making my way to the station's exit. Flurries of snowflakes danced in the London sky, while the streets teemed with vehicles, inching forward in a traffic jam. The orange glow of brake lights reflected on the asphalt, with the sounds of honking horns and revving engines constantly clashing, a source of annoyance amidst the congestion. By the time we arrived home, the once gray sky had darkened into an inky black, illuminating every street of the town with flickering lights. Doty greeted us at the door, bouncing with excitement as he busied himself at the dining table, having prepared dinner as our mother was delayed. Throughout the holiday, the snow had been relentless, blanketing the path to our doorstep. Although some had attempted to clear the snow, given that it was the Christmas holiday, they had ceased their work. The news from London also cautioned citizens about the impending snowstorm, advising against going outdoors. Thus, I remained at home, watching television, wandering the living room, and building snowmen with Doty in the garden. As the day to return to school approached, the weather finally cleared, and the snow began to melt. On the first day back at Hogwarts, Hermione anxiously flipped through the Daily Prophet, pointing out a headline about the Ministry of Magic reporting a series of disappearances, quietly reminding Harry that it was lucky he was still alive. They could find him too easily. At that moment, I learned of the Death Eater's attack on the Weasley household during the Christmas holiday, setting ablaze their warm home. You must recognize your identity, Hermione admonished Harry seriously as she walked, only to encounter Lavender and Ron around the corner. Ron was sitting on the steps, and Lavender was insisting on placing a necklace around his neck. With a resigned nod, Ron acquiesced. All right, I'll wear it. Is that all right? Oh, my sweet Ron. Lavender clung tightly to his arm, her face brimming with satisfaction. In that instant, Hermione's expression mirrored a stormy night. Excuse me, I need to be sick. Is this how dating is now? Ron, what a shameful nickname. Hermione, wait. I abandoned Harry to pursue Hermione, who hurried up the stairs and sought refuge in a corner. I quickly followed, finding her alone, facing the wall of the staircase in silent sorrow. Aware of my presence, Hermione turned to me. Do you think all boys are dense? Ron, Harry. Indeed, they are all rather oblivious. They don't understand your feelings. I could see that Ron's feelings for Hermione were quite complex, as she passed by him. His evasive gaze betrayed a hidden concern. Meanwhile, Harry, as Hermione's close friend, seemed oblivious to her affections for Ron. Perhaps Hermione had confided in him, leaving him visibly astonished at the revelation. They truly were dense, utterly unaware of a girl's thoughts, completely oblivious to Hermione's emotions. Thankfully, I was not surrounded entirely by such dullards. Thank you, Brandy, for understanding my sentiments. Of course I understand you, Hermione. We are good friends. I sat beside Hermione on the steps, gazing through the tall windows at the distant mountains, their peaks kissed by the azure sky, serene and ethereal. Brandy, I have always wanted to ask you a question. What question? If I can answer, I will share everything. What does it feel like to be with someone you like? How do I express it? It's a wonderfully peculiar feeling, filling your days with anticipation and dreams of the future. Being with him, even in silence, never feels dull. You and Draco? Hermione's mood shifted swiftly, her playful teasing returning. Indeed, I did not shy away, affirming my feelings without hesitation. This was my most genuine sentiment. Brandy, aren't you the least bit embarrassed? Clearly, you are a couple who are always lovey-dovey. You must be accustomed to it. We are not making things up. Hermione scrutinized my flushed cheeks, a mischievous smile dancing on her lips. Your face is quite red. I instinctively covered my face, realizing it was indeed warm. Cough, it's just the heat. The staircase is too stuffy. I hastily rose to my feet, fanning the air before me. I need to get some fresh air. As I turned to descend the stairs, I heard Hermione's giggles behind me. She quickly caught up, wrapping her arms around my shoulders. I believe you will find happiness. Then I shall take Miss Granger's kind words to heart. Chapter 37. The Beacon of Companionship. Ron found himself inexplicably in the hospital wing, and Hermione, neglecting her breakfast, rushed to visit him. The first class of the morning was divination, rendering it impossible for me to join her at the hospital wing. I would have to wait until after class to check on Ron. Upon entering the ward, I found Ron lying unconscious on the bed, looking utterly dejected, while Madame Pomfrey conducted her examination. Ginny and Hermione sat by his bedside, their eyes filled with concern, while Harry stood at the foot of the bed, silently gazing at Ron's pale visage. Before I could inquire about the situation, Professor McGonagall hurriedly entered the room, followed by Professor Slughorn, who moved with a cumbersome gait. Upon noticing Ron's ashen face, his expression became somewhat unnatural as he instinctively tightened his grip on the bottle he held. In stark contrast, Dumbledore, calm and collected, surveyed Ron before his gaze lingered on Harry. Harry, you are quite astute, knowing to use dung as an antidote. He then turned his attention to Professor Slughorn, his eyes conveying a profound meaning. With such a student, Horace, you must be very proud. Slughorn's gaze remained fixed on the unconscious Ron, momentarily taken aback. Yes. Very proud. Professor McGonagall nodded gravely, her expression somber as she surveyed the room. But the question remains, why did this happen? Dumbledore approached Professor Slughorn, scrutinizing the bottle in his hand. Horace, this bottle of wine is quite exquisitely packaged. It appears to be a gift. Do you recall who it was intended for? He took the bottle and examined it closely, bringing it to his nose for a delicate sniff. If it hasn't been poisoned, it should possess a subtle flavor of licorice and cherry. Professor Slughorn hesitated, his gaze evading Dumbledore's. This wine was actually meant to be a gift. But it has been tampered with. Who was it intended for? Professor Slughorn lifted his eyes to Dumbledore, his lips pressed tightly in hesitation, avoiding his inquiring gaze, and finally murmured, "It was meant for you, headmaster." The professors exchanged glances, their eyes fixated on the bottle of wine, a mixture of shock and confusion evident upon their faces. Where is he? Where is my Roro? Lavender burst into the room, breathless, and upon spotting Ron lying in the hospital bed, she stumbled towards him as if he had already departed to the afterlife. The gazes of Lavender and Hermione collided in the air, and the sorrow etched on Lavender's face swiftly transformed into indignation. What was she doing here? Hermione sprang up from her seat, her displeasure palpable. I wanted to ask you the same. I am his girlfriend. I am his friend. The tension escalated, their eyes clashing in a fiery exchange, neither willing to relent, the atmosphere thick with animosity. We, the silent observers, masked our embarrassment with stoic expressions, while Professor Slughorn's bemused yet attentive demeanor nearly made me laugh out loud. Ron seemed to regain some lucidity, mumbling indistinctly, prompting a satisfied smile from Lavender as she gleefully regarded Hermione. See, he knows it's me. Don't be afraid, Roro, it's me. Hermione's gaze gradually fell, her eyes drifting elsewhere, lips pressed tightly together, yet her longing glances flitted between Lavender and Ron. Hermione, Hermione, Ron murmured softly, his slurred words revealing Hermione's name. Lavender stared at them in disbelief, her clenched fists trembling with rage as she stomped out of the hospital room. Hermione sighed slowly, a faint satisfaction shimmering in her eyes as she gently clasped Ron's hand while sitting beside his bed. Professor Dumbledore, hands crossed over his abdomen, shrugged with amusement, remarking on the joys of youth and the bittersweet pangs of love. Now that Mr. Weasley has someone to care for him, let us take our leave. The professors gradually exited the infirmary, and Ginny prepared to rise as well, while Harry, utterly bewildered, remained rooted to the spot, even as Ginny gestured for him to follow. Ginny shook her head in exasperation, grasping Harry's arm and leading him toward the hospital door, while Harry continued to follow her, confusion evident in his backward steps. I cast a sly glance at Hermione, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of my lips, to which she responded with a flustered gaze, shyly clutching Ron's hand. During lunch, I failed to catch a glimpse of Draco amidst the clamor of the Great Hall, and unease prompted me to inquire of Pansy, who shook her head in confusion. If he had something to say, he would tell you. Didn't he speak to you? I assumed you would know. A wave of disappointment washed over me. If even you do not know, then what hope do we have? The afternoon classes dragged on in a haze of unease and suspicion, until the anticipated bell chimed, and I hurriedly rushed out to seek Draco. My footsteps echoed through the tower's winding staircases and the silent corridors, hoping he would still be there. Yet my heart sank when I found no trace of him in the classroom. Although many students laughed and chatted, to me, it felt empty. The chilling evening breeze brushing against my robes, leaving me forlorn. With Draco still missing, I meandered toward the great hall, scanning the faces of those contentedly enjoying their dinner. But he was nowhere to be found, no sign of that strikingly light blonde hair. Draco, where have you gone? Missing lunch as well as dinner. What if he became hungry? Couldn't he sneak into the kitchen like I could? Staring at the usual sumptuous feast, I found my appetite vanished. Informing Hermione that I felt unwell as I trudged out of the hall. As I made my way toward the dungeons, I unexpectedly encountered Crabbe and Goyle. Noting their absence of school robes, indicating they had just come from the common room. Perhaps they knew Draco's whereabouts. I hurried toward them, sincerity in my gaze as I asked, "Do you know where Draco is?" "How would we know?" Crabbe barked defiantly, rolling his eyes in impatience. "Even if we did, wouldn't he tell you?" It was true. Crabbe and Goyle had long since established their independence. Without Draco's restraint, their arrogance had only grown. Strutting about as if they owned the place. Reflecting on their past sycophantic demeanor, I smirked disdainfully, determined to discover Draco's whereabouts. "Is he in the dormitory?" I maintained a polite tone. Goyle displayed a flicker of apprehension. He opened his mouth to respond, but Crabbe abruptly cut him off, glaring at me with animosity. "Who do you think you are? We just don't want to tell you." No longer Draco's lackeys. They spent their days either bullying unsuspecting first years or tormenting honest students. When they had followed Draco, they had been timid. Yet I had not realized their audacity had grown so bold. Suppressing my rising ire, I inquired once more, "Draco, is he in the dormitory?" "In all of Hogwarts. You are the only one so anxious about him. What do you even see in him?" Crabbe taunted, his haughty demeanor grating on my nerves. "The current Malfoy is not the same as before. Don't you know Slytherin doesn't even like him anymore?" Crabbe's malicious scrutiny made my skin crawl. And I could hardly believe he dared to lay a hand on me. "Can't we speak civilly? Must you provoke me when I'm already anxious?" I had long since found them insufferable, and now that I no longer had to consider Draco's feelings, I felt liberated. "Immobilis." I whispered the incantation. And the fools before me froze instantly. This was their own folly. They could not blame me for their predicament. Crossing my arms, a smirk played on my lips as I strolled leisurely before them, casually toying with my wand, my cold voice slicing through the air. "Now are you going to speak?" I will. Draco hasn't he returned? We just came from the dormitory, and we didn't see him at all." "Thank you, Goyle," I replied, my voice dripping with icy disdain, shadows of bitterness swirling in my gaze. "Finite." I flicked my wand forward, releasing Goyle from his constraints. My piercing stare fixed on the terrified Crabbe. "In half an hour, you will unbind him. And do not even think about reporting this. I do not wish to hear of this from anyone else. Otherwise, I might inadvertently reveal the incident regarding Professor Slughorn's stolen potion. Wouldn't you agree that those two sneaky thieves resemble you?" Goyle's face drained of color, rendered speechless, the previous bravado evaporating in an instant. "Did you all hear that?" We heard. I stowed my wand away, turning on my heel with an air of nonchalance. It felt utterly exhilarating to teach those brutes a lesson. Since Draco was not in the dormitory, I decided to wait for him along the path to the Slytherin common room. Leaning against the corridor wall, I crossed my arms over my chest, my slender legs entwined, quietly observing the throng of students passing by. Many Slytherins walked past me, yet Draco's figure remained elusive. Shifting my weight, I placed one foot in front of the other. If my legs grew weary, I would simply stroll along the corridor, resting my palms against the rough wall. I occasionally propped my chin on my hands, but as the sky deepened from dusky blue to inky black, I had still seen no sign of Draco. A wistful sigh escaped my lips as I rubbed my aching calves. Surely he hadn't already returned? But I truly hadn't seen him. If it were Draco, I would have spotted him in an instant. As I surveyed the desolate corridor, the dim candlelight flickered gently, casting shadows upon the walls. I resolved to sit on the floor, vowing not to relent until Draco arrived. Perseverance bears fruit, Draco. It was he. He approached with deliberate steps, and my heart soared as I rose, brushing off the dust that clung to the hem of my robes. Draco. The gentle sound of his name lingered on my lips. He walked with his head bowed, his step slow and heavy, as if burdened by an invisible weight, like a creature ensnared in a cage. The brilliance of his spirit seemingly stripped away. "What troubles you?" I softly inquired, my heart brimming with tender concern. "I'm fine," he replied, lifting his gaze to meet mine, the corners of his eyes stained with a sorrowful crimson, his slate blue irises glistening with unshed tears, revealing a deep-seated melancholy. Attempting to shield me from worry, he endeavored to mask the sadness that flickered in his eyes. Brant, what are you doing here? I came to wait for you. I was worried about you, Draco. You've been crying. My heart ached as I gazed at him, my palm pressing against his cheek, my warm fingertips gently wiping away the remnants of his tears. A multitude of silver needles pierced through my heart as Draco grasped my hand, attempting to offer me a reassuring smile. Brant, don't worry. I'm all right. In a moment of clumsiness, the hem of his robe slipped down his arm, and he hurriedly clenched his right hand into his sleeve, his gaze evasive. What is that? I questioned, observing his furtive demeanor. Draco's eyes darted away, deliberately avoiding my stare. It's nothing, I one-tea pry. A little bird. His voice was hoarse, unsteady, as if he had expended all his strength. Trembling, he extended his right hand, revealing a small white bird nestled within his palm. It's so lovely, I exclaimed, my heart warming at the sight of the pristine creature. Reminiscent of my owl, Nox. I tenderly reached out to touch it, but the moment my fingers brushed against its frigid, lifeless form, my smile faltered, and my voice caught in my throat. It's dead. Draco uttered the words with great difficulty, gripping my hand tightly as if fearing my withdrawal. Yet mindful not to hurt me, I offered him a reassuring gaze, my fingertips delicately smoothing the snowy feathers. Don't be sad, Draco. It's my fault. His tone was heavy, laced with the tremor of unshed tears, his hands quaking incessantly. I gently enveloped him in my arms, feeling his helplessness as he wept quietly against my shoulder. My arms tightened around his waist, fully empathizing with the fear that lay deep within him. It's not your fault, I whispered softly, my lips brushing against his ear as I caressed his back. Before me, you can reveal your vulnerabilities, your helplessness, your sorrow. I will never leave you. Can we find a place to bury it, please? Draco nodded, and under the cover of night, we quietly slipped from the castle hand in hand. We dug a suitable hole in the grass, cradling the bird's tiny body and placing it gently at the bottom before covering it with a handful of earth, a final resting place. Let us pray for it, I said, holding Draco's hand and gazing into his eyes. Farewell, dear little bird. You are now a spirit soaring freely in the sky. Though your physical form may decay, your spirit shall endure. May your human and avian friends find solace in their grief over your loss. I even located a small wooden board for a headstone, intending to use my wand to inscribe the epitaph. Here lies the lovely little bird. It feels strange to leave it unnamed. Shall we give it a name? I suggested. The white bird shall be called Vilda. What do you think? No. I don't know if it's male or female. Let us name it Vildy then. It suits either gender, don't you agree? Your suggestions are lovely. Draco smiled faintly, a flicker of warmth igniting in his eyes. With a gentle flick of my wand, the inscription sprang to life upon the wooden board, standing proudly above the bird's grave. I clasped my hands together, slowly closing my eyes. May you ascend to heaven and become a free bird. After concluding my prayer, I turned to Draco with a soft smile, the shadows of the night reflecting faint glimmers of light in our eyes. We must hurry back, lest we encounter Filch. Let us go, Draco said, gripping my hand tightly, our fingers entwining securely. Brant, thank you, he expressed, his mood considerably brighter, his gaze filled with unspoken affection. Thank you for being here with me. Why thank me? Do you think it strange that I prayed for the bird? I questioned, bemused. I find it peculiar as well. But I hope that this indirect approach may soothe Draco's heart, as he bears guilt over Vildy's demise. Although it seems unrelated, it might subtly alleviate his inner turmoil. It's not strange. I've been watching you, Brant. You are like a light shining into the depths of my heart. Don't try to charm me with sweet words, I retorted playfully. The reason I offered those prayers is that at my father's funeral, the priest stood at the center of the church and proclaimed, "Farewell, esteemed Mr. Brandy Shelly. You were a respected leader, a responsible husband, and a loving father. May you find eternal peace in heaven." I gazed serenely at the night sky as Draco listened quietly, his eyes shimmering with compassion. Your father loved you dearly. Yes. Every father loves his child, Draco. Mr. Lucius loves you too. Upon returning to Hogwarts Castle, I needed to ascend to Gryffindor Tower, while Draco headed to the Slytherin common room. Despite the reluctance to part ways, we had to separate at the staircase. Good night, Draco. I called, a smile gracing my lips, warmth radiating from my eyes. Good night, Brant. Draco lingered, hesitating to turn away. I waved and he slowly pivoted, an air of reluctance enveloping him. Suddenly a thought struck me. I hastily reached into the pocket of my robe. Wait. What is it? I almost forgot. From the ample pocket, I produced an exquisite silver lunchbox filled with butter cookies. I noticed you didn't eat lunch or dinner. Seeing Draco receive the silver box with heartfelt gratitude, I couldn't help but gently remind him, make sure to eat, alright? And don't let your mood linger in the shadows again. A sudden embrace interrupted my words. And Draco's warm voice whispered in my ear, I know. You can rest assured. Shall I leave now? Until tomorrow. Brant. Draco's arms wrapped around me from behind, pulling me gently back to face him. Brant, without you, I don't know what I would be. Just like tonight, had you not appeared, I would have felt like a walking corpse, unsure how to atone. Draco, just remember. No matter what happens, you can tell me. Don't forget, I love you. I will always be by your side, forever and always. Draco always considered my feelings, hiding many things within his heart. I was willing to listen, to accompany him. I love you, Brant. His embrace tightened, leaving no space between us, as if to meld me into his very being. I can't breathe, Draco. At my words, he loosened his grip slightly yet held on firmly. Draco. We truly must part ways now. Seeing his impassive expression, I leaned closer, whispering sweetly in his ear, Mr. Malfoy, dear, call me that again. Dear, dear, dear. I must have repeated it countless times, and only then did Draco finally press a lingering kiss to my forehead, reluctantly releasing me. Chapter 38. I will stand by you. Post-recovery, Ron joined us for dinner, his gaze unfocused as he stared at the plate of pastries before him. Lavender glared at Ron, tightly gripping her spoon, her fury palpable. Ron sat hunched, clutching his wand, his eyes clouded with guilt, unable to meet Lavender's gaze. Yet his question made me realize he might need a few more days in the infirmary. How did you break up with Lavender? It appears that the effects of the love potion have adverse consequences. Ron cannot recall at all what transpired that day in the infirmary. Hermione stammered in response, mentioning that she had visited the school hospital to see him, and while they exchanged a few words, it seemed they did not converse much. Do not misunderstand. I had long intended to break up with her, but I felt a pang of guilt, and she seemed rather upset. Just a pang? I remarked. I believe she was on the verge of crushing the spoon in her hand. You mean you don't recall anything from that day? Have you truly forgotten? Hermione's disappointment was palpable as she gazed at Ron with a flicker of hope. I think I might remember a little, she said, her hand tightly gripping the edge of the table, anxiety evident in her demeanor. But that's impossible. I was still dazed back then, haha. Ron chuckled foolishly at us, while Hermione, disheartened, rubbed her fingers against the tabletop, and Harry and I exchanged bemused, forced smiles in response to his extreme awkwardness. Is there a type of wood known as Ron Weasley in this world? I raised my goblet, sipping pumpkin juice nonchalantly, while Harry perused the Half-Blood Prince's advanced potions making. And an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. Harry, that's Katie Bell. Upon hearing Hermione's prompt, Harry swiftly stood and strode toward Katie. I lifted my gaze, spotting her, the girl with the opal necklace. They conversed in the aisle between the house tables, leaving me with only the sight of Harry's back, unable to hear their words. Suddenly, Harry turned, fixated on the entrance of the great hall, silent yet alert, his bright green eyes seemingly discerning something. Following his gaze, I turned to see Draco. He noticed Harry's stare, his eyes darting nervously to the left, fidgeting with his collar, anxiously tugging at his tie to evade Harry's gaze, before swiftly pivoting away. Without hesitation, Harry sprinted after him. I immediately rose and pursued him, weaving through the throng of students in the great hall's aisle, finally managing to break free from the crowd in search of Harry's figure. I seized Harry's arm, pleadingly gazing into his eyes. Harry, let me go. I need to find Draco. I'm sorry, Brandy, but I must uncover the truth. Harry brushed my hand away apologetically and dashed forward, while I anxiously trailed behind. In the boys' lavatory, I steeled myself and stepped inside. Draco stood by the sink, his hands braced against the basin, the sound of rushing water failing to muffle his quiet sobs. I know it was you, Malfoy. You cursed her. Draco offered no response to Harry's accusation, his shoulders trembling slightly as he unexpectedly turned, brandishing his wand at Harry with a curse. Harry narrowly dodged the attack, but in doing so he blocked my escape route. I swiftly maneuvered to the right, but the spell grazed my arm, tearing my black robe and sending a jolt of pain radiating through me. Caught off guard, I gasped in shock. Draco's expression morphed into one of disbelief, his gray-blue eyes wide with incredulity, evidently shocked to find me there. And even more so that the spell had struck me. I pressed my hand against my injured arm, casting a glance at Harry, who stood frozen. Harry, you need to leave. I shouted angrily, my brow furrowed. He could not remain here and provoke Draco. Reluctantly, Harry turned away, his gaze lingering on my arm filled with remorse. Draco appeared consumed by guilt, his trembling eyes reflecting sorrow and concern, the wand slipping from his grasp, clattering to the floor. Brandy, I didn't mean to hurt you. I'm sorry, he stammered, his gaze fixated on my injury, biting his lip in distress. The spell had ruptured a pipe, causing icy water to cascade forth, pooling on the floor. It's nothing, I'm fine, just a scrape. I offered a serene smile as I stepped through the puddle, moving to Draco's side, wrapping my arms around the heartbroken boy. He embraced me fiercely, burying his golden head in my embrace, and sobbed uncontrollably. Crimson blood seeped from the wound, trickling down my arm into my palm, dripping onto the floor, creating splotches of crimson roses in the water. You're bleeding, Draco exclaimed in panic, gripping my hand and anxiously inspecting my injury, the blood staining my pure white sleeve. A visible testament to my pain. It must hurt terribly. It's all my fault, he lamented, his hands shaking as he stared at my wound, tears streaming down his cheeks, each drop landing in my palm, burning with their warmth. It's not your fault, Draco. I don't blame you. I sat down on the floor, cradling the distraught Draco in my arms, indifferent to the cold water soaking my robe. He leaned weakly against me, his silent sobs racking his body. My heart ached as if it were being sliced, the pain resonating through me. I cupped his face in my hands, whispering softly, Draco, I truly am fine. It pains me to see you cry. The blood on my palm smeared across his pale, sorrowful cheek, amplifying the desolation of the moment. I tilted my face slightly and drew closer to him, pressing my soft lips against his tear-streaked cheeks, kissing away the bitter tears. Just as he had once done for me. The tears flowing from his gray-blue eyes tasted salty, imbued with a hint of bitterness and sorrow. Draco held me tightly, his hands gripping my waist with a desperate intensity, his voice hoarse and low. Brandy, this is all my fault. It's not your fault, Draco, I soothed, gently stroking his back, offering comfort. His tears soaked my shirt and my heart, filling me with anguish. I can't do this. I can't handle it. Draco, I murmured, gazing into his eyes with tenderness. Tell me, what is it? I can help you. He shook his head vehemently, clutching my robe tightly. No. You can't know. He will kill you. Draco's grip tightened around me, his body trembling with fear. He said he would kill you, and your father and mother. No. That won't happen, Draco. We will be all right. I am here with you. But I've already hurt you. You're injured. His pale face bore the marks of tears as he fixated on my wound, the bloodstains on my sleeve igniting his turmoil anew. It's my fault. It's all my fault. Draco picked up his wand from the floor, furiously tearing at his shirt, revealing the mottled black mark on his forearm, the serpent and skull emblem of the Death Eaters. I stared in disbelief at Draco's arm, my hand gently brushing over the mark. Draco, this. My heart ached more intensely as I realized the burdens he bore alone. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been hurt. The tip of his hawthorn wand glinted with a silver sheen as he gripped the handle, thrusting it towards the mark on his arm. In an instant, bright red blood surged forth, staining his white shirt. Draco, I cried, seizing his hand tightly, imploring him not to harm himself. My heart twisted painfully as I grasped his wand, unwilling to let him go, his fierce gaze fixed on the mark, desperate to obliterate it. Draco, give it to me. Hand over the wand. My eyes brimmed with tears, my voice thick with emotion. Draco, I beg you, please. Slowly he relented, his gaze filled with sorrow as he tenderly wiped my tears away with his fingertips. I snatched the wand from him, quickly hiding it behind me, determined to prevent him from causing further harm to himself. Brandy, I am. Draco struggled to convey the title of the Dark Apostle to me, as though something was lodged in his throat. Despite exerting all his strength, he could not bring himself to utter it. I understood. I would never abandon you. Whether you are Draco or Malfoy, regardless of the circumstances, I shall remain by your side eternally. He urged me to kill Dumbledore, but I could not. Gently, I embraced Draco's shoulders, tenderly caressing the crown of his head, for I knew he could not bring himself to take a life. Draco's attempts were clumsy, whether it was the opal necklace or the honeyed mead laced with poison. Even Harry could decipher his intentions, let alone Dumbledore, that great wizard who would surely sense something amiss. The reason was that Draco could not bear to harm Dumbledore. How could he? He was the favored scion of the Malfoy family, a brash little rogue, yet to strip life from another was beyond his capacity. The Draco I loved was a touch mischievous, a tad naughty, but fundamentally, he was not malevolent. Otherwise, why had his demeanor been so melancholic and distressed for so many days, his soul in torment? We must share this with Professor Dumbledore. We must tell him, for he can assist you. Draco clutched my robe tightly, shaking his head slowly. It was too late. The vanishing cabinet in the room of requirement, and the one at Borgin and Burke's had formed a pathway. It is not too late. We must inform Dumbledore to destroy it, to obliterate it. Draco. Taking both of Draco's hands, I enfolded his icy fingers within my warm palms. We shall seek out Professor Dumbledore, shall we not? Draco remained fearful, holding on to me tightly. If they knew, they would kill you. They would end your life. Even Voldemort fears Dumbledore. He will have a way, trust me please? I believe in you. I trust everything you say, but I fear you might be hurt because of me. Draco stubbornly fixated on the notion that he had inadvertently caused me pain, holding me fast, unwilling to let go. Brandy. I will heed your counsel. We shall seek out Dumbledore. Draco suddenly changed his mind, caressing my cheek and gazing earnestly into my eyes. Very well. I nodded with a faint smile, embracing Draco and shakily rising to my feet. Draco looked at me with deep affection. Only by informing Dumbledore could he safeguard me. He grasped my hand firmly as we stepped out of the lavatory. Ignoring our disheveled appearances, we traversed the corridor and descended the stairs, halting before the headmaster's office door. I held Draco's hand tightly, and he reciprocated, fingers interlaced. I knocked on the door, and a gentle voice beckoned us to enter. Brandy Draco. Dumbledore greeted us with a warm smile, appearing as though he had anticipated our arrival. Through his clear, cerulean eyes, I sensed that Dumbledore was already aware of our purpose. However, one aspect he likely did not foresee was that his two students would enter his office in such a disheveled state. Draco. I am exceedingly pleased you have come here. Once there was a student, much like you, who made poor choices and caused great harm. Thank you, Brandy. You are a brave and kind soul. It is you who has shielded Draco's pure spirit from being shattered by my actions. Dumbledore regarded us with a loving smile, his eyes beneath his crescent-shaped glasses radiating wisdom and clarity. He indeed knew everything. He was aware that Voldemort had orchestrated Draco's assassination attempt, yet remained unfazed. Dumbledore waved his wand, and in an instant, the wound on his forearm healed. Lifting his gaze to Draco, the deep scar on his arm also vanished. Professor. The connection between the vanishing cabinet in the Room of Requirement and the one at Borgin and Burke's must be severed. They will come, and it must be destroyed. Child. Some occurrences, once set in motion, are irrevocable. They wish for my demise, yet Draco defies their will. Thus, I must employ alternative means to manifest my death before their eyes. Professor, are you suggesting you must leave us? But why? With your power, vanquishing Voldemort should pose no challenge. Why choose to depart? Dumbledore raised his right hand. Its fingers blackened and gnarled like withered branches, spreading across his palm. Was it poison? Or a curse? Could it be that Dumbledore? I gazed up in shock, shaking my head in disbelief. Dumbledore, however, nodded in affirmation, smiling gently. Brandy, you are indeed astute. My departure is fated. You are the hope of Hogwarts. Draco. Dumbledore placed a hand on his shoulder, admonishing him, child, continue to follow their plans. Bring them before me, so they may witness my death firsthand. But, Professor, I cannot do it. Good child, I understand the goodness within you. Please listen to me. In their presence, simply disarm me. Promise me, will you? Dumbledore had already devised a means for Draco's retreat. This course of action would not arouse suspicion towards him, and his parents would thus evade Voldemort's wrath. Dumbledore, hailed as the greatest wizard of our time, was not merely so for his formidable powers, but because he possessed a heart of sanctity. Brandy, from the moment I first beheld you, I sensed your extraordinary wisdom. Child, promise me, do not reveal this to anyone. Keep this secret as my dying wish, will you? My eyes misted, tears welling. I was at a loss for words, simply nodding heavily in response. Thank you, children. Hogwarts is truly fortunate to have you, and I am honored to serve as your headmaster. Albus Dumbledore, having you as our headmaster is the greatest privilege of our lives. Oh, would you care for a piece of lemon drop? They are quite delightful. Dumbledore picked up the round glass jar filled with pale yellow candies, pinching one and popping it into his mouth with relish. Brandy, do give it a try. Watching Dumbledore revert to his playful old self, I reached for a lemon drop. Professor, thank you. I managed a strained smile, placing the candy in my mouth, slowly uttering, it's quite sweet. Draco, you should have one too. Dumbledore extended the jar towards Draco. Thank you, Professor. Dumbledore smiled at us, saying, children, may you find eternal happiness. Chapter 39. The Great Departure. Actually, I must apologize to you. The tranquil azure of his eyes lingered on my face, a serene expression subtly shifting to reveal different emotions. Me. Why? Your birth in December. Your father a muggle, your mother a pureblood witch. You bear a striking resemblance to him. You mean Tom Riddle? I looked at Dumbledore, astonished and perplexed. Do you suspect me? Indeed, your actual year of birth is 1980, yet the ministry records it as 1979. I must wonder if he orchestrated this discrepancy to align with Harry's year of admission. In my conversation with the Sorting Hat, I learned that you were indeed interested in Slytherin but opted for Gryffindor. This raises my suspicions. Did you choose this path to be closer to Harry? Professor, Your concerns are valid. So have you unraveled the truth? I have indeed, Dumbledore replied, his expression warm. From the moment you found me during the Triwizard Tournament, I recognized the kind of child you are. Intelligent, brave, and most importantly, devoid of Voldemort's insatiable ambition. Ambition? I certainly possess it. Otherwise, the Hat would not have deemed me suitable for Slytherin. The difference between Tom Riddle and myself lies in the nature of our ambitions. His could ravage the wizarding world, while mine aspires to enhance it. Very well, Dumbledore said kindly, nodding his head. In the end, please remember my instruction. Do not disclose my arrangements to anyone, including Harry. As I exited the headmaster's office, Draco and I exchanged a knowing glance, our faces lighting up with smiles. Draco intertwined his arm with mine, the warmth of his palm slowly aligning with mine, his long fingers weaving through the gaps and securing themselves tightly around me. I reciprocated his grip, my fingertips gently tracing the contours of his knuckles. We maintained our customary understanding, choosing silence as we moved forward together. We paused before the grand luminous floor-to-ceiling windows, revealing the azure sky above Hogwarts and the majestic towers beneath it. Draco, shall we linger here for a while? I asked softly. All right, as you wish, he replied. We settled on a long stone bench, gazing into the distance. The sunset's afterglow painted the edges of the mountains, the rose-tinted twilight serving as a farewell gift from the sun to the world, while the billowing clouds whispered their final tenderness. The twilight at Hogwarts is truly breathtaking. I assenti it. I mused. Indeed it is, Draco replied, pulling me closer, his gaze not resting on the castle bathed in the sunset, but rather on my cheek. I tilted my head slightly, naturally leaning into his embrace, a serene smile gracing my lips. Coming to Hogwarts was undoubtedly the wisest decision I made. Here, I encountered many wonderful individuals, and experienced countless delightful moments. The professors, each with their distinctive styles yet rigorous in their scholarship. Professor McGonagall, though often stern, genuinely cares for us. Professor Snape, frequently wearing a sour expression, is meticulous in his teaching of potions. Each educator possesses a unique flair. Here I have also forged friendships with Hermione, Luna, Harry, and Ron. They are all particularly intriguing. Hermione, intelligent and brave. Luna, gentle and kind, with an affinity for magical creatures. Without her, we would not have been able to effortlessly ride the Thestrals to the Ministry of Magic. Of course, I also encountered someone exceptionally significant. From the very first moment I laid eyes on him, I found myself enchanted, pondering how it was possible for me to feel such affection. Was it his handsome features? Or perhaps the mellifluous quality of his voice? I could hardly believe I had fallen for him at first sight. Yet the truth remained, I truly liked him, profoundly so. Would you not agree that this young man named Draco Malfoy is exceedingly fortunate? Draco tightened his embrace, resting his chin against my hair, whispering softly, yes, he is indeed fortunate. He knows he cannot be without her. I buried my face in Draco's chest, closing my eyes to savor his warmth and the rhythm of his heartbeat. A gentle evening breeze wafted through the window, brushing against our garments, carrying with it tranquility and serenity. I began to hum a melody, one from my favorite song, the very tune I employed during our school song. Are you humming? Draco inquired tenderly, his fingers delicately stroking my hair. Would you like me to sing it for you? Yes, I would love that. Clearing my throat, I allowed my melodious voice to flow forth. Hogwarts, Hogwarts, Hoggywarty Hogwarts, teach us something please. Whether we be old and bald or young with scabby knees, our heads could do with filling, for now they're bare and full of air, dead flies and bits of fluff. So teach us things worth knowing. Bring back what we forgot. Just do your best, we'll do the rest, and learn until our brains all rot. The beautiful melody felt like an enchantment, allowing disparate souls to resonate together through song. Uplifting tunes evoked joy, while sorrowful ones could cast a pall over the heart. How did I sing? I asked eagerly, winking at Draco. It was the most exquisite song I have ever heard, my Brandy. How is it that even the school song sounds so enchanting when you sing it? My cheeks flushed with delight, and I wrapped my arms around Draco's neck, planting a kiss on his face. For he was so sweet and complimentary that he certainly deserved a reward. Draco touched the spot on his cheek where I had kissed him, tenderly calling out, my dear. He then lowered his golden head, pressing a deep kiss upon my face, mirroring the place I had kissed him. The area he had kissed felt slightly warm, and I covered my cheeks with my hands, stealing a shy glance at him. I almost forgot, I exclaimed, reaching into the pocket of my robe to retrieve Draco's wand. Your wand, Draco. As he took the wand from my hand, I gazed into his eyes. Draco, remember, never use your wand to harm yourself, alright? I promise I won't hurt myself again. However, Draco's expression suddenly contorted with anguish, his brows knitting tightly. I quickly rose from his embrace, my heart racing with concern. Draco. What's wrong? Draco pressed his hand against his arm, trembling slightly from the pain. They are coming. My anxiety tightened around my heart as I grasped Draco's wrist. They? You mean they will come to Hogwarts tonight? Draco nodded solemnly. Yes, indeed, tonight. Is your arm in great pain? I cautiously touched the place on his arm where the mark lay, just above his shirt. Don't worry, I'm fine. It doesn't hurt. His other hand enveloped mine, resting gently on the back of my hand, his tone as soft as spring air. But doesn't that mean you will have to go to the room of requirement tonight? How perilous. I clutched his sleeve tightly, my heart in a tumult. Draco looked at me with a warm smile. Do not fret, I will be all right. They won't know that I have confided in Professor Dumbledore. And they won't harm me. Won't know? I murmured, grasping the significance of Draco's words, suddenly realizing the implications of the memory charm. To deceive even Dumbledore is no small feat. Draco's fingertips brushed against my brow, yet I recognized that I could never hide anything from you. You always sense my emotions. Draco, you can tell me anything. Do not keep those burdens locked away inside. I resolved to look at him earnestly. Do you need me to accompany you? I am willing to face them with you. Please no. Draco exclaimed, pulling me tightly as if struck by a thunderbolt. Brandy, you must not engage with them. They are not benevolent. You cannot, you absolutely cannot. All right, I want to go, I soothed him, though my heart still raced uneasily. You must act wisely and ensure your safety. Promise me. I promise you, you will see the complete Draco. Trust me. Draco embraced me, whispering his vow in my ear. Brandy, I need you to do me a favor, all right? Yes, what is it? I straightened up from his embrace as he retrieved a dark red hairband from his pocket. The very one I had given him before. Ever since you gifted me this hairband atop the astronomy tower, I have kept it close, as if you are always beside me. Draco rolled up his sleeves, wrapping the red hairband around his arm, gradually concealing the black mark of the Death Eater. Brandy, could you help me tie it? I extended my hand to his forearm, deftly tying a delicate knot with the remaining hair tie. Draco raised his arm to show me, twirling the band around his forearm, proclaiming, see, now it's as if you are accompanying me. So fret not. With you by my side, I shall never come to harm. I nodded, loosening the rolled up sleeves for Draco and fastening the buttons. Brandy, you have pulled me from the abyss. With your hair tie bound upon my arm, I vow that with you here, I shall never falter or retreat. My heart was profoundly moved, Draco. I said nothing further, yearning simply to remain beside him in tranquil companionship, relishing his embrace, reluctant to depart. The darkened sky consumed the last remnants of the waning twilight, as nightfall descended slowly. The cold wind whispering ominously, shifting clouds obscuring the radiant moon, rendering the stars invisible. I must go. Draco tightened his grip on my hand, his slate blue eyes filled with reluctance. Draco. I longed to accompany him, yet I knew that should those Death Eaters spot me, suspicion would surely fall upon Draco. For his safety, I could not allow my worries to lead me to his side. Standing still, gazing at Draco's retreating figure, my eyes stung with unshed tears. I dashed forward, embracing him from behind, pressing against his back. Expecto Patronum. I whispered the incantation, a silvery light streaming from the tip of my wand, slowly coalescing into a translucent silver hair, my Patronus. The Patronus symbolized joy and light, care and hope. I could do little for Draco, but I hoped to grant him a modicum of protective strength from behind. Draco turned to me, his gaze softening, and without a second thought, he pulled me into his embrace, our silver Patronus dancing between us. Good luck, Draco. After he departed, I couldn't recall how I returned to the dormitory. My heart weighed down by Dumbledore's admonitions, my legs feeling as though they were laden with lead. I understood that tonight would be anything but peaceful. Headmaster Dumbledore, do you truly wish to leave us? Time seemed to freeze, rendering me breathless. I clenched my hands tightly, praying that no misfortune would befall us. A faint green light seeped through the dormitory window, prompting me to rush forward and investigate. Above, the dark clouds coalesced into a grim visage of a skull, its tongue flickering like a serpent S. It was them, the Death Eaters. The eerie glow intensified, the silhouette of the astronomy tower emerging against the night sky. Should the Death Eaters succeed, they would unleash the dark mark to flaunt their triumph. Had they already prevailed? To the astronomy tower. The fierce urge surged within me, compelling me to act. I burst through the door and raced down the stairs, my mind consumed by thoughts of Dumbledore and Draco. A strange, thunderous noise abruptly halted my flight. I looked up at the sky. The clouds churned ominously, their hollow eye sockets foreboding. No, Headmaster Dumbledore. I leaned against the wall, my body rigid, struggling to ascend the spiral staircase of the astronomy tower. It was desolate, and I trembled as I gripped the banister, my steps heavy and labored. Upon reaching the center of the tower, I spotted a wand lying quietly in the corner. It was Headmaster Dumbledore's. I picked it up, incredulous. How could the wise and all-knowing Albus Dumbledore depart from us in such a manner? Though he had forewarned me of his inevitable departure, I could not fathom it happening so abruptly. Just this afternoon he had been in the headmaster's office, conversing amiably with us, sharing his favorite sweets. It all seemed to have transpired so recently, as if he still stood vividly before me. Dazed, I grasped the wand, unable to accept that he was truly gone. He must have merely walked away from the astronomy tower, accidentally dropping his wand. Surely that must be it. I began to numb myself with denial. A wizard's wand is of utmost importance. How could he have carelessly left it behind? I trudged towards the edge of the astronomy tower, peering down at the gathering below. Many students had assembled, encircling Headmaster Dumbledore. I could bear it no longer, collapsing to the ground, kneeling and covering my face, sobbing uncontrollably. My tears flowed like pearls severed from their string, cascading down my cheeks, falling to the earth below. My heart felt as though it were suffocating. Clutching the fabric over my chest, every fiber of my being aching as if shattered. I stumbled to the base of the astronomy tower, standing amongst the crowd, beside Headmaster Dumbledore. His closed eyes bore an expression of serene tranquility, devoid of anguish, as if he had simply drifted into slumber. With his final breath, Headmaster Dumbledore safeguarded his students, even in the face of his own mortality, dedicating his remaining time to resist the darkness, facing death with composure. Harry approached like a specter, dragging his feet, collapsing onto Dumbledore, weeping inconsolably. Everyone's eyes glistened with tears. We raised our wands, illuminating the darkness like countless stars, mourning the loss of this great wizard, this venerable headmaster. Dumbledore's funeral was held by the lakeside, attended by the entire school community, ministry officials, centaurs, residents of Hogsmeade, mermaids, Dumbledore's phoenix fox, and many other wizards who had traveled from far and wide to pay their respects. Headmaster Dumbledore lay within a white tomb by the lake, his wand resting quietly by his side, surrounded by pure white flowers, at peace within the embrace of Hogwarts land. The winds of the Scottish Highlands howled, rustling our garments as we stood before the grave, lamenting Dumbledore's passing. Fawkes soared above, flapping his wings, emitting a mournful cry. That serene visage reminded me of the first card I had ever opened from a chocolate frog, featuring an elderly man with long silver hair and a matching beard, wise and brilliant, yet full of personality. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, the greatest wizard in the world. You have never truly left us. You have merely fallen into a tranquil slumber.